Outside the Tianfeng Bay city on Blue Star Deep within the wilderness zone, an abandoned human city stood in eerie silence. Ruined high-rises were tightly entwined with dense creeping vines and thorny brambles. Cracks crisscrossed the once smooth asphalt roads now overrun with wild weeds. Bestial roars echoed back and forth among the ruins. In one corner within a ferocious beast lair piled high with human skeletons and steeped in a chilling sinister aura, 5 massive second-tier beasts, known as iron-armored rhinos, were quietly resting. In that instant, a blinding flash abruptly burst forth. The 5 second-tier iron-armored rhinos were stabbed by the sudden glare and could not open their eyes, their gigantic bodies involuntarily shuddering. As the radiance rapidly faded, the figure of a young man in his early 20s stumbled out from within it, staggering as he suddenly appeared in the heart of the lair. "Where is this? I was just..." Liang, who had been run over on the road by a heavy truck, as if he were nothing more than a speed bump and thereby crossed over to this place, wore a blank, bewildered expression. Before he could finish his thought, rotten shreds of meat dropped from the mouth of an iron-armored rhino behind him onto the back of his hand, and a nauseating stench of decay instantly spread through the air. "Ugh, what the hell is this? Who smeared something on my hand?" Startled, Liang was overwhelmed by the sudden fetid odor, his stomach heaving with dry retches. Instinctively flinging his hand to shake it clean, he turned his head with an ashen face to look behind him. He saw 5 colossal iron-armored rhinos staring blankly at him, tusks protruding from their mouths, still stained with dried dark blood, hot breaths snorting from their nostrils. For a split second, all he could think was which of these brothers had ordered delivery. In the dimness, multiple pairs of eyes met, bestial pupils glowing scarlet like hanging red lanterns. In that moment, time itself seemed to freeze. "Damn!" Liang's face turned deathly pale in an instant, his legs going weak as he nearly collapsed to the ground. "What the hell are these things, and what kind of cursed place have I ended up in?" Heart pounding with terror, he glanced around at his surroundings. It looked as if he were inside a city building that had been abandoned for many long years. Could it be that, just like in those novels, that heavy truck knocked me into another world? The way his grievous injuries had miraculously healed together with the bizarre environment around him were the clearest proof. At that thought, Liang's heart hammered as if it would leap from his chest, yet his instinct to survive overrode his fear. "I won't disturb you, I'll just be going then," he said, forcing the words out. Bracing his trembling body, he exploded into the fastest speed he could muster and sprinted toward a distant patch of light. The 5 iron-armored rhinos, finally snapping out of their daze, reacted a heartbeat later. Roar! Watching Liang scampering away on his thin legs, their cruel eyes met for a moment, and they instantly understood. They had no idea how this human had suddenly appeared, but a weak little dessert that had delivered itself to their lair was something they naturally would not let escape. He was merely an ordinary human with no trace of energy fluctuations on his body. A deep guttural howl ripped through the air. In the next heartbeat, the 5 iron-armored rhinos surged after Liang like a torrent of living steel. The ground all around trembled violently beneath their 4 massive hooves, each as solid and broad as carved stone. They were not only gigantic in size, but frighteningly fast as well. In just a few thunderous strides, they closed the distance. Hearing the terrifying roars behind him, Liang glanced sideways, only to see 5 enormous beasts, each even larger than an elephant, and exuding a foul stench from their gaping maws almost upon him. "How can these things be so fast? What kind of monsters are they?" he cried out inwardly in despair. "My life is over." At that critical instant when death seemed inevitable, everything reached a breaking point. At the very brink of hopelessness, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Liang's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for crossing over. The infinite sign-in system has been successfully activated. System, save me." At those words, hope flared in Liang's eyes. Having read countless web novels over the years, he naturally knew exactly what a system was. It was the essential divine artifact for any transmigrator. After reading novels for so many years, it's finally my turn. Detecting that the host is facing a life-and-death crisis, initiating automatic sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, your luck has exploded. You have obtained martial god-level cultivation. Martial god-level cultivation. Liang listened to the voice echoing in his mind. He had no idea what precisely this realm entailed, but it certainly sounded formidable. After all, it contained the word God. Escaping the current situation, which spelled certain death, should no longer be a problem. The entire process had occurred so abruptly that not even a second had truly passed. In the span of a heartbeat, Liang felt a vast and unfathomable power surge into his body, something he could not yet comprehend. His personal cultivation skyrocketed on the spot. From the physique of an ordinary human, he broke through to first-rank martial artist, second-rank, third-rank. Then king-sealed level, emperor-sealed level, all the way to martial god level. The entire ascent completed in an instant. A moment later, an overwhelming martial aura erupted from Li Yang's body, surging like a thousand-zhang tidal wave. Even the surrounding space seemed to shudder under the impact. The 5 iron-armored rhinos, their bloody maws gaping as they tried to swallow Li Yang whole, were caught mid-lunge. Sensing the aura that had rocketed from Li Yang, in an instant all 5 were stunned. The ferocity in their eyes was instantly replaced by terror and utter confusion. The roles of attacker and defender had reversed. Caught completely off guard, they were struck directly by the residual shockwave of his breakthrough, sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground with dull, thunderous thuds. Their flesh was torn and bloodied on the outside, and their internal organs had been completely ruptured by the tremendous impact. They were dead beyond any doubt. At the same time, the dilapidated building around them swayed precariously as if on the verge of collapse. "I feel terrifyingly strong right now," Li Yang murmured in shock, sensing the vast power coursing through him. In just a brief moment, he gained a fairly clear understanding of his own martial god-level strength. His physique, sense of smell, hearing, sight, and perception had all ascended to an utterly monstrous level. It felt as if he had become like the all-powerful villain who had gathered all 12 talismans in those old cartoons, capable of anything. Relaxing slightly, Li Yang glanced back at the 5 corpses of the iron-armored rhinos lying motionless on the ground, felled by the mere aura of his breakthrough. A trace of interest flickered in his eyes. He intended to squeeze every last bit of value from them. Chuckling softly, he said, "You wanted to eat me. Then I'll use you to test my hands." With that, he casually swung out a punch. Faint golden patterns surfaced along his arm. His fist wind roared like a dragon. It was merely an ordinary punch in form, yet under the blessing of his cultivation, it carried a force capable of annihilating everything in its path. In an instant, the strike pierced through the bodies of the 5 iron-armored rhinos, blasting them into a mist of blood. The residual force of the fist wind was unstoppable, plowing a 100-meter-long trench straight ahead. A thunderous boom resounded. Everything in its path was obliterated. The abandoned buildings along the way collapsed one after another under the assault of his power. What terrifying might! Staring at the scene before him, Li Yang looked down at his own hands in disbelief. "I did that," he muttered. The building he was currently in could no longer withstand the strain. With a deafening rumble, it completely caved. Li Yang, ecstatic and disdaining to dodge as he intended to use this to test the toughness of his own body, was buried beneath the falling ruins. A few seconds later, another booming explosion erupted from beneath the collapsed debris. A fierce shockwave burst out from under the completely collapsed wreckage, reducing the surrounding stones and trees to fine powder. Amid the chaos, a domineering, imposing figure leapt out from within. He stepped onto the air itself, standing suspended, as though a war god descending from the heavens. It was Li Yang, who had been buried in the ruins yet emerged completely unscathed. Having personally experienced just how overwhelming his physical body had become, Li Yang's lips curved into a confident arc. He patted at the dust that in truth did not even cling to him. In a joking tone, he muttered to himself, "The hem of my clothes is a little dirty." He was now utterly different from the ordinary man who had been struck by a heavy truck and flung into this world. Situations that would have meant certain death for him before could no longer inflict any harm. At that moment, a brand new perception unfurled within him, fresh and extraordinary to Li Yang. It was as though a detailed map had appeared in his mind, laying out everything within dozens of kilometers around him in crystal clarity. "How incredible! I've become a walking radar," he murmured. Sorting through the information about his surroundings in his mind, Li Yang could not help but sigh in genuine amazement. At this moment, he was practically like one of those superheroes from science fiction films. Things he had once only dared to fantasize about in dreams were now unfolding tangibly upon his own body. And in the depths of this wilderness zone, besides the numerous ferocious beasts whose every aspect far surpassed any life form on Earth, there were also humans whose bodies had undergone astonishing transformations, able to shatter iron and stone with their bare hands. From the conversations he overheard, they called themselves martial artists. Yet compared to him, they were not just a little weaker. The gap in strength between them and Li Yang was like several bottomless chasms. For humans and beasts to have changed so drastically, just what kind of place have I crossed into, he wondered. And where does my strength stand within this world? With these questions lingering in his heart, Li Yang could not help but mutter inwardly to himself. Right then, the voice of the system resounded once more. "Current world, High Marshal Blue Star. This world's basic information is available for free. Would the host like to receive it?" "Perfect timing, saves me the trouble of fumbling around on my own," Li Yang murmured, his eyes lighting up as the confusion before him was swept away. He had crossed over directly, knowing nothing about this world that differed drastically from Earth, and this information was precisely what he needed at the moment. He responded in his mind without the slightest hesitation. "Receive." As his voice fell, a torrent of memories surged into Li Yang's consciousness. In just a brief moment, he completely absorbed and digested everything, and the joy in his eyes deepened as he muttered, "So that's how it is." This was a planet called Blue Star, roughly similar to Earth, yet entirely different. More than 200 years, a terrifying, unknowable cataclysm descended, silently mutating countless wild beasts into horrific monstrosities that launched ferocious assaults on humanity. Although humanity possessed nuclear bombs and other weapons of mass destruction, as time went on, they still gradually fell into disadvantage. The beasts evolved too quickly and no longer feared nuclear fire. Only with the emergence of martial warriors did a sliver of hope appear for mankind. Warriors possessed boundless strength and astonishing individual power, able to confront the beast's heathen. Even so, the situation remained dire and far from optimistic. Humanity could only construct base cities and shrink back within them, isolating the beasts outside. In short, this was an era of revived spiritual energy and flourishing martial power, where beasts mutated and the martial path rose to prominence. Warriors stood above the masses, enjoying exalted status. The cultivation ranks of warriors were strictly defined. From low to high, the known levels ranged from 1st grade to 9th grade, followed by King Sealed level, Emperor Sealed level, Earth Martial God, and Heaven Martial God. Each realm was further divided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Beast tiers were structured in the same way. The 5 massive rhinos he had just slain were 2nd-tier beasts, equivalent to 2nd-grade warriors among humans. As for what level he himself currently belonged to, with a single thought, Li Yang opened his system's personal panel. A sleek, futuristic interface that only he could see popped up before his eyes. Name: Li Yang. Level: Earth Martial God, early stage. Cultivation method: none. Martial skills: none. Items: none. The displayed information was extremely concise and easy to understand. Earth Martial God, early stage. Based on the ranking information just now, I already count as a powerhouse, close to the top echelon on this blue star, he mused. The corners of Li Yang's mouth lifted in a smile. He had leaped 12 major realms in a single sign-in. Even if he could not be considered absolute top tier, he was at least firmly within the first echelon. In a world steeped in catastrophe, one's own strength was of paramount importance. According to the brief information provided by the system, the number of human warriors on Blue Star who had reached the Heaven Martial God level was fewer than 10. There were only around 100 Earth Martial Gods at most. The number was by no means large. Moreover, this count included the entire globe. At first glance, it sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was pitifully few. Only a handful of top-tier experts born among billions of people on Blue Star. This realization put Li Yang somewhat at ease. There were not that many powerhouses on the same level as he was. The cultivation of an Earth Martial God still carried considerable weight. Even the weakest Earth Martial God was still an Earth Martial God. With a thought, he closed the system interface that only he could see. In his mind, he curiously asked the system, explain your functions. The host may perform 1 sign-in per day with no location restrictions, randomly obtaining various rich rewards, the system replied. Detected that the host has survived the crisis. Issuing 1 novice gift pack. Does the host wish to open it? There's even a novice gift pack. After understanding the system's basic functions, Li Yang's eyes shone with intense delight. Just signing in to obtain Earth Martial God cultivation was already astonishing enough, yet the system was still so considerate as to present him with a novice gift pack. Judging from the system's wording, if he had died just now, it seemed he would not have received it. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Had the system not arrived in time, he would already be inside those beasts' stomachs. Open it. Novice gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite storage space. Grade Martial Art. Long Yin Fun Tian Dao, fully comprehended. Grade Martial Art. Fun Tian Lai Yang Gong, fully comprehended. 1 Grade Battle Saber. Jin Song Dao. As the system's voice faded, Li Yang could not help but feel overjoyed. 4 items at once, that's quite a haul, he thought to himself. He had originally assumed that a novice gift pack, true to its name, would only aid beginners and would not yield anything too impressive. Even if there were treasures, they would be of negligible use to someone of his level. Now it seemed it was not nearly as shabby as he had imagined. Oh, everything could be put to decent use. After all, it is just a novice gift pack. I can't expect the moon, he muttered. At this moment, the representatives of the 4 major powers felt nothing but an overwhelming sense of envy and jealousy, leaving them with a profound sense of helplessness. At the same time, 2 streams of memory surged in like a tidal wave, imprinting themselves deeply into Li Yang's mind. He closed his eyes. He devoted himself entirely to absorbing the information. In the next instant, his body suddenly erupted into raging flames, like crazed golden-red fire dragons coiling around him and enveloping his entire form. The aura he emitted was incomparably scorching, as though it would burn everything around him to ashes. Hiss! Li Yang clenched his fists tightly, unable to hold back a sharp intake of burning breath. Agony coursed through his entire body as though his tendons and bones were being incinerated. Fortunately, the blaze abruptly died down after a few seconds. Short-lived as a fleeting flower, yet dazzlingly brilliant, the fire vanished. Liang opened his weary eyes, a trace of lingering fear and helplessness flickering within them. With a bitter smile, he complained to the system, "System, why didn't you tell me that comprehending Fentian Lai Yang Gong would set me on fire? I was nearly burned to death." Thankfully, the flames dispersed quickly, otherwise he would have been screaming in agony. Painful as the process was, the results were astonishingly remarkable. While the system remained silent, his comprehension of these two grade martial arts had already reached perfection, and his understanding of the fire attribute had grown profoundly deeper. "Understood, Master." A cold electronic voice rang out. With the engine's deep and powerful roar, the S-level warplane smoothly ascended. Long Yin Fun Tian Dao pursued ultimate explosive power. Each slash was accompanied by scorching heat, and its blade, Qi, could transform into flame dragons to strike distant enemies. Once mastered to perfection, its might grew even more terrifying, splitting heaven and earth, burning all things. The effects of Fun Tian Lai Yang Gong were equally impressive. By absorbing the essence of the sun or fire from the earth's core, one could grow stronger. At the perfected state, it not only allowed explosive bursts in battle, temporarily doubling strength and speed, but could also condense into a blazing battle armor upon the surface of his body. Anyone who approached him would be scorched by the surrounding heat waves, unable to draw near. Of course, this cultivation method had its drawbacks. Once the blazing armor was activated, it made no distinction between friend and foe, preventing allies from approaching. Furthermore, in extremely cold or perpetually sunless, shadowy environments, its defensive power would noticeably diminish. "It's not that big of a problem," Liang whispered to himself. His current identity was that of an outsider dropped into this high martial blue star with no family or friends here at all. Thus, the drawbacks of this cultivation method did not matter much to him. What excited him most was that all the arts and skills drawn from the novice gift pack were of the fire attribute. Working in concert, their power would be enhanced even further. With a thought, the Scrade Jin Song Dao within his infinite storage space appeared in his hand in an instant. He drew it from its scabbard and gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze falling upon the blade as a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. What a handsome saber! Liang could not help but sigh, examining it carefully as though beholding a peerless treasure. Jin Song Dao's blade lines were smooth, its curvature perfect, its body a fiery red that radiated scorching, dazzling light. Its edge was incomparably sharp, shrouded in inextinguishable azure flames that exuded a chilling, killing intent. According to the system's introduction, the saber's material could withstand terrifyingly high temperatures. It was perfectly suited for a warrior like him whose main path was the fire attribute, though he had been forced into specializing in fire by the influence of the system. After excitedly toying with the Jinsong blade for a while, Li Yang stored it back into his infinite storage space. For someone like him who had read web novels to the point of practically courting death, the function of an infinite storage space needed no further explanation. Its internal space was boundless, untouched by the passage of time, able to contain anything that was not a living being. Yet despite its seeming omnipotence, it still had its own constraints and could not be abused without limit. It was the most precious item he had drawn from the novice gift pack. Soon after, Liang swept his gaze around, carefully observing his surroundings. He now stood within an abandoned human county town, overrun by vegetation, bestial roars echoing in his ears from every direction. Taking in the scene at a glance, he forcibly reined in the surge of excitement in his heart. Adhering to the principle of making peace with wherever one arrived, he began pondering in his mind where he should go next. In any case, he had been nothing more than an orphan on Earth. With no ties and no attachments, he had nothing to worry about. What mattered most now was to learn the situation of Blue Star in greater detail. The information provided by the system was merely the barest foundation. If he wished to know more, he would have to head for the base cities where the human race was densely gathered. Otherwise, having suddenly appeared in such a strange environment, even with Earth martial God-level cultivation, he could not shake off a lingering sense of insecurity. "All right, I'll go to a base city." Liang ended his thoughts, made his decision, and confirmed his next course of action. As for whether the human natives here would discover his true identity as an outsider from beyond the heavens, there was no need for him to worry in the slightest. Unless he was foolish enough to expose himself, even if a heaven martial god descended, they would never be able to. This was a high martial world whose racial talent points had been invested into martial arts and technology, not a cultivation world of soaring immortals possessing the power of Deluo Jinxian. After mulling it over for a moment, Liang decided how to disguise his identity and murmured under his breath, "I need to find someone to ask for directions." The basic information given by the system was far too rudimentary. At the moment, he did not know his precise coordinates, only that he was somewhere within a wilderness zone of a country called Huaxiagua. Fortunately, there was one piece of good news. The people here looked exactly the same as he did, with no differences at all. Everyone had yellow skin and black hair. He would not have to worry about attracting trouble on that account. The same went for language. He could communicate with others effortlessly. The circumstances are actually quite favorable to me, he muttered. In the next instant his figure blurred. As though teleporting, he vanished from where he stood, his speed so great that not even an afterimage could be captured in the sky. He sped toward the location of a small human martial squad he had sensed nearby, intending to ask them the way to the base city. Deep within the dilapidated city structures that had collapsed into ruins, there lay buried an inconspicuous piece of unknown metal engraved with the words, "Attend Test Zone 215, unnoticed by anyone." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the wilderness, within a certain patch of jungle, a six-man martial squad that had come to hunt ferocious beasts was facing a crisis that plunged them into utter despair. They had run into a troop of ghost-faced monkeys that had suddenly gone berserk for reasons unknown. Quick, form a defensive line and hold them off. I've already sent a distress signal to the nearby martial squads. Someone will come to support us soon. The captain of the squad, Wang Lei, a sixth-grade martial artist, shouted at the top of his lungs. His face was drenched in sweat and anxiety. Of all the misfortunes they had actually encountered, a beast horde going berserk without warning. Even as his voice rang out, he burst forth with the formidable aura of a peak sixth-grade martial artist, every muscle on his body taut, brimming with boundless strength. He swung the battle axe in his hands, its edge glinting coldly under the sunlight, and unleashed a powerful martial technique he had mastered. "All of you die." With a bellow, Wang Lei hacked down. The giant axe cleaved through the air with a gust of wind, its blade carving a brilliant arc as it slashed viciously toward the pouncing ghost-faced monkeys. A flash of axolite, and over a dozen fourth-tier ghost-faced monkeys were instantly chopped in half, blood spraying as their skeleton-like bodies crashed to the ground. Yet before he could catch his breath, more ghost-faced monkeys let out chilling screeches. As though provoked, their eyes turned scarlet, their faces twisted with ferocity, and they flung themselves at Wang Lei with even greater madness. Ghost-faced monkey hordes were among the types of ferocious beasts martial squads least wished to encounter. Not only did they move in massive groups and fight in packs, they also possessed relatively high intelligence and astonishing speed, making them extremely troublesome foes. The attacks of the densely packed hundreds of ghost-faced monkeys poured down like a torrential storm. Even the weakest among them were second-tier, while the strongest, the ghost-faced monkey king, had reached the sixth tier. The 6 squad members were barely able to cope. "Captain, we can't hold on much longer." One member, whose cultivation was only at early 6th grade, shouted, a thread of despair woven into his voice. The ghost-faced monkeys' attacks grew ever more ferocious, their numbers seemingly endless, as if they could never be killed off. The defensive formation they had constructed was already on the verge of failing. "Don't panic, hold the line. I will definitely get you all out of here. We are all going to survive." Wang Lei gritted his teeth as he blocked the Monkey King's razor-sharp assault. Though fear flooded his own heart as captain, he had to remain calm at all times and give his team confidence. Yet in the face of the ever-growing ghost-faced monkey horde, even he, the strongest among them, gradually felt his strength failing. He had already tried every method and tactic he could think of, but the dizzying mass of darting monkey shadows offered them not the slightest chance to break through. "Captain, I really can't hold on much longer. When will the reinforcements get here?" That early 6th grade member, his voice was already edged with sobs. The other members also wore looks of despair as their stamina drained at a terrifying pace. The defensive formation, formed by their flesh and blood, stood on the brink of collapse. Wang Lei glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, his face turning ashen when he saw that no martial squads were coming to their aid. His heart sank like a stone. It was over. If this continued, they would most likely all die here today. His heart twisted with bitter regret. He regretted leading his team arrogantly into this peril-ridden jungle to hunt higher-tier beasts for resources without having sufficient strength to back it up. If they had chosen a safer area, perhaps they would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now, no matter what they said, it was already too late. Every one of them would die at the hands of this ghost-faced monkey horde. There isn't the slightest hope left. I'm going to break my promise. Just as Wang Lei believed that his entire squad, himself included, was about to perish here, the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. A figure streaked across the sky like lightning, appearing above the battlefield in an instant. Li Yong hovered in midair, his gaze piercing through the canopy of towering, dense trees that blotted out the sun. Looking down at the martial squad below, encircled by hundreds, nearly 1,000, ghost-faced monkeys and on the verge of annihilation, the corners of his lips curled slightly as he murmured, "I can't let you die." As his words fell, a vast blazing aura erupted from his body like a scorching sun hanging high in the sky, waves of heat rolling outward. The air around him trembled. Down below, the ghost-faced monkeys besieging the squad froze in place, their eerie cries cut off as they began to quake with terror. Scarlet Beast eyes brimmed with sheer fear as they sensed the threat of death bearing down upon them. Before they could turn and flee, roaring flames suddenly ignited across their bodies, devouring them in an instant. In the span of just a few seconds, the hundreds, nearly 1,000, ghost-faced monkeys were reduced to ash, not even the slightest residue left behind. The sight was incomparably spectacular and shocking. Thighs, what is this? Wang Lei's eyes bulged, his face filled with disbelief. The teammates beside him were likewise dumbfounded. Heat drenched them in sweat. The ghost-faced monkeys that had been about to take their lives a second ago had all been turned into black ash in the next. The martial aura permeating the surroundings was overwhelmingly powerful, even with a rough sense they could tell that at the very least it belonged to a peak 9th grade powerhouse. They did not dare even imagine anything beyond that level. Their strength constrained the limits of their imagination. To annihilate an entire ghost-faced monkey horde in an instant using only elemental energy, without relying on any martial technique. Wang Lei and the other 5, soaked in sweat, marveled, inwardly shock surging through them. Having escaped death by a hair's breadth, they all raised their heads, searching the surroundings and probing for the source of the aura, eager to see which passing senior expert had saved them. At that moment, Li Yang's calm figure descended from the high sky at just the right time, diving down to land steadily before them, the tips of his toes touching the ground, without raising even a speck of dust. His posture was tall and straight, his gaze deep. From head to toe, he exuded an extraordinary air, the unique bearing of a formidable martial expert. Under the stunned gazes of Wang Lei and the others, he drew back his imposing aura. In a calm voice, he asked, "Are you all right? So strong." At those words, the same thought surfaced in everyone's mind, and their reverence deepened. In that instant of close contact, Wang Lei realized in shock that his earlier judgment had been utterly wrong. The aura and presence of the young powerhouse before him were far more formidable than those of any 9th-rank peak martial artist he had ever seen. One could even say that a so-called 9th-rank peak warrior was not even worthy of being compared to a single strand of this man's hair. Moreover, the other party could stand in midair. At the very least, he had reached the king realm. A martial artist who could attain such a level at this age was exceedingly rare. Thinking this far, everyone's attitude became even more respectful. Wang Lei quickly came back to his senses, gratitude surging in the wake of surviving disaster. "We are fine now. Many thanks, Senior, for saving our lives." Li Yang swept his naturally imposing gaze over the group and gave a faint nod. "There is no need for such formality. I merely happened to pass by, saw you in danger, and lent a hand as a fellow human." He did not waste words and asked directly, "Is there a base city nearby?" Wang Lei, without much thought, answered, "A base city? Senior, do you mean Tianfeng Base City?" The closest city to this stretch of wilderness was indeed Tianfeng Base City, and all members of the Tianyu squad called that place home. Tianfeng Base City, Li Yang muttered inwardly. Although he did not know what base cities lay nearby from their words, it seemed this one was the closest. So as not to appear strange, he simply nodded. "Yes." Wang Lei and the rest of the squad, seeing Li Yang ask about Tianfeng Base City, did not think much of it. They merely assumed Li Yang was a powerhouse from some distant base city who was unfamiliar with this region. Wang Lei then eagerly pointed out the direction. "Senior, Tianfeng Base City lies to the northeast of our current position. If you do not mind, we can guide the way for you." After this brush with life and death, he was truly frightened and had no desire to remain in this dangerous place any longer. Moreover, the tactical packs on their backs were nearly full, so it was about time to return anyway. To head back together with a powerhouse like Li Yang would be a guarantee of safety. Even if they ran into another beast tide, they would have nothing to fear. The only thing they did not know was whether Li Yang would travel with them. Li Yang listened to their request to lead the way, and after a brief moment of thought agreed. "Very well, let us go together. As a newcomer, it would be convenient to use these people as cover and to casually sound them out about the situation in this region." He really agreed. The members of the Tianyu squad heard Li Yang's answer, and joy burst forth in their respectful gazes. Wang Lei hurriedly stepped forward and introduced himself with great deference. "Many thanks, Senior. Senior, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lei, captain of the Tianyu squad. This is my teammate Chai Hong, and this is..." "Senior, greetings." One after another, the excited squad members greeted Li Yang. He responded with a slight nod to each of them. "Though our Tianyu squad is not particularly strong, we are somewhat known in this stretch of wilderness. Of course, in front of you, Senior, that is nothing at all. Being able to return together with you is our greatest honor. If Senior has any need, please feel free to command us." Though Li Yang's age clearly appeared younger than theirs, his strength spoke for itself. Already on the cusp of middle age, Wang Lei felt no impropriety at all in addressing him as Senior over and over. Li Yang said indifferently, "Li Yang." He simply told them his name and did not say anything more. Seeing how distant his attitude was toward them, the members of Tianyu squad felt not the slightest hint of awkwardness. Instead, they thought this was precisely how a true expert should behave, especially someone like Li Yong who was at least of the king realm. In their minds, true powerhouses were often proud by nature and sparing with their words. Li Yang's demeanor fit perfectly with their image of such a master. To reach the king realm at such a young age, if they were in his place, they would likely be even more arrogant. The only pity was that they had never heard this expert's name before, otherwise they might have seized the chance to flatter him and win some favor. If Li Yong could have heard their thoughts, he might have allowed himself a faint smile. They certainly knew how to fill in the blanks on their own. The reason he spoke so little was more than anything to keep his identity as an outsider from being exposed and being mistaken for a member of some cult, which would bring needless trouble. Maintaining a cold and aloof facade was merely an incidental benefit. Then Li Yang's figure leapt soaring into the sky like a great bird as he shot upward in an instant. From above, his oppressive gaze looked down on the 6 people below, each burdened with a bulging tactical pack. His voice rang out cool and distant. "Let us go." As his words fell, a vast surge of true essence spread from his body like a storm sweeping across the land, enveloping the surrounding space. At a single thought, Li Yong caused his true essence to solidify between the flick of a finger, forming an invisible giant hand. It gently lifted the Tianyu squad who were gazing up at him and brought them to his side high in the sky. To wield true essence so effortlessly, this senior is definitely not weak even among king realm martial artists. Shock and reverence flickered in Wang Lei's eyes. Standing atop the invisible giant hand, he felt even more shaken. The other members of the squad wore expressions of unrestrained excitement. Not only had they escaped death today, they were now able to personally experience the unique flight of a king realm expert. For them, this was undoubtedly an immense honor. Many thanks, Senio. Before the members of the Tianyu squad could finish voicing their gratitude, Li Yang's figure flickered, his speed reaching the extreme as he whisked them all away from their original spot, shooting toward Tianfeng Bay City in the northeast. Wind howled past their ears and clouds swept by their sides. The members of the Tianyu squad felt the world blur before their eyes as the scenery raced backward. As Li Yong departed, high above, faint transparent tendrils quietly retracted into the clouds, as though some unknown existence had been watching. Yet Li Yong and the others remained completely unaware of this subtle anomaly. On the way back to the Bay City, Li Yong raced recklessly through the sky with the 6 members of Tianyu squad. From time to time, he would ask a few questions, deliberately steering the conversation. From the unsuspecting Tianyu squad, who only wished to grow closer to him, he gleaned quite a bit of information. He learned that their current location was within Huaxia Nation in the wilderness surrounding Tianfeng Bay City of Bingzhou, deep inside its class danger zone. Here, terrifying beast king level ferocious beasts appeared, the counterparts to human king realm martial artists. When he broke through to martial god just now, he had faintly sensed such a presence, yet that creature was extremely timid and had turned tail and fled at once. The strongest person in Huaxia Nation was a peak heavenly martial god expert, unmatched in personal strength. He had founded a force known as the Martial Alliance and served as its alliance leader. When Wang Lei and the others spoke of this topic, their eyes shone with fervent admiration for the Martial Alliance leader. In order to protect the safety of the base cities, he had once fought 3 beast gods of the same realm all by himself. In the end, 1 heavenly beast god was slain, and the other 2 were gravely wounded, while he himself suffered only minor injuries. Outwardly, Li Yong remained calm and expressionless, yet his heart stirred slightly. This fellow is not someone to provoke, he judged inwardly, quietly assessing the combat strength of the Martial Alliance leader of Huaxia. So ferocious, given his current early earth martial god cultivation, he would certainly not be a match in a direct confrontation. However, Li Yong was not overly concerned, for he was fundamentally different from these native martial artists. He possessed the ultimate external cheat, the system. As long as the system remained with him, he believed it would not be long before he surpassed this Martial Alliance leader. He would even leave him far behind, so distant the man could only eat his dust. Just as Li Yong was about to coax more useful information out of the members of the Tianyu squad, his martial god perception suddenly detected an anomaly in the surroundings. His oppressive gaze abruptly locked onto a distant point ahead. There, a colossal bird was rapidly approaching, its wings spread wide to over 100 meters. Its entire body was covered in iron-like feathers, the edges of its twin wings as sharp as blades, its eyes flickering with a ferocious, bloodthirsty light. It was charging toward them at high speed. What a huge fly! Is this beast really this stubborn? Li Yong frowned as he took in the vicious creature's appearance, silently musing to himself. He could clearly sense that this ferocious beast had already locked onto him, seemingly enraged because he had intruded into its aerial territory. Yet its cultivation level was only at the early 9th rank, and it actually dared to rush over and deliver itself to death. Harsh, shrill cries carrying a chilling sense of intimidation echoed from afar. The screeches were like wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, making eardrums throb with pain and hearts turn cold. What is that sound? Caught off guard due to their perception not being able to extend far enough, the members of the Tianyu squad were startled the moment they heard it. Years of slaughter in the wilderness had ingrained in them a habit of instant vigilance, and they quickly snapped into alert mode. Then, they all swiftly turned toward the source of the sound in the distance. A tiny black speck was diving toward them at an astonishing speed. Feeling the ferocious aura spreading from afar and recognizing that alto familiar form, Wang Lei identified it in an instant. His face changed drastically. His voice trembled with tension and fear. The Gale Sky Rock. It's actually not dead, and it has even broken through to a higher realm. The Gale Sky Rock's strength was terrifying. Master of Wind attribute power back, when it was at the peak of the 8th rank, countless martial squads who had stepped into this wilderness had perished beneath its claws. It had even slain a 9th grade martial artist specially dispatched from Tianfeng Bay City's military to kill it. After that battle, it vanished without a trace. Previously, everyone had assumed it had perished together with that 9th grade martial artist in the fight. No one had expected it to hide away and break through instead. As this realization flashed through his mind, Wang Lei's expression grew grave. He subconsciously blurted out, "Everyone BCA," but before he could finish, Li Yang's figure halted in midair. His eyes held a trace of disdain. "Flaunting your aura so brazenly, courting death." A cluster of blazing golden flames swiftly condensed in his palm, dazzling, like a miniature sun radiating a searing heat that seemed capable of melting all things. "Go." Li Yang's voice was indifferent as he casually tossed the golden flame toward the Gale Sky Rock. The fireball streaked across the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind a brilliant golden trail. The headstrong Gale Sky Rock finally sensed danger at that moment. It tried to evade, but it was already too late. With a thunderous boom, the fireball, moving at a terrifying speed, struck the enormous body of the Gale Sky Rock almost in the blink of an eye. A wave of scorching heat erupted in its wake. Immediately, the flames clung to it like maggots gnawing on bone, engulfing the Gale Sky Rock's body in an instant. The beast that had been so arrogant moments before now thrashed in agony within the inferno, issuing piercing, miserable screeches. Yet no matter how it struggled, it was futile. Even a casual strike from an Earth Martial God was not something a beast like the Gale Sky Rock, one that had not even reached the Beast King level, could possibly withstand. In the span of a heartbeat, the Gale Sky Rock paid the price for its recklessness. Its massive body, along with the hard bones within, was reduced directly to ash. Black ash slowly dissipated in the air. Li Yang's only evaluation was that its body had grown impressively large, but sadly, it had not come with a brain. He killed it in a single casual strike. One member of the Tianyu squad stared, eyes round with disbelief, shouting uncontrollably. The other members were likewise utterly shocked. The entire process took at most 1 or 2 seconds, and he burned a 9th rank Gale Sky Rock to ash. Even a top-tier king-sealed powerhouse couldn't do that. Another team member stammered as he spoke, his eyes filled with horror, shifting back and forth between the slowly dispersing black ash in the distance and Li Yang's casually composed demeanor. "This is way too wasteful. The intact corpse of a 9th rank Gale Sky Rock. I don't even dare imagine its value. At the very least, it would fetch 8 million Huaxiao coins. Worth more than everything we're carrying put together." Wang Lei also gulped, dumbfounded, forcibly swallowing back the exclamation that had almost escaped his lips. He turned to look at the teammate beside him, who was still marveling, and could not help but chide him. "You're thinking too small. Your vision is too small. A mere 9th rank beast corpse is nothing. Before a powerhouse like Senior, it's not even worth mentioning. Isn't that right, Senior?" he added. Then he raised his gaze, brimming with worship, to look at Li Yang. Inwardly, he marveled that a true expert indeed lived up to the name, actually disdaining a beast corpse of this level. He even treated it as though it were invisible. Compared to such a powerhouse, their reactions were truly disgraceful. No wonder someone like him could reach the king-sealed realm at such a young age. While they were merely 6th grade martial artists, Li Yang listened to the Tianyu squad members' flattery. Beside him, his expression still one of utter indifference to all under heaven. Calmly he said, "Enough. Let's move on." Yet in this moment, his inner emotions were far from as tranquil as his surface. What a loss, an enormous loss. What on earth did I just miss out on? Why did no one warn me beforehand? The only reason he appeared so unruffled was that he had had no idea that strange bird was worth so much. My 8 million. Li Yang's heart ached. He had not just missed out on 1 million, but a full 8 million. Yet as the thought turned, he suddenly realized that with his current cultivation, hunting ferocious beasts was hardly a challenge. Forget an early 9th rank ferocious beast. Even beast kings and beast emperors of far greater value were no different from ants before him, mere targets for a few casual fireballs. There was no need to grieve so much over 8 million. As he silently comforted himself, Li Yang's mood improved. He had only just crossed over to this world, and his mindset had not fully shifted yet. In his previous life on Earth, he had simply been driven half-mad by poverty. "It's all because I was too poor before I transmigrated," he muttered inwardly. Li Yang shook his head, casting off those stray thoughts. He led the group onward toward Tianfeng Base City. There would be plenty of chances to make money in the future. For now, the most important thing was to obtain detailed intelligence. Li Yang reminded himself that he clearly understood the difference between what was primary and what was secondary. After this small interlude, time flowed on. The journey that the Tianyu squad had originally expected would take a day or two, or even longer, to return to the area around the human base city was drastically shortened by hitching a ride with Li Yang. In just about an hour they arrived. Strangely, along the way they did not encounter any other ferocious beasts bold enough to attack them. All of them seemed desperate to stay far away from Li Yang. Only the Gale Sky Rock had been foolish enough not to fear death, daring to attack an Earth Martial god. The outline of a magnificent and imposing steel fortress exuded a palpable sense of power, its form shimmering brilliantly beneath the sunlight, like a silent giant standing immovably upon the earth. This colossal structure abruptly entered Li Yang's field of vision and instantly seized his gaze. His heart surged with emotion as he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow." In his previous life on Earth, he had never seen such a building. Not only was it incomparably vast, but its exterior was also shrouded in a faint blue energy barrier that shimmered with a soft glow. The city walls rose straight into the sky, at least 100 meters tall. Mounted along the battlements were all manner of high-tech offensive weapons, from long-range laser cannons to closing automated machine guns, everything one could imagine. They flickered with a cold, lethal gleam, delivering a fierce visual impact, like a war fortress straight out of a film. For Li Yang, seeing this for the first time was profoundly refreshing. Collecting his thoughts, Li Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to the nearby Wang Lei and asked, "Is this the Tianfeng Base City?" Wang Lei hurriedly shook his head and replied respectfully, No, Senior Li, this is merely a supply base on the outskirts of Tianfeng Base City. The city itself is still some distance away. These supply bases around the base city function much like forward outposts. If any ferocious beasts wish to attack the base city where large numbers of civilians reside, they must first pass through these supply bases. In this way, they could buy time for the base city to prepare reinforcements or organize the evacuation of the populace. Normally, martial squads entering the wilderness to hunt beasts could also come here to rest without having to make the long trip back to the base city, which was far more convenient. A few seconds after he finished speaking, Wang Lei tentatively asked, "Senior Li, after traveling for so long, you must be a bit tired. Why don't we go inside and rest for a while?" After listening, Li Yang pondered for a few seconds, then gave a light nod and said casually, "That will do." After all, he simply wished to gather more detailed information. As long as it was a place where humans gathered, it made no difference to him where he went. He then restrained the terrifying aura emanating from his body, and with a flicker flashed toward the area near the supply base's city gate, preparing to descend and enter through the gate. The entire supply base was enveloped by that impenetrable energy barrier. Unless he struck and shattered it, he could not directly descend into the interior from the sky. Before long, Li Yang brought the 6 members of the Tianyu squad down with him, descending directly from the sky, like heavenly deities arriving in the mortal world, and landed upon the ground. At this moment, the steel behemoth that was the supply base revealed its exterior even more clearly before their eyes. The enormous steel walls gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sun. Embedded within the walls were segments of transparent energy panels that constantly absorbed solar power, providing part of the base's energy supply. The generated circular transparent shield was like an immense shield itself, firmly protecting the supply base within. At the city gate, warrior guards stood on high alert. Using high-tech devices, they scanned the identity information of every person entering or leaving, ensuring the base's safety. Inside, the base high-rise buildings soared skyward with all manner of facilities readily available, forming a miniature city in its own right. What formidable technology, Li Yang thought as he gazed at the supply base. The technological development of this high martial blue star had undoubtedly surpassed that of Earth. Their descent from the heavens naturally drew the attention of the nearby martial squads entering or exiting the city. In an instant, all gazes snapped toward them, and many began to whisper among themselves. To tread the air while carrying others, that is a king-ranked powerhouse. Is that the Tianyu squad? To have formed a connection with a king-ranked martial expert, they're truly fortunate. This king-ranked expert seems unfamiliar. I don't recall seeing him before. Is he from another base city? So handsome. This is how a real man should be. Give me another 10 years, and I'll definitely reach king rank too. Around them, voices of shock, envy, and doubt rose and fell without end. Though the discussions were spoken in hushed tones, with Li Yang's keen hearing, no matter how softly they spoke, nothing escaped his ears. He heard every word with perfect clarity. Li Yong smiled faintly and paid the chatter no mind, his face still bearing an aloof and proud expression as he calmly swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd. Wang Lei and the others were different. Listening to the surrounding whispers, their lips could not help but curl upward as a swell of pride rose in their hearts. In this supply base, even the chief and deputy wardens were merely king-ranked experts. Usually members of martial squads like them had no chance to meet such figures, let alone walk side by side with one. Wang Lei flashed Li Yong a radiant smile and pointed toward the distant city gate. He said respectfully, "Seniorly, please." Li Yong gave a slight nod and strode forward. When they queued at the gate, and it was finally their turn to enter, the gate garrison, having learned that a king-ranked martial expert had arrived, did not dare show the slightest negligence. The captain of the guards, clad in battle armor, almost ran over to Li Yong, snapped a standard military salute, and said in a loud, clear voice, "Welcome, Senior, to Tianfeng No. 1 Supply Base." The scene of Li Yong descending through the air had been witnessed not only by the nearby martial squads, but also by the rest of the garrison. They had reported it to their captain. Li Yong nodded slightly, his gaze naturally imposing as he said slowly, "There's no need to make a fuss. I am merely passing through, and will only stay for a short while." With that, he led the members of the Tianyu squad inside, intending to bypass those cumbersome technological inspectors. He secretly rejoiced. This guard captain had arrived at just the right moment. He had been worrying about how to avoid those identity scanners. His body had traversed directly into this world, and those scanners would definitely not be able to detect any information about him. Just as Li Yong thought his plan had succeeded, the guard captain suddenly called out, "Senior, please wait." Hurrying over to stand in front of Li Yong, he said with an apologetic expression, "Senior, please allow us to verify your identity information." Afraid that Li Yong might misunderstand, he deliberately explained further. "Senior, you may not be aware that recently members of the Tianming cult have been extremely active around Tianfeng Bay City, stirring up chaos and causing heavy casualties among civilians and martial warriors. Our warden has ordered strict investigations. We are truly left with no choice. Please forgive us. This is merely a formality." As his words fell, he waved his hand to signal the nearby warriors to use the scanners to verify Li Yang's information. Previously, it had not been this troublesome nor this strict. But the recent surge in Tianming cult activity had forced the higher-ups to issue a death order to strictly investigate all suspicious persons. Better to wrongly catch 1,000 than let a single one slip by. The guards truly had no alternative. "This is bad," Li Yong thought, his heart giving a slight jolt, though his expression remained composed. Before he could think of a way to dismiss the guard, Captain Wang Lei behind him had already spoken up understandingly. "No problem, Captain Zhao. It's just your duty," he said. "Senior Li is actually very easygoing. He won't make things difficult for you. Go ahead." The Tianyu squad often ventured into the wilderness and were already familiar with these gate guards. At present, it really was just a formality. As long as one had no issues, a few quick scans would not take long, and no martial warrior minded. "Thank you for your cooperation," Captain Zhao said, gratefully, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Immediately afterward, the other guards walked over. In their hands were high-tech devices with flat shapes resembling handheld tablet computers, but with a ring of energy conduits embedded along the edges glowing faintly. They were clearly used for identity scanning and recognition. A faint light swept across Li Yong and the others. Unable to stop it, Li Yong sighed helplessly in his heart. This is bad, something's going to happen. The worst concern eventually came to pass. Meanwhile, Wang Lei and the others beside him were completely unaware of Li Yang's situation. Upon seeing the scan was complete, they respectfully addressed Li Yong. "Let's go, Senior. If you have time, you can visit our Tianyu team's base after entering the facility." Wang Lei's words carried a hint of expectation as he was about to head into the city ahead. Captain Zhao was also preparing to grant them passage. But at that moment, the soldier holding the scanning device furrowed his brow, a trace of confusion flashing across his expression. He quickly approached Captain Zhao, handing over the device and whispering, "Captain, we couldn't find any information on this, Senior. What do you think?" Captain Zhao, who was about to let Li Yong into the base, was taken aback as he received the device. "No information. That can't be right." As he spoke, he quickly browsed through the data on the device, already beginning to suspect Li Yang's identity, cautiously stepping back a few paces. One must know that their identity database is updated in real time. It not only contains information on all martial artists from Huaxia, but also detailed records of martial artists from other countries. There should be no situation where information cannot be found. At this moment, the device clearly displayed the identity information of the 6 members of the Tianyu team, yet it could not scan any data on Li Yong. This proved that the device was not faulty. Therefore, the problem lay with Li Yong. It really can't be found. Captain Zhao's brows furrowed even tighter. There were only 2 possibilities in such a situation. Either Li Yang's appearance was disguised through special means, or martial arts, looking quite young while in reality, he was an ancient creature who had lived for decades, or even a century. Or he was a martial artist who had been hiding all along, never showing himself, and had never interacted with the Huaxia government or any other human forces. At present, he leaned more towards the former. The second type of martial artist is exceedingly rare, and he was very suspicious that Li Yang was a high-ranking member of the Destiny cult, trying to infiltrate the base and create greater chaos. Having thought this through, a serious look flashed in Captain Zhao's eyes. He suddenly moved, positioning himself firmly in front of Li Yang. He discreetly signaled the other guards around him to be alert. Then, with an apologetic tone, he addressed Li Yang. "Senior, please wait. There may have been an issue with the device. We couldn't find any information about you. Please allow us to try again or produce any special item that can prove your identity. Thank you for your cooperation." In such special circumstances, martial artists who usually could not have their identity scanned would typically not be scanned a second time, but would be taken away for a detailed investigation to see if they were spies from the Destiny cult. However, facing a king-level martial artist, it was better to slightly make an exception and try once more to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. After saying this, Captain Zhao used the device again to scan Li Yang, who had not produced any special items, but the result was still the same. No information could be found on Li Yang. Upon seeing this situation, Captain Zhao's brows furrowed even tighter, and having already made a decision in his heart, Li Yang, who had anticipated what would happen next, maintained a calm demeanor, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. To be discovered right away not having identity information is truly troublesome. Yet he was not at all flustered. With his strength as a martial god, the martial artist here, and the high-tech weapons on the surrounding walls combined were no match for him. He thought to himself, "I can only observe the situation and wait for the right moment to act." Captain Zhao, having failed to locate Li Yang's identity information for the second time, became vigilant and said to Li Yang in a solemn tone, "Senior, we couldn't find any information regarding your identity. For the safety of the base, please come with us for an investigation. We hope you won't make any sudden moves, otherwise we will take special measures." After this statement was made, the surrounding soldiers armed with electromagnetic rifles quickly dispersed surrounding the martial artists. Their task was to respond to various emergencies. Simultaneously, the close-range cannons and machine guns mounted on the city walls quickly adjusted, aiming at Li Yang, their muzzles glinting with a cold light. Looking at the tense and murderous scene around them, the members of the Tianyu team exchanged glances, not expecting that Li Yang's identity information would be untraceable. Wang Lei hurriedly stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. With his hands slightly raised, his tone was filled with urgency and sincerity. "Captain Zhao, wait. Could there be a misunderstanding? Senior, he is our savior who rescued us in the wilderness zone." Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. The other members of the Tianyu team, under such circumstances, did not hastily distance themselves from Li Yang, but instead all spoke up to defend him. If it weren't for Li Yang saving them in the wilderness zone, the Tianyu team would have already been torn apart by that group of ghost-faced monkeys. Facing this lifesaver, they truly did not wish to believe that Li Yang was a suspicious individual threat. Captain Zhao, after listening, still maintained a serious and cautious expression and spoke in a deep voice. "The Tianyu team will also be taken for investigation." While speaking, he retrieved a black alloy long gun from the space wristband on his wrist, gripping it in his hand and poking it upwards, his voice carrying a hint of warning. "Senior, we know you are of king-level strength, but at this distance our close-range cannon's power is not to be underestimated. We hope you won't make any rash moves to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Listening to the threat from the other side, Li Yang chuckled. A cold and mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, seemingly mocking Captain Zhao's ignorance. "Are you threatening me?" His gaze calmly swept over the tense crowd around him and the cannon above that seemed ready to attack at any moment. He appeared indifferent, not taking anyone seriously at all. These technological weapons were indeed formidable, but unfortunately to him, they were merely toys incapable of harming him in the slightest. And if he were to unleash his full power, this seemingly impregnable supply base would probably turn into a silent wasteland in less than a minute with no survivors. However, unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to take action. At this moment, Captain Zhao, who had quietly reported the situation to the higher-ups of the supply base, was on high alert. He gripped the long gun tightly, his gaze fixed on Li Yang, fearing any sudden movement from him. Even with the protection of the close-range cannon at this distance, he was still in extreme danger. But to delay this unfamiliar king-level martial artist for the safety of the entire supply base, he was willing to take this risk. "Senior, you've misunderstood. In merely explaining the situation to you." Captain Zhao, who had mid-level cultivation at the 7th rank, tried to keep his voice calm, but the tension was hard to conceal. He silently prayed that the higher-ups of the base would arrive quickly to deal with this tricky situation, while Li Yang was also awaiting someone with authority to arrive. At the moment, filled with the smell of gunpowder as battle was about to erupt, a sudden sharp and urgent alarm blared throughout the entire base. It shattered the tense atmosphere around them. "Warning, beasts are approaching." Warning, beasts are approaching. The urgent voice tightened the hearts of those nearby. Captain Zhao, who was trying to buy time, noticed a small technological device on his wrist, emitting a prompt sound. The artificial intelligence calmly reporting. High-intensity energy fluctuations detected in the southwest sky. The target is approaching the base at a speed of approximately 1,400 meters per second. The beast species is identified as a swarm of thunderwing bats, with the leader's level preliminarily confirmed as peak 9th tier. Automatic defenses are being activated. All heavy weapons, such as city defense cannons atop the city walls, were suddenly and uniformly adjusted to aim toward the northwest sky, the barrels slowly adjusting their angles to lock onto the imminent threat. Not good, it's a 9th tier beast swarm. Damn, beasts are back. Quickly retreat into the supply base. The other martial artists, who had been watching from a distance, turned pale upon hearing this, like frightened birds hurriedly rushing towards the supply base. A 9th tier beast attack is no joke. Although there are many powerful defensive weapons on the city walls, no one dared to guarantee that they would not be affected by the terrifying aftermath. If one were unlucky enough to be hit, they would suffer serious injuries, even if they survived. Captain, what do we do now? The many soldiers guarding the city gates, facing Liang, were also startled, their voices tinged with tension. They inquired of Captain Zhao Dongyu, their eyes revealing anxiety, worried about the approaching 9th tier beast swarm, while also wary of Liang. Captain Zhao's face darkened as he cursed. Damn it, this group of filthy beasts really knows how to pick their moment. All the bad things have come together. The incident occurred suddenly, and support from the higher-ups of the base had yet to arrive. With this group of beasts causing chaos, it seemed impossible to leave the unidentified king-level martial artist before them alive today. Sensing the tense and serious emotions of those around him, Liang, who was seen as a dangerous figure, appeared quite calm. He turned to look behind him. He saw the group of beasts rapidly moving towards them in the sky. They were a swarm of mutated bats. Their wings sparkled with electric light, stirring up gusts of wind. Among them, the Thunderwing Bat King, which had reached peak 9th tier, was the largest. It emitted an aura that instilled fear in ordinary martial artists. Is that it? I thought it would be stronger. Realizing the situation in an instant, a look of boredom flashed in Li Yang's eyes. However, this sudden turn of events happened to aid him. With a swift motion, he appeared before Captain Zhao, who was about to issue the next command. His movement was as fast as lightning, catching Zhao Dongyu off guard. Oh no, he is going to move. The city defense cannons have automatically turned their barrels towards the beast swarm and no longer pose a threat to him. He initially thought Li Yang was preparing to take advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. A king-level martial artist could easily take him out with a single punch at close range. Is he going to sacrifice himself? But Li Yang did not attack him. Instead, he calmly said, I need to borrow. Without hesitation, he snatched the long spear from Zhao Dongyu, who was left in shock. In an instant, a blazing golden flame clung to the spear, wrapping around it like a living entity. In the blink of an eye, it reached the maximum temperature the weapon could withstand. Then he used it as a javelin. Here it goes. With a flick of his arm, he hurled it towards the approaching leader of the beast swarm in the high sky. Whooshed! The long spear traced a perfect arc through the air, like a golden streak of light radiating heat, swiftly slicing through the air with a sound that pierced the atmosphere. With an unstoppable momentum and searing heat, it raced towards the Thunderwing Bat King. Boom! High above the base, dark clouds gathered and lightning flickered under the influence of some force. A swarm of Thunderwing bats appeared particularly fierce under the gloomy sky, led by the Thunderwing Bat King, preparing to launch an attack on the supply base before them. Its massive body overshadowed the sun like a dark cloud pressing down. The crimson, beastly eyes swiftly locked onto the golden ray racing toward it from a distance, the light refracting through the clouds, revealing a sinister omen. The Thunderwing Bat King's heart trembled violently, realizing that it seemed to be a human weapon engulfed in flames. It then sensed the intense threat emanating from it, a power that made its very soul quiver. This was a feeling it had never experienced before. Previously, it had never been so fearful, even when facing the king-level martial artists within those iron lumps of humanity. Hiss! The Thunderwing Bat King let out an anxious, low growl of fear stemming from instinct. The surging energy contained in this attack was something it could not withstand. No, we need to retreat quickly. The Thunderwing Bat King hurriedly halted its dive speed, communicating with the unique method of beasts. Through sharp cries and rapid wing beats, it transmitted an urgent retreat order to the other Thunderwing bats nearby. But it was too late. The golden spear, engulfed in blazing flames, descended like a meteor from outer space, carrying unstoppable momentum and searing heat, heading straight for the Thunderwing Bat King. The spear's speed was as fast as lightning. The Thunderwing Bat King had no time to evade effectively, only able to watch helplessly as the golden spear drew closer. Puffed! A muffled sound echoed. The golden spear pierced through the Thunderwing Bat King's skull, and the searing flames erupted within its head. It completely extinguished its life. Its massive body stiffened momentarily in the air before beginning to plummet rapidly. With the fall of the Thunderwing Bat King, the fiery energy contained in the spear erupted outward, creating a powerful wave of flames. Like a surging tide sweeping across the sky, it instantly annihilated the other 30 Thunderwing Bats attempting to turn and flee. The enormous corpse fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a series of thuds, crushing the trees below and creating numerous large craters. Dust rose, smoke filled the air. Li Yang, standing in front of the supply base, looked at this scene with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Having learned from previous lessons, this time his control over the power was perfect, leaving the beast corpses more intact than ever, unlike before when they turned to black ash. Especially that 9th-tier Thunderwing Bat King, its value must be higher than the hurricane giant rock encountered in the wilderness. I told you, with my cultivation level, hunting beasts for profit is a matter of minutes. Meanwhile, the others, who had been tense and cautious, were astounded. Am I seeing things? They stared blankly at the beast swarm that Li Yang had completely annihilated with a single strike. The various technological weapons atop the city walls also ceased charging the energy beams that had been ready to fire, dissipating in the air. For a moment, the entire base fell silent. It was as if even breathing had stopped. The peak 9th-tier Thunderwing Bat King was killed without resistance by a single shot. How powerful must that be? The well-informed Captain Zhao Dongyu felt the overwhelming wave of energy from the attack spreading towards him in the blink of an eye, along with the powerful aura that enveloped Li Yang at the moment of attack, leaving him in shock. Although he was pained by the loss of the Crate alloy spear he had crafted with a significant investment of resources, his attention was more focused on Li Yang at this moment. He quickly sensed that something was off about Li Yang's strength. Even a peak king-level martial artist could not possess such terrifying power. Could it be he is actually a sovereign-level expert? This thought flashed through Zhao Dongji's mind, his gaze towards Li Yang filled with awe and disbelief. Li Yang paid no further heed to the stunned crowd, their mouths agape in disbelief. With a sudden leap, he shot upward, transforming into a streak of blazing light that vanished swiftly into the distance. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he locked onto the corpse of the Thunder-Winged Bat King lying motionless on the ground, its skull pierced clean through. He knelt beside it, a subtle smile flickering across his features as he murmured under his breath, "This windfall solves my coin shortage, at last." Arriving penniless had unsettled him from the start. This unexpected fortune arrived at precisely the right moment, resolving both the immediate conflict and his own dire lack of funds. Truly a single stroke yielding 2 victories. Without hesitation, he pulled the long spear still embedded in the corpse. Droplets of the beast's dark blood glistened along its shaft. Li Yang showed no concern for the gore. With but a thought, he sealed the massive carcass within his boundless spatial storage realm. Then, like a phantom weaving through mist, his figure blurred across the battlefield, swift, precise, and utterly unerring, as he gathered the remaining 30 monstrous corpses one by one. Once the last body vanished, Li Yang descended from the heavens, not as a supplicant but as a sovereign, calmly, deliberately, and without restraint beneath the gaze of dozens of awestruck onlookers. He landed before the entrance of the supply base. "Here, you may have it back," he said, coolly tossing the still warm spear toward Zhao Dongyu, who stared at him with dazed reverence. Zhao Dongyu staggered slightly as he caught the weapon, overwhelmed by its crushing weight that drove his arm downward. At that very instant, an immense, palpable pressure erupted from Li Yang's being. The oppressive aura pressed down like a physical force, so dense it constricted breaths around him. Li Yang's indifferent gaze swept across the assembled warriors, many of whom hesitated, torn between suspicion and fear, before he spoke, voice quiet, yet resonant with chilling authority. "I bear no ill intent. I am no agent of the Destiny sect, and I shall do this base no harm. Do not force my hand. What follows thereafter is beyond my guarantee." His tone was calm, but laced with unmistakable warning, grave and absolute. Then, with a subtle glance toward the Tianyu squad, he signaled them to follow him inside the supply base. Their presence would be required shortly. Parting ways now was out of the question. Though still reeling from shock, the squad members hurried after him without delay. Zhao Dongyu instantly regained his composure and bowed deeply. "We were blind to your true stature, Senior Master. Please enter." He offered no further resistance, granting passage without hesitation. That fleeting display of power could only belong to a sovereign sealing realm cultivator, beyond doubt. Were he truly a high-ranking leader of the Destiny sect? A single strike from him could slaughter them all, and possibly reduce the entire supply base to ruin. Yet he chose restraint. Thus he was almost certainly not aligned with the sect. Though his motives remained unclear, hostility seemed unlikely. Otherwise he would not have slain the beast horde. Rather, he might have joined forces with them, turning the tide irrevocably against the base. United the beasts, and such a cultivator would have left virtually no chance of defense. After all, the strongest guardian stationed at Tianfeng No. One supply base was merely a king-sealing realm master. Zhao Dongyu wondered inwardly, could he truly be a reclusive powerhouse newly emerged from seclusion? If so, his luck was nothing short of extraordinary. Li Yong observed Zhao Dongyu's abrupt shift from defiance to deference, and said nothing. Instead, he strode forward with the still-dazed Tianyu squad passing through the gate amid countless glances, from soldiers, cultivators, and sentinels alike. A soldier hurried to Zhao Dongyu's side the moment Li Yong entered and whispered, "Captain." Just like that. "We let them walk in." Zhao Dongyu turned, arching a brow. "Why don't you go stop him yourself? Let's see whether the Thunder-Winged Bat King's skull, or your head, is harder." His voice held weary resignation. He might dare challenge an unknown king-sealing master, but a sovereign-sealing cultivator. Not in 1,000 lifetimes. The gulf between them was unfathomable. The soldier fell silent, cheeks burning as he realized the sheer folly of his question, and grasped the unspoken truth behind Zhao Dongyu's words. A sovereign-sealing level stranger. Let the garrison marshal handle that headache, Zhao Dongyu muttered, shaking his head at his subordinate's reaction. He promptly relayed the full account, detailed, precise, and urgent, to the king-sealing garrison marshal entrusted with defending the base. Crossing the threshold, Li Yong found himself immersed in a scene both bustling and meticulously ordered. Unlike any city on Earth, yet pulsing with sleek, futuristic vitality. Wide thoroughfares flanked either side with stalls and shops, displaying everything from battle-grade armaments to daily necessities. Autonomous transport drones glided silently among crowds, delivering cargo with flawless precision to designated sectors. With the alarms silenced, cultivators unaware of the recent chaos gathered in clusters, exchanging idle chatter. Li Yong surveyed his surroundings with quiet attention. Though this world was wholly new to him, his eyes alight with vivid curiosity, he remained outwardly serene, his expression as placid and unreadable as still water. As he strolled slowly, absorbing the sights, Wang lay, gradually emerging from his stupor, his curiosity, swelling like an uncontainable tide, edged cautiously toward Li Yong. In hushed awe he asked, "Senior Master, you're not a king sealer?" Li Yang's lips curved faintly, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing at the corners. "When exactly did I claim to be one?" He was in truth neither a king sealer nor even the sovereign sealer Zhao Dongyu had surmised. He was a genuine earth martial deity, a rank far beyond their comprehension. Yet revealing such a truth to minor figures like Wang Lei served no purpose. Wang Lei's heart lurched violently. Li Yang's voice had been soft, unruffled, yet each word struck him like they had just been saved, unknowingly, by a sovereign sealing master. The realization deepened his reverence tenfold, and he blurted out, "Then, you are a sovereign sealer." Sovereign sealers were rarer than king sealers, figures glimpsed only in official bulletins or state. Even at Tianfeng No. One supply base, their current stronghold, the strongest cultivators numbered only a handful of king sealers. Not a single sovereign sealer resided here. Only in the rear-tier metropolis bases, guarded by military divisions or the Martial Dao Alliance, did sovereign sealers stand watch, or perhaps at the most perilous frontier supply posts. And yet, here they stood speaking directly to one. Li Yong glanced at the 6 Tianyu squad members, flushed, trembling, nearly faint with exhilaration, and suppressed a wry smile. He had intended to remain silent, but since they'd asked, he saw no reason to withhold the truth. With effortless calm, he replied, "Sovereign sealing. That's barely a footnote. I am an earth martial deity." His tone was as casual as commenting on the weather. "Oh, an earth martial deity. Wait, earth martial deity." Wang Lei's eyes bulged wide, mouth gaping open in utter paralysis, mind reeling as if struck by cosmic lightning. His heart hammered wildly against his ribs. Thoughts surged like tidal waves, chaotic, disbelieving, impossible to contain. Earth martial deity. It felt as though centuries had passed before he finally surfaced from the abyss of shock. His lips trembled uncontrollably. After agonizing seconds, he forced the words past his parched throat. "Senior Master, you are far too modest to fight alongside and converse with. An earth martial deity was a dream he'd never dared imagine." Wang Lei swallowed nervously. His gaze involuntarily darted towards the entrance of the supply base behind him. As for why Li Yang's identity information could not be scanned, he dared not ask that question lightly. Some secrets are better left unknown. Li Yang shook his head slightly at the surprised expressions of the Tianyu team, having already guessed their reaction. Suddenly, he recalled something. With his slender fingers, he pointed at their bulging tactical backpacks behind them and inquired, "Where do you usually sell these beast materials?" Wang Lei listened. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and hurriedly responded, "Senior, our Tianyu team is affiliated with the Martial Alliance. The beast materials we hunt in the wilderness are usually sold at the Alliance branches where we can get a relatively fair price." Li Yong nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand, lead the way. Now he had not a single coin on him, and needed to quickly exchange the corpses of the beasts he had just obtained from the infinite storage space for money. No problem. Senior, please follow this way, Wang Lei said as he led the Tianyu team ahead, guiding the group swiftly traversed through the supply base. The sound of their metal boots echoed sharply against the nanocomposite material pavement. After turning a few corners, they arrived at the front of the Martial Alliance branch established within the supply base. A striking silver-gray building with a strong sense of technology stood tall, the main building spiraling upward with a streamlined design, its surface covered in liquid metal glass that could adjust its light transmission. Above the entrance, a massive sign read Martial Alliance Branch in glowing characters, exceptionally eye-catching. Surrounding martial artists came and went in a steady flow. Some came to receive tasks, others to hand over beast materials. Many like them came to sell the beasts they had hunted in the wilderness. The most powerful forces in Huaxia can basically be divided into two factions. One is the military, responsible for the defense of various base cities, ensuring the survival of the populace, and controlling a massive army and technological weapons. However, their top-tier combat power is relatively lacking, and technological weapons struggle to inflict lethal damage on high-tier beasts, thus relying on group combat and needing to collaborate closely with the powerful martial organizations that have risen since the calamity. The other faction is the Huaxia Martial Alliance, established by a peak martial artist of the Tianwu God, which maintains a close cooperative relationship with the military government. The power itself is independent of the Huaxia government. It monopolizes a vast amount of top resources, with branches spread across various base cities and supply bases in Huaxia. While the welfare and treatment are good, the internal regulations are looser compared to the military, making it one of the giant powers of humanity on the Blue Star. Many capable and talented martial artists choose to join one of these two factions in pursuit of better prospects and development opportunities. Top-tier geniuses tend to lean towards the Martial Alliance as it monopolizes the core resources and cutting-edge technology needed for martial artists to advance, offering broader growth space. Then the Tianyu team skillfully walked towards the Martial Alliance branch. Inside, fully armed patrols occasionally passed by. The Alliance badge representing their identity glimmered coldly on their energy armor. Along the way, the Tianyu team encountered many familiar martial artists. However, due to Li Yang's presence, they merely nodded in acknowledgement or exchanged brief pleasantries before parting ways, not daring to delay matters regarding the senior, the Earth Martial God. The group quickly passed through the bustling crowd and several biometric identification gates, arriving at the hall of the material appraisal area. A considerable number of martial artists had already gathered here. They showcased their beast materials and haggled with the Alliance staff. The most eye-catching was the massive material analyzer in the center, towering 3 stories high, with 16 mechanical arms simultaneously processing various specifications of beast materials. Senior, this is the material appraisal area, Wang Lei pointed out the vast area ahead to Li Yang. After a slight nod from Li Yang, he continued. The Tianyu team skillfully unloaded their tactical backpacks and carefully took out various bloodstained claw scales and other beast materials. They placed them one by one on one of the massive counters. These materials were obtained at great risk in the depths of the wilderness. Then the appraiser in front of them began to assess and quote. The process isn't too complicated. Li Yang observed his surroundings, committing the entire material appraisal process to memory. He then approached one of the vacant massive counters. The one attending to him was a sweet-looking female appraiser dressed in a fitted moon-white work outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her soft long hair draped gently over her shoulders, and a professional smile graced her lips. Upon noticing Li Yang's arrival, she spoke in a gentle tone. Sir, please place the goods you wish to sell on the platform. Li Yang remained silent at her words. With a snap of his fingers, a sound echoed. The massive corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King from the infinite storage space crashed down onto the specially made alloy floor. Dark purple blood flowed from the body of the 9th-tier beast, instantly releasing a strong odor of blood. As there is no concept of time in the infinite storage space, the residual might of the 9th-tier peak beast also spread out. It made the surrounding air tremble. Li Yang did not take out all the other 30-odd Thunderwing Bats at once. Though the area of the material appraisal hall was not small, it could not accommodate so many massive beast corpses due to the presence of many other martial artists engaging in transactions. With the sudden appearance of the Thunderwing Bat King's corpse, it instantly attracted the attention of all martial artists in the hall. In the blink of an eye, everyone's gaze turned towards Li Yang. The atmosphere in the venue fell silent for a moment, and after confirming there was no danger, it erupted into intense discussions. Is this the entire corpse of a 9th-tier peak beast? The Thunderwing Bat King, it's that one about to break into the King tier. It actually died. To kill the Thunderwing Bat King, one must at least be a 9th-grade martial artist. I can't believe I can't see through this young man's cultivation. He's truly hiding his strength. Who is this big shot? Has anyone mentioned him? Unclear, but someone who can kill a 9th-tier peak Thunderwing Bat King definitely won't be unknown. The martial artists quickly recognized the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King, and the discussion grew increasingly heated. Their emotions surged as if the person who had killed the Thunderwing Bat King was one of them. The looks cast towards Li Yong were filled with admiration. In this world where martial prowess is revered, the strong are respected wherever they go. Meanwhile, the female appraiser with a mere initial 3-tier cultivation level felt the residual pressure from the 9th tier beast up close. Her face instantly paled, a flicker of terror in her eyes, and her fair legs wrapped in black silk involuntarily took a few steps back. Her hands clenched tightly together, clearly frightened by this sudden scene. Li Yong glanced at her, taken aback by her reaction, gently tapped the surface in front of him, and pointed at the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King. Without wasting words, he directly asked, "What's its value?" The pale-faced female appraiser, upon hearing this, was pulled back from her shock, quickly adjusting her emotions as she stammered. Oh, Senior, please wait a moment. My level is too low and I cannot process the corpse of a beast. I will immediately have the supervisor come out to interface with you." While speaking, she swiftly operated the communication device, beside her pressing the emergency call button with her still slightly trembling fingers. She quickly reported the situation clearly. "Supervisor Yin, there is a senior here with a corpse of a 9th-tier peak Thunderwing Bat King, which I cannot handle. I need you to come as soon as possible." After reporting, she nervously looked at Li Yong, fearing she might have been rude in some way. Li Yong regarded her flustered demeanor and merely nodded, saying, "Please hurry," impressed for time. Not long after the words fell, Li Yong quietly stood beside the massive corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King, waiting for the supervisor to arrive, his ears filled with the excited discussions of many martial artists in the hall. His keen perception moved around the surrounding space like a radar, remaining vigilant. There are high-level martial artists nearby. His expression suddenly changed slightly. He sensed the presence of 4 king-level martial artists. 2 of the auras originated from other areas within this martial arts alliance branch and were quickly approaching him. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the highest authority here. The other 2 auras were moving from afar in the sky, clearly also targeting him. Li Yong took in the surrounding situation, a faint smile playing on his lips. They really are fast. It seems that these 2 kings inside belong to the martial arts alliance, while the 2 in the sky outside should be from the military of Huaxia. He analyzed in his heart. Regarding the 4 kings gathering before him, he had already anticipated this scene when he was stopped to scan his identity at the base. As time moved forward for several more seconds, just as some martial artists in the hall who considered themselves to have decent strength and were quite famous were contemplating. After much thought, they prepared to step forward and have a conversation with Li Yong, who had slain the Thunderwing Bat King, attempting to make a friend. Suddenly a commotion arose around. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy sound of footsteps accompanied by the clanging of metal armor drew nearer. Immediately, a team of fully armed martial artist soldiers clad in striking high-quality armor poured into the entire material identification area hall. Each stood tall and imposing. It was evident they were the elite of the elite. It's the personal guard of the president. Why are they here? Who knows? But I feel that something significant is likely about to happen. Are they alarmed by the beastly aura emanating from the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King? That can't be it, right? The president's personal guard is not so easily startled. It is said that among the guards, the lowest level martial artist is already at the peak of the 6th rank, and seeing them today indeed confirms this. TSK. Their equipment is truly extravagant, all crate armor. The surrounding martial artists looked towards the entrance, recognizing the personal guard soldiers pouring in, quickly identifying their status. They discussed in confusion. In Blue Star, defensive armors, weapons, and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures were uniformly ranked from low to high, as IHG, F, E, D, C, B. These 9 levels corresponded to the 1st to 9th rank martial artists. Above A, the SSSSS, and the highest divine level corresponded to King, Emperor, Earth Martial God, and Heaven Martial God martial artists. In the hall, the first to enter was the peak 9th rank personal guard Captain Lu Jiang. His serious gaze swept over the surrounding martial artists like a hawk, instantly locking onto the calm Li Yong by the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King in the distance. I can't see this person's true cultivation at all. His eyes filled with caution as he thought, this person is definitely the one their president is looking for. Then, feeling the puzzled gazes of many martial artists in the hall, he sternly shouted, "The president has ordered that everyone leave this place immediately." His voice echoed throughout the hall with the support of powerful energy. After saying that, he began to lead his team to expel the martial artists lingering in the hall. Forget it. It's probably some urgent matter from the president. Let's leave for now. Waiting a bit longer doesn't matter. Although the martial artists in the midst of trading did not know what was happening, they did not dare to disobey the president's orders. They could only hurriedly pack their things and leave the hall, their hearts guessing what was going on. Soon, except for Li Yong, all the other martial artists in the hall were expelled. Li Yong knew their aim was him. He stood still, calmly observing everything. Senior Lu Jiang, with his nerves taut, respectfully gestured towards Li Yong, who was merely standing there exuding heavy pressure, indicating that they meant no harm. Li Yong slightly nodded in response, making Lu Jiang feel somewhat relieved. In the face of such an unfathomable powerhouse, he dared not show any negligence. Then, two figures also entered, causing the elite martial artists clearing the area to show respectfully. Lu Jiang felt as if he had seen a savior at this moment, quickly running to the two, respectfully saying, "President, Vice President, we have cleared the area, as per your orders." One of the burly men, his eyes revealing a kind of imposing authority without anger, was the president of the Martial Arts Alliance branch stationed here, Duan Tianhong, who was at the late stage of king-level cultivation. He nodded and softly responded, "You all wait outside first." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang displayed a hint of worry on his face, but still respectfully replied yes, leading the personal guard to begin withdrawing from the hall. In front of such high-level powerhouses, their cultivation levels were still too low. Without being kings, they were mere ants. Staying here truly held no significance. And after Duan Tianhong arrived, he had been observing Li Yong in the distance. He spread out his perception, carefully sensing the faint aura emitted by Li Yong, trying to discern his true cultivation. But just as he touched Li Yang's aura, his expression changed dramatically. Exchanging shocked glances with the vice president Gao Huan, who was at the early stage of king level, they both saw incredulity in each other's eyes. They all felt the aura emanating from Li Yong, this suddenly appearing and untraceable, unidentified powerhouse whose strength could completely crush them. As the news indicated, he was indeed not at the king level. But what surprised them was that he did not seem to be at the emperor level, but rather resembled an earth martial god above the emperor. Hiss. Earth martial god. Duan Tianhong thought to this point, unable to help but take a cold breath. Earth martial god level powerhouses in the entire Huaxia, both publicly and secretly, number less than 20. The power they wielded was even more terrifying than that of an emperor, as if a natural disaster, instilling fear in everyone. If an earth martial god were to rampantly kill without restraint, let alone a mere supply base, even a base city with even stronger defenses would appear as fragile as paper before him. If no equally strong individuals intervened, it would only be a matter of time before the earth martial god reduced everything to ruins. Even the most advanced technological weaponry would struggle to inflict fatal damage on him. Those guys in the military are trying to trick me. The emperor level was already troublesome enough. How has it suddenly risen to the level of earth martial god? Is this something two mere king-level martial artists can handle? Duan Tianhong felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, secretly cursing. Then he had to brace himself to face reality, because Li Yang's gaze had already turned towards him. "Greetings, senior. Thank you for your assistance earlier at the supply base. That." He glanced at Vice President Gao Huan beside him. Both wore faces filled with difficulty, unsure how to inquire about Li Yang's purpose for entering their supply base and his specific identity information. Facing a powerhouse who was 90% likely an earth martial god, any inappropriate words could provoke him and lead to terrifying consequences. However, Li Yong had already understood the intentions of the two and guessed that the higher-ups of the base would definitely come to see him. "Just as I wish. There is no need to continue hiding my true cultivation anymore." Li Yang's aura suddenly changed. The formidable pressure of an earth martial god spread out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The strength of the pressure made both Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan feel a sudden constriction in their breath, as if a massive mountain was pressing down on their chests. Both gasped in shock. Earth martial god. It really is an earth martial god. Li Yong observed their expressions, seeing that his purpose of showcasing his strength had been achieved, quickly withdrew his pressure. His gaze fixed on the two. His voice carried an unyielding authority as he said, "You are not qualified to know these matters. It's better for your superiors to come." There was no need to say too much to them due to the disparity in status. As long as they understood that he was an earth martial god, it would help him secure more benefits in the future. Upon uttering these words, even though Li Yong had completely retracted the terrifying pressure of the earth martial deity, Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan still felt an invisible weight enveloping their entire bodies. It made it difficult for them to breathe. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness and awe in the other's eyes. Faced with a powerhouse of the earth martial deity level, the two of them, mere kings truly, had no qualifications to inquire too much. To put it bluntly, it was already generous enough for the other party to respond. Duan Tianhong sighed inwardly. In such a situation, it was best to act according to the other's wishes and avoid provoking them. Suppressing the fear within, he chose to compromise and forced a smile, saying, "Senior, you are right. We will report to our superiors immediately. This matter is better left for the superiors to deal with." For an earth martial deity, eliminating a king-level warrior is as simple as squashing an ant, and they dared not act rashly. When it's time to be cowardly, one must be cowardly. Li Yang gazed intently at the anxious expressions of the two, and seeing their understanding, he had no intention of making things difficult for them. He pointed to the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King beside him and said, "Wait, let's talk about that later. You two are just in time. First handle this matter for me." His primary purpose for coming here was still to sell beast materials. Since the supervisor who was supposed to meet him hadn't arrived, he had to trouble these two presidents. The authority of the presidents would definitely suffice. The two, seeing Li Yang suddenly call them, felt their hearts tense again after just relaxing a bit. After hearing Li Yang's request, they breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Tianhong smiled flatteringly and said, "It's a small matter, no problem." Just as he finished speaking, Li Yang scanned the now vacated hall and murmured to himself, "The space is barely sufficient." All the warriors who were trading had been driven out just enough to accommodate the remaining corpses of the Thunderwing Bats. Without waiting for the two to respond, Li Yang concentrated his thoughts, and all other beast corpses from his infinite storage space were brought out. They nearly filled the entire material identification area hall. As king-level warriors Duan Tianhong and the other one looked at these corpses, which were all below king level, with expressions that showed they were not overly shocked. What surprised him was Li Yang's actions. He quickly began to speculate in his mind. To conjure so many beast corpses out of thin air with my cultivation level, I could not sense any spatial fluctuations nearby. Does he possess some unique large space equipment from ancient relics? He pondered, or has he mastered spatial power? Ordinary spatial equipment cannot accommodate this many beast corpses, which implies that the other party is very likely a warrior who has entered ancient relics. He probably possesses even more powerful items produced within, or he is a mighty being who controls spatial powers. At this moment, Vice President Gao Huan nudged Duan Tianhong, bringing him back from his daze. Looking at the corpses of the beasts around, he understood their respective values. With awe in his eyes, he addressed Li Yang, saying, "Senior, for these beast corpses, I can offer you 50 million huash." Considering the premium on the materials of flying beasts plus the fact that each corpse is almost intact along with Li Yang's status, this price is quite reasonable and far exceeds the normal market price. Li Yang listened to the offer of 50 million, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes as he decisively agreed, saying, "Okay." Based on the value of the initial stage Hurricane Sky Peng's corpse, 50 million was already a high price. There was no need to haggle and lower his status as an earth martial deity. Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan, seeing Li Yang's prompt agreement, felt much more at ease. At the same time, they understood that for a powerhouse of the earth martial deity level, wealth is merely a series of boring numbers. Hundreds of billions of huaxia coins are simply insufficient to shake his state of mind. Only those powerful opportunities that money cannot buy would attract him. Duan Tianhong lightly tapped his wrist. While preparing to transfer the 50 million huaxia coins to Li Yang, he politely asked, "Senior, what is your bank account? I can transfer the 50 million to you right now." Li Yang shook his head gently and replied indifferently, "I don't have a bank account." Oh. The two exchanged surprised glances upon hearing this. In this era, almost everyone has a bank account except for young children, especially someone like Li Yang whose cultivation level has reached the pinnacle. How could he not have a bank account? Yet it felt oddly that Li Yang was not joking with them. Duan Tianhong quickly withdrew his wrist and cautiously tried to ask then, "Should we urgently open one for you?" Li Yang nodded and said sure. Originally, he had thought to have them withdraw cash and stuff it directly into his infinite storage space, but after considering it, opening a bank account wasn't a bad idea. Perhaps it could be useful in the future. Seeing Li Yang nodding in agreement, Duan Tianhong quickly said, "Then please wait a moment, Senior. I will handle it for you right away." After saying that, he clicked on the communication bracelet on his finger, ordering his subordinates to quickly establish a personal bank account and bank card for Li Yang. He also informed the two kings from the military who were on their way about the situation here, telling them there was no need to come anymore. Li Yang's request was to talk to their superiors. Less than 10 minutes later, a brand new bank card shining with a metallic luster and bearing the emblem of the Martial Arts Alliance was brought in by Lu Jiang, who was stationed outside. Duan Tianhong took the bank card with both hands respectfully and handed it to Li Yang, his face showing a hint of apology and reverence, saying, "Thank you for your patience, Senior. This is the new bank card we have set up for you, and the 50 million huaxia coins are all inside. If you need anything in the future, just let us know." His attitude was very humble, showing none of the high and mighty demeanor typical of a branch president of the Martial Arts Alliance. Li Yang reached out to take the bank card. He casually glanced at it before putting it into his infinite storage space, saying lightly, "Very good, there's nothing else." However, inside, he was exhilarated. 50 million. In the blink of an eye, he had become a millionaire, the money came too easily. Then without waiting for the two to respond, Li Yang's figure flashed, and he directly arrived at the entrance of the hall, pushing the door open to step out. Outside, the warriors waiting for the clearing to finish saw him and cast curious glances. Look, someone is coming out. It's the warrior who killed the Thunderwing Bat King. What do you think he discussed with the president and vice president inside? You ask me, who should I ask? Not only did the guard team directly clear the area, but even the president and vice president were alarmed. This young man looks so unfamiliar. Could he possibly be from an earth martial deity family? At such a young age, possessing this level of strength is not impossible. After all, not just anyone can enjoy this treatment. Looking at Li Yang stepping out, the discussions grew more fervent as their curiosity about his identity intensified. Li Yang heard all the surrounding voices. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. An earth martial deity family. He was a bona fide initial stage earth martial deity. Then he completely ignored them. His gaze quickly sought out Wang Lei and the 6 members of the Tianyu team who had not left after selling the beast materials and were waiting for him. With a sudden movement, Li Yang appeared before the members of the Tianyu team like a ghost, softly saying, "Let's go." Wang Lei and the other 5 team members responded upon hearing this. Joy instantly spread across their faces as they replied in unison, "Sure." It was not an everyday occurrence for the president and vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance branch to personally welcome them. This further solidified Li Yang's position. If they could seize this opportunity to win over the favor of the esteemed earth martial god, they might receive some guidance from him. Then their future path in martial arts would become much smoother. It all depended on whether they could grasp this chance or not, thanks to Li Yang's precise control over the pressure of the earth martial god earlier. Aside from Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan, who were close by in the hall, the other martial artists, including the 6 members of the Tianyu team, had noticed nothing unusual. Under Li Yang's lead, the Tianyu team left the Martial Arts Alliance branch amidst the curious and discussing gazes of the surrounding fighters. In the spacious materials identification hall, as Li Yang's presence gradually faded away, Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan finally relaxed their tense nerves. Duan Tianhong let out a long sigh, mumbling in confusion. Where on earth did this unfamiliar earth martial god come from? We had no idea at all. Gao Huan shook his head in bewilderment as well. We have records of the known earth martial gods on Blue Star, and even some information about those hidden in the shadows is somewhat known to us. But this one, we can't find any trace of him, not even having heard of this person before. His appearance is typical of our Huaxia people, making it impossible for him to be from another nation's forces. Moreover, according to the biological detection door's scanning results, his appearance and age are not disguised. A mere 21-year-old earth martial god, even the youngest heavenly prodigy on Blue Star right now, cannot be this outrageous. Listening to Gao Huan's lament, Duan Tianhong sighed helplessly. "Sigh, it's useless for us to guess here. Let's report the intel to the Inspector Lord first." After saying this, he quickly tapped his communication wristband to urgently report Li Yang's detailed situation. Before a powerful being capable of conversing equally with Li Yang arrived within the alliance, they could only allow Li Yang to move freely within the base. The only thing providing them with some comfort was that Li Yang did not seem aggressive. As long as they did not provoke him, there should be no trouble. To be safe, Duan Tianhong personally issued orders to the rest of the branch to closely monitor Li Yang's movements and to refrain from taking any action unless he engaged in mass slaughter. Meanwhile, Li Yang and Wang Lei walked side by side inside the base after leaving the Martial Arts Alliance branch. Wang Lei enthusiastically asked, "Senior, it seems like this is your first time at our Tianfeng No. 1 supply base. Would you like to visit our Tianyu team's stronghold?" He was already prepared for the possibility of being declined. After all, how could such a high-ranking individual visit their humble stronghold? He was already prepared for the possibility of being declined. After all, how could such a high-ranking individual visit their humble stronghold? Tianyu team, he heard Wang Lei's words. He initially planned to stay temporarily in a place similar to a hotel, waiting for the arrival of the powerful martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance and the Huaxia government. However, since Wang Lei had taken the initiative to suggest it, perhaps it wasn't necessary. After pondering for a moment, he slightly nodded and said, "Then I will impose on you." The members of the Tianyu team were overjoyed upon hearing that Li Yang agreed, brimming with excitement and joy. The martial god senior had accepted their invitation. He really agreed. They quickly moved closer, fawningly saying, No trouble at all, not at all. Senior, it is our honor for you to come. Please, this way, our stronghold is not far from here, just a few steps away." After saying this, they beamed with bright smiles and hurriedly led the way, their attitude filled with humility and respect for the powerful, guiding Li Yang towards the southern area of the supply base. Before long, they brought Li Yang to a community with several villas distributed in an orderly manner. The 7-story pure white buildings were built against the mountains. Many martial artists who often traveled between the wilderness area and the supply base, making a living by hunting fierce beasts, would choose to rent or purchase a villa here as their regular lodging. The Tianyu team, being a formidable group of full 6-rank martial artists, naturally had no trouble. Moreover, the internal space was quite ample. Even if a few more people stayed, it would not be a problem at all. Arriving in front of one of the villas, Wang Lei, with a radiant and excited smile, apologetically said, "Senior, welcome to our humble abode. This is the stronghold where our Tianyu team usually resides within the supply base. It may be a bit simple, so please don't mind it." He was afraid that Li Yang might feel any dissatisfaction. As he spoke, the villa's door automatically opened after the artificial intelligence recognized their identity and a pleasant voice sounded. "Identity recognition, successful confirmation, accurate. Welcome home, master." Li Yang's lips twitched slightly. "Is this what you call simple, eh? Wouldn't that mean my previous residence was a pigsty?" After stepping into the villa, the space opened up, and Li Yang's gaze slowly swept across the villa's interior, which was uniquely designed for martial artists, featuring not only vast space, but also a training room. The scenery was even more commendable. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a large, luxurious villa was something he could never afford back on Earth before his transmigration. Choosing a quiet room, he turned to the Tianyu team members who were eager to please him for guidance, and said, "You don't need to be so formal, just act as usual. I have something to attend to, and will step out for a bit." After saying this, Li Yang waved his hand lightly and disappeared from the villa, heading out to purchase some technology devices similar to mobile phones, to quickly gather the information he wanted. As for where to buy, he had just observed a place resembling a shopping mall near the Martial Arts Alliance branch. It was bustling with people, very lively. It surely had what he needed. Before long, Li Yang arrived at the armament pavilion operated by the Martial Arts Alliance. The items sold inside were vastly different from those on Earth, featuring all kinds of high-tech weaponry and equipment, such as battle armor, weapons, pills, and communication devices, specifically serving martial artists. Li Yang approached the area selling communication wristbands. A salesgirl dressed in a tight kippa-style uniform, her long legs wrapped in black silk exposed at the slit, greeted Li Yang as he walked over. With her red lips slightly parted, her voice sweet and gentle, she asked, "Sir, what can I help you with?" Li Yang did not respond, but walked directly to the display case, pointing at the most expensive one, marked A-class communication wristband. "This one, sir, you have a good eye." The salesgirl went around to unlock the display case, and as she turned, the hem of her cheap house spread like a black lotus blooming. She enthusiastically explained the features to Li Yang. "This wristband is made from star-patterned alloy and core flame crystal, among other precious materials, capable of resisting ninth-tier life energy impacts." As she introduced it, she suddenly paused. Li Yang had already placed his bank card on the counter. "Swipe the card, no password required." "Off." The salesgirl's eyes instantly widened, her shock almost spilling over. She had manned the counter at this Arsenal pavilion for 5 years. Having served no less than 100 martial artists, she had never seen such a decisive customer. An A-grade communication wristband worth 10 million Chinese yuan. Bought on a whim without even haggling. He simply slapped his bank card on the counter without batting an eye. Curiosity sprouted wildly in her heart. Just who was this seemingly young gentleman? But her professional composure quickly suppressed her doubts. She bowed lower, adding 3 more parts of reverence to her tone. "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment, I will process this for you immediately." The card machine let out a soft beep, the green confirmation light flickered on, and the register spat out a receipt, with a click carrying the scent of ink. The salesgirl's fingers flew across the keyboard. Her speech was faster than usual. "Sir, would you like me to activate it on-site for you? Our Arsenal Pavilion also offers a free name engraving service along with a complimentary 1-year warranty. If any issues arise with the wristband later, feel free to come back anytime." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a blur before her eyes. A tall figure moved like a startled swan, skimming across the water, the hem of his clothes stirring a gentle breeze. The A-grade communication wristband on the counter was gone. The salesgirl stood frozen, still holding the incomplete activation form, staring at the empty counter, her mouth agape for a long time. After a long while, she lowered her voice, muttering with lingering fear and awe, "My God, that speed was incredible. He's definitely a high-rank martial artist, maybe even a martial king-level big shot." In her 6 years as a salesgirl, the fastest martial artist she had ever seen still left a residual image. But this customer, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Li Yang, after purchasing the A-grade communication wristband, did not linger in the Arsenal Pavilion. He directly flashed away from the place without buying anything else. The 10 million Chinese yuan spent on the A-grade communication wristband was nothing to him, who currently possessed 50 million. As for why he didn't buy a higher grade, it wasn't because he didn't want to, but because the Arsenal Pavilion simply didn't have any in stock. Grade items were only sold in the larger human-based cities further in the rear. In the arsenal pavilion of this supply base, other items for sale such as pills were at most a grade corresponding to 9th rank human martial artists. To him, who had already reached the earth martial god level, these items were as useless as chicken ribs. The defensive power of a top-tier grade battle armor was not even as sturdy as the flame battle armor formed on his surface by cultivating the blazing sun art. Leaving the arsenal pavilion, Li Yong didn't rush back to the Rain Team's villa. Instead, he leisurely strolled around the supply base. Walking along the main road paved with anti-slip metal plates, the shops on either side mostly sold beast materials, low-grade pills, and weapon parts. The people coming and going all had straight backs, carrying the unique sharpness of martial artists to varying degrees. 99% of them were martial artists. Ordinary people had long been relocated to safer base cities in the rear. He sauntered around, surveying his surroundings. When his gaze swept over a rusty street lamp at the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Several faint auras were trailing behind him. The distance was neither too close nor too far. They dared not get too near, yet feared losing him. Their auras were laced with undisguised nervousness and fear. He didn't need to think to know. It must be people from the Martial Arts Alliance branch or the military in the supply base. Seems they still don't trust me. Li Yong chuckled softly, not surprised in the least. If it were him and an earth martial god capable of destroying the entire base suddenly appeared, he would definitely send someone to watch. However, he had no intention of driving them away. These people's strength wasn't even enough to fill a gap in his teeth. They couldn't cause any trouble. They like following. Let them. As long as they don't come looking for trouble. Li Yong thought to himself, simply dismissing those few auras and continuing his stroll. After wandering for another half hour and getting a good grasp of the base's layout, Li Yong began to feel a bit bored. His figure flickered, and he headed towards the villa rented by the Rain Team. Returning to the villa, Li Yong instructed Wang Lei and the others not to disturb him unless necessary, then went to the room he had chosen. His gaze fell upon the brand new grade communication wristband on his wrist. Its appearance was exquisite. The silver watch body emitted a faint glow. Press this. Li Yong reached out and tapped to activate it. A holographic screen brimming with a sense of technology projected out. The screen displayed various functions and options, the operation simple and intuitive. Guided by the artificial intelligence, Li Yong began to activate his identity information following the tutorial. His fingers tapped swiftly on the screen, and he quickly understood how to operate it and all the functions the communication wristband possessed. After completing this series of operations, a smile curled at the corner of Li Yang's mouth as he thought to himself, done. Now I can understand this mysterious High Martial Blue Star more clearly. Then his fingers danced across the screen before him, beginning to browse various pieces of information about Blue Star. The memory of an Earth Martial God was incredibly powerful. He only needed to glance at something once to imprint it all deeply in his mind. As time slowly passed, the night deepened and darkness fell outside. Having gained a more detailed understanding of this world, Li Yong closed the screen before him. He stood up and walked to the window of his villa room. Outside the window, the night grew deeper. The energy shield above the base emitted an indigo blue glow. Li Yong gazed at the starry sky, waves of emotion surging within him. This high martial world was more complex and dangerous than he had imagined, filled with mysterious ancient ruins, frequent beast tides from the oceans and lands, and various righteous and evil organizations. Interesting, Li Yong murmured to himself. His fingertip traced the star pattern on the communication wristband, a blazing fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Fortunately, he had obtained the cultivation of an earth martial god right after his transmigration, gaining the strength to protect himself. Otherwise, an ordinary person in this chaotic blue star would be far too dangerous. Any unranked fierce beast could take their life. Just then, knock knock. A soft knock came at Li Yang's door, followed by Wang Lei's voice tinged with flattery and anticipation. Senior. Wang Lei's voice was low, carrying a careful tremor. His fingers nervously twisted the hem of his clothes. Since it's getting dark, our Rain Team would like to invite you to a meal at the Chiyun Pavilion. It's just to thank you for saving us earlier. If you're not busy, could you do us the honor and give us a chance to... As he spoke, he unconsciously bent his waist, slightly lowered his head. His tone was full of flattery and anxiety, as if afraid of disturbing a great figure like Li Yong, even lightening his breath. The Chiyun Pavilion was the most upscale restaurant in Cloud Peak No. One supply base with hefty prices. The Rain Team had only been there a handful of times before, but having just sold the beast materials obtained from the wilderness and received a large sum of money, coupled with their desire to entertain the Earth Martial God Senior Li Yong in hopes of gaining his guidance, they were naturally not stingy. Dine at Chiyun Pavilion. Li Yong raised an eyebrow, pulling his thoughts back from the starry sky. While strolling through the base earlier, he had indeed seen the Chiyun Pavilion signboard. It had an antique gate tower with hostesses in Cheongsam standing at the entrance, looking more upscale than other eateries. He instantly understood Wang Lei's intentions. He wanted to curry favor. However, Li Yong didn't refuse. He was just thinking of trying the taste of fierce beast meat in this high martial world. With a click, the door opened. Li Yong looked at Wang Lei, whose face was flushed with nervousness at the door, and nodded lightly. Okay. Just one word, but it made Wang Lei feel as if he had been injected with adrenaline. His eyes lit up. He quickly straightened up, but fearing his sudden movement might displease Li Yong, he quickly softened his tone. Then, Senior, shall we leave now? His heart was pounding like a caged rabbit. An earth martial god like Li Yong, who had even alarmed the garrison commander, surely wouldn't stay long in their small place. Whether he could seize this opportunity depended entirely on tonight. The other team members in the living room heard the commotion and gathered around. Seeing that Li Yong had agreed, joy lit up their faces one by one. They had previously thought this senior was aloof and hard to approach, but he was surprisingly easygoing. Half an hour later, the group stood at the entrance of Chiyun Pavilion. Vermilion gates, carved window lattices, and two large red lanterns hung at the entrance, exuding an air of luxury. Entering the reserved private room, they were greeted by sheer opulence. A mahogany round table, silk tablecloth, paintings of unknown beast hides on the walls, and even the tableware was made of gleaming jade. Dishes soon filled the table, each one a feast for the eyes and nose. Golden crispy roasted flame tiger meat, the skin sizzling with oil sprinkled with special spices, the aroma wafting straight up the nose. Milky white stewed azure flood dragon soup, the broth rich and the meat tender, dotted with a few green scallion rings. There were also thinly sliced snowfield ice bear paws, translucent and placed on a platter of ice, looking cool and refreshing. Each dish was exorbitantly priced, showing that Wang Lei had truly spared no expense. Seeing that all the dishes were served, Wang Lei took a deep breath, nervously stood up, and held a bottle of purple vintage wine with both hands. It was purple haze brew he had specially asked someone to buy, costing several 100,000 yuan per bottle. A simple, honest smile plastered on his face, his voice tinged with excitement. Come on, brothers, let's raise our glasses together to thank Senior Li for saving our lives. And thank you, Senior, for honoring us lowly ones by dining with us. Meeting his fate. Cheers. Li Yong, seated at the head of the table, smiled, picked up his glass, and downed the purple haze brew in one gulp. The liquid slid down his throat, carrying a hint of sweetness and mellow richness with a long-lasting aftertaste. He smacked his lips, silently praising it. No wonder it was a good wine worth hundreds of thousands. The taste was indeed excellent. Setting down the glass, he looked at the group, who were too nervous to touch their chopsticks, and waved his hand. No need to be so formal with me. Eat and drink as you please, make yourselves at home. He wasn't naturally aloof. His earlier standoffish demeanor was merely an act he put on after transmigrating for self-preservation. The unsuspecting members of the Rain team were stunned for a moment, then broke into relieved smiles. With Li Yang's words, they finally dared to pick up their chopsticks, and the atmosphere in the private room instantly became much more relaxed. After several rounds of drinks and ample food, Li Yong put down his chopsticks, a warm smile on his face. Seeing this, Wang Lei's heart stirred. This was the chance. He quickly stood up, clasped his hands lightly before his chest, his posture humble and respectful, his tone earnest. Senior, having the chance to drink with you today is the greatest luck we've ever had. This fate is deeper than the abyss outside the base. He paused, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. We brothers have been struggling on the martial path for over a decade, but the further we go, the harder it gets. It feels like something is blocking us, for our progress is as slow as a snail. Meeting you in the wilderness this time is truly a blessing from our past lives. Saying this, Wang Lei's voice was filled with hope, his gaze burning as he looked at Li Yong. Senior, we admire your strength from the bottom of our hearts. Today we boldly ask you for a favor. Could you kindly impart your wisdom and show us the right path? Rest assured, we will treat your words as sacred edicts and train relentlessly. We will never let your guidance down. As his words fell, he bowed deeply, his waist almost touching the table. The other 5 team members quickly stood up and bowed as well, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. They stared intently at Li Yong, afraid he might refuse. They longed so desperately to improve and become stronger. Li Yong, who had anticipated this and was in good spirits, finished listening. Amid the crowd's hopeful gazes, he nodded, gently satisfied with Wang Lei and the others' attitude. He actually had people pleading with him for once. His heart grew even more delighted. Then a gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In a self-deprecating yet witty tone, he slowly spoke, making the atmosphere more relaxed and harmonious. Well, since fate has brought us together, I'll shamelessly offer some simple guidance. But let me be clear, my meager skills are nothing but a mere show-off before true experts. Having said that, Li Yang's gaze fell upon Wang Lei, who had spoken first. Wang Lei, seeing the most anticipation in your eyes, let's start with you. Well, first discuss your martial arts dilemmas, and then he'll try to clear the clouds for you. Although he had been instantly transformed from an ordinary person into an earth martial god by the system, this did not mean his strength was inferior to those ordinary early-stage earth martial gods. Guiding six mere sixth-rank martial artists was a trivial task for him. After Li Yang agreed with a smile, Wang Lei felt a massive boulder lift from his heart. A surge of ecstasy flooded him, trembling with excitement. I humbly ask for your guidance, Senior. Wang Lei thanks you in advance. Following that, Li Yang began with Wang Lei examining each of the 6 members of the Tianyu squad. He discerned the martial arts potential and flaws within each individual. After figuring it out based on each person's physique, cultivation level, and specialized martial techniques, he offered detailed and tailored guidance along with targeted suggestions. The members of the Tianyu squad listened with rapt attention, nodding in agreement, their minds suddenly enlightened. Wang Lei gained new insights into controlling his strength. Other team members also received breakthrough revelations in their respective weaknesses. All benefited immensely, joy beaming on their faces. They secretly exclaimed that this meal was well worth it. Encountering Li Yang, the Earth Martial God Senior, was truly a great fortune for their Tianyu squad. On the other side, the military garrison commander of the supply base and the president of the Martial Arts Alliance branch, as per Li Yang's request, reported the situation and Li Yang's appearance in detail to their superiors stationed in Tianfeng Base City. The royal-level high-ranking officials in Tianfeng Base City, upon learning that an Earth Martial God powerhouse with no background or identity information had suddenly appeared at Supply Base No. 1, were also uncertain. Who exactly was this mysterious being? The high-ranking officials of both factions dared not make a hasty decision. They had to escalate the news to the Earth Martial God-level superior responsible for guarding Bingzhou, awaiting further instructions. After finishing his guidance, Li Yang, along with a fulfilled Tianyu squad, left the Qiyun Pavilion, and he even settled the bill for the meal. It wasn't that he had drunk too much. To him, this was merely a negligible expense, but for the Tianyu squad, it was a considerable sum. Wang Lei couldn't argue with Li Yang and had no choice but to agree. His admiration for Li Yang grew even more. Returning to the villa, Li Yang went back to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and rested for a while. As time quietly passed to midnight the next day, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Today's check-in count has refreshed. Host, do you wish to check in immediately? Hearing that the check-in count had refreshed, Li Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he replied, "System check-in immediately. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained SS-grade Crimson Cloud Fire Lotus 1 inch," as the system's voice faded. A fire lotus, its outer petals deep crimson with golden edges growing increasingly incandescent toward the center, as if containing a sun's core, materialized in Li Yang's infinite storage space. An SS-grade resource. Your amazing system. Li Yang's face lit up with surprise. SS-grade resources were extremely rare on Blue Star, the kind of precious items that money couldn't buy, often sparking fierce competition among Earth Martial God-level warriors. Obtaining such a resource was extremely difficult unless one was incredibly lucky to encounter a major opportunity or joined a major faction to exchange contribution points, such as the Martial Arts Alliance, which monopolized a vast amount of top-tier resources. In his excitement, Li Yang quickly checked the system's description to understand the effects of this SS-grade Crimson Cloud Fire Lotus. Indeed, an SS-grade resource is truly extraordinary, Li Yang murmured with a smile. This SS-grade Crimson Cloud Fire Lotus was highly suitable for him, a fire-attributed martial artist cultivated with the system's help, and would bring him considerable benefits. Then Li Yang waved his hand lightly, silently casting an invisible barrier that isolated the room from the outside world. This barrier could not only block energy fluctuations, but also prevent sound from escaping, ensuring that the aura of the SS-grade Crimson Cloud Fire Lotus would not leak out when he retrieved it. After making preparations, he focused his mind. The Crimson Cloud Fire Lotus slowly emerged from the infinite storage space, resting on Li Yang's palm. Accompanied by a dazzling blaze, a wave of scorching flame energy immediately radiated from it. The energy was incredibly potent, surprising even Li Yang, an Earth Martial God. If a royal-level martial artist were caught off guard, they would absolutely be scorched by this energy fluctuation in an instant. Furthermore, a faint fragrance emanated from the lotus itself, immensely alluring to fire-attributed martial artists. Li Yang was no exception. Upon inhaling this fragrance, the blood and qi within his body boiled directly, as if a force was urging him on, making him unable to resist the urge to devour and absorb the magma crystal-like red lotus in his hand. Feeling the dense aura permeating the room, Li Yang thought thankfully, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to set up the barrier in advance. Otherwise it might have burned down the entire villa." Then, unable to resist the temptation of the Crimson Cloud Fire Lotus any longer, Li Yang sat cross-legged, and following the system's instructions began to absorb and refine the dense fire-attributed energy within. The moment Li Yang began absorbing, the lotus petals suddenly burst open, and a blinding crimson light illuminated the entire room. The entire spiritual plant transformed into a flowing mass of liquid flame, as if alive, actively entwining around Li Yang's robust arms. Then it directly enveloped his entire body, forming a fire cocoon. Hiss! Li Yang couldn't help but inhale the hot air. He felt his blood boil and vaporize, with red-gold Tao patterns emerging on his bones. His skin began to crack, firelight seeping from the fissures and flames spewed from his 7 orifices, making him resemble a human torch. An excruciating pain racked his entire body. Li Yang knew this was the Crimson Cloud Fire Lotus strengthening his physical body and his mastery over fire-attributed power, so he had to endure it silently. He steeled his resolve, thinking, bring it on. The process lasted several hours. As he continued to absorb, the aura Li Yang emitted grew increasingly powerful, until he had completely absorbed the entire Crimson Cloud Fire Lotus. A powerful pressure accompanied by flame energy erupted violently, filling the entire barrier. All the furniture in the room was instantly reduced to ashes under this pressure. Fortunately, the barrier shield adhered to the walls, otherwise they would have melted in an instant. Under the influence of this power, Li Yang, now with fiery red hair, slowly opened his eyes. His pupils flickered with blazing flames, and a crimson lotus mark appeared on his forehead. A faint smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. A feeling of being reborn. The energy required to break through to the mid-earth martial god stage was now 2/3 full. With enough energy, he could break through to the mid-stage without any bottlenecks. Moreover, his fire-attributed genes had tripled. Li Yang stood up, feeling the immense power within him. Surrounding his body was a blazing flame aura, as if a flame god had descended upon the world. He stretched out his palm and opened it. A ball of crimson flame suddenly condensed. I can clearly feel that the flame laws I wield are stronger and more finely controlled. My physical body has been strengthened and perfectly integrated with the flame power. My strength has significantly improved compared to before absorption. Li Yang finished his self-evaluation, a hint of satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips. He gently clenched his palm, and the flames radiating terrifying energy extinguished instantly, as if they had never existed. Raising his hand, he tapped the camera function on his communication bracelet, carefully admiring his own appearance on the screen. In the screen, his brows exuded a heroic spirit, and his red hair blazed like burning flames. Though he had restrained his aura, an extraordinary temperament still subtly emanated from him. He was only slightly less handsome than the reader before the screen. Li Yang, who was naturally good-looking, nodded slightly and murmured to himself, this appearance is quite handsome. Then, with a thought, he completely suppressed the formidable aura radiating from him, and the crimson lotus mark on his brow also concealed itself. The fiery red hair, transformed by the influence of his power, slowly reverted to its original black under Li Yang's conscious control. Li Yang touched his hair and chuckled. Black hair does look more pleasing to the eye. Though his appearance with red hair was not ugly and was quite distinctive, he found his original color more accustomed for. Moreover, he knew well that in battle mode his hair would turn red again and the crimson lotus mark would reappear. It provided no significant extra boost, merely enhancing his imposing presence. As Li Yang whispered softly, the barrier he had set up throughout the room was gradually withdrawn. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the room connected with the outside world. Li Yang's keen perception instantly enveloped the surroundings, taking in the condition of the Tianyu squad members who were resting and cultivating in other rooms. He closed his eyes briefly to sense, then opened them, a disdainful smirk curling on his lips. No one noticed what happened on my end. After a glance, he lost interest. All grown men, nothing worth seeing. His perception continued to expand. Several peculiar energy fluctuations around the villa slightly caught Li Yang's attention. He raised an eyebrow and muttered softly, staying up late to watch over a man like me, don't they ever get tired? At that moment, outside the villa, several official personnel in plain clothes were hidden in the shadows. Their eyes were fixed on the villa, and one whispered, if we keep monitoring like this, will that senior discover us? Another replied in a low voice, probably not. We're far enough away, and the senior might be resting without the energy to notice us. Little did they know Li Yang heard their conversation clearly. He laughed inwardly. They have no idea how terrifying a Earth Martial God level warrior is. Then again, the total number of Heaven and Earth Martial God warriors across the entire Huaxia Kingdom seemed to be fewer than 20, so they rarely encountered any. These official personnel were the same ones who had been tailing him during the day, all at the peak of the 9th grade. Since he had set up the barrier in advance, and they were afraid of displeasing him by getting too close, they had not detected his earlier activity. Li Yang withdrew his perception, ignoring them all. In his eyes, they were far too weak. 9th grade warriors posed no threat to him whatsoever. Without exaggeration, even if he stood still, without moving, the mere energy fluctuations he released would crush them to death. He refocused his mind. Li Yang looked at the empty room, its floor covered in a layer of black ash, and rubbed his nose, feeling awkward inside. He'll pay Wang Lei for the furniture tomorrow. Then he checked the time and calculated silently, there's still some time until dawn. If I'm not mistaken, the military and the Martial Alliance's top brass will come tomorrow after receiving the news. His current plan was to temporarily join the two major powers, secure himself by clinging to their support, and then rely on the daily check-in system to develop steadily, keeping a low profile, until he broke through to the Heaven Martial God realm. That was why he had let those two king-rank warriors act as messengers yesterday to report the news to the influential figures in the powers, and he had not left this supply base. He was waiting for their arrival to convey his intentions. As for his identity, he had already fabricated it while in the wilderness. Making up a story isn't hard. Li Yang refined his fabricated identity and background based on the information he had gathered. Only after he deemed it perfectly reasonable and flawless did he sit cross-legged on the floor with satisfaction. He looked forward to the arrival of the top brass from the two major powers of Huaxia Kingdom, pondering inwardly. As long as these high-ranking leaders have sound minds, given the current situation between humans and beasts, they will be more than willing to accept the Earth Martial God, joining them, offering many conditions to win me over instead of resorting to hostility. After contemplating, Li Yang slowly closed his eyes and began cultivating the blazing sun divine art obtained from the beginner's gift pack. As the technique circulated, his blood and chi began to flow faster, and his skin gradually took on a vibrant red hue. His body temperature surged sharply, making him resemble a blazing furnace radiating waves of heat and dazzling light. At this moment, Li Yang looked like a steaming sweet potato just taken out of a steamer. Yet Li Yang felt no discomfort. Instead, a look of sheer bliss appeared on his face, as if he were immersed in an incredibly soothing bath. What was even more remarkable was that the heat did not affect the surroundings. The temperature of the walls remained unchanged, as if an invisible barrier isolated the heat. If he cultivated under the sunlight or near the Earth's core fire during the day, the blazing sun divine art would yield even better results. The only drawback was that the technique's grade was somewhat low, mismatched with his Earth Martial God cultivation, leaving Li Yang less than satisfied with its effects. Noticing this, Li Yang grinned at the system in his mind. System, you see my situation. Can you give me a divine grade technique in tomorrow's check-in? If a divine grade 1 isn't possible, I can accept a dozen or so SS grade techniques. You'll grant my wish, right? Look at my skills. It's a shame not to pair them with a good technique. Yet no matter what he said, the system gave no response. Li Yang pursed his lips, shook his head, and gave up, muttering, system, if you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes, okay. Then he immersed himself fully in cultivation. Just before Li Yang's check-in, Lin Yen, the speaker of the Martial Alliance, stationed in a highly dangerous base city in Bingzhou, a black-haired elder nearing 50, but appearing only mid-aged, exuded wisdom and authority. He radiated the aura of a mid-stage Earth Martial God. Lin Yen had just finished weeks of cultivation and was sitting in his spacious, bright office handling a mountain of documents. Suddenly, his communication bracelet lit up. He pressed a button, and an urgent voice came through. Speaker, urgent news from Tianfeng No. One supply base, an unfamiliar Earth Martial God warrior has appeared. After listening carefully, Lin Yen smiled with excitement and said, a Earth Martial God, who seems to have been hiding and never revealed to the world. Interesting. I must go meet this expert. Meanwhile, in another base city, Zhu Zhenglong, the chief inspector of the military forces stationed there, exuding an iron-blooded aura, received identical information to Lin Yan's. One after the other, both received news from Tianfeng No. One supply base about the unfamiliar Earth Martial God warrior Li Yang. After confirming that Li Yang was still at Tianfeng No. One supply base and had not left, both of them fell into brief contemplation. Zhu Zhenglong, the military inspector general, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, abruptly rose to his feet and summoned his personal guard, barking orders. Convey my command, prepare a warplane for Tianfeng No. One supply base immediately. Be swift. The guard, though slightly taken aback, promptly saluted and replied, yes, sir, before hastening away to make arrangements. Zhu Zhenglong, watching the retreating figure of the soldier, muttered to himself, an Earth Martial God. If I could win him over. He was a peak-sealed emperor powerhouse. Due to the military scarcity of Earth Martial God level experts, Bing province lacked a patrol envoy, a position reserved for Earth Martial gods, to oversee the region. Thus, the heavy burden of commanding the entire province fell upon him, who was infinitely close to the Earth Martial God realm, and all other sealed emperor inspectors in Bing province were to follow his orders. A look of excitement spread across Zhu Zhenglong's face as he mused inwardly. Their military faction was sorely lacking in high-level powerhouses. If he could lure this unknown Earth Martial God into their ranks with generous incentives, it would be a monumental achievement. Moreover, if this deity chose to station himself in Bing province, it would alleviate his own burdens. Wielding command over an entire province sounded immensely powerful, but the position was far from easy, bearing tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, the speaker of the Martial Arts Alliance, had also reached a decision. He instructed his secretary, arrange an itinerary immediately. We're heading to Tianfeng No. One supply base. The secretary puzzled asked, Speaker, is it that urgent? Lin Yin smiled faintly and replied, the emergence of an unknown Earth martial god is no trivial matter. We must ascertain his intentions as swiftly as possible. However, judging by his actions, so far he doesn't seem hostile toward us. That's a good sign. After settling affairs in their respective base cities and relaying information about Li Yang to the Martial Arts Alliance and Military Command headquarters, they both hurriedly boarded warplanes racing toward Tianfeng No. One supply base from two different directions. Aboard the swiftly moving warplane, Lin Yin gazed at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, lost in thought. I wonder what sort of temperament this Earth martial god possesses. If I can successfully recruit him, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Martial Arts Alliance. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhenlong clenched his fists tightly on his warplane, his gaze resolute. I must win over this Earth martial god for the military. Simply put, their military was desperately starved for powerhouses of this caliber, to an extent hard to fathom. Take the Martial Arts Alliance, for instance, one of the two paramount powers in Huaxia. Not counting hidden forces, they boasted 7 Earth martial god speakers openly. In stark contrast, the military was far more impoverished, with only 3 such experts in total and not a single heaven martial god. They had once possessed one, but tragically he had fallen. The loss of that pillar had only worsened the military's plight, leaving them distinctly inferior to the Martial Arts Alliance. Top-tier powerhouses and young prodigies also gravitated more toward the latter. Time rewound to the early hours of the present day. Due to the considerable distance, there was still time before the two would arrive. Li Yang, who had been meditating cross-legged in his villa room, had already anticipated their arrival and was prepared to welcome them. At that moment, outside the city walls of Tianfeng No. One supply base deep within a glass perilous wilderness zone, a sinister undercurrent stirred among the ferocious beasts. Countless beasts began to converge silently, their numbers swelling from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands in no time and soon climbing toward the millions. Their movements were extremely covert, failing to alert the human side. It appeared to be a long-planned scheme. Within the untamed primeval forest, the 5 beast leaders orchestrating the beast tide gathered. Among them, 8 had reached the Beast King level, while 1 exuded an aura far more formidable, radiating brutal ferocity that instilled fear in the others. Sensing the scale of the beast tide, 1 Beast King communicated in a language only beasts could understand, his voice laced with reverence and flattery. Your Majesty, the beast tide is nearly complete. Those foolish humans, just as we anticipated, remained completely oblivious. He then hesitated before adding, Forgive me, Your Majesty, but the Thunderwing Bat King I dispatched hours ago to scout has yet to return. I fear it may have met with misfortune. Upon hearing this, the beast addressed as Your Majesty let out a low rumbling roar that seemed to shatter the very air around it, its voice dripping with cruelty and displeasure. Its sinewy steel-like claws seized the Beast King by the neck, hoisting it up with brutal force. The blood-pupiled Beast Emperor's eyes glowed like crimson lanterns, radiating a bloodthirsty light that seemed capable of devouring all life. The massive shadow leopard Beast King, dangling like a tiny chick, trembled with terror as it was lifted by its limbs flailed helplessly in the air, yet it dared not resist, pleading in a quivering voice, Your Majesty. This subordinate dares not again. Forgive me, Your Majesty. This subordinate will never act on its own again. The other 7 Beast Kings lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, not daring to voice any objection. They were well aware of the blood-pupiled Beast Emperor's extreme cruelty and dared not provoke it now. They could only pray that the Shadow Leopard Beast King would be spared. The blood-pupiled Beast Emperor stared coldly at the struggling, pleading Shadow Leopard Beast King, a chilling smile curling at the corners of its mouth. A smile like that of a demon from the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. This fool had dared to act on its own. The blood-pupiled Beast Emperor seethed inwardly. Had it not been for the certainty of victory in this campaign, it would have already devoured the creature. Otherwise, if it aroused human vigilance, their months-long, meticulously laid plans would be for naught, and all their efforts would go down the drain. Then, slowly releasing its grip, it dropped the Shadow Leopard Beast King, its voice icy. Let this be the last time. If it happens again, you shall become my energy to aid my cultivation. The Shadow Leopard Beast King, trembling like a leaf, replied in terror, cough. Yes, Your Majesty. This subordinate understands and will never repeat the mistake. Though its cultivation had reached the mid-Beast King stage, it was utterly powerless before the peak Beast Emperor, blood-pupiled Beast Emperor. As time passed, the blood-pupiled Beast Emperor surveyed the beast tide and the Beast Kings around it, sensing something amiss. One was missing. It asked in a low, rumbling voice, Where is that burrowing Rat King and its minions? Why haven't they arrived yet? Have they been hunted by humans? The 4 Beast Kings exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes, and shook their heads, indicating they had no idea. They typically stayed within their own territories and seldom ventured into those of others, so they were completely unaware of the burrowing Rat King's situation. The blood-pupiled Beast Emperor let out a cold snort. Oomph. His voice was as chilling and grating as ice scraping against iron. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he snarled, "Very well. To dare defy my orders and sabotage my plan after this is over. I shall devour him and taste the flavor of a Beast King rat." With that, it licked its lips, its expression greedy and savage, as if the burrowing Rat King was already a delicacy in its mouth. Though it was not fond of rats, a sealed king-level rodent was worth a try. Perhaps it would grant it some improvement. It saw no need to scour that territory, reeking of rat droppings. For a single beast sovereign, the loss of one such ruler was but a grain of sand in the vast ocean of this grand campaign, utterly inconsequential. Tonight it would sweep away these supply bases encircling the human megacity with irresistible cataclysmic force. And if fortune smiled upon it, it might even dismantle several neighboring supply bases in one stroke, spreading deeper terror among the humans sheltering within the megacity. Its confidence stemmed from its own peerless strength as a beast emperor at the apex of cultivation, and from traitorous collaborators embedded within each supply base bound to it by clandestine alliance. The blood-eyed beast emperor calculated in silence with 90% certainty it could reduce these meticulously constructed human fortresses, these iron bastions, to rubble before any human sovereign-level cultivator could respond. Time flowed like a quiet stream. At last the colossal beast tide, over 10 million ferocious beasts, coalesced into a seething black ocean. Roar! Advance! The blood-eyed beast emperor's thunderous bellow split the heavens like a jagged bolt of lightning. Let the humans taste our might. Let them become our feast. Amidst that earth-shaking roar, the beast tide surged forward, a torrent of darkness vast and inexorable. Their first target loomed ahead, Tianfeng No. One supply base, standing solitary beneath the ink. At the base's periphery within the subterranean chamber of an abandoned factory, still unrepaired after a prior beast assault, lurked the hidden lair of heretical cultists who had infiltrated the facility. Flickering amber light glinted off the chamber walls like the malevolent eyes of shadows. A sharp, rancid stench, rotting flesh laced with faint coppery blood, hung thick in the air, nauseating and oppressive. Inside stood a young martial artist clad in black robes, his aura faintly tainted with corruption, bowing reverently before an elder whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of king-level mastery. The elder's face was withered and desiccated, skin drawn taut over bone like a mummified skull, his sunken eyes burned with cold, predatory malice. "Elder, the blood-eyed beast emperor has sent word they are en route. We must prepare to act," the youth murmured, head slightly bowed, voice edged with deference. Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder's lips curled into a venomous smile, the grin of a serpent coiled in darkness poised to strike. "Excellent. At last our long concealment ends. For too long those military dogs have hunted us like vermin, buzzing about incessantly. If we delayed any longer, I'd wither in this lightless tomb." Ever since a foolish sect member's blunder exposed their presence, the Tianming cult had endured relentless persecution from the Huaxia government within this supply base. Military operatives and martial alliance agents scoured every corner like bloodhounds, claiming many. Several of their safe houses had already been raided and destroyed, and even he, a king-level sovereign at the zenith of his power, had been forced to skulk like a frightened rodent. His resentment toward official forces had curdled into something dense, seething, and absolute. At that thought, murderous intent flared in his gaze, white-hot and unrelenting, as he commanded, "Assemble all our forces for immediate action. After days of being hunted, it is time to strike back. The Tianming cult is no soft fruit to be squeezed at will." "Yes, elder." The youth bowed deeply, then whirled away like a vortex of shadow, vanishing to relay. Watching his subordinate vanish into the gloom, the black-robed elder's thoughts drifted, plunging deep into silent contemplation. He recalled the unfamiliar king-level martial artist who had stormed the base yesterday, causing widespread commotion. Rumors claimed the entire clan of Lei Bat King had fallen beneath that stranger's hand, and that the incident had even roused the local sovereign-level garrison envoy stationed there. Who could this intruder be? The elder pondered inwardly, brow furrowing, expression hardening with grit. Upon learning of the event, he had risked exposure, dispatching scouts immediately to identify the stranger. Yet the man moved under constant, unblinking guard, elite operatives deployed by official forces never straying more than a step from his side. Even the elder dared not approach too closely, none else stood a chance. With the operation imminent, he had no choice but to abandon the effort. A mere king-level cultivator should not impede our plans. He murmured softly to himself, conviction flickering in his eyes. In his estimation, he had not once considered Li Yang's rank exceeding king level, and through cruel irony mistook the official surveillance team for a protective detail. According to intelligence gathered by the Tianming cult, all sovereign-level masters stationed across Tianfeng City and other regions of Bingzhou maintained normal routines. None were moving toward this location. As for divine god-level masters, such a possibility was utterly unthinkable. Thus, he dismissed Li Yong as an ordinary king-level cultivator unworthy of further attention. Soon over 100 elite Tianming cult members assembled swiftly within the dim chamber, their silhouettes wavering like phantoms risen from the abyss. Elder, all forces stand ready, and the blood-eyed Beast Emperor urges immediate action. Once the energy barrier collapses, the Beast Tide will launch its assault without delay, coordinating perfectly with our seizure of the base. The black-robed elder lifted his gaze, slowly surveying the armed ranks with quiet satisfaction. A cruel smile touched his lips. Every figure present was a sect elite. Those too weak had already been captured and executed by the city defense forces. Excellent. He nodded once, uttered no superfluous words, and raised his hand sharply. At his command, fervor ignited in their eyes. They gripped their weapons tightly, faces alight, with zealous intensity, voices low and resonant. Destiny commands, unstoppable. Shadows melted into shadows as the procession, robed in black, slipped soundlessly through the night, leaving only fleeting, indistinct impressions in the dark. They raced toward the maintenance division, the very unit sustaining the outer energy barrier. Without that shield, the supply base would crumble before the Beast Tide in moments. As the old man in black robe took action, the supply base, which had been as quiet as a sleeping giant under the night sky, was suddenly shattered by the thunderous roar of massive explosions. Immediately afterwards, the energy shield enveloping the entire supply base, resembling a gigantic transparent dome, flickered abruptly before its brilliance rapidly dimmed. Finally, it completely vanished from sight. Accompanying this was a series of piercing alarm sounds sharp enough to cut through one's eardrums, echoing wildly throughout the base. Emergency warning. The defense system has suffered severe damage. The main energy source has been depleted, unable to sustain the energy shield operation, and the backup energy system has been activated automatically. The backup energy system is under heavy attack and is rapidly depleting. The outer energy shield is expected to completely dissipate in 10 seconds. All personnel, please enter the highest defense status immediately. The shrill voice pierced the tranquility like thunder, reverberating through every corner of the supply base. The situation within the maintenance department targeted by the Celestial Church was extremely dire. On the ground lay the bodies of staff and soldiers from the guard force, sprawled in disarray. The blood, illuminated by the dim lights, appeared particularly glaring, pooling into horrifying puddles. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the stench of blood, making one feel nauseous. The backup energy is also taken care of. Now, we just have to deal with that group of ferocious beasts. The old man in black stood before the wreckage of the backup energy facility, gazing at the completely destroyed equipment with a fierce smile creeping across his lips. Everyone in the maintenance department had been slaughtered cleanly in their surprise attack. Just minutes ago, under the leadership of a peak king-level warrior, the elite of the Celestial Church launched a meticulously planned surprise attack, catching the maintenance department off guard. All personnel were killed in battle, leaving not a single survivor. Haha, these foolish guys thought they could hold this. A cultist looked at the surrounding bodies, laughing triumphantly. Mere ants. The old man in black snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Hearing the alarms ringing throughout the base, his smile grew even brighter. He commanded the remaining cultists, "Let's go set this supply base ablaze." The cultists responded with excitement. Then the old man in black swiftly led the enthusiastic cultists like phantoms out of the chaotic maintenance department. Accompanied by the loud alarms and the series of explosions coming from the maintenance department, the 4 official king-level warriors who were either training or engaged in other activities within the base suddenly felt a buzzing in their heads, as if struck by a heavy hammer. They simultaneously realized that something was amiss. Not good. Someone is targeting the maintenance department. The military commander Yang Jun turned pale, with shock, anger flashing in his eyes. Damn it, who could do this? How could they destroy both the energy shield's power source and backup energy in such a short time? This method is too ruthless. The president of the Martial Arts Alliance, Duan Tianhong, gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who it is, they won't leave here alive tonight." After the alarm sounded, 4 figures rushed towards the maintenance department at high speed from 4 directions, which were the military's commander and deputy commander, as well as the president and vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance. Their figures streaked across the sky swiftly, each armed in combat armor, like 4 bolts of lightning tearing through the dark night sky. Gazing at the dissipated energy shield around them, their eyes were filled with worry. Even if they were slow to react, they now realized that something significant was happening tonight. There must be intruders causing chaos inside the base. Gao Huan immediately organized the elite personnel from the alliance to assist the military in eliminating the intruders. Duan Tianhong issued commands urgently through his communication wristband. Meanwhile, military commander Yang Jun also urgently issued a series of orders to control the chaos within the base and gather the station troops for battle preparations. All personnel immediately report to battle stations, kill any suspicious individuals on site. The voice echoed through the communication wristband. The hidden rats lurking in the dark would definitely not stop at merely sabotaging the energy shield. He was now worried about what was outside the base. Yang Jun frowned, his eyes filled with deep concern. Just then, as he was lost in thought, a new wave of trouble surged towards him like a relentless tide. Roar! A terrifying roar capable of piercing the soul erupted from outside the base, without warning, like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble slightly. A terrifying energy wave belonging to a peak beast emperor surged in like a tidal wave. Among it were several unhidden, overtly flaunted beast king auras, sharply piercing towards everyone's hearts like a multitude of blades. A peak beast emperor along with 8 beast kings ranging from early to peak stages. Yang Jun, sensing the chilling auras coming from all directions of the supply base, abruptly halted in midair. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand churning with turbulent waves, and his face turned as pale as paper. How could this happen? Before he could gather his thoughts, a piercing scream echoed through the night sky. Yang Jun hurriedly turned his gaze towards the sound, his eyes burning with fury. He saw Gao Huan, who was preparing to organize elite personnel, suddenly ambushed in chaos by the hidden old man in black. Gao Huan's body crashed to the ground like a falling meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust. From the aura emanating from him, it was evident that he was not lightly injured. Celestial Church, you are seeking death. Yang Jun instantly recognized the identity of the old man in black, his eyes flashing with a furious light, as if he wanted to devour the old man alive. He focused his thoughts quickly, retrieving a longbow radiating with a cold light from his spatial ring. Gathering all his energy, he condensed a brilliant energy arrow on the bowstring, drawing the bow like a full moon and fiercely shooting it towards the old man in black, shouting, "Die." Seeing this, the old man in black curled his lips into a disdainful sneer, unleashing his powerful aura, which felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on those nearby, making it hard for them to breathe. He quickly formed a glowing energy shield in front of him, like a gigantic turtle shell firmly protecting him. Bang! The energy arrow struck the energy shield, fiercely producing a deafening sound, but merely caused ripples of energy, without penetrating the shield. The old man in black looked at Yang Jun, tauntingly provoking, "This little trick can't kill me, so don't waste." Hearing this, Yang Jun's face turned even darker, like the bottom of a pot, with his inner fury burning like a volcanic eruption. The opponent was a whole minor realm above him, making it quite tricky. Yet the most dangerous situation was not just the old man in black, but also the beast emperors and beast kings surrounding the supply base, along with the surging tide of beasts pouring in like a black wave. No, I must stabilize the situation first. Yang Jun contemplated anxiously, but was soon helplessly drawn into battle with the old man in black. Due to the disparity in cultivation, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage in the fight, and the situation was not looking optimistic. Each clash with the old man in black made him feel a powerful force pushing against him. In this situation, he had no choice but to temporarily hand over command to Deputy Commander Sun Wei. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duan Tianhong, who was just about to rush to assist Yang Jun and quickly subdue the old man in black, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis wash over him, as if a cold dagger was pressed against his back. He quickly stopped, warily glancing around. He saw a terrifying beast entirely black and crystalline, with arms hanging down and peculiar red light flickering in its beastly eyes, staring intently at him. Although the distance between them was not very close, with one inside the base and the other outside, Duan Tianhong felt cold sweat covering his entire body. It was as if he was trapped in an ice cellar, his body trembling uncontrollably. Blood. Blood-Eye Beast Emperor. Duan Tianhong's eyes widened, filled with horror and dread. The name of the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor was indeed like thunder reverberating in his ears. It was a mutated demon ape of terrifying strength, renowned for its eerie attacking abilities. Its blood-red eyes. Just a single glance at an enemy could inflict terrifying mental damage upon their minds, especially to those whose cultivation was inferior to its own. In addition, it possessed the formidable physical defense and attack power of a fierce beast, making its combat prowess in close quarters rival that of any fierce beast of the same level. Aside from lacking the ability to fly, it had nearly no weaknesses and was recognized by numerous human sovereign-level powerhouses as one of the fiercest beasts they dreaded encountering, an existence akin to a nightmare. This is bad. I can't look into its eyes. Duan Tianhong exclaimed in alarm, a warning bell ringing wildly in his mind. He was about to turn his head to avert his gaze. But at that moment a sharp pain surged through his mind, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing him simultaneously, causing him to nearly faint. Outside the supply base, the blood-red eyes of the blood-eyed beast emperor flickered with a strange crimson light, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It murmured, "Fall into chaos and sleep forever." Oh! Duan Tianhong gritted his teeth and let out a low cry. It felt as if countless blades were stirring in his mind, the pain so intense that he could barely think. Blood oozed from his eyes, slowly trailing down his cheeks like two crimson streams. As seconds ticked by, the pain persisted and intensified, causing his mind to gradually descend into chaos as though shrouded in a thick mist. So powerful. Can it really kill me with just a glance? Duan Tianhong held his head in midair, his body uncontrollably plummeting, his thoughts growing more and more chaotic. A bitter despair revealed itself on his face as he thought, with his strength, not to mention retaliating, he couldn't even escape the bizarre attack of the blood-eyed beast emperor. At this moment, the last remaining sovereign-level warrior in the base, Sun Wei, was also in dire straits, facing the siege of 8 beast kings alone. Sun Wei gazed at the 8 beast kings, which were like 8 moving mountains, his body trembling slightly as he shouted loudly towards a certain position in the supply base. "Gao Huan, stop playing dead and come help me." And at that moment, the countless beasts converging from all directions launched their attack right in front of the supply base. Under the night sky, the vast mountains of fierce beasts resembled an endless black ocean, surging wave after wave towards the supply base. The densely packed figures seemed as though they would completely engulf the entire base. The roars and howls of the beasts intertwined, creating a horrific symphony of death. The soldiers on the city wall on high alert looked at this scene, with eyes full of fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. It was their first encounter with such a massive beast tide. "Brothers, don't be afraid. Behind us is the base, our homeland. We cannot retreat. We must hold this position." The officer responsible for commanding this city wall spoke, gravely shouting loudly at the pale-faced soldiers. His voice carried an undeniable determination. "We are soldiers, the last line of defense, protecting the people. Even if we die, we must die with value. Even if we are trapped in a desperate situation, we must fight to the end." Hearing the officer's words, the soldiers gradually regained a glimmer of resolve in their eyes, gripping their weapons tightly, as if holding onto their last hope. Boom! The armed technological weapons on the city wall instantly launched their attacks. Laser beams sliced through the night sky like lightning, while shells rained down upon the beast tide like shooting stars, causing explosions that annihilated numerous fierce beasts. In an instant, the night sky was ablaze, smoke billowing as the entire supply base was engulfed in a fierce battle of life and death. Amidst this chaotic situation, the intensifying battle fluctuations and the rising alarms forced Li Yang to cease his cultivation. In a flash, he appeared in midair as if he were a ghost. Suspended beneath the night sky, his gaze slowly swept around. The beast tide pouring in dense as a black tide made him raise an eyebrow slightly. In the distance, 4 sovereign-level martial artists were each caught in bitter battles, their forms growing increasingly ragged. Meanwhile, the interior of the base was in utter chaos. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Yang murmured to himself, "Wow, it's quite lively." Before his words could finish, the blood-eyed beast emperor, which was continuously launching mental attacks on Duan Tianhong, suddenly sensed a faint threat. This threat was not strong, but it pricked its sensitive nerves like a tiny needle. The crimson eyes quickly turned, soon spotting Li Yang's figure beneath the night sky. Another sovereign-level human who can stand in midair. The blood-eyed beast emperor felt a hint of doubt, its massive body shuddering slightly as the terrifying aura it emitted fluctuated. Something's wrong, or why do I feel threatened by him? It's even stronger than the typical sovereign-level humans. At this moment, Li Yang also noticed a malicious gaze. What big red lanterns? With a thought, he directly summoned the Jinsong blade from the infinite storage space, gripping it in his hand. The blade shimmered with a ghostly light, the attached azure flames burning fiercely. Li Yang turned his head, a slight smile on his lips as he gazed at the blood-eyed beast emperor. His eyes sparkled with interest, as if he were looking at an intriguing toy, muttering, "A peak beast emperor can barely be used to test my strength." His tone was relaxed and casual, showing no regard for the blood-eyed beast emperor. However, the blood-eyed beast emperor had extraordinary hearing, and Li Yang's mutterings reached its ears. Instantly, a surge of fury erupted from its heart, and its originally crimson eyes became even red. It halted its attack on Duan Tianhong, displaying a ferocious expression as it roared at Li Yang, "Human, you are arrogant to underestimate this emperor." Its voice thundered like a bolt of lightning in the night sky, shaking the surrounding air. At the same time, the blood-eyed beast emperor felt a surge of vigilance. It realized that the human was looking into its eyes without falling into chaos. One should know that its blood eye attack could instill fear even in those of the same level, yet this human had no reaction. Could it be that he is a sovereign-level warrior who just happened to appear here? And he is of an exceptionally powerful kind. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor speculated inwardly. After the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor ceased its attack, Duan Tianhong's previously chaotic mind struggled to regain a sliver of clarity. He felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, the pain unbearable, but at that moment he could not care less. Just as he wondered why the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor had stopped its assault to eliminate him, he inadvertently caught sight of Li Yang in the distance. In that instant, hope ignited in Duan Tianhong's eyes, a joy that crawled out from the abyss of despair. His body trembled slightly, his lips quivering as he muttered, "It is that senior." With the strength of this senior martial god, as long as he exerted himself fully, he could undoubtedly crush the long-planned scheme of the fierce beasts. One must know that the difference between a peak sovereign and a martial god, though merely one level apart, was as vast as a chasm between them. Often a peak sovereign-level powerhouse could take pride in escaping from a martial god. I implore the senior to intervene and save the millions of lives at the supply base from the brink of disaster. Duan Tianhong endured the intense discomfort in his body, clasped his fists, and bowed towards Li Yang in the distant sky, his voice raspy and urgent. He placed all his hopes on Li Yang. Hearing this, Li Yang's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently waved his hand. It was not a rejection, but rather an unspoken understanding. By striking now to eliminate all the fierce beasts around and saving the supply base from imminent collapse, he would significantly aid his transition into the official forces of Huaxia. Naturally, he would not refuse Duan Tianhong's request. A thought flashed through his mind. Li Yang's hair instantly transformed into a fiery red, and the mysterious crimson lotus mark on his forehead slowly emerged. Immediately, a fiery battle armor enveloped his body, radiating intense heat waves around him. The terrifying aura of a earth martial god erupted like a tidal wave, fiercely crashing outwards. "It's stable," Duan Tianhong exclaimed excitedly, his body trembling slightly. As long as Li Yang took action, the situation would quickly turn around. With the hopes placed upon him, Li Yang's figure shimmered as he swiftly activated the Burning Fire Sun technique, doubling his speed and power in an instant. Whoosh! Under the night sky, his figure wielding a long knife charged towards the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor like a cannonball. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's ranged attacks were too peculiar, causing some interference that was quite bothersome. Therefore, he needed to take advantage of his strengths while avoiding weaknesses, closing the distance for a direct confrontation. In comparison, although the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's close combat ability was not weak, it paled in comparison. After absorbing the Crimson Sky Red Lotus, his overall combat power had significantly increased. At this moment, he resembled a descending god of war, unstoppable. Outside the supply base, sensing the aura erupting from Li Yang, the once arrogant expression of the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor instantly froze. It widened its crimson eyes, howling in disbelief. An earth martial god? How could an earth martial god appear here? It felt as if it was staring down its own. Before it could contemplate whether humans had known of its plan all along, Li Yang had already charged with his knife. In a panic, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor clenched its fists, gathering all its strength to defend. But Li Yang's power was too overwhelming. He unleashed an astonishing force, the ashen song knife swirling like the wind. In a panic, the Blood-Eye Beast Emperor clenched its fists, gathering all its strength to defend. But Li Yang's power was too overwhelming. He unleashed an astonishing roar. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor let out a deafening screech of pain, its body trembling violently from the agony. Listening to this ear-splitting sound, a cold glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he coldly remarked, "So noisy, dragon fire-burning heaven knife." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful wave of fiery energy, enveloping it entirely on the ashen song knife. With a fierce swing, a roaring fire dragon surged towards the heavily injured Blood-Eye Beast Emperor. No! The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor, sensing the tremendous energy emanating from the fire dragon in front of it, displayed a hint of despair in its eyes. It could clearly feel that this was beyond its ability to withstand. This emperor has endured countless hardships, treading over mountains of corpses and seas of blood to reach this point. Am I really going to die so pathetically now? But human, do not rejoice. The beast god will take revenge for this emperor. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor let out a final roar filled with resentment and despair. In the past, its once invincible Blood-Eye ability could instill fear even in foes of equal or greater strength. Yet now, before this earth martial god warrior, it was utterly ridiculous. It didn't even have a chance to unleash its proud abilities. In front of this human earth martial god, its so-called advantages were nothing but a joke. The Blood-Eye Beast Emperor's voice was quickly drowned out by the explosion and heat wave generated when the fire dragon struck. The immense shock wave ignited the surrounding air, producing a sizzling sound. What was that mumbling? Li Yong murmured in confusion, the sound engulfed by the explosion. Just then, a brilliant fireball erupted with a tremendous sound before him. In the pitch-black night, it resembled a dazzling sun piercing through the eyes. The explosive heat wave directly annihilated the densely packed beast tide that failed to dodge in time. Those fierce beasts fell to the ground like ants scalded by boiling water. The scene was incredibly spectacular. Although the dragon fire-burning heaven knife is only glass, it depends on who wields it. It is more than sufficient to deal with a mere peak beast emperor. Looking at the destructive power of his move, Li Yong confidently stated, "It was like the difference between a child and an adult swinging the same stick." On the other side, within the supply base, the black-robed elder entangled with Yang Zhen and the 8 beast kings attacking Sun Wei and Gao Huan were all drawn by the immense commotion Li Yong had caused. Fear appeared on their faces, as if witnessing the most terrifying thing in the world. This is bad. An earth martial god is hiding within the base, and the blood-eye beast emperor has been slain. We must retreat. The shadow leopard beast king reacted first, its crimson eyes widened as it anxiously spoke to the other 7 beast kings around it, its voice trembling slightly. If even the powerful blood-eye beast emperor was killed in such a short time, those that had not even reached royal level would likely last less than a minute against him. Staying here would lead only to death. The other 7 beast kings were not foolish. They understood that the shadow leopard beast king spoke the truth. Immediately, they abandoned their attempts to kill the struggling Sun Wei and Gao Huan and issued retreat commands. Let's split up to increase our chances of survival. The 8 massive figures swiftly fled in 8 different directions, their every step shaking the ground. At the same time, they commanded the surrounding beast tide to obstruct Li Yong, providing cover for their escape. Although those fierce beasts felt fear, they dared not defy the orders of the beast kings and could only charge towards Li Yong. Trying to escape. Li Yang's gaze was sharp as he scanned the fleeing beast kings, speaking casually, "Since I've already taken action, let me finish the job and deal with you all together." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Yang's figure flickered, as if teleporting, disappearing from his original spot and chasing after the fastest fleeing beast king. His speed was astonishing, creating a fiery red afterimage as he streaked across the night sky, like some densely packed flying beasts on the ground, and in the night sky let out terrified roars at Li Yong and rushed towards him. They were not unafraid of the earth martial god's aura surrounding Li Yong. Rather, they had no choice but to obey the beast king's orders. To them, the beast king was an insurmountable mountain, instilling awe. Li Yong paid no heed to the fierce beasts trying to interfere with him. Just as those fierce beasts drew near, they were roasted by the fiery energy emanating from his blazing armor, emitting sizzling sounds as the air became permeated with a burnt smell. Li Yong was like a reaper from hell, leaving a path of fallen fierce beasts in his wake, with none escaping. As time slowly moved forward, the situation on the battlefield gradually became clear under the night sky. Li Yang's figure was like lightning, tracing fiery red arcs across the night sky. He pursued each of the 8 beast kings that were frantically fleeing in different directions. Accompanied by the piercing howls of the beasts, the 8 beast kings fell one after another, their corpses all collected by Li Yong into his infinite storage space. The massive body of the blood-eyed beast emperor was similarly collected with ease. With the death of the beast emperor and the 8 beast kings, the beast tide attacking the supply base instantly lost its backbone. The once fierce offensive suddenly halted, followed by a complete rout. These lower-tier ferocious beasts ceased their attacks and scattered in terror. The aura of a terrestrial martial deity emanating from Li Yong was simply too terrifying for these lower-tier beasts. Had it not been for the previous pressure exerted by the beast kings compelling them to charge, they would have begun retreating the moment Li Yong showcased his cultivation level. After all, it was utterly impossible for a beast tide of millions to overwhelm a fully powered terrestrial martial deity. On the city walls, a group of soldiers stared at the beast tide withdrawing like a tide, first in silence, and then erupted into waves of excited cheers. Some soldiers jumped with excitement, waving their weapons and shouting, "The beast tide has retreated, we have won. Fantastic, we held our ground." Other soldiers were moved to tears, embracing each other as they trembled with joy, saying, "We survived, we really survived, all thanks to that powerful being." Even more soldiers yelled at the night sky, "Thank you, terrestrial martial deity, for saving us." Everyone understood in their hearts. The miraculous victory in this battle was not due to their fearless resistance, but because of the mysterious terrestrial martial deity who effortlessly killed the blood-eyed beast emperor and the 8 beast kings. This directly established their victory. Otherwise, no matter how they resisted being mere ants, it would have been futile. The tearful soldiers eagerly searched for Li Yang's figure with admiration in their eyes. In the night sky, having just collected the bodies of the beast kings and the beast emperor, Li Yang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. His deep gaze fell upon the cheering supply base, and he murmured to himself, "There's still a fish that slipped through the—" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, not pursuing the fleeing beast tied any further. At that moment, the black-robed old man, entangled in a fierce battle with Yang Zhen and the other disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect, stared in disbelief at the suddenly shifting situation. No, this wasn't part of the plan. Don't run, yet we're still in the city. The black-robed old man's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face as he roared frantically. Inside, it felt as if 10,000 grass-mud horses were galloping past. How did the previously favorable situation turn so suddenly? Terrestrial martial deity. Where did this terrestrial martial deity come from? The emergence of a terrestrial martial deity in the supply base completely exceeded their expectations, disrupting all their plans. With extreme tension and anger in his voice, the black-robed old man immediately shouted to the surviving disciples, "The situation has changed. Retreat." Now that terrestrial martial deity was pursuing the beast kings, they had to leave before he succeeded. This was his only chance to survive. He knew that once he was targeted by that terrestrial martial deity, there would be no escape for him. Just as the black-robed old man prepared to flee, Yang Zhen and Duan Tianhong, like two bolts of lightning, intercepted him. Yang Zhen's eyes erupted with intense killing intent. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through the black-robed old man, and he shouted angrily, "Run! Where do you think you're running to? Do you think our supply base is a public restroom where you can come and go as you please? Old Yang will assist you." Duan Tianhong also refused to show weakness, launching an attack from the other side, trapping the black-robed old man in the middle with no escape. In his panic, the black-robed old man's attacks became full of flaws, and the previously steady techniques now appeared chaotic. Every move revealed his inner anxiety and unease. Yang Zhen kept a close watch on the black-robed old man's movements, seizing the fleeting opportunity. His eyes sharpened as his long sword struck out like lightning. It accurately pierced into the area of his back. Puff! The black-robed old man felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by a surge of blood. Panic, combined with the critical hit, made him uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of old blood. He glared at Yang Zhen with rage, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. But in that instant, he suddenly calmed down, a thought flashing rapidly through his mind. "I can't get entangled here with them. If that terrestrial martial deity returns, it'll be disastrous. With the strength of that terrestrial martial deity, if he comes back, I will certainly not survive. The 8 beast kings can't hold him back for long." Thinking this, the black-robed old man gritted his teeth, inwardly deciding, "Then I have no choice but to use the trump card that the elder gave me." The black-robed old man made a difficult decision, his fingers trembling slightly, preparing to discreetly retrieve that trump card from the spatial ring on his finger. However, just as he was about to touch the spatial ring, his expression suddenly froze, an even stronger sense of crisis than when Duan Tianhong was spotted by the blood-eyed beast emperor swept over him. That feeling was as if he was being eyed by an ancient giant beast, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Well, what is that? The black-robed old man instinctively halted his actions. Following the source of the sense of crisis, he saw a figure slowly approaching in the distant night sky, radiating the terrifying and imposing aura of a terrestrial martial deity. Li Yang was surrounded by flames resembling a war god emerging from a sea of fire. His hair danced wildly like burning flames, and the mysterious red lotus mark on his forehead shimmered with an eerie yet powerful light. A fiery battle armor formed from flames tightly enveloped him, emanating waves of scorching heat. Everywhere he passed, the air twisted and deformed from the searing heat. The terrifying aura of a terrestrial martial deity surged like a tidal wave, its power causing those around to instinctively feel reverence, their legs growing weak. A playful smile hung on Li Yang's lips. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he fixed his gaze on the black-robed old man. Seeing Li Yang's somewhat familiar appearance along with the terrifying aura of a terrestrial martial deity emanating from him, the black-robed old man could hardly believe his eyes. It's him. He's actually a terrestrial martial deity. He never expected that this king-level martial artist whom he had disregarded before the plan began would turn out to be such a terrifying terrestrial martial deity. At this moment, the black-robed old man's face bore the expression of having eaten something vile, filled with shock, anger, and regret, his heart full of despair. At this point, even if he produced the territory, it would be useless. Li Yang, observing the black-robed old man's actions, had already guessed what he intended to do. His figure flickered, tracing a red streak across the night sky, moving so quickly that it was impossible to capture, and directly appeared before the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man only saw a red flash before him, and before he could react, Li Yang, having dispelled the fiery battle armor, was already standing in front of him. "You." In the gaze filled with fear and unwillingness from the other party, Li Yang did not swing the human-scaled Song Dao in his hand, but instead raised his fist, which contained terrifying power. He swung it fiercely, unleashing a force akin to a mountain crashing down, striking towards the black-robed old. The black-robed old man had no means to defend against this punch from Li Yong, feeling a force like a mountain crashing down, which heavily slammed him into the ground of the supply base. With a loud boom, the ground was smashed into a deep pit. The black-robed old man looked extremely miserable, barely hanging on to life, his bones shattered, unable to move. This was also intentional on Li Yang's part. Looking at the black-robed old man on the verge of death, he thought to himself, a king-level martial artist should yield a fair amount of information. I'll consider it a favor for the official forces of the Huaxiao nation. Duan Tianhong gazed at Li Yang before him, who exuded an awe-inspiring valiant aura, as if a war god reborn, his eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude as he declared from the depths of his heart. Thank you, senior, for turning the tide and saving our supply base from peril. Had Li Yang not intervened in time, the entire one supply base would have been utterly annihilated by the surging beast tide, for their strength alone could never eliminate the terrifyingly powerful leaders within it. Li Yang gave a slight nod in response, casting a calm glance at the remaining disciples of the heavenly fate sect below, who lay limp on the ground, their spirits crushed under his oppressive might. With a gentle raise of his hand, he dispelled the transformation brought on by his battle state. The formidable enhancement from the blazing solar art quietly faded, and the Jin Song blade, exuding a sharp aura, was effortlessly stowed into his infinite storage space. A satisfied smile graced Li Yang's face as he mused inwardly. The enhancement from the blazing solar art could last for half an hour. Not long, but this was under conditions of unequal levels. Inscrade technique delivering such remarkable effects to an earth martial god was already quite commendable. Moreover, there were almost no adverse effects afterward. The only thing to remember was not to activate it consecutively. Then Li Yang turned to Duan Tianhong and Yang Jun, who were expressing their gratitude, and said slowly, I trust you can handle the remaining rabble without my help. Duan Tianhong was the first to respond, his face earnest, as he quickly replied, No need, no need. They want trouble, you senior. Leave them to us. The remaining motley crew was more than enough for them to handle, sparing Li Yang further effort. Li Yang acknowledged with a slight nod after hearing their reply. With a flicker of his form, he vanished like a teleport, returning to the villa. In his view, the situation was already under control. It was now up to the military and the martial arts alliance within the supply base to clean up the mess and tend to the battlefield. He had no interest in the remaining low-level beast carcasses, and he had already done more than enough. Duan Tianhong watched Li Yang's departing figure, a flicker of fervent admiration in his eyes, as he murmured to himself, Senior has gone back. When will I ever break through to Earth Martial God? The might of an Earth Martial God was truly terrifying. The blood-eyed Beast King, which had nearly killed him with just a glance from afar, was dispatched by Li Yang in merely 2 or 3 strikes. Such prowess was a height he could scarcely reach in his lifetime, and Li Yang was still so young to possess such cultivation. The contrast was a devastating blow to him. Yang Jun, equally shaken, saw Duan Tianhong lost in thought and patted his shoulder to encourage him. Little Hong, don't just envy. If we train hard one day, we'll be as strong as senior. Duan Tianhong slapped Yang Jun's hand off his shoulder. Don't call me Little Hong. It's not like you're older than me. With that, the two exchanged a glance and decided to attend to business first. Then, like tigers descending a mountain, they moved to eliminate the Heavenly Fate sect disciples attempting to sneak away. As time passed under the swift arrival of reinforcements led by 2 Emperor-level martial artists from the major forces in the rear base city, the once chaotic order in the supply base gradually returned to calm. The deeds of the mysterious Earth martial god Li Yang spread like wildfire throughout the entire base. Just as dawn broke, 2 rare quality warplanes, symbols of absolute status and authority, streaked across the sky, like brilliant meteors heading rapidly toward one supply base. One of these warplanes belonged to the military, the other to the martial arts alliance. Not long apart, they landed from different directions in the designated area of one supply base. Emperor-level powerhouses from the military and the martial arts alliance, accompanied by Duan Tianhong and others, waited respectfully before the newly landed warplanes for the occupants to emerge. Their eyes were filled with reverence and tension. The arrivals were none other than Zhu Zhenglong, the military inspector general, and Lin Yin, the speaker of the martial arts alliance. They had already learned of the harrowing large-scale beast invasion that had struck this supply base, and of the heroic act of the mysterious Earth martial god Li Yang, who had intervened at the critical moment, slaying the beast leaders one by one and ultimately routing the beast tide. Otherwise, even as they were en route, they would have been too late to prevent the catastrophe, left only to seek retribution afterward. At the Martial Arts Alliance branch, Lin Yin, long accustomed to high authority, exuded an imposing aura that spread even before he stepped out of the warplane. With steady steps, he strode out swiftly under the gaze of the waiting crowd. Greetings, Speaker Lin. Duan Tianhong and the others called out loudly, bowing their heads slightly, their eyes full of reverence. Their voices were unified and resonant. Lin Yan swept his gaze across the group, then like a phantom appeared before the injured Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan. With a tone that was amiable yet brooked no dissent, he said, "I've heard of the situation. Your role in holding this supply base is equally meritorious. In such a dire crisis, you didn't retreat or flee but fought the beasts bravely. That courage and sense of duty deserve emulation by all." With that, Lin Yan produced 2 S-grade healing pills from his storage ring. The pills were round with a luster as warm and smooth as jade, brimming with abundant vitality. Their fragrance was refreshing, instantly lifting one's spirits and sweeping away all fatigue. "These are S-grade healing pills, top tier among their kind," Lin Yan said as he handed them over, continuing, "Once you take them, your injuries will heal completely before long." The 2 quickly bowed their heads in gratitude. "Thank you, Speaker Lin." Yet inwardly they thought wryly that in that situation they couldn't have escaped even if they wanted to. Then at Lin Yan's signal they swallowed the pills on the spot. Instantly, a surge of potent vitality released within them like warm sunlight, thawing frozen ground, mending. Their complexions gradually regained color and their breathing steadied. Sensing their improved condition, Lin Yan's first impression of Li Yang grew favorable. He mused inwardly that if not for Li Yang's intervention, these 2 would likely be beyond recovery by now. Though they had never met, he could roughly discern from this incident that this mysterious earth martial god was undoubtedly on humanity's side. The chances of recruiting him into the martial arts alliance had grown even greater. As he thought of this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. He eagerly looked at Duan Tianhong and asked with a voice tinged with barely contained excitement, "Where is that earth martial god now? Take me to see him immediately." If this earth martial god accepted his invitation, the strength of their martial alliance would grow significantly. After all, the impact an earth martial god could exert is equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of. Upon hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed in Duan Tianhong's eyes as he promptly replied, "Rest assured, Chairman. That senior returned to the A1 Villa area after defeating the Beast-Tide leader and has not left yet. I will lead you there." After speaking, Duan Tianhong immediately sent someone to prepare the vehicle ready to guide Lin Yan and his group to Li Yang's residence. However, Lin Yan shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary to be so troublesome. In a flash, he was already in the air, speaking to Duan Tianhong. "You just lead the way, we will fly directly." Seeing this, Duan Tianhong had no choice but to comply and began to lead the way ahead. The peak emperor-level martial artist from the Martial Alliance's branch in the base city, along with Vice President Gao Huan, quickly followed suit. The group swiftly passed through the air. They hurried toward Li Yang's residence. Meanwhile, the military's guarding office was also visited by the Inspector General Zhu Zhenglong. Under the leadership of the guarding envoy Yang Zhen, he personally headed to Li Yang's current residence, intending to recruit him into their military forces. However, Yang Zhen was filled with worries. He had to admit that for such a high-level powerhouse, the Martial Alliance was indeed more attractive than the military. Yet he would still go all out, offering the best conditions to persuade Li Yang to join their military. He had already, if all else fails, he would appeal to Li Yang with a sense of national pride. The Earth Martial God was simply too important to their military. "I hope I can persuade this powerhouse." Within less than half a minute, Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenglong's figures appeared in the high sky above the A1 Villa area. The 2 sides met, but it was not awkward. Zhu Zhenglong greeted Lin Yan first, saying, "Chairman Lin, what a coincidence you are here as well." His tone was filled with respect. Lin Yan actively responded, cutting to the chase, asking, "Yes, Inspector Zhu, you are here to meet this Earth Martial God powerhouse too, right?" Zhu Zhenglong nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, "What a coincidence. It seems our military and your martial alliance share the same intentions." "Ha ha." Lin Yan chuckled, not surprised by Zhu Zhenglong's actions. He had known before setting out that the military had also learned of this news, but he was not overly concerned. For powerhouses at the level of an Earth Martial God, if they chose to join a faction, they would likely prefer the Martial Alliance with its abundant resources and superior conditions over the military. Now it all depended on Li Yang's wishes. After a brief exchange of greetings, the 2 led their followers down from the sky, arriving at the door of Li Yang's residence. Just as Duan Tianhong and the others prepared to knock on the door, still pondering how to appropriately greet this mysterious powerhouse, the door in front unexpectedly made a faint sound and slowly opened. A handsome young man appeared before everyone. He stood tall with a jade-like complexion, a gentle smile on his lips, and a calm and confident gaze. The person who opened the door was Li Yang. Looking at the group in front of him, his smile widened as he gestured, saying, "Welcome to my humble abode, please come in." In fact, he had sensed their presence long before they entered the villa area. There was no need to guess. It was clear that their purpose was him, which was exactly what he wanted, so he had waited here. As he spoke, Li Yang was also observing the 2 in front of him. Lin Yin, who was smiling back at him, wore a long robe, exuding a scholarly aura, while also carrying a hint of authority. Zhu Zhenglong, clad in military attire and radiating a fierce aura, was clearly a figure from the military. Li Yang had sensed their auras. The former had reached the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God level, while the latter was a powerful peak emperor of the same level. They had not deliberately restrained their auras, making it easy to perceive. Then I will intrude. Lin Yin and Zhu Zhenglong listened to Li Yang's warm invitation and entered the villa without hesitation. They were not surprised that Li Yang had known of their arrival and was waiting. After all, they had not concealed their auras, and as an Earth Martial God, it was entirely normal for him to notice them. What surprised them, however, was Li Yang's age and his incongruous cultivation level. Up close, they could clearly see that Li Yang's youthful appearance was not a disguise. He was merely in his 20s. His cultivation had indeed reached the initial stage of the Earth Martial God level, and he was among the best in his rank. Lin Yin couldn't help but whisper in admiration. To achieve such cultivation at such a young age, truly impressive. Li Yang smiled slightly and humbly replied, "You flatter me. It's merely a matter of opportunity." Behind them, Duan Tianhong and the others wisely stayed at the doorway, waiting to prevent anyone from interrupting the conversation between these two great figures. These two could shake the entire Bingzhou region with a stomp. They dared not exhibit any slackness. Li Yang led the two toward the villa's living room. Currently, he was alone in the entire villa. Wang Lei and the others had been called away by the emergency assembly order issued by the Martial Alliance when the ferocious beasts besieged the city last night, and they had yet to return. They were likely dealing with the tasks assigned by the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance only issues such mandatory emergency assembly orders during extremely critical times, otherwise they enjoy considerable freedom. "Please have a seat." Li Yang led the two into the living room, inviting them to sit down, and poured each of them a cup of the pre-prepared spiritual tea. "Thank you, but may I ask your esteemed name?" the two said as they accepted the teacups. "Li Yang," he replied. Then Lin Yin gently took a small sip of the spiritual tea, set the cup down, and smiled as he said, "Mr. Li Yang, allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the chairpersons of the Martial Alliance, Lin Yin. This is Inspector General Zhu Zhenglong from the military. We are responsible for overseeing the Bingzhou region. We came today to express our gratitude to Mr. Li for saving the supply base." Lin Yin paused here, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Zhu Zhenglong quickly picked up the conversation, saying directly, "We also wish to invite Mr. Li Yang to join our military. Our military will definitely offer you the most generous treatment and the broadest development space." Lin Yin was equally unyielding, following up immediately, "Our Martial Alliance also has sincere intentions. As long as Mr. Li is willing to join, you can select from various top-tier resources, and your status in our Martial Alliance will be absolutely elevated. Our treatment will undoubtedly be better than the military's. Now is the time to compete for talent." Although both sides were very close partners, he naturally would not easily give up someone to the military. Moreover, this was a potential Earth Martial God in his 20s. Once this opportunity was lost, it would not come again. They had to persuade Li Yang to join their Martial Alliance today. Listening to the words of the two, Li Yang pondered silently. He had long anticipated that these two would come to recruit him. After all, as an Earth Martial God, joining either faction would significantly enhance his strength. Li Yang smiled as he spoke. "I appreciate your good intentions, but I still need to deliberate on this matter." His gaze shifted between Lin Yin and Zhu Zhenglong, his tone calm, yet imbued with a sense of steadiness. He did not agree immediately, nor did he outright refuse. After all, the developments were just as he had anticipated. The two top factions of Huaxia had come to court him upon realizing that he was an Earth Martial God. In truth, he had already planned to join one of these two factions. His vague responses were merely a tactic to negotiate for greater benefits. Lin Yin and Zhu Zhenglong exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Li Yang seemed rather uninterested in their attempts to win him over. This left them somewhat puzzled. However, they did not give up. Instead, they continued to patiently persuade Li Yang. "Mr. Li, in these times of rampant fierce beasts, the survival environment for humanity is becoming increasingly harsh. Only by uniting can we better resist external threats and secure our existence. Our Huaxia military government has always been the backbone, protecting humanity and resisting fierce beasts. If you join us, you will undoubtedly make a greater contribution to the nation and become a hero of Huaxia. Moreover, you will earn the admiration and respect of all the soldiers and wield the power to command thousands in battle, fighting to protect humanity and safeguard our homeland." Zhu Zhenglong spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with hope and enthusiasm. Lin Yin, not to be outdone, followed up without delay. "Mr. Zhu, your words are misguided. Making contributions doesn't necessarily require joining the military. Our Martial Alliance also cares deeply about humanity's safety and is dedicated to enhancing the strength of martial artists to combat fierce beasts. Furthermore, our martial alliance is home to numerous powerful martial artists. Joining us would allow you to engage with more experts for exchange and sparring, thus continuously improving your own strength and insights. Additionally, our martial alliance offers a more flexible resource allocation, controlling a vast number of relics. You would have greater opportunities for development and may even hope to touch the realm of the Earth Martial God within a century, stepping into that legendary pinnacle. Lin Yin maintained a calm tone, refraining from using his own cultivation level to pressure Zhu Zhenglong. He believed that fair competition was the right path and looked down upon resorting to such tactics. After all, what would that do to his reputation? It could easily become a source of ridicule. He firmly believed that the martial alliance surpassed the military in every aspect, and that Liang, a prodigy, would certainly choose them. Especially the enticing prospect of touching the Earth Martial God realm within a century was undeniably a great attraction for Liang. Given his potential, it might be unlikely for him to break through in this lifetime, but Liang was different. Liang feigned hesitation, his eyes shifting back and forth between the two, sometimes bowing his head in contemplation, at times slightly furrowing his brows. It seemed as if he was engaged in a difficult choice. Seeing Li Yang's wavering expression, Lin Yin and Zhu Zhenglong pressed on, each representing their respective factions, to offer enticing conditions to win him over. This included, but was not limited to, SS-level martial arts, SS-level resources, exploration quotas for ancient relic status, power, and more. Most of these items would be beneficial to an Earth Martial God. Minutes passed, and as Liang listened to the conditions proposed by each side, he weighed them in his heart. After careful consideration, as if he had made a decision, he slowly stood up and offered a look of apology to the expectant Zhu Zhenglong. "I'm sorry. If this were Earth, he would certainly choose to join the military, but this is merely a blue star similar to Earth. But never mind. It is ultimately not his original homeland." Liang then turned to Lin Yin, who wore a confident smile, and solemnly said, "Chairman Lin, I choose to join the Martial Alliance." "I apologize, Mr. Zhu, but compared to the military government, I am more inclined towards the Martial Alliance." As he heard Liang make the choice he had anticipated, Lin Yan's smile grew even more radiant. His joy seemed to overflow from the corners of his eyes and brows. Excellent, Mr. Li has made the wisest choice. From this moment on, you and I shall both be chairmen within the Martial Alliance, ha." The more he looked at Liang, the more he liked him. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhenglong wore a bitter expression, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. He sighed helplessly. Another choice of the Martial Alliance. Ultimately, I am no match for them. It was clear that this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. The final conditions he could offer on behalf of the military were significantly inferior to those of the Martial Alliance. The conditions presented by the other side to win over Liang were simply too extravagant. His military could not match them. Moreover, appealing to nationalism would not sway Liang. He was completely different from those naive youths who had never experienced the harshness of society. Liang only wanted to say, "Did you really take me for one of those ignorant youths who have not faced the realities of life?" Zhu Zhenglong, however, was unwilling to give up, watching helplessly as Liang, the Earth Martial God, slipped away. With a hint of urgency, he spoke to Liang, who had already made his choice. "Mr. Li, please wait a moment. You don't necessarily have to choose one, you can have both. Can you hold an honorary position in our military? You can choose any title you wish. Moreover, it would be less restrictive than a formal position, making it quite similar to that of the Martial Alliance. You can refuse certain tasks, and as long as you occasionally fulfill some of our assignments based on your mood, the compensation will surely not disappoint you. I guarantee you the highest rank of one-star battle god." At this point, to prevent any misunderstanding, Zhu Zhenglong added, "Mr. Li, you need not worry about any dissatisfaction from the Martial Alliance. Many martial artists affiliated with the Martial Alliance also hold positions in our military. Joining both sides is permitted by the leader, and Chairman Lin can vouch for this." As he spoke, he looked at Liang with eager anticipation. Lin Yin slightly restrained his smile and nodded in confirmation, saying, "Mr. Zhu is correct, it is indeed so. Everyone in our Martial Alliance respects the leader's decision and will not disagree." There was no obstruction regarding Liang holding a position in the military. This had indeed been the leader's previous decision. He also wanted to see how Liang would choose. After all, Liang had already clearly stated his intention to join their Martial Alliance as a chairman, and his goal had been achieved. If Liang also chose to take a position in the military, it would be a joy for the military government. A position. After pondering for a moment, Liang once again disappointed Zhu Zhenglong. He slowly shook his head, speaking in a firm tone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu, but I currently have no plans to take a position in the military. Joining just one of these two factions is sufficient." In terms of military government power, it faced severe disadvantages regarding rules, freedom, and limited top-tier resources. Thus, it had already been internally rejected by him from the start. Although at his current level joining the military would grant him more freedom than other martial artists, he wondered why he wouldn't just choose the superior option of the Martial Alliance instead. Moreover, he was not a hero fighting for the nation and its people. He had only transcended into this body a little less than half a month ago. This is your huaxia, not my huaxia. He currently had no sense of belonging whatsoever. He merely sought a period of shelter to develop before breaking through to the Earth Martial God realm, quietly enhancing his strength through the sign-in system. Once again rejected, Zhu Zhenglong's face instantly reflected a profound sense of loss. The gaze that had once held a glimmer of hope now dimmed. He opened his mouth wanting to say something to retain the moment, but as the words lingered on his lips, he found himself utterly at a loss for where to begin. He could only helplessly bite his lip, standing in silence, preserving his last semblance of dignity. Li Yang gazed at the forlorn expression of the other, his heart stirred slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly spoke. Zhu Zongshi, although I cannot join the military government, we can engage in some private collaborations between us provided the compensation is satisfactory to me. Zhu Zhenglong's previously dim gaze brightened instantly upon hearing these words, and he eagerly inquired, Mr. Li, what exactly do you mean by private collaboration? Li Yang smiled slightly, explaining. It's quite simple. When I have free time, I can collaborate with your military on suitable matters such as helping you resolve some tricky issues or completing specific tasks, but the remuneration must satisfy me. This is akin to a mercenary model where I retain control. Even if I were to have second thoughts midway, it wouldn't be a significant issue since I have not officially joined the military. Moreover, he would soon be the president of the Martial Arts Alliance, with a powerful force backing him. After hearing Li Yang's words, Zhu Zhenglong pondered for a moment before decisively responding, No problem, Mr. Li. A cooperation relationship is acceptable. I understand you. Everyone has their own considerations. However, if you change your mind in the future, the doors of the military will always be open to you. The conditions I just proposed remain unchanged. If you come, you will be our military's new one-star battle god and the chief inspector of multiple states. Li Yang did not completely reject their offer, which made Zhu Zhenglong feel a little better. He comforted himself. At least there is still a chance for collaboration. That's better than completely losing this Earth Martial God. As long as it's acceptable, that's good. Li Yang nodded, not engaging with Zhu Zhenglong's further attempts to persuade. He pondered inwardly. The one-star battle god military rank and the chief inspector of multiple states indeed sounded impressive with considerable power. However, the daily affairs must surely be numerous. He might frequently face those beast god-level ferocious beasts. The danger was secondary. The main concern was the impact on his cultivation. This did not align with his plan to develop steadily. Li Yang silently thought, the Martial Arts Alliance is better. Resources are abundant and freedom is paramount, making it more suitable for me to quietly enhance my strength. Ling Yin, standing nearby, noticed that Li Yang had once again declined Zhu Zhenglong's invitation to a position and had only established a simple cooperation relationship. He did not say much. He would not interfere with Li Yang's personal thoughts. Soon after, he continued to wear a warm smile reminiscent of a kindly neighbor and promptly said to Li Yang, Mr. Li, from now on we are allies. Please accompany me to the headquarters of our Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance to meet with the alliance leader, who will share some confidential information about our alliance and reveal how magnificent the headquarters facilities are. Of course, but before we set off, I must inform the true owner of this villa as they are about to return. Li Yang readily agreed, saying he had already sensed the weariness of Wang Lei and the others who were nearby returning to the villa. He had burned all the furniture in their villa's rooms without compensating them, yet he should at least inform them and provide some restitution. All right. Lin Yin did not refuse Li Yang's simple request, as long as they could set off within the day. The main concern was that the alliance leader wished to see Li Yang upon learning he possessed Earth Martial God cultivation at just 20 years old. The alliance leader should not be kept waiting too long. After a while, the three sat back down on the sofa. Lin Yin, as the president of the Martial Arts Alliance, surprisingly displayed no airs. He personally rose to refill their cups with spiritual tea. The spiritual tea emitted a faint fragrance with wisps of steam rising. During the moments of tea drinking, Lin Yin wore a friendly smile and casually inquired, Mr. Li, may I ask if you could share with us your specific experiences? Earlier, they had been so focused on enticing Li Yang to join their martial arts alliance that they overlooked the most crucial question: where did this mysterious powerhouse Li Yang come from? Seeing the other party take the initiative to discuss this point, Li Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking he would not be asked about it. Fortunately, I was prepared. He understood clearly. He had arrived in this world in a physical form, not as a reincarnated soul, and there were no records of him in this realm. Even if these two strained to investigate, they would certainly not find any trace of him having ever operated within human factions. Thus, it aligned perfectly with the identity of those rare reclusive martial artists. Therefore, Li Yang slowly began to share the pre-prepared narrative with the two. Lin Yin couldn't help but exclaim, I see, Mr. Li, your growth journey is indeed filled with peril and excitement. Having developed a fondness for Li Yang even before their meeting, and now agreeing to join their martial arts alliance directly, he naturally lowered his guard. What was said seemed reasonable. Lin Yan did not doubt that Li Yang's incredible experiences were fabricated. While reclusive martial artists were indeed scarce throughout the Blue Star, they were not non-existent, and each was quite powerful. They had successfully recruited a few before. It's just that, Mr. Li, you are the strongest thus far. Zhu Zhenglong could not help but echo, indeed, Mr. Li, your experiences are truly admirable. Li Yang's fabricated story was indeed perilous, with every step taken fraught with tension. A single misstep could have prevented him from becoming the current Earth Martial God. Noticing that the two seemed convinced, Li Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, inwardly reflecting, "It seems I have a talent for storytelling. This has managed to impress them." Then lifting his teacup, he took a sip of the spiritual tea, confessing without a change in expression, "Thus my growth to this point has involved a significant amount of luck. If it weren't for those critical moments of fortune, perhaps I wouldn't have reached this day." Just as the three finished discussing Li Yang's identity, a commotion suddenly arose at the door. Wang Lei and the other five had returned, but were stopped outside the villa by Duan Tianhong and the others, who stood guard like soldiers. "Please wait a moment outside, gentlemen." The conversation among the important figures inside had not yet concluded. Even the true owner of the villa could not be allowed in. Li Yang stood up and said to Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenglong, "Gentlemen, my friends have returned. Oh, let us go." He then stepped outside the villa. As the door was not closed, Wang Lei and the other five who had been stopped saw Li Yang along with two unfamiliar, yet familiar figures beside him. Among them, Wang Lei, who had been blocked by his superior, suddenly looked excited. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Those two are..." Yes. They are the venerable Lin Yan, who guards our Binhai region, and the esteemed chief inspector. Heavens, I can hardly believe I am seeing these two alive." Wang Lei's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a superstar, trembling with excitement. Upon hearing Wang Lei's exclamation, the weary faces of the other team members instantly lit up with excitement, their eyes blazing with fervent light. Their legendary reputations had long preceded them. One a mid-stage Earth martial god powerhouse, the other a pinnacle sealed emperor, their status and prestige beyond measure. For insignificant figures like them, they could only occasionally glimpse these two greats in the news. To behold them in person today felt nothing short of a dream. Lin Yan, hearing Wang Lei's excited cry, swept his gaze over Wang Lei and recognized the insignia of a martial artist under the martial alliance. With a gentle smile and not a trace of the arrogance befitting an Earth martial god, he spoke amiably, "Hello there, little ones. You must be martial artists under our martial alliance." Beside him, Zhu Zhenglong also nodded slightly in response to Wang Lei and his team, gesturing for Duan Tianhong and the others to let them in. Wang Lei, trembling with nervousness at being addressed by the esteemed Lin Yan, quickly straightened his back and replied, "Yes, Lord Chairman. We are the Tianyu squad of Bingzhou under the martial alliance." Curiosity surged within him. Why had these two greats suddenly appeared at their villa? Could it be because of Senior Li Yang? As he speculated inwardly, Li Yang, with a thought, retrieved a smaller Beast King corpse from his infinite storage space and gently placed it in the villa's spacious courtyard. Explaining to Wang Lei the reason, he called it compensation. He then informed him that he had now become the Martial Alliance's chairman and would soon depart for the Martial Alliance headquarters in Suzhou. You've become the chairman of the Martial Alliance, and this Beast King corpse is for us." Wang Lei's eyes widened after hearing this. His face was a mask of sheer astonishment. While such a Beast King corpse might offer limited help to a powerhouse like Li Yang for their Tianyu squad, it was an invaluable treasure. Without any false modesty, Wang Lei accepted it cheerfully, expressing his profound gratitude to Li Yang. A single Beast King corpse was immensely important to them. Once sold and converted into resources, everyone's strength could be elevated. His gratitude towards Li Yang deepened. The senior's kindness was boundless. Then the Tianyu squad stood in the courtyard waving farewell to Li Yang, who had vanished into the sky. "Goodbye, senior." Not until Li Yang's figure had completely disappeared did Wang Lei slap his forehead. "I missed such a golden opportunity to ask Senior Li Yang, Chairman Lin, and Chief Zhu for autographs. How impressive would that be to boast about?" Above the villa district, Zhu Zhenglong halted midair, turned to Li Yang, and said sincerely, "Mr. Li, since that's the case, we shall take our leave. Our military outposts welcome you anytime. Let us cooperate more in the future." Li Yang nodded and replied with a smile, "I'll visit if I have the chance. I also hope our future cooperation goes smoothly." Zhu Zhenglong, leading his military entourage, cupped his hands in farewell to Li Yang and Lin Yan before speeding off towards the garrison headquarters. Their figures gradually faded into the horizon. Soon after, Li Yang and his group arrived at the Martial Alliance branch in the base like a whirlwind, ready to depart immediately for the headquarters in Siz's capital. Lin Yin led Li Yong directly to a uniquely shaped fighter jet brimming with a futuristic aura. He stopped, turned to the respectfully following sealed Emperor martial artist Yuan Xingze, and spoke softly. Xingze, I'll be taking Chairman Li to the Suzhou headquarters. I leave matters here to you. Yuan Xingze quickly bowed slightly and replied respectfully, rest assured, Lord Chairman. Your subordinate will guard the branch with all his might. Lin Yin nodded, then shifted his tone, which suddenly grew grave. This time the beast silently amassed a tide of millions. I don't care about the military situation, but you didn't detect a single trace. If not for Chairman Li's intervention, need I describe what would have happened here? Sweat beaded on Yuan Xingze's forehead as he lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Lord Chairman is right. It was my negligence. We were indeed careless this time, failing to sense the danger in time, nearly causing a catastrophe. Lin Yin did not let it go, fixing Yuan Xingze with a stern gaze. A catastrophe has already been wrought. If this happens again, you will automatically step down as the branch president of Tianfeng Bay City and await punishment from the Alliance. Since you chose this position, you must bear the responsibility. Yuan Xingze shuddered. A dignified sealed emperor expert, now like a child caught in wrongdoing, stammered, Lord Chairman, your subordinate admits fault. I will heighten vigilance in the future and never let such a thing happen again. It was evident that Chairman Lin, known within the Alliance for his gentle and approachable demeanor, was truly angered today. And indeed their negligence was to blame. Had Li Yong not resolved this crisis, Chairman Lin's punishment would have been far more severe than mere verbal reprimand. At this thought, Yuan Xingze felt immense gratitude towards Li Yong, the new chairman of the Martial Alliance. As Lin Yan's anger subsided slightly, the fighter jet's hatch before them slid open with a soft mechanical hum. His demeanor immediately shifted, and he smiled at Li Yong. Chairman Li, forgive the scene. Let's go. The two then boarded the jet. As Li Yong sat down, he was immediately captivated by the high-tech interior. Inside, the space was spacious with soft, intelligently adjustable seats that adapted to the occupant's physique. The walls were embedded with glowing display panels showing real-time data on the jet's status and external environmental information. At the jet's center was a small console bristling with various buttons and control levers. Watching Li Yong look around with childlike wonder, Lin Yin smiled, as if showing off a prized possession. Chairman Li, not bad, is it? Li Yong snapped back to reality and praised, truly impressive. Hearing this, Lin Yan's lips curled into a smile as he addressed the internal AI, proceed to the Martial Alliance headquarters in Suzhou. A crisp response came from the AI, command received. Preparing for takeoff. With a deep, powerful roar, the jet trembled slightly before shooting into the sky, like a bolt of lightning racing towards its destination. The jet tore through the sky, leaving a long white contrail, and soon vanished from the sight of those below. Inside the jet, Lin Yin took the initiative to show Li Yin around the interior, engaging in light casual conversation. Noticing the intense curiosity in Li Yang's wandering eyes, Lin Yin eagerly introduced his jet. A gleam of pride flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he said, Chairman Li, this is a precious SS-class jet equipped with numerous high-tech functions. Its speed, attack power, and defense are all top tier. Its speed is several times that of an ordinary S-class jet, covering vast distances in no time. Its attack power is formidable, with advanced energy weapons capable of handling all enemies below the divine level. As for defense, the hull is made of a special alloy that can withstand immense impacts. Curious, Li Yong asked, where did the technology to build such a powerful jet come from? Lin Yin, without concealing, replied with a hint of awe in his eyes. The technology was obtained by the Alliance leader from an ancient ruin. After expending vast resources, a batch was produced prioritized for use by chairman-level personnel. But it required contribution points. I spent a huge amount to exchange for this one. After listening to Lin Yan's detailed narration, Li Yong couldn't help but grow more curious about the mysterious master of the Tianwu God-level alliance he was about to meet. After Lin Yan finished talking about his SS-class fighter jet, he suddenly became serious and said, by the way, since we are discussing contribution points, I should explain to you, Chairman Li, about our alliance's internal contribution point system. Li Yong raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on his face as he replied, oh, then I must listen carefully. Even if the other party did not take the initiative to speak, he was determined to ask, as this contribution point system sounded crucial for his development within the Martial Alliance. The contribution point system was personally established by the Master, and it is a more advanced and important universal currency within the Alliance than the Huaxia currency, representing the degree of a member's contribution to the Alliance. Lin Yin spoke eloquently to Li Yong. In the Martial Alliance, contribution points are like the key to opening a treasure trove. Almost all high-value rare and core treasures and resources require contribution points to exchange or need contribution points along with Huaxia currency to redeem. Li Yong nodded slightly and asked, I suppose acquiring these contribution points isn't simple, right? Lin Yan smiled and continued, indeed, the method of obtaining contribution points is not easy. It requires completing high-difficulty tasks issued by the Alliance. For example, making significant contributions to the Alliance by eliminating fierce beast nests in dangerous areas, exploring unknown ruins, discovering important ancient relic information, submitting valuable items, or holding a position in a critical location. In short, to exchange for top-tier resources, one must rely on contribution points. In summary, within the Martial Alliance, Huaxia currency can only buy basic goods. To obtain real treasures, one must work hard for the Alliance to accumulate contribution points, and their privilege level must also keep up. Lin Yan concluded. After a few minutes, he finished explaining the contribution point system. Li Yong memorized all this information and thanked Lin Yan, saying, "Thank you for informing me, Chairman Lin." As time passed, nearly a few hours went by. Li Yong finally left Bingzhou and entered the Xizhou region. The Yunjing Bay City, the capital of Huaxia, is located here. Throughout the journey, Li Yong felt that Blue Star was much larger than the Earth he previously lived on. The SS-class fighter jet emitted a unique cold metallic sheen, resembling a slumbering beast, as it swiftly traversed the airspace of Xizhou. Lin Yan glanced at the fighter jet's screen and said to Li Yong, who was comfortably lying back with his eyes closed, "We have now arrived in the Xizhou region, and we are not far from the Yunjing Bay City. We will arrive shortly." Li Yong responded, "Okay." On this journey, he had already grasped most of the situation within the Martial Alliance. Apart from some confidential information that required the master's decision on whether to disclose it to Li Yong, Lin Yan shared all other information with him. He patiently explained any areas Li Yong did not understand. Just a few seconds after Li Yang's voice fell, the calm voice of the artificial intelligence echoed in the cabin. "Master, a group of avian fierce beasts has been detected 100 miles ahead, with levels ranging from early 4th stage to peak 7th stage. Should we activate the weapon system to eliminate them?" The large screen inside also displayed the avian fierce beast group blocking their path in the air, resembling a dark cloud that obscured the sun, exuding a fierce aura. As Lin Yan listened to the artificial intelligence's inquiry, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade in the cold night, contrasting sharply with the friendly smile he had shown to Li Yong. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he coldly said, "A low-level group of avian fierce beasts. No need to waste firepower, just crash through." Li Yong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes wide as if startled and gasped in shock, thinking, "Hiss. Crash through directly. Is the old man this fierce?" He had thought Lin Yan would choose to go around personally eliminate them or use the weapon system. But he did not expect such a barbaric approach to crash right through. "Chairman Lin, won't the fighter jet break if we crash like that?" Li Yong couldn't contain his doubts and asked. From Lin Yan's previous explanations, he could fully sense Lin Yan's fondness for the fighter jet that he had worked so hard to exchange for. Now he was willing to use it to crash into fierce beasts, which truly puzzled him. Lin Yan simply smiled mysteriously, a smile filled with confidence and pride. "Haha, Chairman Li, don't worry. With the external defense of my SS-class fighter jet, crashing into such low-level fierce beasts will not leave a single scratch, and it can directly turn them into a pile of mush. How blind they are to dare block my fighter jet." Lin Yan snorted lightly, his tone filled with disdain. A few seconds later, the high-speed jet, like a bullet fired from a cannon, crashed directly into the avian fierce beast group that had no time to dodge. Bang! A faint sound reached Li Yang's keen ears, as if the fighter jet was mocking the fierce. The undamaged fighter jet continued to advance, and the beasts that were crashed into undoubtedly turned into mush, their remains falling like raindrops into the wild below. What was most astonishing was that the fighter jet experienced no bumps at all, gliding as smoothly as if it were on level ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Yong instantly understood Lin Yan's decision, just now thinking to himself, "Wow. These low-level avian fierce beasts have no right to even serve as speed bumps in front of Lin's SS-class fighter jet." Lin Yan also noticed the change in Li Yang's expression and revealed a smug smile. "So, Chairman Li, how is my SS-class fighter jet's external defense?" "Not bad, right?" Li Yong also gave a satisfactory response, giving him a thumbs up and sincerely saying, "Not just not bad, it's quite..." In his heart, he thought, "I must say this SS-class fighter jet is indeed impressive. If I get the chance, I must also acquire one. It would be great for direct transport in the air." For some reason, at the moment the fighter jet crashed into the fierce beast group, he felt quite exhilarated. Hearing Li Yang's praise, Lin Yan felt even happier. He patted Li Yong on the shoulder and smiled, "If you like it, Chairman Li, you can also get one in the future. This fighter jet can be very useful at critical moments." As for giving one to Li Yong, that was impossible. After this insignificant interlude, time quietly passed as the fighter jet soared through the skies at high speed, closing the distance steadily. The outline of Yunjing Bay City gradually emerged before the fighter jet. "Master, we have arrived at the vicinity of Yunjing Bay City." As the calm and clear voice of the artificial intelligence within the fighter jet rang out, the grand and magnificent Yunjing base city swiftly appeared on the large screen. The exterior remained enveloped in a faint blue energy shield resembling a massive transparent bubble tightly protecting it. Li Yong gazed at the stunning scene displayed on the screen. A hint of astonishment washed over him. From a distance, Yunjing base city appeared like an enormous steel beast rising between heaven and earth, its towering walls seemingly piercing the clouds. Compared to the supply base he had seen before, this place was simply a supergiant. The scale was magnitudes larger, and the firepower was even more robust, with the outer energy shield emitting waves of power. Li Yong felt that even with all his might it would be difficult to break through, unlike the previous Tianfeng No. 1 supply base which felt fragile to a single touch. No wonder it's called the capital base city, it truly lives up to its name. This was the first time he had seen such a spectacular base city. Curiosity surged within him like a tide. The fighter jet sped through the air like a bolt of lightning, quickly reaching the massive energy shield at the perimeter. Suddenly, a small opening appeared in the blue energy shield ahead, as if a giant beast was opening its mouth to welcome their arrival. Once the fighter jet successfully entered, the small opening quickly closed again, and it swiftly flew towards the location of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. The internal scene was vividly displayed on the fighter jet's large screen once more. Tall buildings rose like forest trees, with various peculiar structures arranged in an orderly manner. Some gleamed with metallic brilliance, while others exuded an ancient aura of training grounds. On the streets, pedestrians came and went, and various advanced vehicles shuttled back and forth, bustling with life and vitality. Li Yong observed all of this with great interest. They soon arrived at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, where a magnificent scene unfolded. Huge buildings towered like palaces, radiating an ancient and solemn aura. The outer walls were crafted from a mysterious and highly defensive black metal, with a gate towering several dozen meters, embedded with massive energy gems, radiating dazzling light. Li Yong was even more shocked by this sight, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for quite some time. After issuing the command to begin landing to the artificial intelligence, Lin Yin looked at Li Yang's stunned expression. He smiled and said, "How is it? Isn't it shocking? I was also like this the first time I saw it." The fighter jet gradually descended to the designated position. The cabin door opened, and the two stepped out. A responsible person who had already received news in advance hurriedly approached Lin Yin, respectfully bowing. "Greetings, Chairman Lin. How may I assist you, Chairman?" While speaking, he cast a glance at the unfamiliar Li Yong beside him, filled with confusion. Who is this person? I haven't seen him before. Why is he riding in the fighter jet with Chairman Lin? Due to his lower rank, he was unaware that Li Yong had taken on the position of chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance. Lin Yin shook his head upon hearing this, and said, "You go ahead and get busy. This is Li Yong, Chairman Li, who has just joined our Martial Arts Alliance. I need to see the Alliance Master now." Upon hearing this, the responsible person's eyes immediately sparkled with shock. Chairman Li. He looked at the young man beside Lin Yin in disbelief. It should be known that within the Alliance, only warriors who have broken through to the Earth Martial God level can hold the position of chairman. Is this young man already a powerful Earth Martial God? He looked so unfamiliar, and he had never heard of this person before. Soon the responsible person realized he had lost his composure, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face, and quickly reined in his emotions, feigning calmness. "Understood, Chairman Lin. Chairman Li. I shall take my leave now. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to command me." After another respectful bow, he turned and hurried away. Internally shocked, he seemed to have foreseen something extraordinary. After the responsible person left, Lin Yin turned to Li Yong and said, "Chairman Li, let's go meet the Alliance Master." "Let's go." As they spoke, the two headed towards the location of the Alliance Master. Along the way, Lin Yin acted like a tour guide, introducing the headquarters facilities to Li Yong, pointing to a certain area. That area is the basic training camp within the Alliance. Don't be misled by the term basic. Everyone who comes here is a prodigy. It has the most elite martial arts instructors, various advanced training equipment, and unique training methods. Many young talents have emerged from here, becoming the backbone of the Alliance. Li Yang's gaze followed Lin Yan's pointed buildings quickly, and he extended his perception to explore. He found that the levels of the warriors inside were all below the king level, and their ages were mostly much younger than his. It truly was a gathering place for geniuses. Before long, a towering skyscraper came into view. It exuded an aura of authority, and its body shimmered with strange lights. Lin Yin introduced, "This tower is the personal domain and training ground of the Alliance Master. Inside, there are various precious training resources and secrets collected by the Alliance Master, as well as the specially arranged training formations. It is said that training for a day in this tower's training room is equivalent to several months of training outside." Li Yong listened to the introduction while looking at the tower. His curiosity immediately surged. He wanted to try releasing his perception to check the internal situation. Let me see what's going on. However, when he extended his perception, he found it was as if he had encountered an invisible wall blocking his perception and preventing him from proceeding further, unable to glean any information. Hiss. Li Yong furrowed his brows slightly, and his curiosity about the Alliance Master grew. Let's go, Chairman Li. The Alliance Master is inside. Lin Yan noticed Li Yang's small action, but did not mind pointing to the tower. All right. Li Yong nodded and followed Lin Yan into the tower with familiarity. They took the elevator to the front of the top-floor office. Li Yong took a deep breath, prepared himself, mentally knocked on the door, and then pushed it open to step inside. He met the Martial Arts Alliance Master Lei Yu, who had been waiting for a long time. Lei Yu stood with his back to Li Yong, gazing out the window, his tall and upright figure resembling a majestic mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. His short black hair stood upright, looking strong and powerful, with defined facial features like they were chiseled from stone, and his deep-set eyes radiated a steadiness and wisdom born of experience. The moment Li Yong saw Lei Yu, his eyes were instantly filled with shock. How terrifying! Is this what it means to reach the peak level of the Tianwu God? He could sense from the aura emanating from Lei Yu that this was an extremely formidable powerhouse. Even without deliberately releasing his aura, simply standing there felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. He even felt that this person could easily annihilate him with a single strike. Master Chairman Li has arrived, Lin Yan said respectfully beside him. Lei Yu slowly turned around. His deep abyss-like gaze fell upon Li Yong, and he nodded slightly, his voice deep and powerful. Li Yong, welcome to the Martial Alliance. His voice seemed to carry a magical quality, piercing through the air to strike at the heart, instilling an involuntary sense of reverence. Li Yong listened attentively. Calming his heart to suppress the shock within, he performed a respectful bow and said, Master, you flatter me. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Lei Yu smiled, dissipating some of the heavy atmosphere in the office. He walked in front of Li Yong and gently patted his shoulder, saying, No need to be polite. The Alliance is in urgent need of talent. Now that you have joined, you should contribute your strength to its development. Currently, ferocious beasts are rampaging and various factions are stirring in the shadows. The Alliance needs fresh blood like you. Standing nearby, Lin Yan listened to their conversation and timely interjected, Master, I have brought Chairman Li to you. If there's nothing else, I will return to the Bingzhou branch to continue my duties. The situation in Bingzhou is complex, and I've been away too long fearing that something might go wrong. His task had already been successfully completed. To prevent any unexpected incidents at the Bingzhou headquarters, he could not leave for too long. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu nodded slightly, his gaze filled with understanding. All right, you may return. You've worked hard in Bingzhou. If there are any urgent matters, contact the headquarters in a timely manner. Lin Yan respectfully turned to take his leave. The spacious office was left with only Li Yong. Lei Yu observed Li Yong, who was radiating a tense emotion, and sat down on the sofa, gesturing for him to take a seat. Come sit and talk, do not be nervous. Li Yong complied and sat down, though his body remained somewhat tense. After they were seated, Lei Yu took the initiative to speak, mentioning Li Yang's achievements to ease his emotions. I have heard about your situation. Thanks to you, the Tianfeng base city was saved, otherwise the nearby supply bases would have been in grave danger. Listening to the praise, Li Yong humbly responded, As a member of Huaxiao, this is what I should do. I cannot stand by and watch millions of my fellow citizens perish at the hands of ferocious beasts. The situation was urgent, and I merely did what was within my capability. Listening to Li Yang's words, Lei Yu felt quite satisfied with him. Due to their first meeting and the lack of information, he could not discern much at the moment. What drew his attention was Li Yang's cultivation level. At such a young age, he had already reached the Earth Martial God realm. Although it was only the initial stage, it was still quite impressive. If he were to receive sufficient resources to grow, there was a strong likelihood that he could reach the same realm as Lei Yu in the future and perhaps even surpass him. Having thought this through, Lei Yu felt a sense of admiration for talent. With a thought, he took out a mysterious red, irregular crystal from his spatial ring. The crystal was roughly the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with a peculiar luster, as if flames were dancing upon it. The internal fiery energy surged like a torrent of lava, spreading its rich energy instantly into the surroundings. The temperature in the entire office seemed to rise a few degrees. The moment it was taken out, Li Yang's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He immediately recognized that this was a cultivation resource of SSS rank, although the energy contained was slightly weaker than the Qishao Red Lotus. However, it was still quite impressive. Absorbing it would greatly enhance his overall strength as a flame warrior. A glimmer of desire flashed in his eyes. But he quickly restrained his emotions and looked at Lei Yu. Just as Li Yong could no longer contain his curiosity and was about to ask the master what the purpose of the mysterious crystal was, Lei Yu's keen gaze had already captured the fleeting desire in Li Yang's eyes. He slowly began to speak. This is the SSS rank Luyan crystal obtained by me when I hunted an earth god level ferocious beast deep within a volcano. It is quite helpful for fire attribute warriors. It's a pity that my main attribute is lightning, and I cannot use this Luyan crystal, so I have kept it as a trinket until now. Now that I have met a suitable person, consider it a gift for you. With that, Lei Yu lightly waved his hand, and the Luyan crystal floated gracefully before Li Yong as if it were a delicate butterfly. He could sense from the aura emanating from Li Yong that he was not far from the mid-level of Earth Martial God. As long as he had sufficient resources to support him, a breakthrough was only a matter of time. Thus, he decided to take this opportunity to do a favor for him, gifting the SSS rank Luyan crystal to Li Yong to help him break through his realm sooner. Li Yong listened and looked at the alluring Luyan crystal before him, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. He quickly said, "Master Lei, this is too precious. Are you really giving it to me?" It should be noted that this SSS rank resource was not included in the promise made by Lin Yan earlier, but was a personal gift from Lei Yu. If it were to be exchanged with contribution points, it would easily amount to several hundred points. Lei Yu's generosity this time was truly remarkable. Li Yang's heart instantly felt a newfound fondness for Lei Yu. Observing Li Yang's expression of both surprise and slight apprehension, Lei Yu said, "Accept it. If you break through to mid-level Earth Martial God, the future of the Alliance may depend on you young people." Li Yong felt excited by these words, but he also marveled at Lei Yu's terrifying strength. He can actually perceive my current level of cultivation at a glance. The master's strength is truly unfathomable. Li Yong thought to himself. However, this also proved his potential, otherwise Lei Yu might not have taken the initiative to gift him the Luyan crystal. Having thought of this, Li Yong no longer held back his face, showing gratitude, as he said seriously, "Thank you for the gift, master." He then stored the Luyan crystal in his infinite storage space. As for his infinite storage space, Lei Yu did not notice. He only saw him place it into a special spatial equipment on his body. After seeing Li Yong accept it, Lei Yu took out a bracelet and a token made of a special material from his storage ring. The bracelet emitted a faint blue glow with intricate patterns engraved on its surface, while the token was made of an unknown metal. The front bore the words Martial Alliance Chairman Token, while the back had the name Li Yong inscribed. Lei Yu used his power to gently draw these two items before Li Yong, a serious expression on his face. "Li Yong, from today onward you are the 7th chairman of our Martial Alliance, and this is the Alliance token symbolizing your chairman status and your exclusive communication bracelet." I believe Chairman Lin has already explained the function of this communication bracelet, as well as the various affairs and rules of the Alliance when he came. I won't go into too much detail. In the future, you can use this bracelet to communicate with other high-level members of the Alliance and manage Alliance affairs, Lei Yu added. Li Yong nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After carefully examining the two items in his hands, he stored the token in his infinite storage space and put the bracelet on his wrist. Li Yong keenly caught the key information from Lei Yu's words, a multitude of questions surging in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Master, may I ask a subtle question?" A glimmer of understanding flashed in Lei Yu's deep gaze, as if he had already seen through Li Yang's. "Of course, I guess you want to know the number of Earth Martial gods hidden within our Martial Alliance, right?" Li Yong was taken aback upon hearing this. It was as if Lei Yu were a worm in his belly. Before he could even voice his question, the other party had already guessed. With a hint of admiration in his eyes, he nodded and admitted, "Yes, master, I want to know the specific strength of our Martial Alliance." Since he had chosen to join the Martial Alliance, it was best to have a thorough understanding of its actual strength. Lei Yu chose not to conceal this. With a calm demeanor, he said, "The high-level combat power of our Martial Alliance at the Earth Martial God level includes 6 chairpersons officially stationed in various states, and there are 3 more hidden in the shadows. As for the Heavenly Martial God, there is only me. In other words, apart from me, the Martial Alliance has a total of 9 Earth Martial God level powerhouses." Upon hearing this, Li Yang's face once again revealed a look of surprise. He originally thought there were no other hidden powerhouses within the Martial Alliance, but he had underestimated the situation. However, what surprised Li Yong the most was, aside from Lei Yu, who was a peak Heavenly Martial God, there were no other Heavenly Martial God level powerhouses in the Martial Alliance. This gap was indeed quite significant. Aside from Lei Yu, who was a peak Heavenly Martial God, there were no other Heavenly Martial God level powerhouses in the Martial Alliance. This gap. Seeing Li Yang's astonished expression, Lei Yu felt quite satisfied. After a pause, he continued, "Li Yong, according to our Martial Alliance's rules, once you take up the position of chairperson, you can choose to serve as the governor of a state, overseeing all alliance branches in that state, and wielding tremendous power, just like Chairperson Lin. Moreover, after taking office, you can earn contribution points based on your performance each year and enjoy various similar benefits." At this point, Lei Yu seemingly thoughtfully offered a second choice. He looked at Li Yong kindly and said, Our martial alliance is quite free. If you do not wish to serve as the governor, that is also fine. However, apart from the contribution points and benefits, your authority will be correspondingly reduced, and the price for exchanging treasures will be significantly higher than that of a chairperson who has taken up the governorship. After saying this, Lei Yu fixed his gaze on Li Yang's eyes and asked, Chairperson Li, which option do you intend to choose? Aside from the 3 hidden powerhouses meant to respond to various emergencies, all the remaining 6 have chosen to serve as governors. Listening to the inquiry and Lei Yu's kind reminder, Li Yang fell into a brief contemplation, secretly weighing in his heart. Although it's said to be free, the benefits of these 2 choices are like heaven and earth. It's practically forcing people to choose the first option. I understand why the other 6 chose to serve as governors. Joining the martial alliance is to gain access to those top-tier resources, but those resources cannot be bought with money and can only be exchanged with contribution points. And to earn contribution points, one can almost only choose the first option. The freedom of the second option is low in authority and expensive. A Master Lei truly has a clever strategy. However, he was not a person without understanding. After a moment of thought, he completely understood the martial alliance's approach. How could one expect to enjoy benefits without contributing any effort? How could one take all the benefits for oneself? Where is such a good deal? No need to rush, take your time to think, Lei Yu said patiently and expectantly, looking at the silent Li Yang. Although he had provided 2 choices deep down, he hoped Li Yang would choose the first option. After all, in the 15 states of Huaxiao, the situation was complex, with ferocious beasts rampaging and various forces in turmoil. No matter which state Li Yang served as governor, he could help share the pressure from the local branches and military, making the ferocious beasts more wary. They would not dare to easily launch attacks on major base cities or supply bases. After careful consideration, Li Yang weighed the pros and cons of the 2 choices. The second option seemed free, but in reality it had low authority and high costs for treasure exchange, which was not very cost-effective for someone like him, who craved resources to enhance his strength. As for the first option, not only could he earn contribution points and enjoy various benefits, but he would also wield significant power. Moreover, Lei Yu did not treat him with negligence. Instead, he took the initiative to present him with an SS-level resource, demonstrating full sincerity. Additionally, he was quite tempted by the resources in the headquarters treasury. Having been just a struggling worker on Earth, he now wanted to experience the feeling of holding significant power. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yang fulfilled Lei Yu's wish and said loudly, Master Lei, I choose the first option. Upon hearing Li Yang's response, Lei Yu smiled with satisfaction, finding this young man even more agreeable, and nodded, saying, Good. You have courage. In the 15 states of Huaxiao, the situations are all different. Among them, the 6 states of Binzhou, Youzhou, Qingzhou, Yangzhou, Yizhou, and Liangzhou have chairpersons stationed, while the 3 states of Mazhou, Jingzhou, and Shuzhou are held by earth martial gods from military forces. The remaining states, such as Jiaozhou, Yongzhou, Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Yinzhou, do not have our forces martial gods stationed, with the highest being peak Fenghuang level. I wonder which state chairperson Li is most interested in overseeing next. Lei Yu provided Li Yang with detailed information about each state for his free selection. He did not directly assign Li Yang to any state. However, internally, he hoped Li Yang would take on the governorship of those states under greater pressure. Li Yang had a rough idea of Lei Yu's inner thoughts, but this time he intended to disappoint Lei Yu. He had not forgotten his plan to find a stable place for development, as he was still only at the early stage of Earth Martial God and needed time to enhance his strength. After careful consideration, he slowly said, Master, I feel that Yuzhou is more suitable for me. I choose to go to Yuzhou to serve as the governor of the alliance. Upon hearing Li Yang's choice, Lei Yu shook his head, inwardly feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had originally wanted Li Yang to choose Shuzhou, which was closer to the sea. There, apart from the land ferocious beasts, there were also frequently active ocean ferocious beasts. The situation was tense. If Li Yang as an earth martial god were to be stationed there alongside the military's earth martial god, it could greatly enhance local safety. However, since he had let Li Yang choose the place he preferred, as the master, he naturally would not go back on his word to forcibly change his station location. He did not want to create a rift with Li Yang, who was expected to grow to his current level in the future. However, upon careful consideration, the danger level of Yuzhou is indeed not high. Compared to those states ravaged by ferocious beasts and tense situations, Yuzhou is undoubtedly a relatively stable choice. After Li Yang took charge here, he could grow into a Tianwu god more safely, which doesn't seem too bad from this perspective, right? Lei Yu comforted himself in his heart. Although this deviates somewhat from his original expectations, as the leader he understood that he could not be overly demanding. Soon Lei Yu suppressed the trace of disappointment in his heart, and a calm expression returned to his face. With a calm tone yet undeniable authority, he said, Yuzhou is also a good option. Since Chairman Li favors Yuzhou, let us proceed to establish a presence there. Though the pressure is relatively lighter there, it also has its unique development potential. I hope that after Chairman Li takes office, he can lead the Yuzhou branch to continuously grow and contribute to the protection of our Huaxiao nation. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's face turned serious, and he solemnly stated, I will not fail the leader's trust and will do my utmost to protect Yuzhou and bring glory to the alliance. Though he said this in his heart, he only thought about maintaining the status quo after arriving at the location. He planned to sign and daily develop cautiously and occasionally complete a couple of easier alliance tasks to earn contribution points for resource exchanges. He wouldn't engage in any dangerous activities. After all, life is precious and safety comes first. Lei Yu nodded slightly, a hint of approval revealed in his gaze, then gently raised his hand, gesturing for him to proceed. Chairman Lin has promised you benefits of free exploration slot for any ancient relic and a week of free training in the tower. Which one do you choose? Li Yang pretended to contemplate for a moment, though he had already made a decision in his heart. He feigned a deep tone and said, Leader, I choose the week of free training in the tower. Upon hearing from Lin Yin that one day of training in the tower equated to months of training outside, he couldn't wait to give it a try. In comparison, although exploring ancient relics can yield abundant rewards, including the chance of obtaining treasures, the dangers are extremely high. Currently, he was merely a beginner earth martial god, without any extraordinary trump cards. If he were to perish there, that would be ridiculous. From the information he had gathered, even earth martial god practitioners had fallen in these ancient relics long ago. He had a sign-in system, and for now, he didn't want to explore these perilous ancient relics filled with both danger and opportunity. Steady progress was his style. And this choice between the two options was one of the generous conditions Lin Yin offered to recruit him into the martial alliance. Seeing Li Yang make his choice, Lei Yu felt unsurprised. When Li Yang decided to settle in the less dangerous Yuzhou, he had already guessed that Li Yang was a very cautious person who did not like dangerous places. However, this personality also has its advantages. Staying away from danger means one is less likely to fall easily. Then Lei Yu set aside his thoughts and continued. Good, aside from the training room usage time, there is also a chance to freely choose one SS level technique or martial skill. You can log into our Martial Alliance's official website through the wristband and enter the secret scripture pavilion to select for yourself. If you are unsure which to choose, I can help recommend some options. Alright. Li Yang's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly followed Lei Yu's instructions and gently tapped the communication wristband that had just been handed to him. In an instant, a sci-fi-like virtual page was projected, its light flickering slightly before Li Yang. Upon entering the secret scripture pavilion, which contained numerous martial skills and techniques within the alliance, an array of dazzling techniques and skills instantly appeared on the page. There are indeed quite a few. Li Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes, gently sliding his hand to browse. He discovered that the lowest grade was a level, while the highest even reached divine level, with corresponding contribution point prices exorbitantly high. These divine-level secret techniques must have been obtained by the leader from those ancient relics, Li Yang speculated in his heart, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then he focused entirely on the SS-level techniques suitable for fire martial practitioners. The selection quota had been prepared for him. As long as it was SS level, regardless of the contribution point value, he could choose any one. This is a rare opportunity, I must pick a more expensive one. Upon realizing this, Li Yang thought to himself, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. After some contemplation, he decided to choose a cultivation technique between the techniques and martial skills. After all, techniques are the foundation of everything. With a good technique, one can better unleash the power of martial skills and enhance cultivation speed. One SS level technique after another, which were invaluable in the outside world and could attract many powerful practitioners, began to appear before Li Yang, and all were suitable for fire martial practitioners. The Crimson Fire Dragon technique can condense a flame dragon phantom upon successful cultivation, adding a burning effect to attacks, making it hard for enemies to defend. The Heavenly Burning Chi can transform the power of flames into a hardened Chi shield while enhancing attack power. And there is also the Crimson Flame Spirit technique, which allows for communication with the fire elements of heaven and earth, greatly enhancing fire controllability. After clicking to view the introductions of the techniques one by one, Li Yang selected the three he was most satisfied with. However, he could only choose one for free. Thus, he fell into a dilemma. Which one should I choose? These three techniques seem quite suitable for me. This is too difficult to decide. Li Yang frowned, muttering to himself. Then he decided to let Lei Yu, a peak Tianwu god, help him choose. After all, Lei Yu was knowledgeable and experienced. He believed he would not lead him astray. Leader, I don't know which of these techniques is suitable. Could you help me choose one? Li Yang looked up at Lei Yu. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's lips curled into a barely perceptible arc, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, as he thought this kid really has good judgment. The three techniques Li Yang selected are all quite good among the finer selections of the same level. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse Li Yang's request. A wise choice. Let me analyze them for you. Lei Yu cleared his throat and began to succinctly analyze the pros and cons of each SS-level technique for Liang. Though the Flame Dragon technique is a technique, it leans towards offense. Its attack power is strong, but the cultivation difficulty is high, requiring a robust flame controllability, and it also places a significant burden on the body. You are currently just a beginner Earth Martial God. If you start cultivating this technique right away, it might be somewhat strenuous. It would be more suitable for cultivation after reaching the later stages of Earth Martial God, Lei Yu said slowly. Now looking at this heavenly burning chi, it has good defense and attack, but it is more focused on close combat. If your fighting style leans towards long-range attacks, then this technique may not be very suitable for you. Lei Yu continued his analysis. And this Crimson Flame Spirit technique allows you to better communicate with fire elements, enhancing your fire controllability, which would greatly benefit both long-range attacks and close combat. It also aids in a deeper understanding of the principles of fire in the future, and its cultivation difficulty is relatively low, making it quite suitable for your current stage. With a determined gaze, Lei Yu recommended looking at Liang. After hearing Lei Yu's analysis, Liang felt enlightened and was very satisfied with the Crimson Flame Spirit technique. At the same time, he was grateful to have Lei Yu help him choose, as Lei Yu's experience far surpassed his own. Thank you for your guidance, leader. I will choose this SS-level Crimson Flame Spirit technique. Liang expressed his gratitude. After finishing his words, Liang gently operated on the virtual page that radiated a sci-fi glow before him. With a click of his finger, the exchange process for the SS-level Crimson Flame Spirit art was swiftly completed. The detailed information of the martial art was instantly sent to his account like a tidal wave. At the same time, an electronic agreement shimmering with a special glow and possessing legal effect also appeared on the page. Li Yang's face revealed a hint of confusion. Just as he was about to click to view this agreement, Lei Yu, who was beside him, noticed Li Yang's expression and realized that he seemed unaware of its significance. Thus, he began to explain all martial artists in the Martial Alliance who exchange martial arts and techniques at the Secret Manual Pavilion must sign such an agreement. Liang slightly furrowed his brows and listened attentively as Lei Yu continued. The core of this agreement prohibits purchasers from leaking, copying, or imparting the martial arts to third parties. You should understand the reasons behind this, Chairman Li. The consequences of violating the agreement are also very severe. You can check it out yourself later. I won't elaborate further. Liang nodded thoughtfully. The martial arts and techniques within the Alliance are invaluable assets. If they are circulated carelessly, it could harm the interests of the Alliance. The Alliance is not a charity. These precious resources naturally require strict regulation. After listening, Liang revealed a contemplative expression and respectfully said, I understand, Alliance leader. He then clicked to carefully review the agreement. The terms on the agreement were clear and the penalties for violators were detailed. From hefty fines for the lightest offenses to being hunted globally by Alliance leader Lei Yu for the most severe violations. After reading the agreement, Liang muttered to himself, wow, that's indeed serious. Being hunted by a peak powerhouse of the Tianwu God realm, if you manage to survive, that would be impressive. After clicking the sign button, he briefly checked the confirmation information for Crimson Flame Spirit art. With the confirmation in hand, Li Yang's face broke into a smile. Alliance leader, I will head to the training room to cultivate now. Lei Yu looked at Liang and waved his hand. Go ahead. After the week of training is over, you can go to Yuzhou at any time. I hope by then you have broken through to the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God realm. I have conveyed everything that needs to be said. Next, it depends on how this prodigy Liang cultivates and showcases his skills in Yuzhou. And if he is not mistaken, Liang would likely break through to the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God realm by the time he emerged from the training room in a week. Liang respectfully bowed, putting on a facade that was impeccable, making it impossible for anyone to find fault. Thank you for your cultivation, Alliance leader. I will not let you down. After saying this, he turned to leave the office. Shortly after, a young martial artist who didn't appear to be very old hurried over from a distance and respectfully said to Liang, Sir, the Alliance leader asked me to take you to the training room. Please follow me. Liang nodded and smiled, saying thank you for your trouble. The young martial artist quickly waved his hands. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to lead you, sir. As he spoke, he began to lead the way, taking Liang towards the training room. Along the way, the young martial artist occasionally stole glances at Liang, filled with curiosity. Soon they arrived in front of the training room. The young martial artist stopped and pointed at the training room, saying, Sir, this is it. Once you reach the door and your identity has been verified by the artificial intelligence, the door will open automatically. The time will start counting from the moment you enter. The training formation set by the Alliance leader will also activate. After the time is up, the formation will close automatically, and you can come out then. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Liang nodded again. All right, I understand. You may leave now. The young martial artist showed an envious expression and said, Then, sir, I will take my leave now. After saying this, he left, glancing back 3 times. They all witnessed the effects of this training room, and they envied Li Yong for being able to use it for a whole week. Since Li Yong was concealing his aura without revealing anything, the young martial artist thought Li Yong was a prodigy favored by the alliance leader from either the basic training camp or the elite training camp. He assumed that Li Yong had been specially approved by the alliance leader to use the training room. He didn't consider that Li Yong was the chairman of the Earth Martial God Realm, who achieves the Earth Martial God Realm in their 20s. Li Yong stood in front of the training room, gazing at the tightly closed metallic door, his eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. After the young martial artist left, he collected his thoughts and began to carefully sense the formation enveloping the training room. Surprised, Li Yong murmured to himself, "What a powerful formation. Alliance leader Lei's methods are truly impressive." The formation emitted a faint, mysterious fluctuation, showcasing its remarkable effects. What Lin Yan said about 1 day of cultivation inside equating to several months outside was not an exaggeration. He had not even stepped inside yet. Just from the quality aura emitted by the formation, he could sense its extraordinary nature. With these thoughts, Li Yong decided not to dwell on it any longer, wearing an expression of suppressed excitement. "Let me see how effective this is." He confidently walked to the door. The clear voice of the artificial intelligence rang out, verifying identity. Identity confirmed. Door opening. Accompanied by a slight mechanical sound, the door slowly opened, and a wave of mysterious energy rushed towards Li Yong, invigorating his spirit. This made Li Yong eager as he stepped slowly into the training room. The door behind him closed automatically. The formation enveloping the training room began to operate. Waves of rich spiritual energy instantly flooded the entire training room like a tide. On one of the walls, an electronic screen flickered, beginning to display a countdown. Enveloped in spiritual energy, Li Yong truly felt the power of this training room. Taking a deep breath, the pure and rich spiritual energy surrounding him flowed into his body, with each inhalation making every pore seem to rejoice. Unable to contain his admiration, Li Yong exclaimed, "What pure and rich spiritual energy!" He then wasted no time, swiftly moving to the center of the training room and sitting cross-legged, his eyes reflecting excitement. With a thought, he took out the SS-level flowing flame crystal that the alliance leader had just given him, which appeared to shimmer like flowing flames. Li Yong held it in both hands, his eyes filled with joy, murmuring, "With this SS-level flowing flame crystal, plus a week of cultivation in the training room, I will surely break through to the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God Realm." As he finished murmuring, Li Yong immediately began to operate the martial art. In an instant, a huge vortex seemed to form around his body. It frantically devoured the seemingly endless spiritual energy around him, along with the dense fiery energy from the flowing flame crystal. The spiritual energy flowed like lively threads, constantly drilling into his body, while the fiery energy from the flowing flame crystal surged through his meridians like a raging inferno. The spiritual energy and fiery energy intertwined, surging wildly through his meridians, widening and strengthening them wherever they passed. Li Yang's face displayed an expression of extreme enjoyment, as if he were in a state of bliss about to ascend to the heavens. "This feels amazing." Under the influence of these two powerful forces, his cultivation soared rapidly, as if he were riding a rocket. Li Yong was completely immersed in this wondrous state of cultivation, disregarding everything in the outside world. The only regret he felt was that he could currently only utilize the S-level Burning Fire Sun skill to guide these powers. The recently exchanged SS-level Crimson Flame Spirit art, due to his lack of familiarity, could not be utilized at this critical moment of cultivation. Mastering it to perfection would require a long period of exploration and practice. But at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on these regrets. He immersed himself wholeheartedly into his cultivation, relishing the joy of his increasing power. During the time when Li Yong was quietly cultivating, the Martial Arts Alliance, under the directive of the leader Lei Yu, began to employ various means. They extensively publicized Li Yong, the newest member of their Martial Arts Alliance, who had chosen to take on the role of chairman and would soon preside over Yuzhou as the Earth Martial God. His deeds were grandly disseminated across various media channels and martial artist communication platforms. Headlines such as "Young Earth Martial God, the new hope of the Martial Arts Alliance," and "Chairman Li Yong of Yuzhou commands," all from all directions flooded the news. In no time, Li Yang's name resonated through the martial arts community, with nearly everyone becoming aware of the news about the Alliance gaining another formidable warrior. Li Yong was the top combat power displayed by the Alliance. There was no need to keep it hidden. This move not only served to deter those with ulterior motives lurking within Huaxia, but also instilled a sense of caution in them, preventing rash actions. It also showcased the formidable strength of the Martial Arts Alliance, attracting more martial artists to join, ensuring a continuous influx of fresh blood into the Alliance. It was indeed a twofold gain. Upon learning this news, the military government sighed repeatedly, feeling a week's time passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Li Yong, who was seated cross-legged in the cultivation room, remained unaware that his plan for cautious development was almost disrupted by Lei Ye's publicity. His entire body was engulfed in a blazing inferno, the intense flames radiating waves of heat in all directions. The temperature in the cultivation room reached a terrifying level resembling a massive furnace. Yet this terrifying heat did not affect the surrounding formations in the slightest. They continued to operate. Most astonishingly, the aura emanating from Li Yong was several times stronger than when he first entered. His imposing and stable presence clearly indicated that he had reached the midstage of the earth martial god realm, and it was exceedingly solid. He resembled a towering mountain, exuding a profound sense of oppression. Just as Li Yong was still fully immersed in the wondrous state of cultivation, the time displayed on the electronic screen regrettably reached 0. The crisp voice of the artificial intelligence rang out. "Cultivation time is over. Please exit the cultivation room," promptly Alliance Chairman Li Yong. As the young martial artist had mentioned, the surrounding enhancement formations automatically shut down. The concentration of spiritual energy around returned to normal in an instant, and the tightly closed door slowly opened. Li Yong instantly sensed the change, gradually opening his tightly shut eyes as the flames engulfing his body were extinguished as if by a gentle breeze. With a hint of reluctance, he murmured, "Ah, is it over so soon?" In his perception, it seemed that less than an hour had passed from start to finish. This week of cultivation time felt as if it had passed in the blink of an eye. He then adjusted his mindset, joyfully checking his current physical condition, feeling the surging and powerful energy within. He pondered inwardly, having broken through to the midstage of the earth martial god realm. I am about 1/5 of the way to the energy required for the latest stage breakthrough. This cultivation room, combined with the Luyan crystal, is truly effective. His fondness for Lei Yu increased significantly. Without that SS-grade Luyan crystal, he would not have been able to break through so smoothly within this week. However, he could only express that he wouldn't put his life safety second to serve the martial arts alliance. He wouldn't completely obey others just because of this small benefit. As the artificial intelligence urged him to leave quickly, once more Li Yong was about to get up when suddenly something came to his mind. He slapped his forehead and thought, "Wait a minute, during this week of closed-door cultivation, I haven't checked in yet." Then a thought occurred to him. He opened a system page that only he could see, where the number of check-ins displayed was 7. Seeing this, Li Yong let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that due to not checking in on time, the system would have swallowed his count. Li Yang's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a look of relief as he muttered to himself, "What a false alarm. As long as the counts can accumulate, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. This system is truly considerate." System check-in. Li Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he addressed the system in his mind. He still faintly hoped. He wondered if the system would meet the requirements he had mentioned before. "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. All accumulated counts have been consumed. You have gained complete comprehension of the SS-grade martial art Crimson Flame Spirit Art. The quality of the grade martial art Dragon Flame Burning Heaven Blade has been upgraded to SS-grade. The quality of the grade martial art Burning Fire Sun Technique has been upgraded to SS-grade. The quality of the grade weapon Cinder Azure Blade has been upgraded to SS-grade. 1 bottle of SS-grade Genetic Enhancement Potion, 1 piece of SS-grade Luyan Crystal, and 1 set of SS-grade Battle Armor." As the system's series of announcements rang out, Li Yong pouted, a trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Sigh, the system didn't give me 1 or 2 dozen SS-grade martial arts, nor did it provide a divine level 1. Li Yong mumbled softly to himself. However, this disappointment quickly vanished, replaced by excitement. He consoled himself, "I felt the hope was slim before, but the 7 items I checked in for are quite good." The Crimson Flame Spirit Art, which he had just exchanged for, was directly upgraded to the perfect comprehension level, saving him a great deal of time. Among the items opened from the newbie gift pack, aside from the infinite storage space, the other 3 were all upgraded to SS grade, and the other 3 SS grade items were equally valuable. He had already absorbed 1 SS grade Luyan crystal, and its effects were remarkable. The SS grade Genetic Warrior Potion could enhance a martial artist's overall strength, which would certainly help him immensely. Moreover, this SS-grade battle armor would surely possess astonishing defensive power, ensuring his safety even more. As the system's voice faded, a series of memories began to flow gently into Li Yang's mind. Li Yong closed his eyes and absorbed them. These memories flowed through his mind like a gentle stream, bringing him no discomfort whatsoever. Within seconds, he fully digested them, as if this knowledge had always belonged to him. The remaining tangible items appeared in the infinite storage space. After checking in, a smile that he could hardly suppress appeared on Li Yang's face as he stretched his limbs, feeling the surging power within as he murmured, "Now that I have broken through, it's time to head to Yuzhou to serve as the governor. First, I should bid farewell to Leader Lei." With that thought in mind, Li Yong took the elevator to the top floor, arriving in front of Lei Ye's office. He raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. After hearing a voice from inside, saying come in, he pushed the door open. Leader, Li Yong said respectfully. Lei Yu, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes that sparkled with lightning as he slowly stood up. He looked Li Yong up and down, his eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, he had not disappointed him, having successfully broken through to the midstage of the Earth Martial God realm. Li Yong had a brief conversation with Lei Yu, reporting the results of his recent closed-door training. Lei Yu's eyes were filled with satisfaction upon hearing it. This further solidified his belief that investing in Li Yong was not a losing deal. Just as Li Yong felt the conversation was coming to an end and was preparing to take his leave to assume his position in Yuzhou, a sudden knock-knock echoed from the office door. With Lei Yu's voice saying come in, the door slowly opened. A cascade of vibrant green wavy hair fell like a waterfall, and the girl in green appeared graceful as a gentle breeze, her figure slender and perfectly proportioned, looking almost elfin in beauty. She walked in with light steps respectfully. Zhao Qingming. Li Yang's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. However, what caught his attention first was not her stunning beauty, but the energy fluctuations radiating from her. Peak of the king level. She looks to be around my age, and her strength seems quite decent, Li Yang thought to himself. He then shifted his gaze to her face, and he couldn't help but admit that this girl was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. Leader Chairman Li, the green-haired girl greeted Lei Yu and Li Yang respectively, her voice sweet and melodic. Li Yang nodded slightly in response. Then she curiously asked Lei Yu, Leader, who is this? Lei Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke slowly. Come Li Yang, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Qingming, an outstanding student from our elite training camp. She will be your dedicated secretary from now on, and she can assist you with the affairs in Yuzhou. Miss Qingming is quite a capable helper. At this point he paused and continued. You are about to take office as the general envoy, and of course you need various personnel arrangements by your side. However, you can skip the bodyguard team. If any danger arises, I trust you to protect them, not the other way around. However, if you want, I can arrange for an elite team to be formed, or you can come alone. Zhao Qingming, who had been mentally prepared after being informed by Lei Yu in advance. After Lei Yu's voice fell, her clear and bright eyes sparkling like jewels looked at Li Yang with a hint of shyness and sincerity as she said, I hope Chairman Li will guide me in the future. Her appearance was both cute and playful, evoking affection in others. However, it had no effect on Li Yang. Li Yang was momentarily stunned, thinking, secretary. Is this to prevent me from slacking off after assuming the position of general envoy in Yuzhou, specially arranged to supervise me? Though this girl is very pretty, having a beauty beside him is nice. The problem is she was sent by the leader possibly to monitor whether he was being lazy. No way, this girl must not stay. Li Yang was just about to refuse when he heard Lei Yu decisively say, all right, Chairman, Li need not say more, it's decided. Let's have Qingming take you to the logistics department to collect an S-level aircraft and head to Yuzhou. After saying that, a powerful and irresistible aura emanated from Lei Yu. Before Li Yang could react, he was pushed out the door by an overwhelming force that he couldn't resist. Zhao Qingming bowed slightly to Lei Yu and said with a sweet smile like a spring breeze, Leader, I shall take my leave as well. Then, surrounded by a faint fragrance, she gracefully walked out. Chairman Li, let's go. I will take you to the logistics department to collect the S-level aircraft arranged by the leader for you. Zhao Qingming said, blinking her lively big eyes looking at Li Yang, who had just been pushed out. What kind of situation is this? Li Yang glanced at the smiling Zhao Qingming beside him, feeling speechless. The leader forcibly assigned him a secretary and then kicked him out. This operation was truly baffling. However, considering that Lei Yu had given him an S-level aircraft for free, and due to the fact that he couldn't overpower the other side, he decided not to dwell on these trivial matters. Li Yang collected his thoughts and nodded, following behind Zhao Qingming towards the logistics department. Along the way, Zhao Qingming frequently cast curious glances at Li Yang. This prodigy, who had reached the midstage of the Earth Martial God realm, made her feel a sense of disparity. Initially, she took great pride in having reached the peak of the Martial King realm at such a young age, surpassing 99% of her peers. But upon learning Li Yang's age and cultivation level, her pride shattered in an instant. She finally witnessed that there is always someone better. In front of Li Yang, who had already broken through to the midstage of the Earth Martial God realm, she seemed all too. As they continued, Zhao Qingming, unable to hold back her curiosity, gently asked, Chairman Li, how do you usually cultivate? Li Yang was slightly taken aback, then smiled and replied, cultivation, well, it's about calming the mind and continuously comprehending the power of heaven and earth, nothing particularly special. Zhao Qingming nodded thoughtfully, wanting to ask more, but they had already arrived at the logistics department. Li Yang was aware of the elite training camp where Zhao Qingming previously studied. Its members were also prodigies, and their strength surpassed that of the basic training camp. The reason Zhao Qingming asked this must be because she who ranked among the top was impacted by this monster. After that, using the chairman's order in his hand, Li Yang successfully obtained a mighty and imposing-looking S-level aircraft. However, it was clearly much inferior to Lin Yan's SS-level aircraft. After converting all the Beast King and Beast Emperor corpses in the infinite storage space into contribution points, Li Yang entered the aircraft with Zhao Qingning. After stating their destination to the onboard artificial intelligence, the aircraft emitted a roar and took off. There was no need for manual operation, it was very quick. As the aircraft soared towards Yuzhou, Li Yang comfortably reclined in the seat inside, gazing at the scenery displayed on the aircraft's large screen. He began to fantasize about his beautiful life in the new place. He didn't mind Zhao Qingning, who occasionally cast curious glances at him. Even if they sent someone to monitor him, it wouldn't change his thoughts. At worst, when he arrived at his destination, he would just be less obvious in his laziness. As a dignified Earth Marshal God General Envoy, how could he be restricted by a mere peak King-level secretary? At this moment, Zhao Qingning had no idea how Li Yang thought of her. She merely wanted to see how Li Yang usually cultivated, to understand where their differences lay, and then to learn diligently. She was not sent by Lei Yu to monitor Li Yang. As Li Yang and Zhao Qingning departed in the aircraft, Lei Yu in the tower office watched the aircraft gradually disappear, his eyes revealing a meaningful expression. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Clad in a black robe, their face obscured in shadow, only a pair of deep abyss-like eyes were visible. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Lei Yu, they seemed like longtime acquaintances. "I don't quite understand your move," Lei Yu said casually, not surprised by the other's appearance. The figure in the black robe did not answer directly, but asked, "What do you think of this kid?" Lei Yu was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "He has limitless potential. If properly cultivated, he will undoubtedly become a great talent. I have high hopes for him." "I think so too," the figure in the black robe said with a slight smile. "I believe Qingning will learn a lot by being by his side." Inside the fighter jet, in the quiet atmosphere, only the faint sound of instruments can be heard. Li Yang, feeling idle, lightly tapped the communication wristband on his wrist and logged into the Alliance's official website. His gaze swept over the prominent 85 contribution points in his account, and he couldn't help but scoff. A Beast Emperor and 8 Beast Kings corpses are only worth this little. This is far too little. No wonder everyone says contribution points are incredibly valuable. They are harder to earn than gold. 85 contribution points indeed seem a bit meager in the marketplace. At most, he could exchange them for some low-quality S-grade items. As for those tempting SS-grade items, they all start at 100 points. Furthermore, the Alliance has strict regulations for exchanging beast corpses. The minimum required is a Beast King level. Corpses below the Beast King level can only be exchanged for Huaxia currency instead of contribution points. A complete Beast King level corpse is worth a maximum of 10 contribution points. Li Yang pondered quietly about Lei Yu's intentions behind this setup. The purpose was clear. It was to enhance the enthusiasm of martial artists within the Alliance who could access this special unit of contribution points toward Alliance missions. To gain more contribution points and exchange for top-tier resources, one must complete more tasks released by the Alliance. Top-tier resources are not easily obtained. As for the 100 base contribution points for serving as the governor of Yuzhou, they can only be granted after a full year of service. If he performs exceptionally during his tenure, the contribution points earned will also correspondingly increase. However, this was essentially unrelated to his desire for a laid-back development. Sigh, Li Yang sighed inwardly. It seems that to acquire resources for cultivation and enhance his strength, he would have to rely on his signing-in system. He wasn't keen on completing those dangerous tasks released by the Alliance. Li Yang then exited the official website and turned off his wristband. He quietly awaited the fighter jet's arrival. This time the Yuzhou he chose to oversee was right next to Suzhou, not far at all. With the speed of this S-grade fighter jet, it would reach its destination in less than half a day at full throttle. Li Yang leaned back in his comfortable seat, closing his eyes to rest while his mind wandered. At that moment, a notification suddenly rang from his wristband. He turned to look, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as Lei Yu transferred him the basic 50 billion Huaxia currency operational funds as the chairman. "Sai, money is just a string of numbers to me now." Li Yang glanced at the long 10-digit balance in his account. Although he said this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. No one would complain about having too much money. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Yuzhou Martial Arts Alliance in the peak Beast Emperor-level Deputy Governor Du Qi, stationed here, was currently in a closed-door cultivation session. After all, not everyone like Lin Yan preferred to do everything themselves. Suddenly, a sound came from his communication wristband indicating that Li Yang, the mysterious Earth Martial God Chairman, who had been widely promoted a few days ago, was on his way to take office. Upon receiving this news, Du Qi dared not be the slightest bit negligent. He abruptly stood up, ending his cultivation state with a serious and respectful expression. "This mysterious governor is finally coming. Ooh, I must prepare to welcome him properly," Du Qi thought to himself. He immediately sent orders via his communication wristband to the various base city presidents of the Yuzhou Martial Arts Alliance to come to the headquarters to welcome the incoming Governor Li Yang. The presidents, upon receiving the orders, immediately set off. No fool would underestimate Li Yang. They knew this mysterious governor was no ordinary person. At only over 20 years old, he possessed the strength of an earth martial god, easily reaching heights that these old fellows might never attain in their lifetimes. Everyone hoped to leave a good impression on Li Yang during the welcome, laying a solid foundation for future work. After issuing the orders, Du Qi began to personally arrange the various details for the welcome. Although Li Yang's arrival meant that his power and influence as the deputy governor would inevitably face considerable impact, the power he held tightly in his hands would slip away. However, he was not short-sighted and foolish enough to oppose. Moreover, he had never placed much importance on power, rather feeling quite light about it. Usually, unless it was an urgent issue, he handed all matters over to his subordinates, enjoying his leisure. Thus, Du Qi felt not the slightest aversion to Li Yang's arrival. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. He quietly calculated in his mind. Once he handed over all these affairs to Li Yang, he could then be more openly a laissez-faire manager, focusing solely on cultivation right. Furthermore, Li Yang was indeed a powerful earth martial god. If he encountered fierce beasts that he found difficult to deal with, he could directly call for support, ensuring his safety. Meanwhile, the Yuzhou military government quickly learned that Li Yang was on his way. The peak beast emperor-level inspector, General Zhang Jian, stationed here, immediately decided to lead the high-ranking officials to welcome Li Yang's arrival. Although their military and the martial arts alliance belonged to two different forces, everyone understood that once Li Yang settled in Yuzhou, they would benefit too. It was just a pity that such a powerful earth martial god was not from their military camp, which made Zhang Jian feel somewhat disappointed. As time slowly passed, people began to gather in front of the governor's mansion, all prominent figures in Yuzhou rarely seen in daily life. But at this moment, their hearts were filled with curiosity and nervousness. They eagerly awaited Li Yang's arrival. Because both the martial arts alliance and the military government had very little knowledge about this mysterious individual who was soon to take office. Aside from the limited information learned from the news, they knew almost nothing else. Du Qi, do you really know nothing about Chairman Li? In the waiting period, the military inspector General Zhang Jian looked at Du Qi suspiciously. He was feeling uneasy, suspecting whether this guy was deliberately not telling him, wanting him to embarrass himself in front of Chairman Li or fail to keep up with the conversation. As a peak beast emperor-level deputy governor, Du Qi was considered a high-ranking figure in the martial arts alliance. How could he possibly not know the information about the chairman within his own faction? That was simply unacceptable. Hearing Zhang Jian's voice filled with distrust, Du Qi furrowed his brow slightly and replied irritably, "Why would I lie to you? Is it that you don't trust me? Did you not see the news from a few days ago? This chairman, Li, is a reclusive, powerful figure, a 21-year-old earth martial god who displayed his might at the supply base in Tianfeng City, finally exposing himself to our Huaxiao nation's sight. You know the events that followed, but all other information is blank. How would I know anything else?" Zhang Jian still found it hard to believe Du Qi's words, repeatedly questioning, "So you really don't know?" Du Qi helplessly spread his hands and said, "Of course I don't know. Would I dare to lie to you?" After confirming that Du Qi was not intentionally lying or hiding information from him, Zhang Jian could only give up helplessly. He silently prayed in his heart, hoping that this mysterious earth martial god Li Yang would be easier to get along with in the future, as both sides would inevitably need to cooperate. As time passed, the warplanes smoothly traversed through the clouds. Li Yang glanced at the distance displayed on the screen, realizing there was still a considerable amount of time before they arrived at Yuzhou. Tilting his head slightly, he looked at the obediently seated Zhao Qingming and softly inquired, "Miss Qingming, why did you choose to accompany me to Yuzhou to serve as my secretary? Is life in the elite training camp not satisfactory?" Li Yang felt genuinely puzzled. It is known that the elite training camp is a sanctuary long sought after by all martial artists in Huaxia, gathering the finest cultivation resources and the strongest martial arts instructors. It is the cradle for nurturing martial arts elites. However, due to its extremely high entry requirements, only true prodigies can meet the conditions. With Zhao Qingming's formidable talent having reached the pinnacle of the king level at such a young age, continuing her studies in the elite training camp would undoubtedly lead to an unlimited future. Yet to follow him as a potentially neglected administrative secretary seems hardly a wise choice. He truly could not understand why Zhao Qingming would make such a decision. With her flowing green hair, Zhao Qingming appeared like a fairy stepping out from a painting. After hearing Li Yang's question, her lively eyes gazed directly at Li Yang, a charming smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Chairman Li, this is the arrangement of the alliance leader, and it is also my voluntary choice. In my view, learning alongside you is far more meaningful than wasting time in the elite training camp." Li Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as he asked, "Oh, what makes you think so? The elite training camp is a place where countless martial artists strive to enter, yet you chose to step out. Zhao Qingning slightly inclined her body, her posture elegant and enchanting. Her voice was gentle yet firm. Chairman Li, while the elite training camp is indeed excellent, you have managed to break through to the mid-stage of Earth Martial God at a comparable age due to your own opportunities and talent. Your growth process must contain unique insights and extraordinary experiences. By being by your side, I can access knowledge and experiences not attainable in the elite training camp. Such an opportunity is invaluable. Hearing this, Li Yong was slightly taken aback, not expecting Zhao Qingning to think this way. Moreover, it appeared she was not specifically sent to monitor him, but rather he had misunderstood her intentions. He then chuckled lightly, teasing, "Haha, since you think so highly of me, I hope you won't regret this choice in the future, Miss Qingning." Zhao Qingning's eyes were as steadfast as a rock as she replied, without hesitation, "Of course not, Chairman Li." Li Yong observed Zhao Qingning's unwavering gaze. He shook his head helplessly in his heart. He could roughly guess her intentions. Zhao Qingning must want to see why he could break through to the Earth Martial God realm so quickly at the same age. However, Zhao Qingning could never replicate his method of boosting cultivation, as he was a hanging wall, possessing the outrageous existence of a sign-in system. But naturally, he would not voice these thoughts. He merely smiled and nodded, saying, "Since that is the case, let's work hard together and learn well by my side." After saying that, he gave her a precautionary reminder. "However, Miss Qingning, I must tell you in advance that I tend to be rather easygoing and lazy, so you should be mentally prepared." Zhao Qingning smiled sweetly. Chairman Li is joking. Being easygoing and lazy won't help in breaking through to the Earth Martial God, so I hope to receive your guidance in the future. After saying this, the two fell silent, and the warplane returned to tranquility. Li Yong leaned back in his seat, slightly closing his eyes to rest, while Zhao Qingning sat quietly beside him, her green hair cascading naturally, exuding a faint fragrance of youth. As time continued to pass, the warplane gradually entered the Yuzhou region, the outline of the Inyang base city slowly appearing on the large screen. "Master, we have arrived at the vicinity of Inyang base city." The voice of the artificial intelligence broke the silence within the warplane. Li Yong opened his eyes from his moment of rest upon hearing this. He glanced at the large screen, a slight smile forming on his lips as he softly said, "We arrived so quickly." The warplane continued its flight forward like a bolt of black lightning streaking across the sky. Soon they reached the designated opening of the energy shield above the base city. The warplane passed through smoothly, heading toward the location of the provincial governor. In no time, the warplane arrived in front of the provincial governor's office and gradually landed in a designated area for warplanes. Li Yong looked through the screen. He saw the figures of Du Qi and others waiting. The crowd stood tall, their expressions serious, yet their eyes revealed a sense of reverence. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingning softly said to Li Yong, "Sir, these are the high-ranking officials of our Yuzhou Martial Alliance, and over there are the high-ranking officials of the military government, all waiting to welcome your arrival." Her voice was soft and pleasant, like a spring breeze brushing past the years. Li Yong, seeing the grand reception, smiled with satisfaction and nodded. He thought to himself, expecting that they would not take him, a sudden young leader who parachuted in to seize power, seriously. It seems the imagined scene of arrogance and face-slapping did not occur. These people are not fools. As the warplane landed, the long-waiting Du Qi and others displayed expressions of anticipation, with someone softly saying, here it comes, the provincial governor is arriving." Everyone craned their necks, eager to see who this mysterious Earth Martial God truly was. Once the warplane stabilized, Li Yong and Zhao Qingning stepped out of the cabin, and Du Qi and others respectfully approached, cupping their fists toward Li Yong, saying, "We pay our respects to the provincial governor." The voices were in unison and resounded in the air. "I am Du Qi, Vice Provincial Governor of Yuzhou and the President of the 16th Division. Welcome, sir." Du Qi introduced himself first, wearing a sincere smile that revealed his respect for Li Yong. After Du Qi finished introducing himself, Zhang Jian from the military government quickly followed up, saying, "I am the Chief Inspector of Yuzhou, representing the military, to welcome you, Provincial Governor Li. I hope to rely on you more in the future, sir." His tone was very sincere. After hearing this, Li Yong slightly nodded, an invisible force emanating from him, gently lifting the group of people who were cupping their fists, and he calmly said, "All right, everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Provincial Governor." The crowd, feeling this irresistible force, excitedly spoke in unison, their voices filled with respect. Seeing that Li Yong did not regard them with disdain or scornful eyes, Zhang Jian felt much more at ease. He had initially thought that Li Yong, having broken through to the Earth Martial God at such a young age, would be quite arrogant. It seems he had overthought it. "Sir, please this way to the provincial governor's office. The sanitation is managed by dedicated personnel every day, so you need not worry." Du Qi displayed a warm smile, actively leading Li Yong toward the provincial governor's office, preparing to give him an introduction. As Du Qi guided him, Li Yong looked towards the place where he would be working in the future. The provincial governor's office was as expected very magnificent. The outer walls were made of special metals and energy crystals emitting a faint glow, and there was an independent energy shield surrounding it. Once activated, even a powerful Earth Martial God would find it impossible to breach in a short time. Lord Provincial Envoy, we shall take our leave now. The military inspector, General Zhang Jian, bid farewell with great courtesy. They had already achieved the purpose of their visit. Having met the newly appointed provincial envoy, he had completed the initial social engagement. Good. Liang nodded slightly, his expression calm. As Zhang Jian led the others to turn and prepare to leave, his gaze suddenly fell upon a figure beside Li Yang, the green-haired girl at the pinnacle of the king level whom they had overlooked. Zhang Jian paused slightly, his brow furrowing as he pondered within. Why does this girl seem so... Zhao Qingning's exquisite features and vibrant aura evoked a sense of familiarity in him. Yet he could not recall when he had encountered her. He instinctively glanced at her a couple more times, but still had no clues, dismissing it as an illusion. He hurriedly left with the others. Li Yang, with his keen perception, noticed the complexity in Zhang Jian's eyes, but paid it no mind, assuming it was merely a reaction to Zhao Qingning's beautiful appearance. Following that, he and Zhao Qingning entered the provincial office under Du Qi's enthusiastic guidance, beginning a tour of the place where he would be working. Inside, it was spacious and bright, equipped with various facilities, including training rooms, trial rooms, and conference. Sir, look at this training room. The energy concentration inside has been meticulously adjusted, providing enhancements for someone of your level of strength. Du Qi introduced as he walked, his face glowing with a warm smile. Liang nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad, the facilities are quite complete." However, he was aware that everything here was much inferior to the Alliance headquarters, yet in the Yuzhou region, it could be considered top-notch, meeting most requirements. After finishing the tour, Du Qi added, "Sir, in addition to these facilities, there is a large villa behind the provincial office for your residence, and the staff has already been arranged. It comes with dedicated chefs, servants, and housekeepers to ensure your comfort and peace of mind. This villa was intended for members of the family, since not all leaders like Li Yang were alone." Then they entered the office. Du Qi respectfully addressed Li Yang, who was already acclimatizing to the seat, asking, "Sir, shall I now inform you of the situation at the headquarters and proceed with the handover?" His eyes revealed a mixture of anticipation and slight nervousness, as this was a crucial step following the new leader's appointment. Li Yang replied simply, "Good." Seeing this, Zhao Qingning quickly stood up to fulfill her secretarial duties, tapping on the communication wristband, her gaze focused as she prepared to take notes. Almost an hour passed. Du Qi finally completed the report on the situation at the headquarters. As a peak king-level powerhouse, he was now slightly sweating from the intensity of his presentation. Next, the 16 peak king-level vice presidents overseeing the other base city branches also reported their respective situations to Li Yang. They detailed various matters of their branches, not daring to omit anything. Time passed from noon to nearly... Finally, they completed the detailed report on the situations at their respective martial arts alliance branches, not daring to conceal any issues from Li Yang. Zhao Qingning was diligently recording everything they said on the side. If Li Yang went to inspect their branches after settling in and found discrepancies, they would be in trouble. After all, the newly appointed provincial envoy was a mid-level Earth martial god, and no one dared to offend him easily. Once the last vice president finished his respectful report, Du Qi slightly bowed, a humble and respectful expression on his face, addressing Li Yang. "Sir, now that you are aware of the situation at the headquarters and various branches, do you have any adjustments or tasks you would like to arrange?" Li Yang, upon hearing this, gently stretched his neck, emitting a few subtle cracking sounds as his gaze swept over the crowd. Based on the detailed accounts just provided, he had a clear understanding of the martial arts alliance's situation in the entire Yuzhou region. While not thriving without flaws, the operations were quite standard and no severe incidents had occurred. All matters were progressing in an orderly fashion. Given this, he had no particular arrangements to make for the time being. Li Yang sat upright in his chair, his demeanor serious and steady, gradually speaking, "For now, there is nothing. We will continue as before, maintaining the existing order." Upon hearing Li Yang's words, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. They clasped their fists, their faces showing expressions of relief, and collectively said, "Yes, sir. We shall certainly heed your orders," not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Seeing Li Yang so young in his role as provincial envoy, they had harbored some concerns all along. After all, having strong personal power does not equate to strong administrative ability. Such precedents had not been absent in the past. Once a peak king-level prodigy who served as a vice-provincial envoy, had great cultivation but lacked management skills, hastily directing matters upon taking office. This caused chaos in the local martial arts alliance until the speaker intervened and punished him, leading to a slight restraint. Thus, they feared Li Yang might follow the same path, turning the story into their own fate. "Since the handover is complete, you may all take your leave for now." Li Yong waved his hand, signaling to dismiss them with brisk and decisive movements. Du Qi, upon hearing this, promptly stepped forward, a humble and respectful expression on his face. Understood, sir. I usually remain stationed at the headquarters. Please command me if you need anything. I will send all the documents over to you shortly for your review and approval. Li Yong quickly reacted, furrowing his brow slightly, then stood up and walked over to Du Qi, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "A deputy provincial envoy, Du has managed the headquarters and branches well for some time. Both I and those present have noticed your efforts. I trust your capabilities. Only the urgent documents needing my personal decisions should be sent to the provincial envoy's desk for me to handle. The remaining trivial matters will still be under your full responsibility." Li Yang's voice was filled with trust in Du Qi, showing no intention of seizing power from him. If others heard this, they would likely feel extremely pleased and excited. They would feel that they received ample recognition and trust from the new leader, and their authority had not diminished much. However, Du Qi did not display excessive joy. Instead, he felt a familiar sensation. Why did this new provincial envoy's approach resemble his own so much? Neither seemed to relish dealing with branch affairs, delegating them entirely to subordinates. He initially thought he could relax and focus on cultivation to enhance his strength and attempt to break through to the Earth Martial God realm after the provincial envoy's arrival. Now it seemed he had overthought it. Yet he did not dare to refuse Li Yong, forcing a smile, saying, "Thank you for your trust, sir." Then everyone respectfully took their leave. The Alliance headquarters was situated very close to the main provincial government, with the imposing Alliance headquarters just behind the villa. Once Du Qi and his group left, the office fell silent. Zhao Qingming, standing nearby, wore a serious expression. She held a communication wristband for recording, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yong. She softly inquired, "My lord, should I send you a copy of the information I've recorded, or should I keep it myself, and you can come to me for retrieval if needed?" Li Yong pondered for a moment, his face revealing a casual demeanor as he replied, "You can keep it for now. Aside from that, I will leave all arrangements concerning the provincial government to you. Just handle it as you see fit, and if there are any insurmountable issues, come find me." After a brief pause, he continued, "Now I have matters to attend to, and I will hand over the documents Du Qi is bringing soon to you. I trust in your abilities." Zhao Qingming was slightly taken aback, but nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, my lord, I will do my best." Since it was confirmed that Zhao Qingming was not sent by Lei Yu to supervise him, Li Yong made it clear that he wasn't particularly interested in managing affairs. He indeed had pressing matters to resolve. 2 SS-grade resources stored in his infinite storage space were waiting for him to absorb them. After speaking, Li Yang's figure flashed, and he left the office for the training room. Zhao Qingming, slightly disheveled by the wind generated by Li Yang's departure, stood dazed in place, murmuring to herself, "Wait, why does Chairman Li seem different from what the Alliance leader said? He came in with an attitude as if he wants to shirk responsibility." But upon further reflection, she began to understand. Zhao Qingming realized that with Li Yang's incredible strength, he must have spent significant time focusing on it. Even after assuming the position of provincial envoy, he certainly wouldn't waste time on trivial matters, risking greater losses. Chairman Li is truly a training fanatic. He couldn't wait to start training on his very first day in the position. This unwavering pursuit of strength is truly admirable. With that thought, a glimmer of admiration for Li Yong flickered in Zhao Qingming's eyes. She then set aside her distractions and turned to complete the tasks Li Yong had assigned her. She began to organize the recorded information and set about arranging various matters within the provincial government. At that moment, Li Yong had already arrived at the highest level training room in the provincial government, which yielded the best results. Standing in the center and glancing around, he couldn't hide his disappointment. The amplification effect produced by this training array is far inferior to that of the Alliance leader's training room. Li Yong silently lamented, fully illustrating the principle that it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality. Although this training room was already the best in the entire headquarters, activating the amplification array consumed a massive amount of energy crystals. Yet he felt that its effects couldn't even compare to a single hair from the headquarters training room. "I can only make do with this." Li Yong sighed helplessly and sat cross-legged. He took out the SS-grade gene enhancement potion and the flowing flame crystal from his infinite storage space. The SS-grade gene enhancement potion was contained in an exquisite transparent bottle inside, which flowed a light blue liquid emanating an enticing glow. SS-grade gene enhancement potion fundamentally stimulates the potential of human genes, allowing the user's physical quality to achieve a qualitative leap. Produced by the system, the host can consume it with confidence. The flowing flame crystal, adorned with blazing flame patterns on its surface, was also SS-grade and of similar size. Yet Li Yong sensed that the energy emanating from this one obtained through the system's sign-in was of even higher quality than the one Lei Yu had given him. The system truly has power. Li Yong chuckled in his mind and shifted his gaze between the two. Ultimately, he chose to first consume the SS-grade gene enhancement potion, preparing for a bitter-then-sweet experience, as consuming the potion would cause significant pain. Li Yang took a deep breath, fully mentally prepared, his eyes flashing with determination. "I'm not afraid of you." Following the system's instructions, Li Yang boldly picked up the exquisite, transparent bottle containing the SS-grade gene enhancement potion. He gently twisted the cap open. Without hesitation, he brought the bottle to his lips and swallowed it whole, in one swift motion, exuding an air of boldness. However, his body did not accommodate Li Yang's audacity. In an instant, a wave of intense pain surged through him like a raging tide. Li Yang inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth as beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly formed on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks. He felt as if every cell in his body was being ruthlessly torn apart, burned, and restructured, as if he were in a furnace of unimaginable heat. The pain was simply indescribable. Hiss! Li Yang couldn't help but let out a pained howl, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet he still gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. The pain had caused his mouth to twitch uncontrollably, making it impossible to speak. Suddenly, a surge of scorching flame energy erupted from Li Yang's body, enveloping him in a faint golden flame, making him appear like a deity born from the flames. As time slowly flowed by, half an hour passed. The intense pain throughout Li Yang's body gradually subsided, and the flames engulfing him began to extinguish. At this moment, Li Yang's physique underwent an astonishing transformation. His well-defined muscles became even more solid and powerful, each muscle containing boundless strength, making even a slight movement feel like it possessed immense force. His already handsome face became even more striking, with more defined and deep-set features, and his eyes exuded a calmness and confidence forged through trials. He emanated a unique charm. Li Yang slowly stood up, stretching his limbs, reveling in this seemingly reborn body. The fatigue vanished without a trace. He excitedly swung his fist, his eyes filled with exhilaration as he laughed loudly. "This effect is truly extraordinary. I feel like I could easily overpower my former self, haha." Although the energy required for the next realm remained unchanged, his physical qualities had increased several-fold. Strength, speed, perception, and all other aspects had received a comprehensive enhancement. His combat ability had risen to a new level. In his exhilaration, Li Yang seized the moment and turned his attention to the flowing flame crystal, which was adorned with blazing flame patterns. He muttered to himself, "Now it's your turn." Compared to the intense pain of consuming the gene enhancement potion, the experience of using the flowing flame crystal would be much more delightful. In Li Yang's words, it was like being in paradise. He promptly began to absorb it without delay. Gripping the flowing flame crystal tightly, he operated his internal techniques, causing the rich and powerful flame energy to swiftly flow into his body. Like a hungry tiger, he began to voraciously consume the energy, rapidly increasing his cultivation. A day quickly passed. Li Yang, who had completely absorbed the flowing flame crystal, slowly opened his eyes, emitting a fiery glow. He wore an expression of wanting more, muttering to himself, "My cultivation has increased significantly. If I could just have a few more, I could directly break through to the later stage." Just in time for today's sign-in count to refresh. Let's see if I can get more SS-grade cultivation resources. Li Yang thought, "I'm counting on you, system sign-in." Congratulations, host sign-in successful. You have obtained the treasure Eye of Deception. Merging in progress. As the system's voice fell, Li Yang's eyes closed involuntarily. He was momentarily taken aback and joked with the system, "Don't mess around, why are you covering my eyes?" At that moment, he felt no discomfort, but rather a cool sensation spreading from his eyes. It felt incredibly comfortable. Several dozen seconds passed. As the cool sensation gradually dissipated, Li Yang slowly opened his eyes. His pupils now resembled a profound starry sky, faintly shimmering with an eerie light that seemed to captivate the soul at a single glance. Yet this anomaly lasted but a moment before reverting to normal. At the same time, detailed information about the Eye of Truth materialized before Li Yang. Eye of Truth Basic Version: Clairvoyance, discernment of illusions, falsehoods, disguises, detection of enemy weaknesses, mental interference, item appraisal. Consumption of mental energy varies by use. Overuse will invite backlash. After carefully reading through it, a look of delighted surprise spread across Li Yang's face. This special treasure seems quite useful. His eyes narrowed, slightly fixating on the words, "Basic Version." He keenly realized that this was in fact a growth-type treasure. This meant that as his strength increased in the future, he need not worry about the Eye of Truth falling behind. Instead, it would only grow more powerful. "Let's find a place to test its effects," Li Yang said with great enthusiasm, rubbing his hands together eagerly. He planned to leave the training chamber and head to the wilderness to test the power of his new eyes on some fierce beasts. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind, as if he had remembered something crucial. He halted abruptly. "Wait, I almost forgot about that treasure." As his murmur faded, Li Yong with a single thought reopened his infinite storage space and retrieved the SS-grade battle armor he had obtained from yesterday's check-in. The base form of this armor was not the high-tech, exaggerated design one might imagine. Instead, it was a delicately crafted wristwatch. It lay quietly in his palm. A faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Li Yong, filled with anticipation, put the watch on his wrist. Then, with a single thought, a majestic red suit of armor instantly enveloped his entire body, completing the armor. The armor was a deep, fiery red, like blazing flames. Its lines were rigid yet fluid, as if forged from the hardest steel, yet imbued with the agility of flowing fire. The pauldrons rose high like two burning hills, exuding an overwhelming pressure. A faint light shimmered on the chest plate. The leg guards were straight and elongated with sharp barbs at the edges that could extend freely, resembling two razor-sharp long blades. So this is the correct way to use it. Enveloped by the armor, Li Yong felt no discomfort. Instead, he was filled with immense power, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. He could distinctly feel a significant boost in his defensive capabilities, as if he had donned an impenetrable shell. He could also overlay the flame battle armor on its surface for double protection. After the system upgraded his cultivation art, the blazing sunflame art, to SS-grade, the flaw of the flame battle armor indiscriminately harming friend and foe had been completely eliminated. In future battles, he no longer needed to worry about that aspect. Moreover, its defensive power was even more astonishing, providing a double layer of security in combat. On a whim, Li Yong casually waved his hand. The wall of the training chamber instantly transformed into a bright mirror. Standing before the mirror, he admired his current appearance with satisfaction and said with a pleased smile, "Truly handsome. This armor perfectly matches my style. From now on, I'll call you the God of Fire Armor Set." He tilted his head in thought for a moment, finding the name most fitting. Then, with another thought, the God of Fire Armor Set enveloping him transformed into a necklace hanging around his neck. The initial form of the God of Fire Armor Set was not limited to the exquisite ring watch. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, anything was possible. It could change its form according to his needs at any time. Li Yong nodded in satisfaction, his fondness for this armor growing. Then, Li Yong deactivated the amplification array running at full power in the training chamber, and with a flicker of his form directly left the room. His heart was now brimming with anticipation for the capabilities of the Eye of Truth. He prepared to head to the nearby wilderness to thoroughly test the various effects of the Eye of Truth on some fierce beasts. As luck would have it, just as he reached the exit of the training chamber, he bumped into Zhao Qingning, who had come to check on him. Zhao Qingning was dressed in a light green long dress, the hem gently swaying with her steps. A few strands of hair playfully clung to her cheeks, giving her a pure and beautiful appearance. She looked like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. "Lord Governor, your seclusion ended so quickly." Zhao Qingning greeted him with some surprise, having expected him to cultivate for at least several weeks. But she immediately sensed something amiss. The aura emanating from Li Yong was noticeably stronger than before. That powerful and steady aura was like a towering mountain, inspiring awe. Just what kind of monster is this? To become so much stronger after just a day of training. He must have absorbed some resource, so otherwise it wouldn't be this terrifying. Zhao Qingning marveled inwardly. Huh. As Li Yong looked at Zhao Qingning with her flowing green hair, greeting him, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on an extremely ordinary-looking ring adorning her delicate finger. The ring appeared utterly unremarkable, made of common material, its color dull, like a cheap trinket one might see anywhere on the street. Yet Li Yang's pupils contracted as he exclaimed in shock, "No way. Divine grade. This inconspicuous ring is actually a divine grade defensive treasure, and it's a high-grade divine artifact." Had he not just acquired the Eye of Truth, he would never have detected the ring's extraordinary nature. Where did she get this ring? Could it be that she performed so exceptionally in the elite training camp that Alliance Lord Lei rewarded her with it in his delight? That doesn't seem right either. Li Yong was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with thoughts. He couldn't figure out the situation. He knew that every divine-grade celestial treasure was as rare as a phoenix feather. Moreover, this ring was of high quality among divine artifacts, enough to tempt even a celestial martial god. Even if someone as wealthy as Lei Yu, a peak celestial martial god who controlled the entire martial alliance's wealth, were to give one away, Li Yong thought, he would likely be quite reluctant to part with it. Having largely ruled out the possibility of Lei Yu giving it to her, Li Yong felt it was more likely that Zhao Qingning had obtained the ring by chance. However, she probably didn't know how precious the ring was, otherwise she wouldn't wear it so casually. As for it being a gift from an elder of her family, that was even more impossible. Li Yong pondered to himself. On his way to assume the post of governor, he had already looked up Zhao Qingning's personal information. An orphan adopted by the Martial Alliance, she had only earned the qualification to join the headquarters training camp after displaying astonishing martial arts talent. With such a background, it was utterly impossible for her to come into contact with a divine-grade treasure. Zhao Qingming felt somewhat uneasy under Li Yang's piercing gaze. Her lively and playful eyes flickered, slightly resembling a startled fawn filled with a hint of panic. She tilted her head, gently pointed at herself with a finger, and asked in a soft and puzzled tone, is there something on me?" As she spoke, she glanced left and right at herself, her skirt swaying gently with her little movements. Hearing this, Li Yang slowly came back to his senses from his shock. Taking a deep breath to completely mask his surprise, he replied with an expressionless face, "No, I just think that this ring on your hand looks quite nice. May I take a look at it?" As soon as Li Yang's words left his mouth, an unnatural expression suddenly appeared on Zhao Qingming's originally exquisite and beautiful face. Although it lasted only for a moment and was not very obvious, Li Yang keenly caught it. Could it be that she knows the value of this ring, or does it hold some special significance for her? Li Yang secretly speculated, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. Zhao Qingming looked down at the ring on her hand, her gaze filled with confusion. She softly said, "Sir, this is something I got by chance during the elite training camp. I just thought it looked nice, so I wore it. It's nothing special." As she spoke, she generously took off the ring and handed it to Li Yang, her movements clean and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Li Yang reached out to take it, gently rubbing his fingers over the ring to feel it more carefully. At this moment, a look of certainty flashed in his eyes, and he was 100% sure he hadn't made a mistake. This was definitely a defensive treasure of divine-grade quality, and it possessed extremely strong concealment abilities. Combining Zhao Qingming's earlier unnatural expression and her claim about obtaining it during the elite training camp, he directly ruled out the possibility that it was given to her by someone particularly special. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said it like that. He instantly realized that Zhao Qingming's identity might be extraordinary and that this ring was likely given to her to ensure her safety. Li Yang transformed into a detective like Sherlock Holmes, rapidly contemplating various possibilities in his mind. Then he pretended to casually look around for a moment before returning the ring to Zhao Qingming, wearing a faint smile on his face, as if he was merely admiring an ordinary piece of jewelry. "Sir, why are you suddenly interested in my ring?" Zhao Qingming asked curiously. "It's nothing, I just think this ring is quite beautiful. Take good care of it and don't lose it." Li Yang replied in a normal tone, appearing rather indifferent. He did not inquire whether Zhao Qingming was hiding any identity. If she didn't want to tell him, it would be pointless to ask. "Oh, okay, are you heading out, sir?" Zhao Qingming put the ring back on her finger and asked Li Yang, who seemed to have something going on. "I feel that after absorbing some resources, my strength has increased, so I'm going to engage in some practical activities to stretch my muscles." After Li Yang finished speaking, he suddenly vanished, his speed like lightning, leaving only an aftermath. Zhao Qingming stood in place, watching Li Yang's figure fade away and the aura dissipate. She gently bit her lip, gazing at the ring on her finger. She seemed lost in thought. Li Yang's figure flashed across the high skies of the base city, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky. Low-rank martial artists could not even detect him. He sped towards the nearest S-level wilderness area. The wind howled past his ears, yet it did not affect the turbulent thoughts in his mind. "Having Zhao Qingming specifically arranged to be my secretary, that guy Lei, you must know something." Li Yang frowned slightly, constantly pondering. "It seems that my secretary is not an ordinary one. I underestimated her. But what could be Lei Ye's purpose in doing this?" Lacking many key pieces of information, he found it impossible to arrive at a conclusion, no matter how he thought about it. "Forget it, as long as they don't want to harm me, I'll let them be." Li Yang gently shook his head, temporarily setting his doubts aside. "When I break through to the pinnacle level of Tianwu, all mysteries will be unraveled." With that thought, he increased his speed once again. After a while, Li Yang's figure appeared high above a certain spot in the S-level wilderness area. His powerful perception instantly spread outwards like an invisible giant net, enveloping everything. Soon he locked onto the figures of the strongest beast kings and beast emperors among them. "Let's test you guys." A dangerous smile appeared on Li Yang's face as he murmured in a low voice. Seconds later, Li Yang, like a ghost, appeared directly in the depths of an abandoned human county, turned into a giant spider. The place was dark and damp, permeated with a pungent stench of decay. Resting on a huge spider web, the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor seemed to sense something, its terrifying head suddenly opening its 8 crimson eyes. Like 8 blood-red lanterns, it locked onto the human who had suddenly intruded into its lair. Tisk, the environment is really terrible. A beast is still a beast. Even after breaking through to the Emperor level, it remains so filthy. Li Yang looked disdainfully at the dark and damp surroundings. Before the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor could react, he slightly narrowed his eyes and activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions. His eyes instantly became incredibly deep, as if containing endless cosmic stars with a faint luminescence swirling. A mysterious and powerful force emanated from his gaze. An extremely powerful mental disturbance spread outward from him like a surging tide, instantly invading the minds of the surrounding fierce beasts. Those fierce beasts originally poised to attack Liang suddenly stood eerily still, as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell. This included the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor, which had just reached the early rank of Beast Emperor. Its 8 crimson eyes were now filled with fear and confusion. As if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, Liang silently chanted in his heart. His mental power, like a sharp blade, directly strangled them mentally. The fierce beasts that had stood eerily still suddenly lost their support and collapsed to the ground lifeless. Yet their bodies bore no injuries, as if they had simply fallen asleep, never to awaken again. So weak. Liang looked at the fierce beasts lying on the ground, a hint of disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The mental power he expended to kill all these beasts was minimal, completely within his capacity. He remained full of energy. The mental disturbance effect of this Eye of Breaking Illusions is quite good. Liang nodded in satisfaction. Although it is called mental disturbance, this is in relation to opponents of equal strength. For those weaker than him, it is not mere disturbance, but mental strangulation. Although it's a little weak, it still yields dozens of contribution points. I can't waste it, Liang murmured, his gaze fixed on the massive corpse of the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor. In a flash of movement, he was before the motionless carcass. With a gentle wave of his palm, he deposited it into his infinite storage space. He did not even bother to glance at the other fallen beasts nearby. None reached Beast King level. Even kept in the infinite storage, they would be a waste of space. At that moment, faint sounds issued from the great remnants hanging upon the surrounding webs. Liang instantly unleashed the delusion-breaking eyes, penetrating sight, his gaze cutting through layers of filamentous webbing. He saw that within those tightly wrapped mummy-like cocoons lay human martial artists, one after another, and a few ferocious beasts as well. Most of them were still alive, though in a dire state, clinging to a single breath. Evidently, the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor preferred its prey fresh. They had all been poisoned and could not break free. Liang understood immediately the spider had been hoarding these human fighters and beasts as provisions. You met me by luck, Liang said calmly to himself, preparing to rescue them. At once, a tremendous earth martial god aura exploded from him, forming a sharp shockwave that radiated outward with blinding speed. Where the shockwave swept, the cocoons in the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor's nest were shattered into a storm of. Liang's control over the force was exquisitely precise. The shockwave spared the human fighters who still clung to life. As for the cocoons that contained beasts, those creatures were pulverized, with their wrappings reduced to mangled, bloody remnants. One man freed from his bonds had been packed by the spider not long before. He looked less debilitated than the others, emitting the aura of a mid-stage 9th rank martial artist. He asked weakly and trembling, Am I saved? Is this not some hallucination from the poison? Sensing the powerful martial aura radiating from Liang, desperation in his eyes kindled into hope. He strained to lift his head to see his savior, but could not manage it. All he could hear was Liang's youthful, distinctive voice. I am Liang, the newly appointed chief envoy of the Yuzhou Martial Alliance branch. You are saved. The words rang like a great bell to all nearby fighters. Liang then materialized his true essence into soft, yet potent streams of power, gathering the dead and the living martial artists into separate piles. He tapped his communication wristband and contacted Du Qi. Du Qi survivors found in the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor's nest in Wild Zone 009. Dispatched the branch's elite immediately to retrieve these human martial artists. The Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor has been eliminated by me. After ending the call, Liang turned to the weakened but grateful crowd, his voice carrying a reassuring strength. I've contacted reinforcements. Stay here and do not move. The nearby beasts have all been cleared. This place is safe. Hearing him, the survivors' eyes filled with the relief and gratitude of those snatched from death. It was this new chief envoy who had saved their lives. He had pulled them back from death's grasp. Liang stood scanning the surroundings to ensure no danger had been overlooked. With a flash, his figure was gone. His earth martial god-level aura lingered like an invisible barrier, causing distant beasts to tremble. None would dare step foot here. Leaving them to await rescue posed little danger. With his earth martial god deterrence, ordinary beasts would not dare approach. Besides, he had come specifically to study the beasts and test the delusion-breaking eye. Rescuing them was merely a consequential kindness. They watched Liang's silhouette fade into the distance, too exhausted, and with lips discolored by poison to speak, they remained silent. Yet their hearts swelled with emotion and gratitude. A young fighter's eyes glistened with tears as he silently repeated, It was the chief envoy who saved me. At that moment in Yingyang base city, Du Qi, having received Liang's order, wasted no time. He swiftly mobilized Han Jingshan, chairman of the nearest supply base branch, and said in a grave tone, Han Jingshan, the chief envoy has sent orders survivors found in the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor's nest in Wild Zone 009. You will lead the team, personally take elite forces, and coordinate with the military to retrieve them as quickly as possible. Han Jingshan straightened immediately and replied firmly, "Rest assured, sir. I will depart at once with my men and complete the mission." As time passed, Li Yong visited the remaining 2 Beast Emperors and 12 Beast Kings in the wasteland, putting the delusion-breaking eye through its various trials. Their bodies, unsurprisingly, were all collected by him. Li Yong hovered above the wasteland, a satisfied smile on his face. Though using the delusion-breaking eye consumed a measure of mental energy, it remained within his endurance. He stretched slightly and murmured to himself, "That's enough. Time to return." With that, he flashed off, surging back toward Ingyang Base City at extreme speed. As he streaked through the sky, Li Yong felt the prickling sensation of being watched. More alarmingly, that sudden gaze carried unmistakable killing intent. "There is murderous intent." Li Yong frowned slightly. At the same time, in a deeply hidden forest in the distant wasteland, a mid-stage Fengguanga-level martial artist cloaked in a peculiar black robe watched from the shadows. He crouched in the dark, eyes fixed on Li Yang's distant silhouette, muttering under his breath, "Damn, why run so fast? Finally, I catch up to you." He had spent considerable effort tracking Li Yong. Finally, seeing his quarry left him both excited and nervous. Just as his mutter fell away, he saw Li Yong racing across the heavens suddenly stop. The Fengguang-ranked martial artist felt his heart skip, a pale sense of alarm creeping in. His face went deathly white, and sweat beaded on his brow as he panicked, inwardly thinking, "Why did he stop? He must not have noticed me, right?" He wondered. "This stealth robe is an SS-grade treasure. The Order Elder himself said Li Yong would absolutely be unable to detect me before he reached latest stage Earth Martial God. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion," he whispered, growing more fearful with each thought. He trembled and hugged the trunk of a towering tree, afraid even to breathe. He would not gamble on whether Li Yong had discovered him. If discovered, given the disparity in strength, it would be 9-1 in Li Yang's favor. A single blow could break him into pieces scattered everywhere. After several tens of seconds with no sign of danger, the Fengguang martial artist exhaled and muttered, "Few false alarm. Earth martial gods are truly terrifying." His voice trembled with residual fear. Cautiously, he peered out to see whether Li Yong had departed. When he saw the distant silhouette had vanished, his expression soured. "Not good. I've lost him." Just as the Emperor-level martial artist was frantically contemplating how to explain this failure in tracking to the organization upon returning, a chilling voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Are you looking for me?" The Emperor-level martial artist, draped in a concealed black robe, trembled violently, clearly startled by the sudden voice. "Who?" He rigidly turned around. Before he could make any struggle, an overwhelming aura from a divine martial artist surged forth, pinning him down completely, rendering him motionless. The communication wristband on his wrist couldn't withstand the terrifying aura and shattered with a loud crack, scattering fragments everywhere. Immediately, a pair of powerful hands suddenly grasped his throat, lifting him up as if he were a chick caught. At the same time, the SS-grade concealed black robe on him was roughly torn off, vanishing into the air. Li Yong casually stored this item into his infinite storage space and coldly gazed at the sneaky figure who had been plotting against him. "Speak, what do you want by following me?" Li Yang's voice was icy and filled with authority, as if leaving no room for resistance. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the Emperor-level martial artist's neck, lifting him higher. The Emperor-level martial artist flailed about like a little chick. Due to Li Yang's immense strength, his neck was squeezed tightly, making it impossible for him to speak, only letting out faint whimpers. "Oh, so you have some backbone. Then you shall die." Li Yong smirked wickedly upon seeing this deliberately stated. He adopted a demeanor as if ready to end the life of his opponent, as if he were about to bring this Emperor-level martial artist to his doom. As Li Yang's words fell, the desire to survive exploded within the nearly strangled Emperor-level martial artist. He stretched out a finger pointing at Li Yang's hand and stammered, "You. Let go of me, you're choking me. I can't speak. It seems you're not that tough after all." Li Yong snorted coldly at this, directly releasing his grip. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The Emperor-level martial artist, with a flushed face and trembling body, began to cough violently while being pressed down by Li Yang's oppressive aura. He felt as if his throat was on fire, painfully unbearable. "Give me an answer that satisfies me, and I will let—" Li Yang's cold gaze fixed on the Emperor-level martial artist as he revealed a devilish smile. "Otherwise, I will first cripple your cultivation and then smash all the bones on your body into bits to feed the beasts. There is only one chance, you'd better seize it well." He had already guessed something from the opponent's somewhat familiar appearance, though he could not confirm it 100%. Thus, he decided to give this Emperor-level martial artist a chance to see what he would say. The Emperor-level martial artist swallowed nervously. He did not believe that the youth before him, who resembled a demon, was lying. However, he dared not expose his organization behind him, otherwise the fate awaiting him would be far worse than what Li Yong had described. After quickly organizing his words in his mind, he fabricated what he thought was a reasonable lie. He then directly knelt down, fervently bowing his head and pleading, "My lord, everything I said is true. I wouldn't dare deceive you even a little. Please let me go like a passing wind. I won't dare again." His heart raced wildly, unsure if Li Yong would believe his lie. He could only take a gamble. He just hoped his performance would be convincing enough. Li Yong listened to the other party's explanation full of holes and did not act on the tortures he had just mentioned. Instead, he wore a skeptical expression. Then the overwhelming pressure surrounding him surged like a torrent, causing the air around to seem as if it had solidified. The pressure seemed to possess immense power. The surrounding trees bent slightly, and the fragments on the ground trembled and jumped. Breathing became exceptionally difficult. The immense pressure nearly shattered his mind. Soon Li Yong felt it was about time, and slowly retracted his pressure, coldly addressing the breathing became exceptionally difficult. The immense pressure nearly shattered his mind. Soon Li Yong felt it was about time, and slowly retracted his pressure, coldly addressing the emperor-level martial artist kneeling on the ground. "Since that's the case, you may leave." As he spoke, he took the SS-grade stealth robe which he had seized from the other party in hand, and said with a slight smile, "This will be your compensation." He had already used the eye of deception to identify the item's information, learning that this SS-grade robe of medium quality could conceal one's aura and presence, making it hard to be detected when worn. It counted as his bonus reward. The emperor-level martial artist, who had originally felt despair, suddenly shone with hope in his eyes upon seeing that Li Yong actually believed his fabricated excuse. He hastily bowed, fear evident in his voice. "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. I will leave immediately, not to trouble you. Let this item be a gift for you. Please don't be polite with me." Having a chance to live was already a miracle for him. He didn't dare hope for taking the SS-grade cloak from Li Yong. Li Yong looked at the other party's demeanor with a hint of disdain in his eyes, lightly snorting, "At least you know your place." He vanished in a flash, disappearing from the spot. But in reality, he hadn't truly left. Instead, he concealed himself like a ghost in the shadows, closely observing this fellow's every move. The emperor-level martial artist glanced left and right, his eyes full of vigilance. Once he confirmed that Li Yong had truly left, he let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the ground. Li Yong observed him disdainfully, thinking, "What hired killer from an enemy? I am a transmigrator, having just arrived for less than half a month. What enemies from years ago could I possibly have? It's clearly those scum sent by the Destiny sect. Even their excuses are this pathetic." He found the reasons the other party had just fabricated utterly ridiculous. The only ones to count as his enemies were the Destiny sect and the fearsome beasts he had thwarted. If it weren't for wanting to find this fellow's big backup, he would have slapped him dead long ago. Moreover, the destruction of the other party's communication wristband was also intentionally done by him. The monitoring plan had failed and been discovered by him. In his urgency and inability to contact others, this person would definitely return to his superior to report the situation. At that time, he could catch them all in one net without worrying about alarming the snake. The emperor-level martial artist, being very cautious, waited here for a full hour, and only after feeling that Li Yong had completely left did he carefully rise and head in a certain direction. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, it was nighttime. The emperor-level martial artist, who had been secretly followed by Li Yong, finally arrived near another base city named Wuhui Base City after taking a long detour. At this moment, the emperor-level martial artist glanced around nervously, his eyes revealing a sense of alertness, seemingly wanting to enter. "It seems they do not dare to establish their stronghold in the Ingyang Base City where I am stationed," Li Yong mused to himself. Just as he was about to see how the emperor-level martial artist planned to enter, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The emperor-level martial artist approached the captain of the city guard stationed at the city gate, wearing a faintly perceptible sense of complicity on his face. After their interaction, they moved to a hidden location. The emperor-level martial artist lowered his voice and said to him, "I have been exposed, but that foolish donkey Li Yong, despite his cultivation, was easily deceived by me and noticed nothing. I am about to meet the sequence elder." The city guard captain's eyes flickered with vigilance upon hearing this. "Hurry along, be careful." Clearly, this captain in charge of the defenses was also a member of the Destiny sect. Every word of their conversation, not a single detail omitted, fell into the ears of the eavesdropping. A surge of rage shot up from his core to his brow. Li Yang's eyes bulged like copper bells, as if they might spew fire. He ground his teeth. Very well, very well. Since his transmigration, he had never been this furious. That the city guard captain, such a minor player, colluded with the Tianming sect was one thing. The chief problem was the man he had deliberately allowed to escape and who had followed him all the way. He actually dared to call him a dumb donkey. Such an insult was intolerable. It seems I must take care of him properly before he dies. A chilling, murderous intent gleamed in Li Yang's eyes as he brooded viciously. The words, "take care," were bitten out with heavy emphasis. After a brief exchange, the Fenghuang Wuxia hurriedly strode into the base city. Li Yang's expression hardened at the sight. He quickly tapped his communication wristband and, by virtue of his chairman privileges, precisely opened a small window in the energy shield through which he could pass. As he prepared to enter, he cast a cold glance at the guard captain by the city gate, committing the man's features to memory and thinking to himself, "Once I deal with the lot inside, he'll come for you." With that, he vanished and like a wraith slipped into the base city to tail the Fenghuang Wuxia closely. Li Yang fixed his gaze on the figure, his murderous intent growing ever more intense, and murmured coldly, "I want to see where your lair is hidden." He followed through winding alleys until the Fenghuang Wuxia finally reached the western district of the base city, stopping before a remote martial hall called Shanlei Wuguan. He knocked lightly and then walked in. It was plain the Fenghuang Wuxia had not come to train. This place was almost certainly one of the Tianming sect's hideouts. Not a bad choice of location, Li Yang murmured, a trace of derision in his eyes. Then with extreme caution he spread his perception like an invisible net and silently probed the interior. He activated the penetrating function of his Puang eye. In an instant the entire hall became transparent to him, its layout and every member's position lay bare. "My lord, you're back," some underlings called to the Fenghuang Wuxia as he entered, but he ignored them and walked straight toward the depths of the hall. He wore a hurried expression as if something urgent needed reporting. Li Yang had by now mapped out the whole hall and could not hide a flicker of surprise. He sensed two concealed breaths of D Wuxian-level martialists inside, and both had already reached the late stage of their realm. Though they were well hidden, his keen senses had detected them. The Fenghuang Wuxia was moving toward the positions where those two D Wuxian waited, apparently to report. "They've dispatched two latest-stage D Wuxian to deal with me. Tianming sect is really going all out." Li Yang. There was no hint of fear in his gaze, instead it burned with fierce battle intent. Facing two opponents alone would be challenging, but it was wiser to report the intelligence to Alliance headquarters and request reinforcements first. Acting on that thought, Li Yang quickly tapped his comm wristband and detailed the situation to headquarters, requesting immediate dispatch of D Wuxian-level experts for support. "Headquarters, this is Chairman Li Yang. I have discovered a Tianming sect hideout at Shanlei Wuguan in the western district of Wuhui Base City. There are two latest-stage D Wuxian martialists inside. The situation is urgent. I request immediate dispatch of D Wuxian-level experts to assist." He remained cautious. He would not be 100% certain that only those two D Wuxian were present. If a few more D Wuxian emerged unexpectedly, his situation could become dire. Fortunately, such a probability was slim. D Wuxian-level experts did not grow like weeds. He had not imagined the Tianming sect would play so hard dispatching two latest-stage D Wuxian to deal with him, which was why he called for support. Li Yang willed it, and the fire god's suit engulfed him. Its blazing aura was withdrawn and concealed so as not to be detected. At the same time, he elevated the Jinsong Dao to SS grade quality. The blade sharpened to a keener edge, flashed with cold light as he gripped the Jinsong Dao firmly, an upper middle quality among blades of its rank. Fully armed, Li Yang's gaze was razor-sharp, ready to strike when the moment came. Inside Shanlei Wuguan, the Fenghuang Wuxia, whom Li Yang had deliberately released, had already met with the two D Wuxian. One of them was tall and burly with a stern face and an icy aura. One of the operation's leading D. On seeing the Fenghuang Wuxia arrive, he snapped in a hostile tone, "Lu Jun, you look like your soul has been stolen. We've been unable to reach you all day. Where have you been? How did the mission go?" Beside him, another D Wuxian, a lean silver-haired elder, sat with his eyes closed, meditating and saying nothing. Lu Jun, the Fenghuang Wuxia hurriedly replied with respect, "My lord, while I was tracking Li Yang in the wilderness today, I was accidentally exposed and discovered my commerce band was destroyed, but I improvised an excuse and fooled that fool. Only he stole the SS grade stealth robe you gave me. Apart from that, he did nothing to me and let me go." His tone brimmed with smugness, mocking Li Yang's supposed inexperience. "So you're saying Li Yang discovered you, grabbed the stealth robe from you, and then let you go?" The silver-haired D Wuxian, who had been meditating, frowned sharply at this and instantly sensed something wrong. Lu Jun scratched his head, embarrassed and puzzled, and said, "Yes, my lord. Is there something wrong?" He then went on to emphasize further, "I only returned after observing for a long time and confirming Li Yang had indeed left, and I deliberately took many cautious detours. There's no way Li Yang could have discovered me. He may even have already returned to Zhongzhou Fu." Before he could finish, the tall D Wuxian barked, "You're the fool. We may have been exposed. If Li Yang let you go so easily, either he left a special mark on you, or he followed you." Lu Jun's face went deathly pale at those words. Cold sweat ran down his brow as he stammered in a trembling voice, "My lord, that's impossible. I was extremely careful," he protested. The burly martial god snorted coldly. "Caution. Do you think Li Yang, who has already broken through to the Earth martial god realm, is someone easy to deal with? Since he could detect you using the SS-grade stealth cloak, it shows he has special means. We must prepare for the with sharp light flickering in his eyes like a chilling gleam in the cold night that sends shivers down one's spine, he turned to the silver-haired elder beside him. Big brother, what do you think we should do now? His tone carried a hint of worry. Before taking on this mission, they had assured the sect leader. The silver-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing a steadiness and wisdom, as if he could see through all the fog. Ignoring Lu Jun, who seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation, he pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. If Li Yang has placed some special tracking mark on him, then this place is no longer safe. We must abandon it and quickly relocate our base. The plan to eliminate Li Yang and demonstrate to the Martial Alliance must be reconsidered. As his words fell, the burly martial god wanted to say something, but both of them seemed to sense something simultaneously, their expressions instantly turning serious like two sharp swords piercing the darkness. The energy shield enveloping the base city suddenly shrouded their entire martial hall and its surroundings. It was as if a giant cage trapped them within. Who did this? Has Li Yang followed us? The burly martial artist said cautiously after noticing the changes around his features. Only those with the authority to mobilize the energy shield surrounding the base city could be high-ranking officials from the military or the Martial Alliance. This situation was most likely caused by Li Yang following Lu Jun or due to the others' arrangements. Not could we have been exposed. The silver-haired martial artist spoke in a low voice, his brow furrowed, as if he could squeeze water from it. Just as his words fell, a massive red strike, gathering terrifying energy and burning with flames, suddenly descended upon the entire Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Boom! It erupted with a violent sound. Like a thunderclap, it shattered eardrums. Along with it came a wave of scorching heat, as if it wanted to devour everything. The defense of the Martial Hall could not withstand such a terrifying attack. It collapsed on the spot, bricks and stones flying everywhere. At that moment, outside the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, under the night sky, Li Yang, fully armed, gazed at the now ruined Thunderbolt Martial Hall, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the Thunderbolt Martial Hall is in a remote location. Once the energy shield is activated to cover it, I can attack without worrying about collateral damage. The only ones who could feel the current situation within the entire Thunderbolt Martial Hall were the two Earth Martial Gods and Lu Jun, whom he had specifically left unconscious. Everyone else had already been burned to ashes under his attack. Immediately, his powerful aura in the mid-stage Earth Martial God realm erupted, no longer concealed, as if a slumbering lion had suddenly awakened. As he entered combat mode, the crimson lotus mark on his forehead quietly emerged, and his glossy black hair turned fiery red like flames. His entire body ignited in blazing flames as he activated his enhancement. The Fire God armor, along with an additional layer of blazing battle armor, gave him a profound sense of security. At this moment, Li Yang resembled a war god reborn from the flames, exuding an awe-inspiring and majestic aura. In an instant, two equally terrifying auras as profound as abyss and prison erupted fiercely from beneath the ruins of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. It was as though two ancient behemoths long dormant had awakened. Carrying the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth, they clashed fiercely against Li Yang's overwhelming aura. Then two figures wrapped in different styles of armor flashed out. The burly martial god wielding a heavy axe widened his eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent and roared like thunder. Indeed, it is you, Li Yang. While speaking, he quickly released his perception, spreading like an invisible net to confirm whether there were other opponents. The silver-haired martial god wielding dual blades sensed the overwhelming and oppressive aura radiating from Li Yang, akin to a mountain, as well as the residual might of the flame strikes. His brow furrowed tightly as he thought to himself, so strong. Only in the mid-stage Earth Martial God realm, yet his oppressive force can contend with both of us. Realizing this, he quickly warned the burly martial god beside him. Be careful, second brother, he's a tough nut to crack. The burly martial god, also aware of this, revealed a cruel smile and coldly said, Big brother, don't worry. It seems he is alone. Oh, no matter how strong he is, he cannot be our match. We should eliminate him before his support arrives. He did not say this lightly. Besides their two-tune advantage and their higher cultivation level compared to Li Yang, they also carried a divine-level attack treasure, specially granted by the sect leader, to annihilate Li Yang. Although it was of low quality, it was more than sufficient to deal with a mid-stage Earth Martial God like Li Yang. As for the energy shield that trapped them, once they took down Li Yang, they had ways to shatter it. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same. Li Yang's gaze locked onto the opponent, his eyes brimming with battle intent. His strength surged after consuming the SS-grade gene enhancement potion and acquiring the Broken Void, far surpassing an ordinary mid-stage Earth Martial God. Taking on two opponents in a higher tier was completely unproblematic. At the same time, he remained vigilant against these two in case they suddenly revealed any trump cards. Then the three clashed directly in the night sky. With both sides aiming to eliminate each other in the shortest time possible, the battle erupted immediately, with full force, showing no mercy, leading to an exceedingly intense fight. "Take this axe." The burly martial god roared, swinging his heavy axe like a frenzied beast aiming to strike Li Yang fiercely. The air was torn apart wherever the heavy axe passed, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The silver-haired martial god moved like lightning, his dual blades flashing with cold light, launching a side attack, each strike aimed at Li Yang's vital points. Li Yang showed no fear. He horizontally blocked the burly martial god's heavy axe with his Jin Song blade, while shifting his body to evade the silver-haired martial god's dual blade attack. Immediately, he twisted his wrist. The Jin Song blade, engulfed in scorching flames, slashed towards the silver-haired martial god. "Good lad." The silver-haired martial god reacted swiftly, crossing his dual blades to block. With a clang, sparks flew. As they continued to clash, Li Yang felt invigorated. He had finally encountered a suitable opponent, as those he met before were either too strong or too weak. During the fight, he had not yet utilized the Broken Void Eye, planning to keep it as a trump card for a surprise decisive. The burly martial god and the silver-haired martial god became increasingly shocked as their higher cultivation levels and teamwork failed to gain even a slight advantage over Li Yang. The burly martial god, inwardly furious, shouted, "Kid, let's see how long you can hold out." He then swung his heavy axe even more fiercely, increasing his power, while the silver-haired martial god gritted his teeth, his dual blade assault growing more ferocious. Li Yang chuckled coldly. "Is that all you've got? That's not enough." The flames on his body burned even more fiercely, as if wanting to ignite the entire night sky. After fully grasping the SS-grade Crimson Flame spiritual art, not only did it greatly enhance his cultivation, but his mastery of the fire laws also improved significantly compared to before. This further bridged the gap between their levels. Every swing of his blade carried overwhelming power, forcing the burly martial god and the silver-haired martial god to defend with all their might. "What's wrong with this brat? His strength is astonishing. Truly a tenacious foe," growled the burly martial god, gritting his teeth as veins bulged across his forehead. His massive axe carved through the air with thunderous force, yet it failed repeatedly to land any decisive blow upon Li Yang. Li Yang was the most formidable mid-stage earth martial god he had ever encountered. The sheer magnitude of his combat prowess and adaptability far exceeded all expectations. No wonder he broke through to the earth martial god realm before turning 25, a prodigy beyond compare. "He cannot be measured by ordinary standards," admitted the silver-haired martial god, reluctantly acknowledging Li Yang's supremacy. The twin blades in his hands gleamed with chilling light, clashing relentlessly against Li Yang's Jinsong blade, each impact ringing out like sharp metallic chimes. A flash of vicious intent flickered across his eyes before he declared, "Since neither of us can subdue him swiftly, let us abandon restraint, deploy that supreme artifact, and end this now." Hearing this, the burly martial god's gaze hardened with resolve. He nodded in silent agreement, then unleashed a devastating axe strike infused with the law of metal, just enough to force Li Yang momentarily off balance. He then swiftly retreated, creating distance with clean, decisive motion. Simultaneously, the silver-haired martial god surged forward, twin blades whirling like gales, to intercept Li Yang, who sought to pursue his retreating comrade. "Boy, you face me now," he barked coldly, voice laced with provocation. Li Yang, now blocked by the silver-haired martial god, stood poised mid-battle. With each swing of his Jinsong blade, he struck ferociously at his opponent, carving deep, grievous gashes into the warrior's battle armor. Yet inwardly he remained sharply vigilant, so they intend to unveil their ultimate trump card, one capable of deciding the battle in an instant. His eyes gleamed with razor-sharp intensity. A faint, icy smile curled at the corners of his mind, but neither am I without recourse. I shall see precisely what marvel they dare wield. They didn't even conceal it from me. Clearly they hold absolute confidence in this artifact. I must tread carefully. Already prepared to unleash the spirit-perceiving eye's mental interference, he thought grimly. They have no inkling I still hold back my own ace. Unprepared as they are, they'll almost certainly fall prey to it. Let us see whose hidden strength proves superior. At that very moment, the burly martial god, now at a safe distance from Li Yang, willed his colossal axe away and instantly drew forth a firearm-like weapon from the spatial ring on his finger. Jet black and radiating an eerie glacial luminescence, the weapon bore a slender needle-sharp barrel. At its muzzle, a miniature energy core spun at blinding speed, emitting searing light. It exuded an aura of cataclysmic power, utterly unlike any conventional firearm. The moment it appeared, Li Yang's gaze locked onto it instantly. "This is..." Li Yang stared, pupils contracting in stunned disbelief. He could not identify the weapon, yet its overwhelming aura of peril struck him like a physical blow, posing a genuine threat. Logically, at his cultivation level, no firearm should even graze his body. Yet this weapon ignited such acute danger within him. It was unmistakably no ordinary armament. Already wary, Li Yong activated the spirit-perceiving eyes item identification ability without hesitation. He needed to know exactly what it was. Divine rank laser rifle, an anomalous artifact unearthed from an ancient ruin. Low-tier quality. Extremely high rate of fire with auto-lock targeting function. Poses extreme danger to the user. Evade its fire at all costs. A concise inscription materialized instantly within Li Yang's vision. A low-tier divine rank laser rifle. They're actually aiming that at me, just because I foiled their plan once. Li Yong inwardly raged. The Destiny sect had deployed 2 latest-stage Earth martial gods, and now this a divine rank laser rifle capable of threatening even heaven martial gods. Their commitment was staggering, almost as if they bore a blood feud that could never be reconciled. As for the spirit-perceiving eyes identification ability, he'd recently discovered a new pattern. The higher the artifact's ranked, the more cryptic its description. This divine rank laser rifle revealed only its tier and general threat level, no further details whatsoever. Yet those few critical facts were more than enough. Humph, do you think you hold the only trump card? Li Yang's dark, penetrating gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the burly martial god, who now raised the rifle to lock onto him, his eyes beginning to shimmer with gathering power. Unaware of the looming peril, the 2 martial gods remained oblivious. "Die, Li Yong. This place shall be your grave," murmured the burly martial god, utterly confident as the laser rifle acquired full target lock. Even an earth martial god at the peak of cultivation would perish instantly under its beam. That was the terrifying lethality of this weapon. The silver-haired martial god coordinated flawlessly, sensing his comrade's imminent strike. He blurred into motion, pushing himself to the limit of his body arts to widen the gap between himself and Li Yong. A look of smug certainty settled upon his face, as though he already beheld Li Yong reduced to ash by the laser's incinerating blast. "You rejoiced too soon." Li Yang's eyes blazed with sudden searing light. Like a bolt of lightning cleaving the void, his gaze pierced directly into the minds of both the silver-haired and burly martial gods, completely unguarded, utterly unprepared, already imagining his obliteration. VVVRR. A torrent of immense spiritual force erupted from his eyes, surging into their consciousness like a crashing tide. Danger, mental assault. They realized it, but far too late. Their triumphant smiles froze, shattered by utter shock. Li Yong possessed spiritual attack capabilities. Their gazes instantly dulled, bodies rigid as puppets suspended midair. The burly martial god's finger rested upon the laser rifle's trigger, yet he could not press it. Victory remained agonizingly out of reach. Now, dragon flame, heaven-scorching slash. Seizing the opening, Li Yong, exhausted from the immense spiritual expenditure, launched his counteroffensive. His entire form ignited in roaring flame, unleashing waves of blistering heat that transformed the energy barrier into a scorching furnace. Channeling every ounce of his power into the Jinsong blade, he streaked toward the silver-haired martial god, still mentally paralyzed, and brought the blade down in a lethal arc aimed squarely at his skull. Boom. Predictably, the silver-haired martial god was struck full force, slamming violently into the ruins of the martial hall below. Though his SS-class battle armor spared him death, the unblocked impact left him grievously wounded. The armor itself fractured deeply, and crimson blood spilled freely from his lips. Humph. Let's see how arrogantly you boast now. Li Yong cast a cold, dismissive glance at the fallen warrior amid the rubble, then moved on without pause. In a flash, he reappeared before the dazed, motionless, burly martial god, his gaze locked unwaveringly upon the divine rank laser rifle in the man's hand. "Such a fine treasure. I shall gladly accept it." Avarice and resolve flared briefly in his eyes. "Give it here." Li Yong reached out swiftly to snatch the divine-grade laser gun from the burly warrior's hand. Before the burly warrior could react, Li Yong had already seized the divine-grade laser gun, gripping it tightly in his hand. The cold gun body emitted a chilling glow, seemingly narrating his extraordinary nature. It exuded a chilling aura that instilled fear. "No." The burly warrior, still caught in confusion, let out a desperate roar, yet his body remained uncontrollable. It was as if he were bound by invisible shackles. He could only watch helplessly as the laser gun was taken from his grasp by Li Yong. A wave of intense crisis and despair washed over the burly warrior. For at this moment, Li Yong had aimed the divine-grade laser gun at him, a hint of ruthlessness evident in his eyes. "Is this how I initiate the attack?" Li Yong, whose eyes were already filled with red veins, curled his lips into a cold smile. His finger lightly rested on the trigger. The gun's muzzle firmly locked onto the burly warrior, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Whooshed! A beam of laser light shot out fiercely. The brilliance sliced through the night sky like lightning, reaching an astonishing speed. At the moment it was fired, the surrounding air was violently compressed, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Where the beam passed, the space appeared to warp, with green fissures flickering in and out of sight. The terrifying speed left no time for any reaction, akin to a meteor falling, carrying an earth-shattering momentum. Under such a great threat, the burly warrior forcibly regained consciousness, his eyes wide with fear and despair. Gazing at the terrifying energy contained in the approaching laser light, he felt utterly powerless, like a husband trapped in slumber. No! A desperate howl erupted from his lips. But it was already too late. The laser beam struck the burly warrior instantly, and the terrifying energy engulfed him like a raging tide. His body began to burn fiercely within the beam. His skin carbonized in an instant. Following that, his entire being ignited like paper, swiftly turning to ashes. Due to the overwhelming energy, nothing remained of him, as if he had never existed in this world at all. Wow, what power! The shooting speed is impressive too. Li Yang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he watched the burly warrior vanish in an instant. He mused privately. If that shot had hit him, it would not have been pleasant. Even with his astonishing defensive capabilities, he would surely end up severely injured. No wonder the item information panel advised him to avoid this weapon's attacks. Its power was indeed. Having witnessed the power of the divine-grade laser gun, Li Yang was filled with excitement, quickly redirecting the gun's muzzle towards the silver-haired warrior buried beneath the rubble. Next, it's your turn. Li Yang prepared to fire again to conclude the battle, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger once more. However, the terrifying laser beam did not fire again. Instead, it emitted a series of clicks, signaling that there were no bullets left, and the micro-energy core at the muzzle ceased to rotate. Like a light bulb that has run out of energy. Huh, out of bullets. Does this thing only fire once? Li Yang murmured in confusion. His brows furrowed slightly. A hint of disappointment crossed his face. He quickly activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions to ascertain the situation. Energy depleted, unable to continue attacking, you requires a divine-grade energy crystal for replenishment. 3 shots remaining. The weapon will automatically become inoperative after 3 shots. A message appeared before his eyes. No way. Controlling the silver-haired warrior to prevent him from moving, Li Yang's eyes turned even redder, almost bleeding. Looking at the deciphered information, he felt a wave of disappointment. He hadn't expected that firing the laser gun would require a divine-grade energy crystal. Moreover, there were limits on the number of shots remaining. Such significant restrictions were to be expected considering the gun's immense power, otherwise it would indeed be too overpowered. Li Yang shook his head helplessly. He then stored the divine-grade laser gun, which emitted a cold glow, into his infinite storage space, saying, "Then I'll just use my Jinsong blade to deal with you." His gaze looked down arrogantly. He saw the silver-haired warrior who had originally been struck down into the rubble had already broken free from his mental interference, emerging from the ruins like a specter. "Li Yang, I want you to pay for my second brother's life." The silver-haired warrior's eyes burned red like flames, filled with fury as he roared. Li Yang's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Just you." The silver-haired warrior gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. "Today, either you die, or I do." With that, he directly unleashed a technique with severe side effects capable of greatly enhancing all his physical skills. This was his ultimate SS-grade technique. In an instant, the silver-haired warrior's surroundings radiated with light, exuding a chilling and powerful aura of the laws of darkness, spreading like a tangible mist. It caused the air around him to grow icy and bone-chilling. His severe internal injuries visibly healed at an alarming speed, the residual flames of the law being instantly expelled. He seemed to be enveloped by a layer of black mist, his momentum soaring sharply. "Li Yang, die," the silver-haired warrior roared. In a short time, he significantly increased his overall strength, charging at Li Yang like a frenzied beast. Li Yang's heart sank. He felt the silver-haired warrior's strength multiply several times. The overwhelming pressure bore down on him, and he couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, "This guy actually has such a desperate move." However, he himself activated the enhancement effect of the burning fire sun technique, flames rising around him like a burning fireball. Moreover, this enhancement effect could now last for several hours. It was impossible for his opponent to take him down. As long as he delayed for a bit, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be him. "Old man, die," Li Yang shouted, fiercely wielding the Jinsong blade as he faced the silver-haired warrior. Their figures rapidly intertwined within the energy barrier. The blade lights flickered. Each collision erupted with powerful energy waves. The silver-haired warrior, empowered by the technique, launched exceptionally fierce attacks, each strike carrying a lethal threat. His frenzied revenge for the burly warrior was secondary. Now that the divine-grade laser gun had been taken by Li Yang, and the burly warrior slain, he understood that if he couldn't take down Li Yang, even if he retreated from the Wuhui base city, he wouldn't fare well with the master. Therefore, he had to do everything possible to eliminate Li Yang. Then reclaim the divine-grade laser gun and recover from this massive loss. Is that all you've got? Don't celebrate too early. The silver-haired warrior's eyes flashed with a cruel gleam as he unleashed his martial skills, the aura of the laws of darkness growing more intense, surging towards Li Yong like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Li Yong quickly activated the dragon flame burning heaven blade. He concentrated his power on the Jinsong blade, striking out with a fiery dragon-like attack towards the silver-haired warrior. As the two continued their battle outside the energy barrier enveloping the entire lightning thunder, elite troops from the military and the martial alliance had already arrived in response to the commotion surrounding them. Everyone watched in shock as the two within the energy barrier fought fiercely, intent on slaying each other. The president of this martial alliance branch, the latest emperor-level martial artist Cui Heng, gazed at the battle inside the energy barrier, his heart racing as he exclaimed, "The battle between the martial gods is truly terrifying." If it weren't for the energy barrier before him, completely isolating the aftermath of the battle from the outside, they wouldn't have been able to come so close. No, I need to think of a way to help Lord Zhongzhou. Cui Heng gazed at the two figures inside the energy shield that were engaged in a fierce battle, causing layers of energy fluctuations. He felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but knew that rushing in to help Li Yong deal with the silver-haired earth martial god would be tantamount to seeking death. As merely a latest emperor warrior, he was utterly unqualified to join such a battle. The fully unleashed silver-haired martial god could easily injure or kill him with a single strike. At that point, he would not only be unable to help, but would become a burden to Li Yong. However, simply standing by and watching was not an option. The emergence of the Tianming sect's hideout within the base went unnoticed, and although his relationship with the military was strong, the ultimate responsibility for this oversight rested on his shoulders as the president. If something were to happen to Li Yong, the consequences would be unimaginable. "President Cui, what should we do?" Vice President Lu Linhui had completely lost his composure, his face filled with worry and his voice trembling. If Chairman Li is not a match for that silver-haired martial god, it would be disastrous. "Don't panic, let me think." Cui Heng furrowed his brows, quickly searching for a solution in his mind. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him, one that might aid Li Yong. "Quick, Linhui. You need to rush to the weapons depot and bring over the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons that the former Vice Zhongzhou had allocated to us. We will create an opening in the energy shield and bombard that guy fighting Li Yong." These 4 magnetic energy rail cannons were treasures he had previously obtained from Du Qi after much effort to bolster the military strength of the branch against the surrounding ferocious beasts. If luck was on their side, a single shot could take down a peak-level beast emperor. He never expected they would be put to use so soon. Moreover, if all 4 magnetic energy rail cannons fired together and managed to hit that silver-haired martial god, it would certainly inflict some damage and assist Li Yong in his battle. Once a target was locked on, the probability of missing was extremely low. This was the best plan they could come up with at the moment. "Good. They'll go right now." Lu Linhui's face lit up with excitement as he swiftly darted towards the branch's weapons depot like a wraith. The nearby military personnel also possessed heavy weapons capable of posing a serious threat to emperor-level ferocious beasts, but they were all mounted on the city walls. Dismantling and remounting them would be very troublesome, so they could only helplessly watch from a distance while continuously reinforcing the energy shield, praying that Li Yong would achieve victory. Not long after, Lu Linhui returned with a group of elite members from the alliance, bringing the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons with them. The 4 magnetic energy rail cannons had an imposing appearance, each barrel over 3 meters long, made from a special alloy. Blue electric arcs flickered faintly within, resembling a crouching beast ready to unleash a deadly assault. The sides of the barrels were adorned with complex circuits and energy devices with energy flowing through them, emitting a soft humming sound. At the bottom were 4 sturdy supports firmly holding the barrels in place, giving an impression of being unbreakable. "President, the weapons are here. All charged up, we just need to lock onto the target to fire," Lu Linhui exclaimed excitedly. Cui Heng turned to look, a hint of joy breaking through his anxious expression. "Good, quickly pull them over and find the right moment to disrupt that silver-haired martial god." Inside the energy shield, Li Yong was locked in a stalemate with the silver-haired martial god. He had used the ability of the Eye of Breaking Delusion to find a subtle hidden injury in the opponent's heart. He was preparing to seize the opportunity to take him down with a single strike. Just then he caught a glimpse of the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons that Cui Heng and the others had brought, and he noticed Cui Heng gesturing to him. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Li Yang's face as he thought, just in time. Meanwhile, the silver-haired martial god, who was attacking frantically, had clearly not noticed the actions of Cui Heng and the others outside the shield. This was one of the side effects of using his SS-grade martial art. The longer it was activated, the lower his intelligence became. he would gradually descend into madness, completely losing his rationality. At this moment his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to kill Li Yang before him. As the battle continued, Li Yang also keenly noticed that the state of the silver-haired martial god was becoming increasingly erratic. The eyes that had once retained some semblance of rationality were now completely overtaken by madness, and his attacks had become utterly chaotic, resembling a beast that only knew how to attack. This old man is becoming more and more like a mad dog. It must be a flaw of his amplification martial art, Li Yang mused. With this thought, the joy on his face deepened. Then I am even more aided by the heavens. In an instant, a wave of terrifying energy erupted from Li Yang, once more concentrating all his power into the blade of the Jin Song sword in his hand. Dragon flame burning heaven blade. With a fierce swing of the long sword, a roaring fire dragon erupted from the blade, opening its massive mouth and charging towards the silver-haired martial god, cloaked in black mist. The silver-haired martial god, emanating a chilling aura, sensed this powerful energy, and a glint of panic flickered in his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by madness. Kill. He poured all his strength into his twin blades, swinging to block the oncoming fire dragon with great ferocity. Outside the energy shield, Cui Heng was watching this scene. He understood that Li Yang was creating an opportunity for them to use the magnetic energy rail cannons. His expression sharpened, and he decisively commanded, "A great opportunity. Now is the time. Open 4 openings on the energy shield and aim the magnetic energy rail cannons at that silver-haired old man to fire." Yes. Lu Linhui and the others on high alert sprang into action, swiftly, skillfully operating the control devices of the energy shield. With a wave of energy fluctuations, 4 openings were instantly created in the energy shield. Fire, Lu Linhui commanded. The 4 magnetic energy rail cannons unleashed their attacks, and the blue electric arcs at the barrel tips immediately coalesced into thick beams of light. Zhi. The beams sliced through the night sky like lightning, shooting directly towards the silver-haired martial god with tremendous penetrating power. As the magnetic energy beams passed, the surrounding air was violently compressed, creating powerful gusts. Moreover, the beams moved at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, they reached the back of the silver-haired martial god. At that moment, the silver-haired martial god was fully occupied with resisting Li Yang's fire dragon and had no time to pay attention to the incoming attack. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from the silver-haired martial god. The magnetic energy beam successfully struck him while he was defending against Li Yang's fire dragon. Caught off guard, the silver-haired martial god instantly found it impossible to withstand the fire dragon that sought to engulf him. Roar! The fire dragon let out a roar and took the opportunity to swallow the silver-haired martial god whole. Afterward, both the person and the sound were submerged within the deafening explosion triggered by the collision of the fire dragon. The explosion echoed loudly. Inside the energy shield, a magnificent sea of fire quickly formed, flames soaring high into the sky, illuminating the surroundings entirely. Cui Heng and others who were struggling to withstand the aftermath of the battlefield spilling from the 4 openings saw the effects of their actions take shape. All of them wore expressions of joy. Wonderful, we hit. Ha ha. The others joined in the cheers, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. At this moment, the silver-haired warrior, being a late-stage earth martial god despite previously suffering from Li Yang's fire dragon attack and the sneak attack of the magnetic energy rail cannon, remained resilient. Empowered by secret techniques, his vitality was still astonishingly tenacious. His battered body fell heavily like a broken kite, creating a massive pit in the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. However, just as everyone thought he had completely lost his combat ability, he surprisingly tightened his grip on his dual blades and struggled to stand up slowly. A mad glint flickered in his eyes. Oh! Li Yang moved like lightning, directly appearing before the silver-haired warrior, his gaze sharp and fierce like a hawk as he coldly spoke. "I want to see just how resilient your vitality is." With that, he moved with the swiftness of the wind. The Jin Song blade, glinting with a chilling light, suddenly thrust toward the silver-haired warrior's heart. The Jin Song blade pierced through the silver-haired warrior's heart. The searing flame energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, ruthlessly destroying his already crumbling life force. Ugh! Blood gushed from the corner of the silver-haired warrior's mouth, dripping continuously from his chin and forming crimson spots on the ground. As the searing pain struck his heart, the silver-haired warrior's consciousness partially returned. He felt his life force rapidly fading, his eyes widening in disbelief, filled with resentment and incredulity. Ugh! How could you? This is impossible. Li Yang did not waste any words with him. A fierce glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he violently twisted the Jin Song blade. The blade stirred within the silver-haired warrior's body, causing even more blood to spill from his mouth, like a flood breaking its dam. His face contorted in agony, his features twisted together as his body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing the silver-haired warrior in this state, Li Yong was certain that he was doomed. With a powerful pull, Li Yong withdrew the Jin Song blade, which was still dripping with the silver-haired warrior's blood. He then delivered a fierce roundhouse kick to the warrior's head. The kick carried immense force, knocking the silver-haired warrior's head to one side. A dull thud echoed. The silver-haired warrior's pitiful corpse flew to the side like a torn sack, never to rise again. Li Yong crossed his arms, approaching the corpse. With a proud gaze and a slight smirk, he carried an air of arrogance, saying, "You can take pride in having fought me for so long." Unaware of the situation, one might think Li Yong was the one with the higher cultivation level. Afterwards, he beckoned at the silver-haired warrior's corpse, and the spatial ring on his finger instantly detached from the body and flew into Li Yang's hand. He began to meticulously search for loot, probing his spiritual energy into the spatial ring to quickly inspect its contents. What a bunch of miscellaneous S-grade items, is there not a single high-end item? Li Yong thought to himself, his brow slightly furrowing. The most valuable item was an SS-grade bloodburst pill, which similarly consumed a huge cost to rapidly enhance one's strength for a short duration. He also understood why the warrior had not consumed it. Given the state of the silver-haired warrior after using that secret technique, if he had swallowed the bloodburst pill, he would likely have been unable to withstand the sudden surge of immense energy within him, leading to self-detonation. He did not dare to gamble on whether he could endure it. Thus, he could only leave the bloodburst pill in the storage ring. Li Yong, slightly disappointed, stored the items into the infinite storage space, muttering to himself, "The good stuff is probably in that other guy's spatial ring, but unfortunately, it was blasted to ashes." At that moment, the onlookers outside the energy shield witnessed this scene, first falling into a brief silence, then erupting with excitement as cheers surged like a tidal wave. "Victory! Lord General has won." As Li Yong listened to the cheers around him, he suddenly remembered something and furrowed his brow slightly. Almost forgot about that guy. His keen perception quickly spread across the entire energy shield, starting to search for Lu Jun's figure. He soon found him. However, at this moment, Lu Jun had already transformed into a blackened corpse quietly buried in the rubble. From the looks of it, he must have been accidentally caught in the spectacular firestorm generated when the silver-haired warrior fell to the ground, resulting in his demise. Li Yong felt the lifelessness of the charred corpse, a disdainful cold smile creeping onto his lips. Dying like this is truly too good for you. He was quite displeased that he hadn't gotten to torment that guy properly. Subsequently, with a thought, Li Yong exited the flames that had been burning fiercely on him, instantly extinguished, as if gently wiped away by an invisible. The majestic fire god armor transformed back into an exquisite necklace securely worn around his neck, glowing faintly as it absorbed energy for automatic repair. At the same time, the nearby energy shield also dissipated. The residual energy aura on the battlefield surged forth like wild horses, scattering in all directions and once again instilling terror among the onlookers. That terrifying aura felt like invisible beasts, sending shivers down people's spines. Cui Hung felt the onslaught of terrifying energy more directly, his heart filled with shock. He hurriedly walked to Li Yang's side, his face filled with concern as he anxiously inquired, "My lord, are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the medical pod in the branch? I've already had someone prepare it." The military inspector Su In, who had been watching closely, also approached Li Yong with a worried expression. His voice trembled slightly. "Lord General, I am Su In, the inspector of Wuhui Base City. We had no idea that the Destiny cult had established a nest here. The enemy is indeed too cunning." Upon hearing this, Li Yang's expression instantly turned grim, his eyes resembling two sharp daggers as they fixed intently on the speaker, anger boiling within. The affairs within the base city were primarily managed by military forces, yet there was a large-scale nest of the Destiny cult hidden inside, and they had been completely oblivious. Moreover, they were now shirking responsibility. Even more infuriating was that some within their ranks had allied with the Destiny cult, clearly showcasing their negligence in management. Thinking of this, Li Yong pointed at Su In's head, mercilessly berating, "The enemy is too cunning. Do you bear no responsibility at all? As the inspector responsible for the safety of the entire base city, what the hell have you been doing all this time? Allowing the Destiny cult's nest to hide here like a tumor for so long, growing to such a scale, and you like a blind man have had no awareness or even the most basic vigilance. I see you all as nothing but a bunch of useless fools shamelessly blaming the enemy without a hint of shame." Beside him, Deputy Inspector Hu Feng listened to Li Yang's relentless tirade, his head drooping in silence, behaving like a little student being sternly reprimanded by a teacher. As soon as he learned that Li Yong was bloodily cleansing a hideout of the Destiny sect, he had already mentally prepared himself for the inevitable wrath of this esteemed figure. After all, this situation was completely a dereliction of duty on their part. It is worth noting that the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall had existed within the base for a long time, and they had completely failed to notice it. Li Yong scolding them was entirely justified. For now, they could only wait for Li Yong to finish his scolding and see if there was any way to remedy the situation. Those around were also terrified into silence by Li Yang's fierce words, lowering their heads and daring not to meet the fiery gaze that seemed capable of spitting flames. Behind Li Yong, Cui Hung and other martial artists affiliated with the Martial Alliance watched as the military personnel were berated like grandchildren, a flicker of relief flashing in their eyes. Fortunately, the esteemed state envoy is reasonable and didn't scold us along with them. Meanwhile, Su Yin was being scolded by Li Yong publicly without a shred of mercy. At this moment, his face was flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead. Li Yong was openly cursing him. Moreover, there was not a single repeated insult. Although he had no flaws in what he said, the public humiliation left him feeling utterly embarrassed. As he listened, he felt increasingly unable to bear it, his fist quietly clenching. Because Li Yong was right. His abilities were indeed mediocre, his position as inspector was entirely due to connections, and his latest stage emperor-level cultivation was amassed through vast resources. Lies are a gun without a chamber. They cannot kill, but the truth is a sharp blade. Usually he stood high above others. Even if someone knew this, they wouldn't dare to expose his scars publicly, at most whispering behind his back. Yet Li Yong directly pierced through the facade. Soon unable to endure any longer, Su Yin's face turned liver-colored with rage as he retorted angrily. Enough, sir. I am not one of your Martial Alliance members. I serve under the military government under the esteemed Inspector Zhang. You have no right to point your finger at me here. Although you are powerful, you cannot shamelessly humiliate me. He continued, I think you need to rest. Please return to recover and don't vent your anger on us. My position is granted by the military government and has nothing to do with your Martial Alliance. I am not your subordinate, and you have no authority to scold me. As soon as these words left his mouth, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was stunned as if time had frozen. Hu Feng, standing next to Su Yin and also being reprimanded, was the most astonished, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape like it could fit a chicken egg. When had his usually mediocre and incapable superior become so bold? His gaze towards Su Yin was suddenly filled with a hint of pity. He secretly sighed, never knowing what foolishness a person could commit. He could have just endured. Now he actually dared to speak to a martial god who had just crossed ranks to slay two high-tier enemies. After Su Yin finished speaking, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated instantly. Not only did he not feel regret, but he also experienced an indescribable sense of relief. When had he suffered such indignation since assuming the role of inspector? Moreover, it was in front of his subordinates that he was scolded by a young man at least 10 years his junior. Where was his face to go? The reason he dared to retort was primarily because although the military and the Martial Alliance cooperated closely, they were still two distinct forces. Li Yong was indeed the state envoy of the Martial Alliance. However, he was not his direct superior and had no right to punish him, who belonged to the military government. Moreover, he had connections. The chief inspector Zhang Jian was his uncle. Worst case, he could personally visit Li Yong later to apologize. Su Yin thought simply and had no awareness of the potential consequences of his impulsiveness at this moment. Due to the relatively safe geographical location of Yuzhou, there hadn't been a state envoy stationed there for many years, and he had gradually forgotten what the position truly entailed. Logically speaking, what he said earlier did have some merit, but now the truth was in Li Yang's hands. Strength is the real truth. Li Yang's gaze instantly turned icy upon hearing this. What did you say? The temperature around seemed to drop several degrees. Boom. The powerful pressure of the martial god erupted around them. It was like an invisible mountain directly pinning the unprepared Su Yin to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Su Yin felt as though his internal organs had been struck heavily, a sweet taste surging up his throat. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His face turned pale instantly. At this moment, Su Yin still did not realize how disadvantageous the situation was for him, still holding an expression of defiance as he clutched his heart and said, Li Chairman Li, you dare to use force against an official. I will protest to Lord Lei. While speaking, he erupted with strength, trying to struggle to his feet, but Li Yang's pressure was like an iron hoop firmly pinning him down. Protest. Li Yang's face revealed a cold smile. Then he raised his hand and slapped Su Yin, who was yelling wildly, directly across the face. Smack. This slap was extremely forceful, causing several of Su Yin's teeth to fly out, his head spinning as a buzzing sound filled his ears. Li Yong looked at Su Yin's face, now swollen like a pig's head, his gaze filled with contempt. How did the military government produce someone like you? It's truly shameful. Allow me to teach you what respect for the strong means. Saying this, he delivered another slap, hitting both sides of Su Yin's face symmetrically. Due to the overwhelming force, Su Yin could not bear it and fainted. He collapsed to the ground like a dead fish. Chui Hung locked this waste up in the division's prison. Oh, no one is allowed to release him without my order, Li Yong said coldly. Yes. Chui Hung responded immediately. After a brief pause, Li Yong took out the envoy's order from his infinite storage space and tossed it to Chui Hung, who was getting ready to act. Take this, the Wuhui base city is to immediately enter a state of level 1 martial law. You will temporarily assume the authority of the military inspector. This order is as good as my presence. Close all city gates. No one is allowed to enter or exit. At this point, Li Yang's gaze fell on the trembling Hu Feng. Hu Feng felt the sharp gaze of Li Yong. His body trembled involuntarily, as if he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. You cooperate with Chui Hung to immediately launch an investigation rooting out all Destiny sect infiltrators within the military and redeem yourselves, Li Yong said coldly. His voice brimmed with undeniable authority. Yes. Yes, my lord. I will fully cooperate with Lord Chui Hung to make amends. Hu Feng's voice trembled as he quickly responded. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead uncontrollably. Currently, Su Yin was still lying on the ground unconscious, and faced with Li Yang's oppressive aura, he dared not refuse. Not everyone is as foolish as Su Yin. All right, then disperse and carry out your tasks. Report back to me with results by tomorrow morning, Li Yong said coldly. The crowd, as if hearing a great pardon, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly scattered like prey escaping a tiger's mouth to execute his orders. After everyone had left, Li Yong gently tapped the communication device on his wrist, and a beam of light flashed. Headquarters, this is Li Yong. I have destroyed the stronghold of the Heavenly Destiny sect, and I single-handedly slayed both latest-stage Earth martial gods. No need for reinforcements to rush over anymore. The response came quickly from the other end of the communication, confirming the news. After relaying the latest updates to the higher-ups, Li Yong leaped into the air like a red meteor rushing towards the location of the Inyang base city. Su Yin had not been entirely wrong earlier. He had consumed a large amount of mental energy during the battle to forcibly control the two latest-stage Earth martial gods, and at this moment, he felt utterly exhausted and truly needed to rest well. As for the traitors within the military forces of Wuhui base city who had sided with the Heavenly Destiny sect, they would be left to Chui Hung and the others to deal with. He trusted that they could handle it well. At this moment, near the border of Yuzhou, an SS-class fighter jet racing towards Wuhui base city suddenly made a sharp stop in the night sky. The jet's tail flame drew a brilliant arc in the air. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in green battle armor sat firmly in the pilot's seat, exuding the aura of a peak Earth martial god. His aura flowed like a tangible substance within the jet. At this moment, he had just finished listening to the latest news transmitted from headquarters with shock on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? You mean Li Yong with mid-level Earth martial god strength not only defeated two latest-stage Earth martial gods, but also killed them all? No need for my reinforcements. The green-armored martial god was named Lu Yi. Upon receiving the news that Li Yong was in urgent need of reinforcements against two Earth martial gods of the Heavenly Destiny sect, he had rushed over from Yinzhou at the fastest speed. He had raced along the way anxious and burning with urgency. He was even prepared to expose himself to the outside world just to help Li Yong as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, Li Yong had managed to solve the problem single-handedly against two opponents. This truly left him in disbelief, and he couldn't help but speculate. To what extent had Li Yang's strength reached? The operator at the Alliance headquarters respectfully spoke through the communicator to Lu Yi, one of the three hidden peak Earth martial gods of the Alliance. Chairman Lu, after verification, the situation on Chairman Li's side is indeed, as described, completely consistent with what Chairman Li said. You can now return to Yinzhou. It was hard work for you to come here. After hearing this, Lu Yi fell silent for a moment, his expression becoming complex, as if recalling something or perhaps contemplating the future situation. He murmured to himself, "Goodness, have the talents of the Alliance become so terrifying at this level? No wonder they can be entrusted with significant responsibilities at such a young age by the Alliance leader. It seems the future of the Alliance is bright." Lu Yi exclaimed in awe, shaking his head slightly. A helpless yet admiring smile crept onto his lips. All right, I understand a wasted trip is just a... If it weren't for his need to remain hidden and bear the special mission of secretly guarding the safety of the Alliance, prepared to respond to various emergencies, he would have loved to see what kind of monstrous existence Li Yong truly was capable of, defeating two enemies in such a short time. Such an achievement. Even for a peak Earth martial god like him, it was astonishing. Sigh, what a pity. Oh, I can only talk about it later. Lu Yi sighed softly. He then began to maneuver the jet to turn around in the night sky, the jet cutting through the darkness, leaving behind a long trail of flame. As time passed, Li Yong finally returned to the area above the governor's mansion. His form flickered, appearing on the ground like a ghost. The Alliance martial artists stationed around assigned by Zhao Qingming to patrol were initially stunned to see Li Yang's sudden appearance in the night sky. Once they recognized him, they immediately straightened their backs. With eyes filled with tension and reverence, they said, "We greet the esteemed governor of the province." Upon hearing this, Li Yang lightly nodded at them. His figure flickered again, vanishing like a flash and arriving inside the governor's mansion. Zhao Qingming, serving as Li Yang's secretary, was currently cultivating in the main hall of the governor's mansion. Upon hearing the noise, she immediately came out to greet him. As a peak king-level martial artist, she could go weeks without sleep without issue. However, upon seeing, she keenly sensed that Li Yang was emanating an aura of exhaustion, making him appear as if he had just undergone a fierce battle. "My lord, what happened to you? I feel like you're not in good shape. Do you need me to arrange a treatment pod for you?" Zhao Qingming asked with concern in her eyes, filled with worry. Li Yang looked at Zhao Qingming, who was very concerned about his condition, nodded, and did not refuse. The treatment pod would help restore his mental energy faster, so he should certainly use it. "It's a long story. You just arranged the treatment pod for me, first focusing on restoring my mental energy." Zhao Qingming listened to Li Yang's request without asking further questions, simply responding earnestly, "All right, my lord. Please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away." After saying this, she quickly turned around to personally arrange for the treatment pod. In no time, Zhao Qingming brought Li Yang to the treatment room, standing before the fully prepared treatment pod. This was a pod emitting a faint blue glow filled with a transparent liquid that radiated a gentle light. Within it contained powerful mental energy restoration capabilities. Under Zhao Qingming's explanation, Li Yang slowly laid down inside the treatment pod. As his body was completely immersed in the liquid, he felt a warm and gentle power wrap around him instantly, as if being softly caressed by countless gentle hands. His mental energy began to recover rapidly like parched land receiving sweet rain. The blue light accompanied the machine's operation, illuminating the entire pod as if it were dreamlike. "So comfortable," Li Yang thought as he closed his eyes, quietly feeling the restoration of his mental energy, and the weariness on his face gradually faded. Time swiftly passed to the morning of the next day. The treatment pod was quiet and peaceful, with a soft blue light gently flickering. Li Yang slowly opened his clear eyes. A hint of relaxation and comfort flashed in his eyes. This sleep was truly delightful, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a bit of laziness. The space inside the treatment pod was quite spacious. Li Yang stretched widely, the bones in his body cracking gently. At this moment, he felt invigorated and full of energy. His consumed mental energy and strength had been completely replenished. One must say the treatment equipment provided by the Martial Alliance branch was indeed quite advanced. The sign-in count has refreshed. Let's see what I can achieve today, Li Yang thought to himself, a hint of expectation curving the corners of his mouth. System sign-in. Congratulations, host sign-in successful. Hidden function sign-in critical hit triggered, sign-in count increased. Acquired a small realm increase in cultivation, Earth Martial God early stage, Yin Prison Guards 10, Special Treasure Source Martial Heart 1 SS level Spiritual Sense, Ring 1 SS level Martial Art Crimson, Cloud Tribulation, fully comprehended SS level Technique Titan's Wrath fully comprehended. Increase of 1 small realm, elevating the host's level to latest stage Earth Martial God, feeling completely natural and smooth, as if gliding downstream. Earth Martial God level Yin Prison Guards Rock Life, forms possessing strong vitality. If they die, they will be resurrected in the lava space after 1 day. As long as the host does not die, they are immortal and possess absolute loyalty to the host, making them excellent companions. As long as they are near the host, they can be easily summoned into the Yin prison space. Note: self-detonation is prohibited, otherwise they will die permanently. Source Martial Heart. Every time the host increases a small realm, attributes such as strength, speed, defense, talent, and willpower will also be enhanced. SS level Spiritual Sense Ring. Wearing it significantly boosts mental energy and the speed of SS level Martial Art Crimson. Cloud Tribulation summons clouds to become fiery clouds, raining down dense fire meteors, each meteor splashing a sea of flames for 10 meters, with effectiveness increased on clear days. SS level Martial Art Titan's Wrath enters lava form temporarily, increasing realm combat power greatly enhanced, lasting up to 10 minutes, after which it automatically ends and enters a weakened state, unable to trigger again. As a series of voices from the system echoed in Li Yang's mind, various sign-in rewards unfolded before. Li Yang's gaze was mixed with excitement and exhilaration, seemingly gleaming with golden light. Wow, am I really this lucky today? So many great things from the sign-in system. You have hidden functions and didn't tell me earlier. You are so bad, yet I like it so much, he muttered to himself. His face was beaming with uncontrollable joy. The feeling of receiving such a huge surprise unexpectedly was the most exhilarating. Just as the joyful thoughts in Li Yang's mind had not yet faded, he suddenly felt a powerful energy surge from the void into his body. It began to rapidly elevate his cultivation level. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation directly broke through to the latest stage Earth Martial God, and as the system described it felt very stable and solid without a hint of forced elevation. It was as if he was meant to be at this realm. Everything felt so natural and harmonious. 10 Yin prison guards with cultivation levels reaching early stage Earth Martial God quietly appeared in a certain area of his infinite storage space the moment the system's sign-in rewards took effect. In an instant, that originally calm and serene region and its surrounding area transformed into a blazing, lava-churning, fiery domain. This was the Yin prison space, a special environment designed exclusively for the Yin prison guards, devoid of other living creatures, only capable of accommodating these unique life forms. Is this the Yin prison space? It seems quite suitable for you all. Liang silently established a mental connection with the Yin prison guards. Having just elevated to latest stage Earth Martial God, Liang was immersed in the joy of his power surge. Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented massive energy fluctuation from his heart. This energy not only brought no discomfort, but instead enhanced his overall strength quietly. It felt as if every muscle, every drop of blood was rejoicing. This is the source martial heart merging. Liang's heart tightened, and he quickly understood. He felt the source martial heart closely connected to his heart, with every heartbeat accompanied by a surge of power. The merging process was swift and smooth. Once the source martial heart fully integrated into Liang's heart, an even more surging power surged within him. Next, a softly glowing SS-level spiritual sense ring appeared in his infinite storage space. At the same time, the memories of the complete comprehension of the two SS-level martial arts flooded into his mind like a tide. Liang slightly closed his eyes to concentrate. After a moment, he completely digested and comprehended all the knowledge. The system is really thoughtful. These sign-in rewards even know to line up one by one. Liang opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the treatment pod. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him and that continuous life-sustaining energy pulsing in his heart. A smile he couldn't contain hung on his lips. If these rewards had arrived all at once, his body would have had a hard time enduring them in a short time. At this moment, the lava space where the Yin prison guards had appeared in the infinite storage space had completely separated, becoming a special domain belonging solely to the Yin prison guards. He attempted to place other items or living beings inside it, but found it utterly impossible. Not possible. Well, okay. Liang shook his head with slight disappointment. Originally, he had thought of turning the lava space into a prison to hold enemies, capturing anyone he disliked. If they could escape from the system-created space, that would be impressive. Now it seemed the system had anticipated this and didn't give him that opportunity. Moreover, the Yin prison guards couldn't self-destruct, otherwise they would die permanently and could not be resurrected. After dismissing this thought, he concentrated again. A ring radiating mysterious light appeared in Liang's palm. An SS-level item, the amplification effect should be quite good. Liang looked at the spiritual sense ring, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He gently placed the ring on his finger. Instantly, a warm and powerful force surged into his spiritual world through his fingertips. The spiritual sense ring automatically connected with his spirit, and Liang felt a clarity in his mind, greatly expanding and strengthening his mental energy. This feeling is incredible, Liang whispered excitedly. He could now use the eye of breaking delusion more freely, without having to worry about mental energy anymore. His current strength has undoubtedly risen by more than one level compared to before. Among them, he believes that the most cost-effective are the 10 early-stage lava guardians. The reason is simple. Even if they fall in battle, they can be refreshed after a day. If he were to encounter the two latest-stage Earth Martial Gods of the Destiny sect today, he is confident he could easily crush them. To let those two truly understand what cruelty is, what an absolute gap in strength means. Then with a thought, Liang opened his system panel. Name Liang. Level latest stage Earth Martial God. Techniques: SS grade Flame Fire Sun Art perfected, SS grade Crimson Flame Spirit Sutra perfected, SS grade Giant God Fury Body perfected. Martial skills: SS grade Dragon Flame Burning Heaven Blade perfected, SS grade Crimson Sky Calamity perfected. Items: Infinite Storage Space God Level Laser Gun SS grade Ashen Blue Blade SS grade Fire God Set SS grade Spiritual Sense Ring SS grade Concealment Robe. Special Eye of Breaking Illusions Basic Version 10 Early Stage Lava Guardian's Heart of Origin Martial Arts. The data on the panel flickered. All the information was clear at a glance. In comparison to the very beginning, a special category has been added. The current panel is much more substantial than it was at the start. Liang casually browsed through it, a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on his lips before gently closing the panel. He left the medical room and entered the office. Before long, the diligent Zhao Qingming lightly knocked on the door and walked in, her green hair cascading over her shoulders like a sprite. Since Li Yong did not deliberately conceal his aura, as soon as Zhao Qingming entered and saw him sitting in the chair, her eyes widened and shock momentarily frozen. She could clearly sense that Li Yang's aura was several times stronger than it had been the previous night, the powerful pressure making her heart tremble merely from his presence. If she wasn't mistaken, it seemed Li Yong had broken through to an astonishing latest-stage earth martial god, and there was no sense of instability or unreality. He was as steady and powerful as an unyielding mountain. Astonished, Zhao Qingming could not help but softly ask, "My lord, you?" Li Yong, upon hearing this, curled the corners of his mouth into a confident smile, looking at Zhao Qingming, already guessing what she wanted to ask. As if breaking through was nothing significant, he replied calmly, "You want to ask about my cultivation, right?" Upon seeing Zhao Qingming nod, Li Yong continued, "After experiencing yesterday's battle, I broke through directly to latest-stage earth martial god." He calmly gestured toward a spirit fruit on the office desk, which resembled an apple, and it swiftly flew. He elegantly took a bite of the spirit fruit. The events unfolded simply like this. "The spirit fruit tastes quite nice. Would you like one?" With another wave of his hand, an apple floated in front of Zhao Qingming, who was still in shock. These items were prepared by Zhao Qingming's arrangements within the provincial government, funded by public funds. At this moment, Zhao Qingming tilted her head slightly, her large eyes wide open, her fair neck appearing particularly graceful under the light. Her alluring look made one unable to resist stealing a few more glances. "Oh, thank you." Zhao Qingming, upon hearing Li Yang's inquiry, subconsciously accepted the spirit fruit in front of her, her heart still filled with shock. At this moment, Li Yong appeared to her as a martial talent that was simply off the charts. How could he break through so directly after a single battle? Moreover, the breakthrough was to a small realm within the latest-stage earth martial god level, which was not as simple as the minor realms between 1st and 9th rank martial artists. She originally came to be Li Yang's secretary to learn how he had broken through to the earth martial god level at the age of 21, hoping to have even half of his brilliance. But now how could she learn from this situation? Li Yang's way of increasing strength was completely different from that of ordinary people. She already knew what Li Yong had experienced last night. She couldn't possibly go find a few of the Destiny sect's emperor-level martial artists to engage in a life-and-death struggle, could she? Since the Cataclysm, there has only been one extraordinary genius like Li Yong. Even the recognized strongest in Huaxiao Lei did not possess such terrifying martial talent. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingming couldn't help but smile bitterly. She secretly glanced at Li Yong, only to see him leisurely leaning in his chair, eating spirit fruit. Her gaze unconsciously lingered on Li Yang's strong physique, the defined muscles subtly visible beneath his loose clothing. Every inch contained immense power. Li Yong truly is extraordinary. Any genius from Blue Star would pale in comparison before him. While others desperately seek breakthroughs, he effortlessly achieves it after just one battle. Her cheeks gradually flushed crimson, an uncontrollable impulse welling up in her heart. If she truly wanted to examine and touch Li Yang's body closely, her fingertips gently tracing over his firm chest, feeling the steel-like hardness. Following the solid abdominal muscles downward, she wanted to feel the structure of his body, studying and analyzing Li Yong thoroughly. Just as Zhao Qingming's mind was filled with these embarrassing thoughts, her heart in disarray, Li Yong was eating spirit fruit. Li Yong keenly caught the unusual heat in her gaze. Seeing Zhao Qingming's slightly parted lips and her dazed look filled with dreamy fantasies, he couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl must have developed some bold thoughts. He deliberately teased Miss Qingming, "Did you not rest well?" Zhao Qingming suddenly realized how out of control her thoughts and state were. Her pretty face instantly flushed, as if set ablaze. Her face turned red from her cheeks to her ears as she hurriedly lowered her head, her hands subconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes, her gaze flitting around in a panic without daring to meet Li Yang's eyes. Stammering, she said, "No. I rested quite well." Her appearance resembled that of a little girl caught with a secret, shy yet adorable. Zhao Qingming quickly adjusted her emotions, putting the spirit fruit into her space ring, then seriously reported her purpose for coming to Li Yong. "My Lord, Inspector Zhang came shortly after you entered the medical cabin last night and wanted to see you. He still hasn't left. What do you think?" Hearing this, Li Yang's expression showed confusion, raising an eyebrow as he asked Zhang Jian, "What does he want from me?" Zhao Qingming, seeing that Li Yong seemed unaware of the reason, patiently explained. "My lord, didn't you punish a military inspector at the Wuhui base yesterday? That inspector is Zhang Jian's brother-in-law. Last night he insisted on staying, and I felt uncomfortable forcing him to leave." Her words were very clear, and Li Yong surely understood her meaning. Only then did he realize. No wonder Zhang Jian came to see him in the middle of the night. It turned out he had that connection with Su Yin. No wonder Su Yin dared to act so presumptuously last night. It seems he had the powerful Zhang Jian, usually accustomed to being overbearing. He had met his match with Li Yong. Zhang Jian must be looking to plead for Su Yin now. That fool was still being held in the Wudao Alliance's detention center, and even though Zhang Jian was an inspector general, he didn't dare to defy Li Yang's orders to forcibly take him away. No wonder the military chose a waste who used resources to catch up in levels to be the inspector of Wuhui Bay City. It seems to have a lot to do with Zhang Jian. Li Yang thought to himself. He did not treat Zhao Qingning as an outsider and said directly, I don't want to see him now. Please tell him that I want a satisfactory answer. If I am not satisfied with this answer, let him bear the consequences. Zhao Qingning nodded seriously, saying, Understood, my lord. I will convey your message to Inspector Zhang right away. Just as Zhao Qingning was about to turn, and Li Yang suddenly called her back, Wait, bring me some breakfast. Zhao Qingning was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but smile slightly. Of course, my lord. He'll arrange it right away. In the reception hall at this moment, the Chief Inspector Zhang Jian sat on the sofa, looking haggard and waiting anxiously. His hands were clasped on his knees, his eyes revealing a sense of anxiety and helplessness, and he let out a heavy sigh. At this moment, he felt utterly numb inside. This brother-in-law Su Yin was simply too reckless. He had to tread carefully in front of Li Yang, the earth martial deity, not daring to act recklessly in the slightest. Yet that fool dared to speak carelessly in front of Li Yang, who wasn't that looking for death. Moreover, the responsibility originally belonged to Su Yin himself. Now, having stirred up such a huge mess, he had to come and clean it up. Zhang Jian regretted it, deeply wishing he could turn back time. How could he have agreed to let his sister marry him and even gone out of his way to help him attain the position of chief inspector? And this was how he was repaid, by getting himself into such a huge trouble. Just then, a series of high heels clicking against the floor gradually approached from afar. Zhang Jian recognized the familiar sound and quickly identified the visitor. Zhao Qingning walked over with her long, fair legs, her figure swaying elegantly, her graceful demeanor becoming even more captivating under the lights. Upon seeing Zhao Qingning, Zhang Jian hurriedly stood up from the sofa and asked eagerly, Miss Zhao, how is the situation with Lord Li Zhongzhou? When can I see him? Although he had been cursing Su Yin in his heart since learning about the situation, he had hardly paused. However, if he could plead with Li Yang to save Su Yin, he still hoped that Li Yang would show him some leniency. After all, he was still Su Yin's brother-in-law. His sister had been married to Su Yin for many years, and they even had children together. Upon learning of this matter, his younger sister Xiaochan even came crying to him, insisting that he find a way to save Su Yin. Su Yin had always been obedient to him, listening to his elder brother-in-law. Zhao Qingning looked at Zhang Jian's anxious appearance. A look of apology appeared on her face as she shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Chief Inspector Zhang, but Lord Zhongzhou does not wish to see you and requests a satisfactory answer, otherwise you will bear the consequences. She completely relayed Li Yang's message to Zhang Jian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, leaving him deflated like a punctured ball. He widened his eyes, unwilling to accept this fact. Did the Zhongzhou lord really say this? Zhao Qingning nodded and gently indicated that Zhang Jian could leave. Yes, if there's nothing else, you may go back, Lord Zhang. Zhang Jian fell into a deep silence upon hearing Zhao Qingning's confirmation. Li Yang was not willing to see him at all. Although he did not directly state how Su Yin would be dealt with, the implication was very clear. He wanted Su Yin to be punished severely. After a long silence, Zhang Jian still refused to accept this fact. Remembering his sister Zioakan's pleading face as she cried for him to save Su Yin, his fists clenched unconsciously, and he reluctantly asked again, Does the Zhongzhou lord truly not want to give me any face? We can meet and resolve the misunderstanding. I am also willing to apologize on behalf of that scoundrel Su Yin and offer appropriate compensation. In order to ensure Su Yin's safety, he was truly willing to go all out this time. He knew very well that what Su Yin had done this time was neither small nor insignificant. Mismanagement had allowed the Destiny Sex organization to spread throughout the base city, with many lower-ranking soldiers and even numerous officers being coerced and bribed to defect. That was not all. Su Yin frequently abused his power for personal gain, engaging in many unspeakable. Even more outrageous was that he dared to speak arrogantly and offend the highest official of a state. Although Li Yang was part of the martial alliance, he was still a person of immense power. But Zhang Jian felt that as long as this key figure Li Yang was willing to relent, there was still hope for everything to turn around. With all the connections he had built over many years, he could at least ensure Su Yin's life was safe and avoid any severe punishment. Thinking of this, Zhang Jian took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. Zhao Qingning, seeing Zhang Jian's unwillingness to give up, felt a twinge of sympathy, but still firmly shook her head. Chief Inspector Zhang, I cannot make this decision. Lord Zhong's intentions are already very clear. He will not meet with you. Please do not make things difficult for me. You should go back and think it over carefully. Upon hearing Zhao Qingning's repeated rejection, Zhang Jian's tightly clenched fists became even tighter and his expression darkened. At this moment, he hated his own lack of strength immensely. If he had also broken through to become an earth martial deity, standing on equal footing with Li Yong as a military inspector, Li Yong would never have treated him without any face. Even a small secretary beside him dared to refuse him like this. Is there really no room for negotiation at all? Secretary Zhao, please help me out once more. Oh, I am willing to pay any price as long as I can get Lord Zhongzhou to relent. Zhang Jian's voice was low, carrying a hint of pleading. Zhao Qingming sighed helplessly. Chief Inspector Zhang, I have already said that Lord Zhong's attitude is resolute, and I truly have no way to help you. Zhang Jian's eyes glinted coldly as he said, All right, I understand Lord Zhong's intentions now. He knew that further entanglement would be futile and would only lead to greater embarrassment. He then took his leave, directly dragging his heavy steps and forcefully slamming the door as he left. Zhao Qingming watched Zhang Jian storm off, and after confirming he had left, she hurried to arrange breakfast for Li Yong. Li Yong, who was enjoying spirit fruits in his office, naturally witnessed the entire scene. A faint smirk of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth as he evaluated Zhang Jian's thoughtless behavior. Unaware of the times, he then paid no further attention to Zhang Jian's actions. In this high martial world where strength reigned supreme, lacking sufficient power meant that one had to endure even in front of the strong. He didn't consider Zhang Jian worth his time. It would be best if the other party acted according to his wishes, otherwise he would not hesitate to take action against the military. Soon Zhao Qingming arranged for someone to bring a sumptuous breakfast to Li Yong. On the spacious dining table in the office were various delicious beast meats, including tender and juicy unicorn ribs that emitted a faint aroma, golden brown and crispy polar barbarian cow thigh meat, and melt-in-your-mouth fiery pig belly meat, among others. Besides the beast meat, there was also a jug of fine wine brewed from spiritual spring water spirit fruits, and some rare resources, along with plates of crystal-clear spirit fruits. A fragrant aroma wafted through the office. Zhao Qingming reported to Li Yong, Lord Chief Inspector Zhang has already left, but he was not in a good mood when he left. Then, noticing Li Yang's attention was entirely on the dining table, she added, This breakfast has been meticulously prepared by a 5-star chef for you. Please enjoy it slowly. Zhao Qingming, having finished speaking, was about to rise and leave, no longer wishing to disturb Li Yang's meal. Just as she slightly bent forward to turn around, Li Yong slowly lifted his gaze, his expression calm and inviting. Wait, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and try this meal. Oh, let's see how it differs from what you had in the elite training camp cafeteria. The table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes in plentiful amounts, more than enough for the two of them to indulge. Off. Zhao Qingming, suddenly called to stop, was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with surprise. She truly did not expect Li Yong to invite her to dine together. However, her stomach was indeed empty at that moment, so she shyly said, My lord, isn't this inappropriate? Li Yang's lips curled into a relaxed smile as he poured himself a glass of spirit fruit wine. With a thought, he summoned an invisible tendril of power which effortlessly pulled a distant chair closer and placed it steadily opposite him. There's no need to be polite with me, just sit down. Seeing Li Yang's warm invitation, Zhao Qingming looked at the breakfast, the enticing aroma wafting directly into her nostrils. All the dishes were made from precious beast king-level ferocious beasts. Such tempting food lay before her. Ultimately, she could not resist the temptation and gently sat down, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Her lush green hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders as she slightly adjusted her skirt, enhancing her enchanting fairy-like appearance. Li Yong raised his hand, slightly gesturing for Zhao Qingming to help herself, and then took a piece of unicorn rib, biting into it with gusto. The tender meat burst with juices in his mouth. He chewed contentedly, unable to resist closing his eyes as he savored the delightful flavor. He then picked up the glass of spirit fruit wine and took a gentle sip. At once a warm current flowed down his throat, making him feel utterly relaxed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, This flavor is simply exquisite. Opposite him, Zhao Qingming watched as Li Yong relished his meal, completely unconcerned about her presence. Her lively eyes blinked with admiration. Watching Li Yong eat gave her the sensation of viewing a top-tier food broadcaster. As the meal progressed, she noticed that as a Terra martial god-level powerhouse, Li Yong seemed to possess a stronger appetite than other Terra martial gods. Zhao Qingming, known for her stunning beauty, had skin as delicate and smooth as sheep-fat jade, and her exquisite features seemed meticulously crafted. At that moment, a light blush appeared on her cheeks from dining, adding to her shyness and allure. She gently picked up a piece of blazing pig's belly, savoring it as her gaze occasionally stole glances at Li Yong. After they had eaten and drunk their fill and most of the lavish feast was consumed, Zhao Qingming stood up, gracefully wiped her mouth with a napkin, and revealed a sweet smile. Thank you, my lord, I'm full now. Li Yong nodded slightly in response, and then raised his hand to summon the serving staff from the general governor's residence to clear away the remaining dishes. Turning to Zhao Qingming, his gaze conveyed steadiness as he said, Now that we are full, it's time to attend to business. Come, let's head to the conference room for a virtual meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang took steps towards the conference room. Zhao Qingming followed closely behind, not asking what the business was. At that moment, her thoughts were still entirely focused on Li Yang, unable to shift away. Zhao Qingming slightly raised her head, gazing at Li Yang's serious back with a hint of infatuation in her eyes. However, this time her feelings were well concealed, no longer as aggressive and openly exposed as before. Yet the occasional spark in her eyes still revealed her deep curiosity and special emotions towards Li Yang. The two entered the conference room, which was exceedingly spacious, covering several hundred square meters. The surrounding walls were crafted from a special alloy embedded with large display screens that emitted a soft. In the center stood a massive rectangular conference table, its surface smooth as a mirror reflecting the overhead lights. Around the table were comfortable chairs, each equipped with advanced virtual devices allowing for seamless. Li Yang took his seat at the main position, exuding a powerful presence. Zhao Qingming sat closely beside him. Holding a virtual meeting did not require a physical presence. It was very convenient, as they only needed to split their consciousness to participate. Li Yang turned to Zhao Qingming and instructed her. Send invitations to Du Qi and the presidents of the Martial Arts Alliance branches in the 16 base cities of Yuzhou, as well as the leaders of the major supply base branches and the military inspectors and guarding officials. This operation will require their cooperation. Zhao Qingming listened, and realizing so many people were to be invited to this meeting, instantly sensed a significant action was forthcoming. She quickly responded, understood. But suddenly remembering something, she hesitated and asked, My lord, what about the chief inspector? Recalling Zhang Jian's frustrated departure from the general governor's residence after waiting all night to see Li Yang and the fact that Li Yang had not mentioned him, she felt it was best to remind him. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flashing through his gaze as he replied, Of course he must be notified as well. As the chief inspector and the highest military authority in the Yuzhou region, Zhang Jian naturally needed to be informed. However, if he was smart enough not to show up, it would be even better. This way he could justifiably take over the power of the chief inspector temporarily. Zhao Qingming understood his implication. With a delicate wave of her slender hand, she summoned a virtual screen on the conference table, her fingertips swiftly gliding across it, sending virtual meeting invitations to all the individuals Li Yang had just mentioned. In no time, the virtual figures of Du Qi and others appeared one after another in the conference room, taking their seats. Everyone wore serious expressions, quietly waiting for Li Yang to convey the main content of this virtual meeting. At the same time, they glanced at the figures appearing around them. Besides the various branches of the Martial Arts Alliance, there were even military guarding officials and inspectors. They all instinctively realized that Li Yang must have some significant action planned. Otherwise, there would be no need to initiate a virtual meeting. It would have sufficed to notify them individually. As for what Li Yang's major action would be, Du Qi had a rough guess based on the events that transpired last night in the Wuhui base city. There was a high probability it concerned the Destiny cult. At that moment, in the office of the chief inspector, Zhang Jian wore a dark expression, clearly in a bad mood, sitting in silence. He was quite annoyed by Li Yang's disregard for him, yet helpless, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Sigh, how am I supposed to explain this to Xiaochan? Thinking of his sister Xiaochan crying and pleading for him to save Su Yin, his heart filled with agitation. Just as Zhang Jian was overwhelmed with distress, the communication bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated, notifying him of Li Yang's virtual meeting invitation. Zhang Jian stared at the virtual meeting invitation, momentarily taken aback, and then, as if recalling something, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Although this was a multi-person virtual meeting invitation, as long as he could meet Li Yang to clarify matters and plead for Su Yin, perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. With this thought, Zhang Jian immediately opened his mind and accepted the invitation to the meeting. His figure instantly appeared in a chair in the conference room, finally seeing Li Yang seated at the main position. However, when Li Yang saw him appear, he showed no special reaction, merely giving him a faint glance, while Zhang Jian, filled with excitement, looked on. Looking around at the other attendees, he discovered they were all high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Alliance and the military government. Realizing that Li Yang had called all these people together, he knew there must be something important to announce. Moreover, discussing his personal matter in front of everyone was quite embarrassing. He could only patiently wait until the meeting concluded to speak with Li Yang privately. As the high-ranking members of both sides in the Yuzhou area gathered, Zhao Qingming turned to Li Yang and said, Sir, all the invited personnel have arrived. Li Yang, upon hearing this, slowly scanned the room, full of people, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. No one dared to refuse his invitation to attend. Even Zhang Jian was present, sitting there obediently. Well, since everyone is here, I won't waste any more breath on unnecessary talk. Li Yang's expression turned serious, and he made no small talk. The content of this meeting is quite simple. Within 3 days I will serve as the Supreme Commander, personally leading the team to completely eliminate all the hiding places of the Destiny cult in the Yuzhou region, as well as any undercover traitors who have allied with them. The core idea of this operation is singular. Regardless of how many human, financial, and material resources are invested, we must eradicate the Destiny cult from the Yuzhou region within 3 days. I do not wish to hear news of the Destiny cult causing trouble here ever again. As soon as any hideouts of the Destiny cult are discovered, call in our allies for extermination. No solo confrontations. We will strike as a group, and the lives of their members are of no concern. Furthermore, whether it is your military government or our martial arts alliance, if anyone is found colluding with the Destiny cult, they are to be arrested immediately. Those who resist will be executed on the spot, without mercy. As he reached this point, Liang paused. He turned his gaze to the military's high-ranking officials, his tone mixing inquiry with an undeniable firmness. The upcoming Thunder operation requires your cooperation with our martial arts alliance in the lead and your military as support. Is there any problem with that? The military's inspectors and defenders felt the domineering and resolute tone in Li Yang's words, a trace of worry rising within them. Previously, the military government held the primary authority in Yuzhou, as both sides' top experts were equally matched, and Du Qi was not very handsome. However, now that the martial arts alliance had Li Yang, the Earth Martial God, in command, it seemed they would soon dominate various fields. At the same time, they understood why Li Yang was taking such action. They were all aware of what had happened in Wuhui base city the previous night. At this moment, the gazes of the military government's high-ranking officials all turned to Inspector General Zhang Jian in unison. Without a directive from the higher-ups, they naturally did not dare to agree lightly. Yet they also did not dare to refuse Li Yang. Zhang Jian, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, understood the situation at hand. After a moment of silence, he looked at Li Yang and replied, "No problem, our military will fully cooperate with the actions of the Inspector General." He showed no sign of discontent towards Li Yang, instead appearing very cooperative. Li Yang nodded slightly, not surprised by Zhang Jian's response. He knew Zhang Jian was a smart person who would not purposely create trouble in such matters. Otherwise, he could easily find reasons to temporarily strip him of his authority as Inspector General, considering he was the only Earth Martial God among the official powers in Yuzhou. Well, since that's settled, I will arrange the tasks for both sides. With that, Li Yang waved his hand, bringing up a virtual map of the Yuzhou region on the screen above the meeting table. On the map, the detailed locations of major base cities, supply bases, and wilderness areas were clearly visible. After assigning tasks to everyone, he scanned the serious faces of the high-ranking officials from both sides and continued speaking. "These are the tasks. If you need anything, reported to me or Secretary Zhao next to me. My only requirement is this: within 3 days, eradicate the Destiny cult from the Yuzhou region. Even if they hide in the crevices of rocks, we must flush them out and eliminate them. Afterwards, rewards will be allocated based on the number of Destiny cult members eliminated. No merit will be overlooked." Li Yang's gaze held a fierce, killing intent. "We will crush the Destiny cult entirely." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. "All right, you may leave, and prepare quickly." With a wave of his hand, Li Yang signaled for everyone to exit. The virtual projections of the crowd began to disperse, and the conference room gradually quieted down. In the end, only Zhang Jian remained alone. He appeared somewhat anxious. Li Yang glanced at him, already understanding what he wanted to discuss, but he did not take the initiative to clarify. Feigning ignorance, he said, "Inspector Zhang, time is pressing. You can return and deploy your plans quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian quickly suppressed all his emotions from this morning, lowering his attitude to a near plea. "Sir, I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you. My brother-in-law Su Yin had a misunderstanding with. Could you possibly overlook this and give him another chance for my sake?" Li Yang, upon hearing this, showed no change in his expression, making it impossible to discern his emotional fluctuations. In a calm tone, he replied, "Inspector Zhang, regarding this personal matter of yours, I believe I have made myself quite clear. This is an internal issue for your military, I will not interfere. You manage it as you see fit. I only want a satisfactory answer." "What would satisfy the Inspector General?" Zhang Jian asked anxiously. Li Yang's gaze sharpened. "Naturally, a severe punishment. Surely Su Yin does not deserve such harsh punishment, sir. Although he is at fault, it shouldn't come to this." Li Yang interrupted him, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Inspector Zhang, you're speaking too much." Zhang Jian gritted his teeth, seemingly making a certain resolve. "Sir, if I were to break through to become an Earth Martial God, would you give me a favor?" Upon hearing this, Li Yang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Oh, then let's talk about it after you break through." Zhang Jian saw that Li Yang was unwavering his attitude, showing a lack of regard for him. The two ultimately parted on unfriendly terms. Zhang Jian's projection faded away from the conference room in a state of despair, his resolve on a certain thought growing stronger. After the meeting concluded, he suddenly announced his retreat. All arrangements for cooperating with Li Yong were delegated to his subordinate deputy inspector general. Li Yong, however, had nothing to say about it. After all, he was the highest commander of this operation. The absence of Zhang Jian was of no consequence. Recalling Zhang Jian's extremely reluctant inquiry during the meeting, he found himself anticipating whether Zhang Jian would manage to break through to the realm of Earth Martial God after his retreat. From the information he had gathered, Zhang Jian had been stuck at the peak of the Emperor-level realm for decades. To break through was far from easy. 3 days quickly passed. The hidden layers of the Destiny sect in the Yuzhou region faced the most severe crackdown by the authorities in history. With the elite forces of the Martial Alliance and the military joining forces, and with Li Yong, a late-stage Earth Martial God, personally commanding the Destiny sect's desperate resistance was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Nearly 100 layers, whether hidden in urban bases or concealed in extremely remote wilderness areas, were all dug out and eradicated by the officials. The casualties within the organization were severe, from the lowest-level disciples to high-ranking elders and protectors. Either they were killed or captured alive. Only a very few fortunate ones escaped the officials' encirclement and witnessed the terrifying retribution of Li Yong. Moreover, both sides conducted a thorough internal purge, eliminating the hidden spies and traitors. The entire Yuzhou region was instantly rejuvenated. Li Yong generously rewarded the martial artists who contributed to this operation with the promised rewards. Major media and news outlets eagerly reported on this thunderous operation organized by the provincial governor, Li Yong, significantly boosting his prestige in the eyes of the public. At noon, in the city of Yingyang, after returning to his luxurious villa to bask in the sun and rest following the press conference, Li Yong had barely closed his eyes when the communicator on his wrist buzzed. A hint of impatience appeared on Li Yang's face as he lazily mumbled, "Who is it?" Without any sense of timing, really knows how to pick a moment. As he muttered, Li Yong raised his wrist, and upon seeing the contact, instantly perked up. "It's actually Leader." He hurriedly stood up from the lounge chair, gesturing for the two nearby to fan him and offer spiritual fruits, while the maid in a girl's outfit exuding a youthful fragrance retreated. The two maids in girls' outfits were both exceptionally beautiful. The one on the left had brows like distant verdant hills and eyes like autumn waters slightly upturned at the corners, carrying an unintentional allure. Her skin was as fair as top-grade mutton fat jade. The lace trim of her maid outfit accentuated her delicate and warm charm. Her exposed forearms were slender, yet not frail, and as her skirt swayed with her movements, a glimpse of her leg clad in white stockings was revealed. Innocence mingled perfectly with a touch of charm. The one on the right, however, exuded a different kind of allure, with a refined nose and natural cherry-pink lips. Her figure appeared even more exquisite. The waist design of her maid outfit accentuated her slender waist, while her chest curves were just right, swaying as she moved. Both had exquisite features that left no room for criticism, certainly goddesses who could captivate all the boys in a martial arts school. Yet even so, compared to the perfect Zhao Qingming, they lacked that unique aura. The two maids slightly bent their knees, their voices sweet, as if dipped in honey. "Yes, sir." They then sensibly withdrew their steps light. They did not dare to listen further to Li Yang's subsequent conversation and quickly walked away. The beautiful maids and steward in the villa were all meticulously selected by Du Qi before his arrival. They were not chosen by him. After the two maids sensibly left, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only Li Yong alone. With a serious expression, he gently tapped the connection button on the communicator on his wrist. In an instant, a small holographic projection of Lei Yu appeared above the communicator, the image remarkably clear. Li Yong respectfully greeted first. "Leader, what brings you to me? Is there something you need?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but silently pray. Please don't let there be any troublesome matters for him. The reason he chose to come to Yuzhou to serve as the provincial governor was to quietly develop, grow stronger, and then amaze everyone. If it weren't for the Destiny sect provoking him, he would never have personally taken action to clean out their lairs so he could be enjoying the company of many beautiful maids with sweet appearances and pleasant voices in the villa. Listening to Li Yang's inquiry, Lei Yu revealed a hint of a smile, clearly in a good mood. He spoke slowly, his tone carrying a touch of appreciation. "Li Yang, I truly did not misjudge you. Just after taking office as the provincial governor, you've made such a significant move, thoroughly quelling the arrogance of the Destiny sect." His words were filled with praise for Li Yang. For the Destiny sect, which had been developing for many years and had a foundation not inferior to that of the Martial Alliance, losing nearly 100 layers in 3 days was barely acceptable. However, the loss of 2 latest-stage Earth Martial Gods, no matter which powerful faction in Blue Star you place it in, would be a significant blow. Li Yang has substantially weakened the Destiny sect's power this time. It can be expected that the Destiny sect will no longer be as arrogant as before. What surprised him the most was Li Yang's breakthrough speed. He managed to break through to the latest-stage Earth Martial God realm again in such a short time. His martial arts talent was truly terrifying. As Li Yong listened to Lei Ye's continuous praises, he felt delighted in his heart, but still remained humble. Lei Yu, seeing that Li Yong was not arrogant or complacent because of this, appreciated him even more. Then Lei Yu shifted the topic to what Li Yong cared about the most. The contributions you've made this time are no small matter. Keep up the good work. By the way, the contribution points for your accomplishments, as well as the Divine Grade Laser Gun and SSS Stealth Robe, have already been credited to your account. Remember to check it later. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes were filled with joy as if he had just received his salary. He quickly nodded, "Yes, leader. All right, you can get back to your tasks." Lei Yu smiled slightly, and then voluntarily ended the communication. He did not inquire at all about the trivial matter of Li Yong injuring and detaining Military Inspector Su Yin. The gap in their identities was evident. Even if Li Yong had killed Su Yin at that time, he could only consider it misfortune, or at most he would rebuke Li Yong for being too impulsive. Li Yong respectfully said okay. He then watched as the holographic projection gradually faded away. Great. He couldn't help but cheer, his eyes filled with joy. Saying this, he hurriedly logged into the Martial Alliance's official website, where the 1,600 contribution points in his account shimmered with a conspicuous golden light. It's actually a bit more than I expected. The joy in Li Yang's eyes intensified. The reason he had so many contribution points was, aside from the contribution points earned from killing those 2 Earth Martial Gods of the Destiny Sect and removing the entire network of the Destiny Sect in the Yuzhou region, there were also the contribution points obtained from hunting the corpses of the Beast Kings and Beast Emperors in the No. 009 Wilderness area, as well as selling the Divine Grade Laser Gun and SSS Stealth Robe. The items had already been delivered to the headquarters yesterday. He felt that keeping the Divine Grade Laser Gun and SSS Stealth Robe would be of no use, so he sold them. The latter was quite useless to him. While the former had too many restrictions to fire it again, he would need to get a Divine Grade Energy Crystal. It was better to sell them all to the headquarters and exchange the contribution points for something more worthwhile. It turned out that this decision was incredibly correct. With 1,600 contribution points, he was now able to exchange for those invaluable divine resources. Within the Martial Alliance, resources of this caliber, though not plentiful, certainly existed. Furthermore, one had to serve as a provincial envoy to possess sufficient authority for such exchanges. Now he had already met both of these conditions. A significant part of his initial decision to serve as the provincial envoy was driven by his desire to exchange for those divine resources. Thinking this through, Li Yong clicked into the official mall with a beaming face, unable to resist muttering softly, "Let's see what divine resources I can exchange for." He skillfully clicked to filter. Rows of divine resources shimmering with golden light began to appear before Li Yong. Weapons, martial arts, battle armor, war machines, elixirs, treasures, various resources for assisting in cultivation. Everything was available. The prices ranged from the lowest 500 contribution points to several thousand. In addition, there were special options for exchanging exploration slots in ancient ruins and training time in high tower training rooms. While the foundation here is remarkably solid, after browsing through all the items, Li Yong couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He pondered to himself, no wonder the overall strength of the Martial Alliance surpassed that of the military, attracting numerous top-tier powerhouses and martial arts prodigies. Just the sheer variety of these divine items and those special options was definitely beyond what the military could compare to. Li Yong then shifted his focus entirely onto the divine resources before him. 1,600 contribution points was already a considerable amount, allowing him to exchange for a rather impressive divine treasure. What troubled him now was what to exchange for. With so many good items, I can only exchange for one which really puts... Li Yong muttered to himself, his gaze scanning over various items. He hesitated and began to consider carefully, his brows slightly furrowing. Analyzing the pros and cons of each option, he decided to set aside the special options for exploration slots in ancient ruins and training time in high tower training rooms. As for battle armor, weapons, and martial arts, he had alternative lower-tier options available. The SS-level martial arts obtained through system sign-ins were all quite formidable. Though war machines were great, he didn't need them at the moment. After deep consideration, Li Yong ultimately decided to exchange for cultivation resources. All right, it's settled then. After looking around, cultivation resources truly seem the most cost-effective. I haven't tasted what divine cultivation resources are like yet. Having made his decision, Li Yong resolved not to change his mind. He swiped lightly on the virtual screen before him, and only divine resources suitable for fire-type martial artists remained. Although the quantity wasn't particularly large, each one was extremely enticing. Just the descriptions indicated that absorbing them would bring him substantial benefits. He then began to browse earnestly through the Martial Alliance's official mall, carefully scanning the rows of divine resources shimmering with golden light. He didn't want to miss any potentially suitable and cost-effective items. After a thorough inspection and comparison, Li Yong finally found a cultivation resource worth exactly 1,600 contribution points, named Core Flame Essence. The description was quite detailed. Formed in the extreme high temperature and high pressure areas near the Earth's core deep within Blue Star, it was brought out by volcanic eruptions, and its complete absorption would provide a powerful boost for martial artists. Not only could it cause a surge in energy required for martial artists to break through to the next realm, but it also enhanced their affinity and control over fire. Li Yang's heart stirred. He felt that this Core Flame Essence was practically tailor-made for him. Otherwise, how could the price be so fitting? Good, then I'll take this Core Flame Essence. I wonder if absorbing it will allow me to break through to the peak of the Earth Martial God realm. Li Yong murmured with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. As he spoke, he unhesitatingly reached out to click the exchange button next to the Core Flame Essence's introduction. Instantly, his 1,600 contribution points vanished in a flash. At the same time, the voice of the artificial intelligence echoed. Congratulations, Chairman Li, for successfully spending 1,600 contribution points to exchange for the Divine Core Flame Essence. If you have any regrets, you can cancel the exchange within 1 hour and have your contribution points refunded. After 1 hour, this operation cannot be performed and your exchanged item will be escorted by a special envoy from headquarters. Please wait patiently. Oh, that's quite thoughtful of them, Li Yong chuckled after hearing this. He didn't expect there would be an option to cancel within an hour. However, this Core Flame Essence was carefully selected by him, so he naturally wouldn't regret it. Looking at the zero balance of contribution points in his account, Li Yong felt no lingering attachment and decisively clicked to exit the mall. Staying inside would only make him covet those good items unnecessarily. Now, he truly had no contribution points left. After shutting off his communication wristband, Li Yong stretched and moved his muscles. According to the timing, he should receive the Core Flame Essence delivered to his door by the Alliance headquarters tomorrow. During the 3 days spent eliminating the Destiny sect, he also acquired a wealth of items from Sinans. One of the Sinan items was a large gift pack of elixirs containing various types of elixirs, all reaching SS level. The quantity of each type of elixir was as high as 10, including but not limited to defense elixirs, attack elixirs, enhancement elixirs, detoxification elixirs, mental recovery elixirs, and life recovery elixirs, etc. With such a dazzling array of types. Additionally, he also signed in to receive 10 Lava Guardians at the initial stage of the Earth Martial God realm, making a total of 20 Lava Guardians in his lava space. Li Yong imagined the spectacular scene of 20 Lava Guardians standing behind him and couldn't help but grin. Moreover, he had what he considered the most precious and cost-effective item among the 3 SS-level fruit tree. Although the energy contained in the Ling fruit it bore was not plentiful and even inferior to ordinary SS-level spiritual fruits. It compensated for this flaw with its quantity and incredibly terrifying growth speed. It could grow as long as there was soil and was not picky about the environment. After planting, it could randomly bear 1 to 10 SS-level spiritual fruits daily. After a year, several hundred SS-level spiritual fruits could be easily obtained. Even if the energy was lower, it still surpassed S-level spiritual fruits among SS-level fruits. However, the fruits must be picked daily, or otherwise it would not continue to grow. Now, this SS-level spirit fruit tree has been planted in a prominent position in his backyard, and it is quite large. The trunk is so sturdy that it requires several people to encircle it. The branches and leaves are lush with not a hint of gap. Sunlight filters through the foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the soft grass below. The fruits above had already been harvested by him this morning. It wouldn't be until tomorrow that they would grow back. Li Yong stretched lazily and reclined back onto the lounge chair. His gaze swept across the courtyard, ultimately resting on the 2 figures standing at a distance. They were dressed in fitted white maid outfits, their figures graceful, holding their breath in anticipation of instructions. A faint smile tugged at Li Yang's lips as he softly called out, "Xiao Yue, Xiao Qi." Though his voice was soft, it reached the ears of both girls with precision. Lin Xiuyue, known as Xiao Yue, first shivered all over. Then a light of surprise burst forth from her eyes as her previously drooping face instantly lifted. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled as if they contained stars. The corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. Beside her, Suyaki wasn't much better. She subconsciously grasped the hem of her skirt, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes as she quickly followed in Lin Qiu's footsteps. The 2 of them nearly jogged up to Li Yong, playfully blinking their eyes and sweetly saying, "Master, we're here." They stood beside Li Yong. Lin Qiu picked up a fan from beside her and gently waved it. A cool breeze carrying the fragrance of the plants brushed against Li Yang's cheek. Suyaki held a fruit platter. She extended her delicate white and slender hand akin to jade, personally feeding a spirit fruit to Li Yang's mouth, her movements tender as if cradling a fragile treasure. Li Yong closed his eyes and slowly bit down on the spirit fruit that Suyaki had fed him, his mouth filled with sweet juice laced with strands of spiritual energy that slid down his throat. His heart brimmed with contentment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is delightful." The sunlight was just right, the breeze gentle, and with beautiful companions by his side, Li Yong felt every muscle in his body relax. One must admit that he was truly enjoying this little life. All affairs were managed by Zhao Qingming and Du Qi, and he only needed to focus on enjoying life in this villa. However, if he didn't take the opportunity to enjoy life at the start, wouldn't that mean his transmigration was in vain? He fanned himself for a while. Lin Qiuyue, seeing Li Yang's relaxed demeanor, mustered her courage and said in a soft and somewhat tentative voice, "Master, I am also quite skilled in a few massage techniques with precise pressure and acupoint control. Would you like to give it a try?" As she spoke, her large watery eyes blinked, long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans, and her gaze was filled with anticipation. She resembled a little beast waiting for praise from its master. She didn't say it without basis. They had all undergone special training before starting, and their skills as maids were fundamentally well-rounded. In her view, if she could serve this important figure well, wouldn't that lead to soaring prospects in the future? Li Yong opened his eyes upon hearing her words, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Lin Qiuyue. At that moment, the sweet and lovely Lin Qiuyue was slightly pouting, exuding a hint of playfulness. Li Yong smiled casually. "Oh, then come and give it a try. Oh, let this lord appreciate your technique, shall we?" Seeing Li Yong agree, Lin Qiuyue's face blossomed with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "All right, master, I'm coming now." Her voice was teasing, yet filled with anticipation and a hint of shyness. She eagerly set her fan aside, her warm palms gently resting on Li Yang's shoulders as she began. When her hands touched Li Yang's skin, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Li Yang's skin felt wonderful, smooth and elastic, and the robust strength emanating from his physique captivated her. Her technique was skilled yet gentle. At times she applied firm pressure, at others she kneaded lightly. Not bad," Li Yong hummed in comfort, giving a positive evaluation. Suyaki nearby was unwilling to be outdone. Pouting slightly, she said with a hint of defiance in her eyes, "Master, I can also massage. My technique is no worse than sister use. Why don't you try it out?" Li Yong looked at her eager expression and laughed heartily. "Oh, that's perfect. You two can come together." One of them focused on the upper body, applying gentle yet precise pressure to the acupoints, easing the tension in Li Yang's shoulders and neck. The other focused on the lower body, her fingers skillfully kneading the leg muscles. They coordinated beautifully, their movements fluid and harmonious, bringing much joy to Li Yong, who squinted his eyes occasionally, emitting satisfied hums. Other maids in the villa who witnessed this scene were filled with envy and jealousy. These young girls in the prime of their youth couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "What a wonderful opportunity," yet it was seized by Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi. "If only I could serve him instead." They looked at Li Yang's fit and powerful physique, his youthful and handsome face, which was not disguised by the guise of older monstrous figures. Not to mention Li Yang's noble status and formidable skills. A deep longing surged within them. Li Yong could easily sense this, but didn't pay much attention, as it was only natural to admire strength. His pleasant and fulfilling day, filled with massages and indulgence, quickly passed, leaving him to relax in the backyard's spiritual spring in the evening. The next morning, Li Yong woke up from his luxurious bed, attended by a group of stunning maids, each with their own unique charm. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, just as Li Yong was in a cheerful mood planning to pick today's spirit fruits, his keen hearing suddenly detected the roaring sound of a warplane approaching rapidly from a distance. "What is that?" "The sound of a warplane," Li Yong murmured to himself. As the warplane drew closer, he suddenly became alert. The aura of a peak Earth martial god. His keen perception suddenly detected a highly concealed aura emanating from a peak Earth martial god within the warplane. As for who was coming, he had no way of knowing yet, but he had a rough guess in his heart. It was highly likely to be one of the 3 counselors hidden by the Martial Alliance, specifically sent to escort the Earth Core flame essence in the warplane to prevent any unforeseen accidents. It couldn't possibly be other counselors stationed in various states as governors. Having thought this through, Li Yong gazed toward the sky in the distance, stood up, and walked toward the front yard, ready to welcome his Earth Core flame essence. He also wanted to see if his guess was correct. The rarity of the Earth Core flame essence was self-evident, valued at a staggering 1,600 contribution points. It was not surprising to have a peak Earth martial god counselor escorting it. Otherwise, if any unforeseen losses occurred during transport, it would be a huge deal. Before long, an SS-level warplane emblazoned with the Martial Alliance headquarters insignia swiftly approached from afar and began to land in the spacious front yard of the villa. As the warplane came to a stop and the hatch opened, 3 peak Emperor-level martial artists emerged, while the peak Earth martial god within did not step out. This further confirmed Li Yang's speculation. You three must be the special envoys dispatched by headquarters, Li Yong said, stepping forward with a slight smile. Indeed, Counselor Li, the Alliance leader, has sent us to personally deliver the items you exchanged to you. One of the stern-faced Emperor-level martial artists responded respectfully to Li Yong, not revealing that a peak Earth martial god was still inside the warplane. After saying this, he handed Li Yong a mysterious box. Counselor Li, this is the Xiantai Spirit Box. After confirming your identity with your wristband, the box will open automatically. The items you exchanged will be inside. Li Yong reached out to take it, his gaze directed at the Xiantai Spirit Box, sensing that its defensive capability was extraordinarily impressive. Even if he wanted to break it open, it would take considerable effort. Following the stern martial artist's explanation, he raised his wrist and gently touched the box with his wristband. Identity confirmation successful. Opened. As a voice echoed from the outside of the box, a powerful surge of fiery energy instantly emanated from within. A crystal of energy, dark gold in color and radiating a heart-stirring warmth, and surging energy fluctuations quietly lay inside. This was precisely the Earth Core Flame essence he had exchanged for. The intense energy seemed as if it would ignite everything around it. Li Yong slowly took out the Core Flame essence from the Xian Iron Spirit Box, cradling it in his palm. The dense energy flowed like a tangible substance, weaving its way into his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily display a look of ecstasy. The three special envoys around him, along with the maids in the villa, were all captivated by this divine resource, their hearts racing. Especially the maids in the villa. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was their first time encountering a treasure of this caliber. The blazing energy seemed to penetrate the air, striking at their very souls. This divine resource truly lives up to its reputation. Li Yong sighed softly, his face brimming with delight. With a thought, he stored the Core Flame essence into his infinite storage space before turning to the three special envoys before him. You have worked hard. After speaking, he handed the Xian Iron Spirit Box to them. The box appeared exquisite beyond compare, and it was clear just by thinking about it that it must be worth a fortune, definitely not something he would receive for free. Moreover, keeping this item was of no use to him. The cold and stern warrior reached out to take the Xian Iron Spirit Box, a glimmer of awe flashing in his eyes, his expression respectful, yet relaxed after completing the task. It's no trouble at all, Chairman Li. It's our honor to serve you. We shall return to headquarters to report now. They then respectfully took their leave, turning away without lingering any longer. They were envious of Li Yong in their hearts. To possess such status and strength at such a young age, and to obtain a divine resource of this level. How many people would dream of such a thing? Truly, comparisons lead to despair. As the warplane's hatch slowly closed, it soon roared to life, ascending as it began its return to the Martial Alliance headquarters. Li Yong stood in the villa watching the warplane depart. A slight smile graced his lips as he waved goodbye, as if greeting an old friend. Inside the warplane at that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in black combat attire with neatly combed hair exuded an imposing aura. Through the warplane's window, he also smiled faintly and nodded at Li Yong in acknowledgement. He was Chun Hui, one of the hidden earth martial gods of the Martial Alliance, possessing strength even greater than Lu Yi. His usual position was as the leader's shadow guard. He had come specifically to escort the Core Flame essence, ensuring that no accidents occurred during its transport. At that moment, Chun Hui's heart was far from as calm as it appeared. It was filled with shock. Although he had remained hidden inside the warplane throughout the process, he could clearly sense the strength radiating. That aura was like a towering mountain, steady and heavy, akin to a vast ocean, boundless and profound. It brought him an even greater shock than those peak-level earth martial gods who might hope to break through to the heavenly martial god realm within their lifetimes. Even though my level is slightly higher than his, if we were to fight, I would surely be the one who falls. Chun Hui silently pondered, his eyes filled with reverence. What a freakishly powerful individual. The latest stage earth martial god realm can instill such a sense of crisis in me. Once he absorbs this Core Flame essence, he might break through to the peak earth martial god realm by our next meeting. At that point, I would be no match for him. Perhaps the only ones who could pose a threat to him are those at the heavenly martial god level. Chun Hui thought with a sense of shock. He suddenly understood why Lei Yu had been so generous when he first met Li Yong, gifting him an SS level, and why that individual whose strength was only beneath the leader suddenly wanted to send his precious daughter to be by Li Yang's side. It was all because of Li Yang's terrifyingly formidable strength and potential. As the warplane soared away, Chun Hui's thoughts swirled like a giant black bird gradually flying towards the distance. Eventually, they left the view of Inyang Base City. Inside the cabin, Chun Hui gazed out the window, looking at the increasingly blurred outline of the base, his shock towards Li Yong lingering in his heart. At this moment, Li Yong was filled with excitement as he left the villa hastily, making his way to the training room in the headquarters. Sitting cross-legged, he showed signs of urgency and anticipation. With a thought, the core flame essence radiating scorching energy appeared in his palm. Wow! As he sensed the immense energy emanating from the core flame essence, Li Yong felt entirely. Every cell in his body was cheering with joy, and within him arose a strong desire to devour, and the energy contained in this core flame essence is truly immense. If absorbed by a beginner king-level warrior, it could directly elevate them to the initial stage of emperor level. Li Yong muttered to himself, his eyes glimmering with fervent light. Without further delay, another thought crossed his mind. The 15 SS-level spirit fruits he had gathered in recent days also appeared beside him. They emitted a faint spiritual light, complementing the scorching energy of the core flame essence. Combined with the core flame essence, I can surely break through to the peak Earth Martial God realm, and I won't be far from the heavenly Martial God realm. Li Yang's gaze was resolute. He picked up the core flame essence and softly said, "Let's start with you." As his voice fell, the temperature in the entire training room suddenly soared, as if he were in a giant furnace. Li Yong himself was engulfed in faint flames, releasing waves of scorching heat. The rich, fiery energy contained in the core flame essence flooded into Li Yang's body like a raging torrent. Such powerful energy! Li Yong displayed a look of ecstasy as he quickly immersed himself in the process of absorbing the energy. As time passed unknowingly, before he knew it, it was already noon the next day. Inside the training room, Li Yong slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with fiery light. He radiated the aura of a peak Earth Martial God, powerful and steady, clearly having succeeded in his breakthrough. Moreover, he had stabilized it in such a short time. "I've successfully broken through just as I expected," Li Yong said, unable to suppress a joyful smile, as he stood up and clenched his creaking fists. Feeling his current cultivation level and state, he joyfully murmured, "Thanks to the heart of Source Martial, otherwise I wouldn't have stabilized my aura so quickly." Now he could confidently claim to be invincible in the Earth Martial God realm. Even when facing heavenly Martial God level warriors, he had the strength to fight. The outcome was uncertain. The confidence brought by his inflated strength suddenly sparked an impulse in Li Yong to challenge Lei Yu. "Chairman Lei." A hint of battle intent flashed in Li Yang's eyes. But he quickly recalled Lei Yu's astonishing achievements since the Great Catastrophe, those feats shining like brilliant stars in the annals of martial history, instilling awe in all. He was an idol and an object of reverence in the hearts of countless warriors. "No, I can't be impulsive." Li Yong suddenly cooled down from his heated thoughts. At first glance, Lei Yu was clearly not an ordinary peak heavenly martial god. While challenging him might not threaten his life, it would likely result in a thorough beating. To be safe, I should wait until I break through to the heavenly martial god realm before challenging Chairman Lei. Li Yong thought to himself. He had a feeling that Lei Yu had most likely already touched the threshold for breaking through beyond the heavenly martial god realm. Otherwise, the divine beasts surrounding Hua Xia would not be so restrained. Li Yong temporarily set aside his thoughts of challenging the Thunder Prison. Taking a deep breath, he completely retracted his aura, becoming as tranquil and contained as a deep lake. Recalling that he still had unused sign-in opportunities from today and yesterday, he silently spoke to the system in his mind. "System sign-in. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. All accumulated sign-in attempts have been consumed, and you have gained a Cultivation Enhancement Aura 1, with all Lava Guards levels raised to the mid-stage of Earth Martial God." As the system's voice faded, a peculiar light flashed across Li Yang's body. He sensed subtle changes in his surroundings. Immediately after, the system provided a detailed explanation. Cultivation Enhancement Aura. Once activated, the cultivation speed of all life forms within 100 meters of the host will increase by 10. The host can freely choose the target of enhancement and toggle the effect on or off. As the system's voice concluded, Li Yang's eyes lit up. The cultivation enhancement effect was activated automatically, and he felt strands of spiritual energy begin to flow toward him like tadpoles seeking their mother. He exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the effect of the cultivation enhancement aura? The spiritual energy is actually flowing into my body on its own." Moreover, this effect is not only beneficial to him, but also useful for others. He could decide whether to allow others to use this enhancement effect. There were no limitations on the number either. Li Yong felt a surge of joy within. From now on, he would become a mobile cultivation chamber. Although a 10 enhancement effect was not particularly significant, it was merely the initial form. Based on the system's past behavior, conventions, this percentage would definitely increase with future sign-ins, and the enhancement effect would become overwhelmingly powerful. Additionally, the upgrade of the 20 Lava Guards to mid-stage Earth Martial Gods was quite favorable. Otherwise, the level gap between them and him would be too vast. Otherwise, those Lava Guards would seem rather useless. Afterwards, Li Yong joyfully left the cultivation chamber and returned to the villa to continue lounging and enjoying himself. At that moment, in the secretary office of the General Prefecture, a martial artist clad in gray attire with a cautious look in his eyes knocked and entered. His voice carried hesitation. Reporting to the diligent Zhao Qingning, he said, "Sir, the general prefect has left." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning halted her task, her pen pausing slightly. Her expression stiffened as she fell silent for a moment. She was filled with both helplessness toward Li Yang's distraction and an indescribable sense of loss. Sighing softly, she waved her hand at her subordinate. "All right, I understand. You may go back to your work." "Yes." The gray-clad martial artist respectfully withdrew, even closing the door thoughtfully behind him. Zhao Qingning leaned back in her chair, her gaze somewhat vacant. Her mood fluctuated. Upon hearing the news of Li Yang's sudden visit to the cultivation chamber yesterday, she had thought he would remember to handle affairs afterward. She still held a faint hope that perhaps Li Yang would suddenly change his attitude and begin to seriously take on the responsibilities of the general prefect. But what happened? After a day's cultivation, he merely slipped back to the villa, showing no intention of addressing the matters of the general prefecture. Zhao Qingning shook her head, helplessly muttering to herself, when will Li Yang finally focus on the important matter? Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Li Yang's joyous breakthrough to the peak of Earth Martial God and his sign-ins yielding numerous precious items, the situation on the side of the Fate religion was entirely different, as if shrouded in a heavy gloom. In the distant West continent, the Western nations united to form a powerful force known as the Holy Court to combat the threat of ferocious beasts. Numerous base cities were established under its banner, similar to the martial alliance of the Huaxiao nation. The headquarters of the Fate religion, pretentiously disguised itself as a branch of the Holy Court, is situated in one of these base cities. Unlike the Huaxiao nation's martial alliance, which resolutely chose to eliminate the Fate religion as an evil cult, the Western Holy Court opted for a second path: cooperation. However, considering the Fate religion's actions in the Huaxiao nation, the Holy Court, in order to avoid offending the Huaxiao nation and provoking the terrifying Thunder Prison, also took its own reputation into account. After all, collaborating with an evil cult is never a favorable narrative. Weighing various factors, their cooperation was conducted in secrecy and not openly displayed. Currently, the Fate religion had infiltrated the Holy Court to a large extent, and the latter had become highly dependent on them. To further expand their influence, the Fate religion set its sights on the other major power of the Blue Star, the rich land of the Huaxiao nation in the east. If they could control the martial alliance's power, just like the Holy Court owed firmly in their grasp, then the Fate religion's influence and reach would surge. In this way, the Fate religion could transform from a universally condemned evil cult into an official power. By then, the martial alliance and the Holy Court would become the real evil cults. However, the current situation differed from their expectations. They not only failed to gain anything, but instead lost several teeth. Within the headquarters of the Fate religion, in a room resembling an office, a tall figure sat cross-legged. Dressed in a black robe, his expression was cold, and his eyes revealed a sinister glint with a high nose above tightly closed lips. Moreover, he emanated the aura of a peak Earth martial god. Yet he was still somewhat inferior to the Thunder Prison. This person was none other than Yin Jiuming, the leader of the Fate religion. At this moment, his face was as dark as if it could drip water, and his mood appeared to be very poor. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. "Useless, all of them are useless." This phrase had been repeated by Yin Jiuming countless times over the past few days, so much so that the hatred in his voice seemed to condense into a tangible presence filling the room. The reason was simple. The Fate religion had suffered heavy losses in the Huaxiao nation this time. The two Earth martial god latest-stage powerhouses sent had been killed, and the precious god-level laser guns capable of threatening Earth martial god-level warriors had been snatched away. Years of hidden bases in Yuzhou had been uprooted, and many others were destroyed in the process. Their long-term plans had suffered severe setbacks. Thinking of all this, Yin Jiuming felt a parched throat. He downed the spirit tea before him in one gulp, then squeezed the cup hard, shattering it into countless pieces. Damn martial alliance and Li Yang. Yin Jiuming's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. This time, the intention to demonstrate strength to the martial alliance had not only failed, but had resulted in a resounding slap in the face. "Li Yang, I remember you." Yin Jiuming's expression was as cold as frost, with a glimmer of chilling light flashing in his eyes. He firmly etched the name Li Yang into his mind. A person crossed the border and killed two of his generals, even obtaining a divine-grade laser gun. As time slowly passed, the anger in Yin Jiuming's heart gradually dissipated, as if being doused with cold water. Once calm, he began to reflect on why his seemingly foolproof plan had failed so completely. After a long silence, his face was shrouded in dark clouds. His brows were tightly furrowed as if he could crush a fly. Finally, Yin Jiuming let out a heavy sigh, his voice deep and tinged with a hint of melancholy, as he murmured, "It seems I cannot regard the Huaxiao alliance as mere waste like those in the Holy Court. Why I was too careless." Originally, he thought the martial alliance would be as easy to deal with as the Holy Court. He only needed to slowly infiltrate over time, coercing and enticing the upper echelons to join the Destiny sect, and then eliminate those who opposed them, thereby gradually gaining control. But he never expected to stumble so badly right from the start. Yin Juming's face was filled with deep unwillingness. However, due to the majority of data points within Huaxia being eradicated, the remaining defeated soldiers dared not act rashly. They all curled up in the corners like frightened birds. Forget it, he'll keep a record of this debt and plan for the long term later, Yin Juming said through gritted teeth. His voice seemed to squeeze out from between clenched teeth. The most important thing now was to obediently lick his wounds and recover his energy, waiting for the right opportunity to take fierce revenge on the Huaxiao Alliance and Liang. At this moment, Yin Juming was still unaware that Liang had already broken through to the pinnacle of the Earth Martial God realm. Otherwise, he would surely change his current mindset. Soon a week passed, arriving at noon. In the secretary's office of the Yuzhou Ingyang base city, Zhao Qingming looked at the mountain of documents piled in front of her that needed urgent attention, her delicate brows furrowed, and her originally lively eyes now filled with fatigue. Her slightly pouting red lips added a touch of sulkiness. Thinking of Liang enjoying himself in the villa at this moment, a surge of anger welled up in her heart. As the envoy of the total state, Liang didn't care at all. The deputy envoy Du Qi also had a laid-back attitude, only knowing how to cultivate like a salted fish. Now all the affairs of the branches in the entire Yuzhou area had fallen into her hands, which was not as simple as managing a base city. Even with the headquarters and total state office providing assistance, it was exhausting day by day. What infuriated her the most now was that since Liang had appeared once and then left the next day, he had not set foot in the total state office for a whole week. I can't take it anymore. How can Liang be so lazy? How can someone act as the total envoy like this? Zhao Qingming angrily tapped the table. Her fair cheeks immediately flushed with 2 spots of pink like peach petals blushed by the spring breeze. Her round eyes looked as if she were ready to bite someone with her pearly white teeth. Yet even so, her exquisite features still exuded a unique cuteness, making her angry expression seem playful and charming. Then Zhao Qingming took a deep breath, her green hair cascading down her shoulders like willow strands in spring. She clenched her fist, her knuckles tinged with a hint of pink, as if she had made a certain decision. No. Since Liang hasn't come, then I will personally go find him. Otherwise, handling all these affairs alone would drive me crazy. Zhao Qingming stood up. The hem of her white dress gently swayed, revealing her slender and smooth calves shining with a warm light like high-quality mutton fat jade. This perfectly highlighted her graceful figure. Moreover, she had specially styled her long hair into a loose halfupdo today, with a few stray strands framing her face, making her neck appear both slender and fair. Then Zhao Qingming gently raised her hand, storing all the piled-up documents into her communication wristband before stepping out of the office. Her goal was clear. She headed straight towards the luxurious villa where Liang currently resided in the back of the total state office. Before long, she arrived in front of the villa. Since Liang was very confident in his own strength, there were no martial artist guards arranged at the villa. There were only 16 maids dedicated to attending to his daily needs, a butler, and 4 5-star chefs, all performing their respective duties. The villa's main door was also wide open. It seemed to be welcoming her arrival. The door is open. That's perfect. Zhao Qingming, with her fair and long legs resembling beautifully carved jade, walked right in. As soon as she entered, she was attracted by 2 piles of dark red-brown stones not far from the door. Why are there 2 piles of such ugly stones here? Zhao Qingming frowned slightly at this scene, murmuring, and her eyes carried a hint of puzzlement like a little rabbit disapproving of weeds while passing by a flower bed, which was quite adorable. She did not take it too seriously. Thinking it was just Li Yang's unique taste, she continued walking towards the villa ahead. She did not notice. After she walked away, the 2 piles of dark brown stones at the entrance flickered with subtle golden light. They were fixated on Zhao Qingming, but made no move. Zhao Qingming quickly ran into the butler Himeng. Himeng had just come out of the kitchen, still carrying a hint of sweetness. Today she wore a smoky gray silk blouse loosely tied with a bow at the collar and a matching pencil skirt that accentuated her mature and voluptuous curves. At 30 years old, her eyes carried just the right amount of allure. Himeng looked at the suddenly arriving Zhao Qingming. Her face first showed surprise, then transformed into a warm and appropriate smile. Her voice was soft and respectful as she said, "Secretary Zhao, what brings you here? Are you looking for the total envoy? Please wait a moment, I will inform him right away." Zhao Qingming was still angry, her cheeks flushed. "Where is he? I'll find him myself." As she spoke, her chin lifted slightly, resembling a puffed-up little swan. Himeng noticed that Zhao Qingming seemed to be a bit off emotionally, thinking there must be something urgent that needed Li Yang's attention. She then pointed towards the villa's backyard and said, "The total envoy is in the back." Before Himeng could finish her sentence, Zhao Qingming's figure flickered, and she quickly walked towards the backyard. She wanted to see what Li Yang was up to. As the total envoy, how could he slack off all day and not even glance at the total state office for a whole week? He left everything to her. He Ming watched Zhao Qingning, who hurriedly disappeared from her view. After a couple of seconds of blankness, she suddenly thought of something and quickly raised her voice to add, "Hey, Secretary Zhao, I haven't finished speaking yet. It's a bit inappropriate for you to go now." She wondered if Zhao Qingning heard her. The figure of the other person had already vanished from her sight. Zhao Qingning hurriedly walked to the backyard, guided by He Ming, her heart filled with pent-up frustration. She didn't hear what He Ming said behind her. The moment she stepped into the backyard, an awkward yet alluring scene immediately caught her eye. With her eyes wide open in anger, Zhao Qingning saw Li Yang bare-chested, his muscular physique sculpted with precision, every muscle defined and powerful. His broad, sturdy chest rose and fell slightly with his breath, emanating a masculine charm. The eight-pack abs were sharply defined like they were chiseled, and the muscles on his arms flowed with explosive power. He leaned against the edge of the hot spring, surrounded by 4 maids attending to him. One held fresh juice to his lips, another gently fed him barbecued meat, and a third presented a delicate dessert. The last one was gently massaging Li Yang's shoulders. At that moment, Li Yang had his eyes closed, appearing utterly blissful and in a state of ecstasy. Strangely enough, a white frog about the size of a fist and seemingly unusual floated in the hot spring. Its body was pure white without a hint of color, with round eyes exuding a spirited cleverness. It too closed its eyes like Li Yang, seemingly enjoying the comfort of the hot spring. Zhao Qingning's face, already slightly red, turned as bright as a ripe apple, leaving her momentarily. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to Li Yang's perfect physique, and she felt her heart race. Within her, a strange jealousy sprouted towards the 4 maids attending to him. The white frog lying in the hot spring in a backstroke croaked upon seeing the suddenly arrived Zhao Qing. It seemed to be reminding those around. Li Yang turned to look at a girl beside him, dressed in a light pink made outfit with matching bows in her hair, her skin as fair as freshly peeled lychee, her delicate wrist revealed as she offered him water. After taking the green spirit fruit water from her hand and gulping it down, he smiled at Zhao Qingning, pretending not to notice her arrival, saying, "Miss Qingning, why are you here? He Ming and the others really should have notified me." With that, he waved his hand, lightly signaling the 4 maids attending him to step back. The 4 immediately understood, standing aside to wait, their eyes glinting with gossip as they cautiously stole glances at Li Yang and Zhao Qingning. Li Yang observed Zhao Qingning's flushed face, but found it hard to tear his gaze away from her. Inside, she was secretly amused by his seemingly rogue demeanor. One couldn't help but find her puffed-up expression quite adorable. In fact, he had already known of her arrival the moment she entered the villa. He was the one who opened the door. He even heard her complain about the 2 lava guards stationed at the entrance acting. He wanted to say that she had no taste, as they were indeed imposing and not ugly at all. Zhao Qingning gazed at Li Yang, who appeared so relaxed. She recalled how she had been running around in the general office for days, too busy to catch her breath, her brain cells nearly dying off. While he indulged in leisurely hot springs, her frustration and anger surged within her. If Li Yang had been cultivating, she could accept it. But this... Zhao Qingning instinctively clenched her fists, then relaxed them, finally complaining with a hint of petulance in her tone, "Sir, you are actually here enjoying the hot spring. You haven't been to the general office for a whole week, and the pile of urgent matters is mounting. If this continues, I really won't be able to hold on much longer." Li Yang listened, and looking at the pouting, flushed Zhao Qingning, slightly curved his lips. In a flash, he moved like a ghost from the hot spring to the shore. Then a thought crossed his mind, and a blue bathrobe appeared, wrapping him up completely without a hint of flaw. Li Yang didn't try to argue, but opened his hands sincerely, saying, all right, Miss Qingning, I know how hard you're working. This is all to train you. Your ability to handle affairs alone will surely improve significantly in the future." Zhao Qingning stood there, still fuming, unable to help but retort in her heart, "What training? You're just too lazy to handle affairs," and pushed everything onto me. Before she could say anything, she saw the faint smile on Li Yang's lips, and he quickly walked over to soothe her, saying, "Don't be angry, Miss Qingning." At this point, Li Yang paused, a mysterious expression appearing on his face. In a moment, a faintly glowing SS-grade beauty pill, a mysterious SS-grade gene enhancement potion, and 5 SS-grade spirit fruits freshly picked that morning materialized from his infinite storage space, floating steadily in his palm. "Here, Miss Qingning, consider these 3 items as a reward for your hard work these days." With a smile, Li Yang said. As he spoke, the 3 items slowly floated before Zhao Qingning under his control, and he gestured for her not to be polite. Just take them without hesitation. He was being generous not because he was bewitched by beauty. Rather, it was because the rewards he had accumulated over these days were so bountiful that he could afford to give Zhao Qingning some of his salary. The SS-grade beauty pill was from a previous gift pack of pills. As a man, he had no interest in beauty products, and thus it was of no use to him. The SS-grade gene enhancement potion was something he had obtained from 2 incredibly lucky gift packs, each containing 10 vials. Having absorbed 11 vials by now, his genes had reached an impressively perfect state. Continuing to use it would yield no further effects, unless he absorbed divine grade ones to see any changes. Selling the remaining 10 vials to the Martial Alliance felt unwise, so he had stored them all in his storage space. He planned to reward whoever he found fitting. As a high-ranking envoy, he couldn't present subpar gifts to his outstanding subordinates. After giving one away, he still had 9 left. The 5 SS-grade spirit fruits were all freshly picked by him over the past few days. He had plenty in his infinite storage space, so he didn't mind giving away a few. The items he had signed for over these 7 days were also quite abundant, including 2 SS-grade Gene Enhancement Potion gift packs and an SS-grade Spirit Fruit tree. The Lava Warrior's level had risen to the late Earth Martial God stage, while a Frost Frog deity at the early stage had its level boosted to the peak after another signing. The small one floating in the hot spring was a terrifying beast that had reached the peak of the Earth Beast God stage. Like the Lava Guards, it was 100% loyal to him. This is this for me, eh? Zhao Qingming's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the 3 items handed to her by Li Yang, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, revealing her disbelief. She could hardly believe that these were actually gifts for her. As her fingertips brushed the edge of the items, a faint warm energy made her heart skip a beat. This clearly exuded the aura of a legendary SS-grade item. How could Li Yang be so generous as to give this to her? Li Yang observed Zhao Qingming's astonished expression and waved his hand casually, his demeanor relaxed and easygoing as if these were merely ordinary objects. Don't be polite, Miss Qingming. You've been busy with the affairs of the General Prefecture these days, so take these rewards. To others, these items appeared incredibly precious and rare. But to him, they were just that. He had countless items in his infinite storage space. The SS-grade spiritual fruits could be picked in abundance every day. With Li Yang's confirmation, the frustration that had been building up in Zhao Qingming's heart was instantly swept away by this unexpected surprise. Then, shall I accept them? She no longer pretended to be reserved and directly reached out to take the items, storing them in her storage ring. A surge of excitement coursed through her. She suddenly thought that if her salary could always be this generous, it wouldn't be a problem for her to handle all the affairs of the General Prefecture. There was no way around it. Li Yang had given her too much. After absorbing these items, they would be enough to loosen her cultivation realm. What she desired most was the rejuvenation pill among them. Though she considered her appearance quite decent, which girl wouldn't want to maintain her beauty and become even more enchanting? The allure of the rejuvenation pill was simply irresistible to her. Li Yang watched Zhao Qingming's rapidly changing attitude with a sense of amusement. Indeed, money can make the world go round. He then decided to be generous and smiled, saying, Miss Qingming, these resources combined with my spiritual spring will yield the best results. You can come in and give it a try. Huh. Zhao Qingming suddenly looked up at his words. The blush that had just faded from her face returned like a splendid sunset on the horizon. Was Li Yang inviting her to soak in the hot spring together? Her heart raced like a wild deer, and she felt a warmth spreading through her body as if a heat wave was rising from her core. Thinking about this, she secretly glanced at Li Yang's handsome features and the unique masculine charm he exuded. It was like a gentle spring breeze, teasing her heartstrings, perfectly aligned with her desires, making her heart skip a beat. Soaking in the hot spring together didn't seem entirely unacceptable. However, it was indeed a bit shy and too sudden, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Zhao Qingming bit her lip, torn with indecision. Should she agree or not? It was truly a dilemma. If she agreed, would she seem too unreserved? But if she didn't agree, she would miss such a great opportunity. Li Yang noticed Zhao Qingming's conflicted expression and the flickering look in her eyes, instantly guessing what she was thinking. His thoughts were quite simple. Zhao Qingming was currently at the peak of the king level. If she absorbed 5 of the SS-grade spiritual fruits, she would most likely break through to the emperor level. Furthermore, with the spiritual spring enhancing her martial talent, she might even break through to the mid-emperor level in one go. At that time, she would be more energetic, and he could naturally entrust all affairs to her. Surely by then she wouldn't have such strong objections as she did now. Then his figure flickered, appearing before Zhao Qingming, who was lost in her thoughts. He gently tapped her green hair with a smile and teased, What are you thinking about? This is another reward. You can go in and soak. I'm off to have lunch. At this point, Li Yang pointed to the frosty frog god, who was still comfortably soaking in the hot spring, and continued, If you find the temperature too high, just tell little Gua. It will release cold air to help you adjust the hot spring's temperature. Gua. The frosty frog god, named Little Gua by Li Yang, looked at Zhao Qingming with its round, glistening eyes and greeted her friendly to show its response. Zhao Qingming, whose true thoughts were seen through by Li Yang, showed a hint of embarrassment on her face. Ahem. She cleared her throat, trying to hide her awkwardness. Then she quickly shifted the topic, looking somewhat surprised at the small frosty frog god in the hot spring, exclaiming, Wow, I can understand. What a smart frog. Li Yong raised an eyebrow at this, thinking to himself, it not only understands you, but can also take you out and yet he didn't say it so directly. Of course, Little Gua's level has reached the peak of the earth beast god. Not waiting for Zhao Qingning to believe him, Li Yong turned to the four girls who had remained silent, maintaining an amused expression. Xiao Wan, Xiao Shu, you two stay here to assist Miss Zhao Qingning with her bathing, while Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi accompany me for lunch. Yes, sir. The four girls responded sweetly to their assigned tasks. Among them, Lin Shuyue and Su Yaqi were the most delighted. The choice to have them accompany him for meals clearly showed he favored them a bit more. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. Afterward, Li Yong left the spiritual spring and headed toward the main hall of the villa where he usually dined. By now, He Ming should have prepared his lunch. As Li Yong departed, Zhao Qingning cast a suspicious glance at the little Gua in the hot spring, muttering, this little guy is at the peak of the earth beast god. How could that be? The general prefecture must be joking. She felt no aura of a fierce beast from little Gua, only the impression of an ordinary frog that hadn't reached any level. She took Li Yang's words as a joke, meant to tease her. Looking at the figure of Li Yong, leaving a hint of barely perceptible disappointment flickered in her eyes. At this moment, the two maids Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu, who had been left here, approached with sweet smiles. Xiao Wan held a neatly folded bathrobe and spoke softly. Lord Zhao, we have prepared a bathrobe and change of clothes for you. Would you like to start your bath now? Xiao Shu followed up, saying, Yes, Lord Zhao, the water temperature of the hot spring is just right. The water has miraculous effects, and with little Gua here, it can also regulate the temperature, ensuring you soak comfortably. As she spoke, she secretly winked at Zhao Qingning. Her eyes were filled with envy, wishing she could swap places with Zhao Qingning. The effects of the spiritual spring had been experienced by the four of them a few days ago, when Li Yong was in a good mood. They understood just how powerful the effects could be. Just by soaking for half a day, it had brought unexpected benefits to their bodies. Zhao Qingning returned to her senses, gazing at the two attentive maids before her and the alluring energy emanating from the Linglu spring. Her disappointment from not being able to soak in the hot springs with Li Yong was slightly alleviated. She nodded gently, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly said, Then I shall trouble you with this. Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu exchanged smiles. Xiao Wan playfully winked and said, Lord Zhao, you're too polite. This is what we ought to do. Xiao Shu nodded in agreement. The two then began to busily prepare for Zhao Qingning's changing and bathing arrangements, placing the neatly folded bathrobe aside and meticulously checking the setup around the Linglu spring. They specially brought in a screen for Zhao Qingning's privacy. Their cooperation was seamless, and soon they had everything ready for her bathing. Standing by the Linglu spring, Zhao Qingning looked at the steaming water, feeling both eager and a bit nervous. She slowly began to remove her clothing. The white dress slipped from her shoulders, revealing skin as white and alluring as mutton fat jade. With her fair feet, she stepped towards the Linglu spring. The ripples on the water caressed her ankles, highlighting the fairness of her skin. With each step, she could feel the warmth rising from the ground, spreading throughout her body. As her delicate foot stepped into the Linglu spring, a warm and gentle force instantly enveloped her feet, as if invisible hands were lightly caressing them. Zhao Qingning paused for a moment, then continued to walk forward until her entire body was submerged in the hot spring. In that instant, she truly felt the truth of what the two girls had said. The effects of this hot spring were indeed formidable. It contained a unique energy that flowed into her body like a babbling brook. It improved and strengthened her martial bloodline. Zhao Qingning felt revitalized under the nourishing effects of the Linglu spring, her face lighting up with a refreshing expression akin to that of Li Yong. Filled with curiosity, she couldn't help but murmur, where on earth did Li Yong dig up this hot spring? I haven't seen him leave the villa these past few days. Then, brimming with doubts, Zhao Qingning softly asked the two maids attending to her by the shore, Do you know where this hot spring comes from? Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu exchanged glances and shook their heads. They only knew that Li Yong had personally arranged it, and they were just as curious when they first saw it, just like Zhao Qingning. Receiving this response, Zhao Qingning had to let it go. She then chose not to think any further on it, and joyfully retrieved 3 items from the storage ring that Li Yong had given her, contemplating within. Having settled at the peak of the King realm for so long, it's time for a breakthrough. The energy needed to break through to the Emperor level had already filled her to the brim. Previously, she had hesitated to rush the breakthrough to allow for more accumulation. Now, with so many precious resources at her disposal, the timing was just right. Zhao Qingning calmed her mind and closed her lively eyes, beginning to absorb the energy from the 3 items, aiming to break through to the Emperor level. A faint green glow radiated from her body, as if she had merged with the Linglu spring. Soon she became completely immersed, casting aside everything else in the outside world. In the villa's main hall, Li Yong, surrounded by numerous maids enjoying a sumptuous lunch, suddenly sensed something and halted his movements. His chopsticks hung in midair as his gaze turned towards the Linglu spring in the villa's backyard, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is she starting her breakthrough? Just as I expected. Time passed quietly, and soon 3 days had gone by. Morning arrived, and the sun had just begun to rise, casting golden rays upon the earth and enveloping everything in a golden glow. Li Yang collected all the fruits from the jade spirit fruit tree, gazing at the 2 sturdy trees before him as he murmured 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Today the spirit fruits yielded 7, which is quite good. Suddenly Li Yang paused mid-sentence, his gaze shifting to the Linglu spring obscured by a screen, feeling the aura emanating from Zhao Qingning. The aura grew increasingly powerful, as if an invisible force was surging. It's been 3 days as she is finally about to break through. Li Yang spoke softly, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Before long, just after finishing his breakfast, he leisurely held a cup of fragrant tea, taking a sip to savor the moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a powerful aura of a king-level martial artist erupted from the backyard, overwhelming and heart-pounding like a surging tide. The aura was like a tangible whirlwind. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed, producing a buzzing sound, and within moments it swept through the entire villa like a storm. Within the villa, tables, chairs, and other items trembled slightly under the impact of this aura, and inconspicuous dust began to fall. But this situation lasted only an instant. The aura was easily suppressed by Li Yang with a mere thought. After about a few hours, another more robust and powerful aura of a mid-level emperor martial artist surged forth. It erupted from the backyard like a dazzling star. Moreover, it was clear that this aura came from the same person as the previous one. Li Yang observed this, seeing his expression merely revealing that he had anticipated it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile creeping upon his lips as he softly murmured, Zhao Qingning's talent truly does not disappoint. In addition to the automatically generated spring water containing special energy, he had also added numerous rare, heavenly materials and treasures into the Linglu spring. Those heavenly materials gradually dissolved in the spring water, enhancing its effects to an astonishing degree. Moreover, during the past 3 days of signing in, the percentage of his cultivation enhancement aura directly increased from an initial 10 to now 50, showing remarkable growth. The range had also expanded from 100 meters to 500 meters. Over these 3 days, the aura had consistently enveloped Zhao Qingning, steadily amplifying her cultivation effects. With all these accumulations, it was entirely reasonable for Zhao Qingning to break through to the mid-level. Apart from the enhancement of the cultivation aura, the other 2 signing rewards were equally invaluable. One was the complete comprehension of the SS-level martial art Eye of Divine Punishment. This martial art is a powerful form of mental attack, which when combined with the previously mastered Eye of Void Breaking possesses immense lethality. In battle, enemies would be severely wounded before they could even approach due to this formidable mental attack. The final signing reward was an upgrade in the understanding of the fire law by 1 level. This was even more significant, directly elevating his fire law level to the 2nd tier, markedly increasing his strength once more. He had mastered the unique domain ability that comes with the 2nd tier law. Once the fire domain was activated, it consumed a considerable amount of internal energy, enveloping the surrounding space in scorching flames. If an enemy fell into it, they would feel the terrifyingly high temperatures akin to purgatory, severely diminishing their strength. It is well known that for martial artists to break through to the king and emperor realms, the minimum requirement is sufficient energy. As long as one has a good start with a vast amount of rare resources, even a worthless person who only knows how to live off others can rely on consuming resources to reach the peak of the emperor realm. However, their strength would be exceedingly weak. Yet for a peak emperor martial artist to break through to the earth martial god realm is not so simple. The most critical step is to comprehend a law to the 1st level. Otherwise, even if their internal energy overflows, they will never be able to break through. This is the reason why earth martial gods are so scarce. Many peak emperor martial artists are stuck at this step, unable to elevate their law understanding to the 1st level. Similarly, for an earth martial god to break through to a celestial martial god, their understanding of the laws must also be elevated to the 2nd level. This signing reward can be said to have saved Li Yang a considerable amount of time. As long as he has sufficient energy, he can directly break through to the celestial martial god realm. At this moment, Zhao Qingning, soaking in the spirit dew spring in the backyard, resembled a spirit flower blooming amidst the azure waves. Her long green hair floated in the spring water like seaweed, damply adhering to her shoulders, glistening with a watery sheen. Her fair skin, steamy from the heat, radiated a rosy glow resembling jade steeped in morning dew, with long eyelashes gently brushing against her closed eyes like butterfly wings. She was fully immersed in the joy of breaking through to the mid-emperor level. With her eyes slightly closed, she sensed her current physical condition, her gaze filled with gratitude towards Li Yang. The SS grade gene enhancement potion and the spring water surrounding her had been immensely beneficial. She could distinctly feel her body revitalizing under the improvement from these two precious resources, every inch of skin and every meridian seemingly awakened, brimming with vigorous vitality. The path of martial arts ahead would be even smoother. Moreover, her aura stabilizing in such a short time was largely credited to these two treasures. What amazed her the most was that after soaking in this hot spring for 3 days, her body was crazily absorbing the energy within. Yet the spring water showed no signs of diminishing. It remained filled with surging energy, as if it were an endless source. As she pondered this, her heart grew increasingly complicated with special feelings towards Li Yang, a blend of gratitude and an inexplicable sentiment. Congratulations, Miss Zhao, on your breakthrough. Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu, who had been waiting here daily, hurried over to congratulate Zhao Qingming upon witnessing her successful advancement. In their hands, they held a pristine green bathrobe and the white dress Zhao Qingming had previously shed. The bathrobe wafted a faint fragrance of spirit herbs, indicating it had been freshly cleaned. Zhao Qingming looked at the two. She knew that during the 3 days of her cultivation breakthrough, they had almost always been by her side. Filled with a sense of guilt, she softly spoke, "Thank you both for your hard work here for so long." Xiao Wan shook her head slightly before Zhao Qingming could finish, her voice gentle. No, Miss Zhao, please don't say that. If Sir finds out, he will blame us." Xiao Shu nodded in agreement, smile. As Zhao Qingming stood up, droplets of water slid down her rounded shoulders and slender waist, her figure perfectly proportioned, as if measured with a ruler. Xiao Wan handed over the bathrobe, her gaze lingering on Zhao Qingming, who was so captivating that even as a fellow woman, she found it hard to look away. Her skin was dazzlingly fair. Even the contours of her shoulders radiated an indescribably beautiful allure. Her delicate features were so stunning that they made Xiao Wan feel inferior. Zhao Qingming gently wiped the water droplets and her damp hair before donning the white dress again, after consuming the SS grade youth pill. Her already beautiful appearance became even more striking, her demeanor more graceful and enchanting. Zhao Qingming adjusted her dress and softly inquired, "Where is the grand envoy now?" After a moment of thought, Xiao Wan replied, "He should be in the garden over there enjoying tea and admiring the flowers." Zhao Qingming nodded, slightly thanked her, and headed towards the garden beneath the Yunspring fruit trees. Li Yang was seated at an exquisite stone table, a tea set laid out before him, occasionally sipping fresh spirit tea he had just picked. He savored this moment of leisure. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Originally, there was no garden here, just these 2 Yunspring fruit trees planted amidst a vast lawn. He felt the place was too empty. So he instructed Meng to procure various types of flowers, each with unique characteristics, when they bloomed, to plant here. From a distance, Zhao Qingming spotted Li Yang. Her heart tightened slightly, and her steps involuntarily quickened. Li Yang, hearing the movement, looked up to see Zhao Qingming, whose aura had become even more refined, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Miss Qingming, congratulations on your successful breakthrough." Zhao Qingming slightly bowed her head, expressing, "I owe it all to you, sir, for the SS grade gene enhancement potion and the spirit dew spring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the mid-emperor level so smoothly." As she spoke, Zhao Qingming noticed the mysterious tree next to Li Yang. She keenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from it, seemingly the essence released by the 5 SS grade Yunspring fruits she had absorbed. As her words fell, Li Yang also sharply sensed Zhao Qingming's attention drawn to the 2 Yunspring fruit trees. He briefly introduced them. "These are Yunspring fruit trees. The 5 SS grade Yunspring fruits you absorbed were produced by these 2 trees." Zhao Qingming's expression turned to one of astonishment. Her bright eyes sparkled with disbelief. She exclaimed, "Doesn't this mean that both of these fruit trees are SS grade?" Li Yang's image in her mind grew increasingly mysterious, as he even possessed such treasures. Besides this, there was also the casually given SS grade gene enhancement potion, the rapid breakthrough speed, the SS grade spirit spring, and now these 2 SS grade fruit trees. All of this made her feel that Li Yang was becoming more and more inscrutable. Li Yang finished the spirit tea in his hand, looking at Zhao Qingming, who was still in shock, and smiled as he remarked, "Miss Qingming, since you have now broken through, I must entrust you with the affairs of the Grand State Office. I've already spoken to Du Qi. He will cooperate well with you in the future, provided the tasks are handled properly. There will still be rewards." During the 3 days of the other's breakthrough, he hadn't personally dealt with the affairs of the Grand State Office, but handed everything over to Du Qi, who was equally slack. Du Qi felt a deep sense of helplessness and grievance about this. Initially, he thought he could continue to coast along, but unexpectedly Li Yang specifically instructed him to properly fulfill his duties as Deputy Grand Envoy. He secretly lamented, while also daring not to utter a word of complaint, for he certainly did not dare to refuse Li Yang's orders. Moreover, he hadn't anticipated that Li Yang could be even more laid back than he was. But this was only a thought he dared to keep to himself and not voice in front of Liang, unless he felt that life was too comfortable and wanted to seek some excitement. All right, sir, I will head back to the grand. Zhao Qingming's eyes sparkled, a gentle smile gracing her lips as her voice softened, her gratitude evident on her face. Compared to the previous few days when she had arrived at the villa in a huff, she was a completely different person. She slightly bowed the neckline of her white dress, moving with her motion, revealing a delicate collarbone before turning to depart. After walking a short distance, Zhao Qingming saw Lin Qiuyue and Su Yaqi approaching from a distance, each carrying trays of pastries. They set the pastries on the stone table before beginning to massage and relax Liang. Their gentle actions and alluring expressions made Zhao Qingming momentarily dazed. She gazed at this scene, her special feelings for Liang intensifying with a mix of envy, curiosity, and an indescribable thrill. What is happening to me? Zhao Qingming murmured to herself, realizing she could no longer stay here, otherwise those special feelings might become increasingly difficult to control. She could only walk briskly away from the villa. Liang was enjoying a massage. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction where Zhao Qingming had left a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had long sensed the subtle emotional changes in Zhao Qingming. I didn't expect to gain something unexpected. As curiosity sparked within her towards him, he found himself equally intrigued by her identity. A defense ring of divine quality is not something everyone can possess. Perhaps I can take the initiative next, Liang murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingming, as the distance between her and Liang stretched to 500 meters, suddenly felt something unusual emanating from her divine body. The spiritual energy around her seemed to be cut off by an invisible hand, suddenly halting its automatic influx into her body. Moi. Zhao Qingming furrowed her beautiful brows, filled with doubt. She stopped in her tracks to try and sense the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy, but she couldn't figure out what was happening. Could it be that the effect of the spirit dew spring residual in my body has ended? Oi. Zhao Qingming speculated inwardly. It should be like that. She attributed the automatic influx of spiritual energy into her body to the mysterious spirit dew spring, unaware that the true reason was the distance she had created from Liang. The effect of cultivation enhancement had disappeared. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Liang naturally woke up at noon after a deep slumber, and under the careful service of several maids he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and enjoyed a lavish lunch. As a powerful earth martial god, he currently behaved like a lazy nobleman, showing no airs at all. He Ming and the others watched Li Yang's demeanor. They felt that Li Yang was approachable and amiable with no sense of distance. In their eyes, whatever Li Yang did was right, every action exuding a charm that made it hard for them to resist. On the sofa in the main hall, Li Yang moved his thoughts and took an SS-grade spirit fruit from his infinite storage space, savoring the deliciousness brought by this dessert after the meal. He inwardly sighed in satisfaction. Waking up at noon feels truly great. A truly powerful individual does not do whatever they want, but rather they do not do what they do not wish to. Now Li Yang felt he was very close to this realm. As long as he broke through to the Tianwu divine realm, he would be able to fully realize this state. With that thought, Li Yang exclaimed in his mind, to the system check-in please. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking and gaining an enhancement to the Eye of Void Breaking effect. Eye of Void Breaking Advanced version. All functionalities and effects of the basic version are enhanced with a new mind control effect added, and the spiritual power consumed by the host increases accordingly. As the system's voice faded, Li Yang's eyes were once again forced shut by the system. Then that familiar icy sensation surged into his heart. Haha, I knew the Eye of Void Breaking must have an advanced version. Li Yang thought joyfully. After about several dozen seconds, Li Yang reopened his eyes. His gaze became even deeper, radiating a mysterious light that seemed capable of penetrating all illusions in the world, striking at the most profound depths of the human heart. He could clearly feel that the Eye of Void Breaking had become even more powerful, and the newly added mind control function delighted him greatly. For those with lower cultivation levels than his and relatively weak spiritual power, he could wield this powerful ability to control their minds like a master, turning them into his servants and compelling them to act according to his will. However, for those of equal or higher cultivation levels than him, the effect was not as pronounced, though it was not entirely ineffective. Although the spiritual power consumed is more than before, I have the Yuan Sense Ring to enhance my spiritual power, so I still don't need to worry about this, Li Yang said with a confident smile. Having comprehended the functions of the advanced Eye of Void Breaking, his mood brightened even more. He was eager to try out the newly acquired mind control effect. He set his gaze on a maid not far away. He saw her previously lively eyes instantly become dazed, as if controlled by an invisible force. She stood there in a daze, but after just a few seconds, she returned to normal, looking around in confusion, scratching her head, murmuring, Why does my head feel empty? Something seems off just now. After the initial trial, Li Yong was not. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I need to find someone stronger to test it on. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he called inwardly, Little Gua, come here, and let me test my new ability. Little Gua is a special battle pet he summoned during his check-in. He could not only store it in his beast space, but also communicate telepathically with it. He had originally thought of going back to the wilderness zone to test the advanced mind control ability of the Eye of Void Breaking. But then he realized he had a ready experimental subject nearby, Little Gua, this peak earth beast god. The effect would surely be more effective than those low-tier ferocious beasts, and would be convenient and quick without needing to make another trip. Gua. In the backyard of the villa, the frost frog god was soaking in the spirit dew spring, attended by a maid listening to Li Yang's call. Its lazy voice seemed to carry a hint of moisture. It opened its eyes and instantly vanished from its spot. Moments later, its small white figure appeared before Li Yong, speaking in a lazy tone, Master, I'm ready to go. Li Yong lightly nodded, his eyes flashing with light. His originally deep gaze became even more profound, as if an invisible vortex was swirling within. A powerful spiritual force began to converge. In an instant, a tremendous spiritual power erupted from his eyes, surging deep into Little Gua's mind. As Little Gua was unprepared, it felt a wave of dizziness in its head, and its previously lively, beastly eyes instantly became vacant. It stared blankly at Li Yong, its voice becoming mechanical and dull. Master. The tone was hollow and lifeless, as if it had lost its soul. Li Yong looked at Little Gua's current state. He could clearly feel the connection between his mind and its. It had completely become a puppet under his control. It would do whatever he commanded, though Little Gua was already obedient by nature. Then Li Yang's gaze flickered as he released the mind control over Little Gua and said earnestly, Little Gua, this time use all your spiritual power to resist, and let me see where your limit lies. Little Gua nodded. Once Little Gua was prepared, Li Yong activated mind control again. This time it was much more difficult than before, as if facing a sturdy fortress that required him to exert more effort to break through. The spiritual power consumed was also greater. Li Yong felt a slight throbbing pain in his head, but it was well within his tolerance. As time passed, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a fierce tug-of-war, he successfully controlled Little Gua again. However, this time it was not as stable as before. A trace of struggle occasionally flickered in Little Gua's eyes, as if it could break free from this invisible shackle at any moment. This is partly due to Xiao Gua not being an ordinary beast of the peak divine beast level, possessing an outstanding bloodline and immense potential. This made it exceptionally stand out among beasts of the same rank, which to some extent increased Li Yang's difficulty in controlling its mind. A glimmer flickered in Li Yang's eyes once more as the light resembled a shooting star streaking across the night sky, breaking the mental control over Xiao Gua. He extended his hand, cradling the gradually recovering Xiao Gua. At this moment, Xiao Gua felt soft all over, exuding a faint chill, and the icy touch was quite pleasant. No one would have expected this to be a terrifying giant beast that had reached the peak of the divine beast level. Its small and cute appearance was indeed highly deceptive. It looked just like a harmless little pet. Xiao Gua, sensing Li Yang's caresses, displayed a look of contentment. With its mouth opened, it made a curious Gua sound, and asked, Is there anything else, Master? Its lively, beastly eyes blinked. Li Yang shook his head. In a fleeting thought, he retrieved an SS-grade spirit fruit, emitting a faint fragrance from his limitless storage space. The pleasant aroma instantly spread. Xiao Gua immediately understood Li Yang's intention. It excitedly opened its mouth and extended an ice-blue long tongue. As swift as lightning, it directly swallowed the spirit fruit, which was only half the size of its current form, into its belly. The speed was extraordinary. Ordinary people could hardly catch a glimpse. After swallowing, it revealed a face of pure enjoyment, looking at Li Yang with a sense of longing, much like a greedy child. It seemed to be asking if there was more. All right, don't be so greedy. You're done here. Just go enjoy the hot springs, Li Yang said with a smile, looking at the eagerly watching Xiao Gua. Seeing its goal unachieved, Xiao Gua felt a bit wronged. Pouting, it said, But Master, you just gave that green-haired girl 5, didn't you? It had witnessed this scene with its own eyes and felt somewhat imbalanced. Hearing this, Li Yang's mouth twitched slightly. You really are greedy. Though he said that who could blame Xiao Gua for being his absolutely loyal battle pet. With a thought, 10 SS-grade spirit fruits floated into his palm, and he spoke with a tone of indulgence. Here'll give you double. Now there shouldn't be any objections, right? You should know that Yin Yi and the others stand there in the wind and sun every day doing their duty without receiving anything. Yin Yi was the name he had given to the 20 Yin prison guards. Although not particularly pleasant, it was simple and memorable. He had summoned all of them from the magma space. They were arranged at various positions in the villa as bodyguards, ensuring the safety of the villa. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Gua suddenly had a bright idea and exclaimed, Then Master, why don't you give Yin Yi and the others 10 each too? It thought this would make it fair for everyone, right? Hearing this, Li Yong felt darkness wash over him. Giving Yin E and the others 10 each would total 200 fruits, a number he definitely didn't have on hand. This guy really thought of that. You talk too much, it seems I need to send you on a little journey. With that, he stuffed 10 spirit fruits into Xiao Guo's mouth. The entire frog instantly puffed up, looking like an inflated white balloon, appearing very comical and cute. Li Yong couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Guo's appearance. Then he tossed it forward and kicked it out. Xiao Guo flew like a white shooting star, zipping through the villa with a whip splash. It accurately landed in the spirit dew spring, splashing a large amount of sparkling water. Xiao Guo floundered a few times in the spring. Quickly it stabilized itself, blowing out a series of bubbles that gurgled to the surface, seemingly complaining about Li Yang's rude treatment. Its head emerged from the surface of the spirit dew spring. It swallowed all the spirit fruits in its mouth in one gulp, and its belly instantly flattened, regaining its shape. Muttering, it said, "Hee, it didn't hurt." Then it continued to lounge in the spirit dew spring like a light leaf floating on the water's surface, digesting the energy contained in the spirit fruits. It looked quite leisurely. After sending Xiao Guo away, Li Yong stood up and stretched comfortably. Staying in the villa all the time makes me a bit bored. How about going shopping this afternoon? While Li Yong pondered what to do that afternoon, suddenly, a powerful pressure belonging to a divine martial artist exploded from a corner of the base city like a surging tide. The pressure was as tangible as substance. Within seconds, it spread like an invisible net throughout the entire Ingyang base city. It caused quite a stir in the city. Ordinary citizens and martial artists were momentarily shocked, all stopping their tasks to whisper and discuss. What a powerful martial artist's pressure. It seems to have come from the Inspector General's mansion. Could it be that Inspector General Zhang has broken through? It should be. This aura is definitely stronger than any Emperor-level martial artist. The Inspector General has been stuck at the peak of the Emperor level for so many years, and he has finally broken through. Discussions like this spread throughout the base city. At the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, Du Qi, who was fully focused on handling affairs and sharing Zhao Qingming's pressure, sensed this familiar martial artist aura. He abruptly halted his actions, nearly dropping the documents in his hand. His eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing an incredible sight, staring towards the direction of the Inspector General's mansion, muttering to himself. Zhang Jian has actually broken through to the divine martial level. His heart was filled with astonishment. While he was happy for Zhang Jian, he also felt a mix of emotions. Both of them were at the peak of the Emperor level, having been stuck in this realm for many years like ferocious beasts trapped in a cage, unable to break free. In order to break through to the divine martial level, he had basically neglected the affairs of the headquarters, focusing entirely on cultivation, diligently training every day, and not missing any opportunity for improvement. In contrast, Zhang Jian was quite the opposite, burdened with numerous military affairs, tightly managing various matters, leaving very limited time for cultivation, juggling through various affairs. But now the other party was going to break through to the divine martial level before him. It was akin to studying hard every night, desperately seeking excellent results in an exam. Yet during the final exam, you couldn't surpass someone who spent class time either sleeping or daydreaming. This sense of disparity left Du Qi feeling quite frustrated. Sigh. Du Qi sighed deeply. He had to admit that Zhang Jian's martial arts talent was indeed superior to his, and if Zhang Jian had devoted all his thoughts to cultivation like him, perhaps he would have already broken through to the divine martial level. Li Yong as expected keenly sensed the familiar aura of the earth martial god warriors permeating the entire base city. It swept through like a roaring tide, bringing an undeniable pressure that instantly enveloped the entire city. Li Yang's perception was extraordinarily sharp. He instantly recognized who had broken through. A hint of surprise appeared on his face as he murmured, "Interesting, he truly has broken through to the earth martial god realm. It seems I underestimated him." The unwilling figure of Zhang Jian flashed through his mind. He never expected that the other party would genuinely break through to the earth martial god realm. However, after a slight surprise, Li Yong did not pay much attention. With a casual wave of his hand, the aura of the earth martial god warriors within the villa was instantly dispersed without a trace. At this moment, within the highest level training room of the Inspector General's mansion, Zhang Jian sat upright. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his brow exuding an air of battle-hardened killing intent. Zhang Jian slowly opened his powerful eyes, feeling that after breaking through to the earth martial god realm, he had become even stronger, as if endless power surged within him. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he began to laugh with excitement. "I've done it. I really have done it." Huh. His voice carried an extraordinary penetrating power. Like the sound of a heavy bell, it resonated through the walls of the training room, spreading throughout the entire Inspector General's mansion. Everyone heard Zhang Jian's ecstatic voice, their faces showing surprise and awe. After the laughter subsided, Zhang Jian stood up in the training room, unable to suppress the smile on his face. During the past half-month, he had pushed himself to the limit. Along with the supply of numerous precious resources that enhanced his comprehension of the laws of Earth, he finally lived up to expectations and successfully broke through to the Earth martial god realm. This was undoubtedly also related to his not-so-bad martial talent. Zhang Jian clenched his fist, feeling as solid as a rock, his body radiating a faint, earthy glow of power. In his heart, he pondered, this time, I must thank Li Yang, otherwise I wouldn't have had the resolve to make this decision. Under Li Yang's stimulation, he made a bold and reckless decision. He exchanged all the merits he had accumulated over the years for the resources needed to break through to the Earth martial god realm. What he was most grateful for was that after the marshal learned of his intentions, he personally gifted him an SSS energy crystal to enhance his chances of success. In addition to that, he took out all the hidden resources he had accumulated over the years to make a desperate gamble. If he didn't succeed, he would perish. Fortunately, heaven has favored me, allowing me to live up to expectations and successfully break through without danger. Zhang Jian muttered to himself, his eyes revealing a sense of relief and pride. Had he failed to break through to the Earth martial god, he would have lost everything, and the difficulty of breaking through again would increase dramatically. Now that I have also broken through to the Earth martial god, even if it's only the initial stage, I now have the qualifications to converse with Li Yang on equal terms. Zhang Jian thought confidently, his eyes gleaming with determination. As long as he conveyed his current situation to the command center, his position would be immediately elevated to the inspector of Yuzhou, on par with Li Yang, who served as the governor of the Martial Alliance. He would become a force to be reckoned with. Li Yang. Zhang Jian recalled the scene where Li Yang previously disregarded him, clenching his fists and silently repeating Li Yang's name. His fists seemed as if they could crush the very air. He was no longer the insignificant peak of the emperor level he once was. Zhang Jian's eyes radiated dominance. Believing that with his current strength and status, Li Yang would undoubtedly give him a newly ascended Earth martial god warrior some face regarding the trivial matter with Suyin, he would not choose to completely fall out with him. Afterwards, Zhang Jian took a deep breath, adjusting his somewhat. Without waiting for his aura to stabilize completely, he could no longer contain his inner eagerness and excitement. His figure flashed as he rushed out the door, leaving the Inspector General's mansion in an instant. Outside the mansion, a group of subordinates wore smiles, wanting to congratulate him, but Zhang Jian merely waved his hand and said, "Let's talk later." He paid no further attention to them. Zhang Jian leaped into the air, overlooking the bustling and lively Yingyang base city, below, his eyes sparkling with a nearly arrogant light. At this moment, he exuded an aura of dominance, as if the heavens and the earth were already bowing to him beneath his feet. Immediately after, his figure transformed into a streak of yellow light, rushing toward the governor's mansion with an almost reckless demeanor. Along the way, Zhang Jian's mind began to imagine the astonished expression on Li Yang's face when he realized he had truly broken through to the Earth martial god realm. A smile crept onto his lips, and his blind confidence grew even stronger. Li Yang, you didn't take me seriously before, but now I want you to know how formidable I am. Zhang Jian, having been in seclusion for half a month, he was quite out of touch with the news, and now he was eager to find Li Yang immediately after his breakthrough. He was unaware that Li Yang was no longer the mid-level Earth martial god warrior he was when he decided to enter seclusion half a month ago. He had now broken through to the even more astonishing peak of the Earth martial god realm. Not long after Zhang Jian's figure appeared above the governor's mansion, he extended his perception downward and quickly discovered that Li Yang was not there, but at the villa behind. As long as he is here, Zhang Jian thought to himself. His figure flickered, and he soon appeared in the air above the villa. His gaze locked onto Li Yang, who was quietly admiring the flowers in the spacious backyard below, certain that Li Yang must have sensed his arrival. With this thought, Zhang Jian directly descended from the sky to stand before Li Yang, looking down at him from a height. Governor Li, now that I have also broken through to the Earth martial god, I have the qualifications to converse with you on equal terms, don't I? His words carried an air of almost arrogant confidence, as if he were already an invincible presence in this world. After breaking through to the Earth martial god, the surging power within him made Zhang Jian feel inflated, and he thought to himself with delight. Now the difference in rank between Li Yang and me is merely a small step. The gap is no longer as vast as before. Even if we were to fight, I would definitely have the strength to contend. At this moment, Li Yang had completely concealed his own aura. Zhang Jian still had not sensed anything amiss, and had forgotten about Li Yang's previous feats of slaying 2 latest-stage Earth martial god warriors from the Destiny cult. Li Yang looked at Zhang Jian's arrogant demeanor from above. The change in attitude was so great that he could barely believe this was the same Zhang Jian who had been so cautious before. He shook his head silently in his heart. So arrogant, he's really gotten carried away. It seems I need to teach him a lesson. He realized that the other party seemed unaware that he had already broken through to the peak of the Earth Martial God. To make someone perish, one must first make them mad. He decided to properly address the other party's attitude. A beating would suffice. However, he did not immediately strike to shock the other party. Instead, he continued to look at Zhang Jian with the same proud, almost dismissive expression, speaking slowly. Breaking through to the Earth Martial God indicates that your potential is quite good. If you apologize to me, I can generously forgive your reckless actions this time. However, matters are still non-negotiable. The situation has already been delayed for half a month. Do not challenge my bottom line, you may leave now. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, the gesture as casual as if he were shooing away a bothersome dog. Zhang Jian's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. It was as if the surface of a lake suddenly struck by a storm had turned dark. He never expected Li Yang to show him no mercy at all. His attitude was identical to before, perhaps even tinged with a more pronounced disdain. He felt as though he had been publicly slapped in the face. His pride had suffered a tremendous insult. Zhang Jian's anger erupted like a volcano. Previously, when I was at the peak of the Emperor level, you looked down on me without issue. But now that I have broken through to the Earth Martial God level, standing on the same tier as you with just a minor difference, how can you still look down on me like this? If I were to remain as pathetic as before, then this breakthrough would be in vain. Li Zhongzhou, I respect you as the chairman of the Martial Alliance, but don't overstep your bounds. Today I must seek your guidance. Zhang Jian's eyes blazed with fire, and his aura surged violently. His voice echoed like thunder through the air. In his hand, a dark and heavy staff appeared out of thin air. Boom! A terrifying pressure of the Earth Martial God erupted from his body, sweeping around him like a raging tide. In the garden, the precious flowers that once bloomed brilliantly were uprooted instantly under the impact of this immense pressure, petals fluttering like snowflakes, branches snapping haphazardly. The once beautiful garden was suddenly in ruins. However, the two spirit fruit trees remained unscathed, untouched by the turmoil. Under Zhang Jian's terrifying Earth Martial God pressure, Li Yang stood like an immovable mountain, unaffected. Looking at Zhang Jian, who had come to provoke him and had ruined his garden, a piercing chill and disdain surfaced in his gaze. His eyes regarded Zhang Jian like a clown. Do you think you qualify to seek my guidance? Confidence is good, but excessive confidence is foolish. Li Yang's cold voice pierced directly into Zhang Jian's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, his icy gaze turned to Zhang Jian, suddenly sparkling with a faint light, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. In an instant, he activated the mental strangulation ability of the Eye of Void. The light in his eyes surged as if two invisible swords shot out, warping the surrounding space. A mysterious and powerful fluctuation spread out. His mental energy surged like a roaring river, violently flooding into Zhang Jian's sea of consciousness. What? Zhang Jian, who had been prepared for Li Yang to strike, never imagined that Li Yang would attack in this manner. Caught off guard, he was completely unable to react. At this moment, Zhang Jian felt as if an invisible giant hand had tightly grasped his throat, rendering him immobile. It was as if he were being targeted by a great terror. A breath of death surged from all directions, wrapping around him tightly. His body trembled, every cell filled with a sense of crisis. In this moment, he was so close to death that he could clearly feel his life and death were entirely in Li Yang's hands. With a single thought, the other could eliminate him. It was as easy as crushing an ant. How is this possible? He hasn't even lifted a finger, merely standing there, and a single glance could kill me. Is the gap between small levels of the Earth Martial God really this vast? Under the shroud of death's aura, Zhang Jian was utterly shocked, the staff slipping from his grip and clattering to the ground. The once arrogant confidence in his mind suddenly cleared. He recalled Li Yang's remarkable feat of defeating two opponents at a higher level. At this moment, he understood that it wasn't that the two were weak. Rather, Li Yang was terrifyingly strong enough to make him feel utterly insignificant. Then Zhang Jian felt a sharp pain surge in his mind. It was like thousands of steel needles stabbing simultaneously, or countless ants frantically gnawing at his brain. The pain made his vision darken. His head felt like it was about to explode. His legs buckled uncontrollably, and with a thud he knelt on the ground, his knees hitting the floor with a dull sound. His face contorted, his features began to misalign. He wanted to scream, but his throat felt as if something was blocking it, making it difficult to open his mouth, producing no sound. His vision began to fade to black. Everything around him became blurred, and his sensations were slowly dissipating. He felt himself inching closer to the abyss of death. You are unaware of your own limitations. Without a lesson, you truly do not understand your own worth. Li Yang's expression was icy as he looked at Zhang Jian, who was filled with pain, yet unable to speak. If it weren't for the marshal's face, you would already be a corpse. Do you understand? Although Zhang Jian could not speak, he could fully hear Li Yang's words. Li Yang had no intention of killing him. Although Zhang Jian's actions were reckless, they did not warrant death. If one dared to cause trouble in his residence, they must be prepared to pay a heavy price. Zhang Jian found himself continuously teetering on the edge of death. After a full half-hour, Li Yong found it somewhat tedious and felt that he had taught the other enough, and the light in his eyes slowly faded. He lifted the mental strangulation on Zhang Jian. Kneeling on the ground, the feeling of death began to dissipate, but terror filled Zhang Jian's gaze, spreading from his eyes like a tangible substance. Huff, huff. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He felt as if he had walked before the king of hell, and that he was still alive was a miracle. His eyes wide with fear, his body trembled uncontrollably. Before Zhang Jian could fully regain his composure, boom. The terrifying pressure of a peak earth martial god erupted from Li Yong, directed solely at him. It enveloped him like an invisible mountain. Zhang Jian felt his bones creaking as if they could be crushed at any moment. Now do you understand the gap between us? Killing you is but a single thought for me. This time I am in a good mood and merely giving you a lesson. Next time if you dare to be disrespectful in front of me, it won't be so simple. Before tonight, I want to see my garden filled with more flowers, otherwise I will plant you in the ground. You earth martial god. Ridiculous. Li Yang's voice was filled with arrogance and disdain. Coupled with the immense pressure of a peak earth martial god, he dealt Zhang Jian a dual blow of despair, both mentally and physically. The peak of earth martial god. You actually broke through to the peak of earth martial god. Despairing, Zhang Jian knelt on the ground, mumbling with a heart like dead ashes. He desperately wanted to know what had transpired during his closed-door training, how Li Yong could break through two minor realms in such a short time. It was not the mid-stage earth martial god he had previously learned about. He had to endure countless hardships and obstacles just to barely break through to the initial stage of the earth martial god realm. And what about Li Yong? For him, advancing in realm was as effortless as drinking water, quietly reaching the peak of the earth martial god realm. How long has it been since he joined the Martial Alliance as the chairman at the initial stage of the Earth Martial God realm? What kind of monster is this? Why is the speed of his cultivation so absurdly fast? Zhang Jian muttered to himself, his heart filled with despair. He felt as though his soul had been drained, utterly crushed by Li Yong, and at that moment, he felt like an ant before a giant dragon. Zhang Jian stood up slowly without saying a word. Even if Li Yong did not chase him away, he did not want to stay here any longer and embarrass himself. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the dark, heavy, club-like weapon beside him and put it back into his storage ring. Farewell. Zhang Jian's voice was low, tinged with unwillingness and humiliation. His figure swayed, and he left the villa in a dejected manner, retracing his steps. He had arrived with high spirits and full of confidence, thinking he could compete with Li Yong. Now he left in utter disgrace like a lost dog. What Zhang Jian had failed to notice from beginning to end was that from the moment he arrived, several senses no less keen than his own had firmly locked onto him from the villa. Every move he made was clearly observed. Standing in the messy garden, Li Yong suddenly heard the voice of Xiao Guo in his mind. Master, do you want me to take him out? Xiao Guo's voice was filled with anger and killing intent. How dare a mere human who had just broken through to the initial stage of the Earth Martial God realm be so audacious towards its master? Did it really think it was non-existent? At the same time, the 20 Yen guards in the villa were also conveying the same inquiry to Li Yong as Xiao Guo. Master, leave that guy to us. I want to smash him into a meat paste. If Li Yong had not stopped them earlier, they would have charged out to give Zhang Jian a shock. No need. Listening to both sides' suggestions, Li Yong calmly shook his head slightly. Zhang Jian was merely an ant that posed no threat in his eyes. There was no need to eradicate him completely. Of course, if the other party did not learn their lesson and dared to be so audacious again, that would be a different story. After all, the military forces had only a peak Earth Martial God as their strongest since that legendary Earth Martial God had fallen. Even if he killed Zhang Jian, the other party could do nothing to him. Alright. Seeing that Li Yong had no intention of eliminating Zhang Jian, Xiao Guo and the Yin Yu guards had no choice but to relent, sparing Zhang Jian's life for the time being. However, they still felt a bit unwilling. They thought it was too easy for Zhang Jian to leave like this. Soon night fell. News about Zhang Jian, the peak martial artist of the Feng Wang level, breaking through to the Earth Martial God realm, began to spread rapidly, sweeping across the entire military government like a storm. From top to bottom, everyone wore expressions of excitement and exhilaration. The highest-ranking marshal of the military government immediately elevated Zhang Jian's position from Inspector General to a position that could only be held by one at the Earth Martial God realm. This promotion was not only a recognition of Zhang Jian's strength, but also a display of the military government's own rising power. Soon a tide of publicity surged forth. Zhang Jian, the fourth Earth Martial God belonging to their military government, became the focal point of everyone's attention. The publicity was absolutely boisterous. The momentum even eclipsed the scene when Li Yong joined the Martial Alliance. For so many years their military had always been weaker than the Martial Alliance. Now finally the fourth Earth Martial God had emerged, and he was originally from within their ranks. Naturally, they wanted to promote it vigorously, to increase their influence, letting everyone see that their military was not gradually weakening as claimed by the outside world. Besides that, another shocking piece of news exploded within the military forces and the entire Huaxia nation like a bomb. Zhang Jian, who had just broken through to the Earth Martial God realm and smoothly ascended to the position of military inspector, was indeed in a high and powerful position, suddenly made a decision that took everyone by surprise. He executed his familial duty of justice, heavily punishing Su Yin, the inspector of the Wuhui base. The punishment was extremely severe, a fine of 100 billion Huaxia coins, stripping him of all positions and military ranks and expelling him from the military. He would be exiled to the front supply base in Shuzhou City for 10 years. During these 10 years, if there was danger, Su Yin had to be at the forefront. He must remain in precise location throughout the period and could not leave the supply base for any reason, otherwise he would be executed on the spot for treason. Zhang Jian's decision was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up countless waves and shocking everyone. It must be known that Zhang Jian, who had become one of the four giants within the military forces, could have easily used his position to protect his brother-in-law. Yet he did not do so. Instead, he dealt such a harsh blow to his own brother-in-law. The identity of a criminal martial artist was not casually bestowed. Typically, only those who committed serious crimes in Huaxia or official personnel who caused extremely adverse effects due to negligence would be given this title. The martial artists who received this title generally possessed strength above the Fengwang level and bore serious. The military felt that these individuals still had decent strength and directly killing them would be wasteful. To extract the last value from these criminals, they sent them to the extremely dangerous front lines to serve as cannon fodder against monstrous beasts. After all, these people were already meant to die. Even if they died, it wouldn't be a loss. It would be considered their penance for their crimes. Su Yin's cultivation level had already reached the late Fengwang level, and his position as an inspector was close to the upper echelons. With Zhang Jian as his backing, such a punishment was undoubtedly severe for him. In the more than 200 years since the Great Cataclysm, there had been few such severe cases. Various media outlets seemed to have caught the scent of blood and turned their cameras and pens toward Zhang Jian, portraying him as a person filled with a sense of justice, stern and impartial. In an instant, Zhang Jian's reputation soared, earning him numerous praises and goodwill, becoming the embodiment of justice in people's eyes, hailed as a model for the military. At this moment, only Zhang Jian himself knew how distressed he truly felt. He was not filled with a sense of justice or sternness. All of this was done out of necessity. In Yang City, the plaque of the former Inspector General's office had been replaced with that of the inspector's office. Inside the private quarters belonging to Zhang Jian sat in a chair, his face dark and lacking any joy of having broken through to the Earth Martial God realm and taking on the inspector's role. His fists were tightly clenched. He exuded a suffocating aura. At this moment, his sister Zhang Chan pushed the door and walked in. Dressed in a well-tailored light blue silk gown that accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure, a delicate pearl brooch at the neckline glimmered softly with her movements. Her long jet-black hair was loosely pinned up with a few strands cascading down her neck, complementing her well-maintained complexion like jade. There was no trace of youthfulness in her eyes. Only the calmness and gentleness that time had cultivated remained. Seeing her brother like this, Zhang Chan felt a pang of heartache and quickly walked to Zhang Jian's side, gently holding his hand and comforting him softly. "Brother, don't blame yourself. Oh, I know you've done your best. This is not your fault. The punishment for Yin was absolutely not your intention. It's all that bastard Li Yang's fault." Zhang Chan's eyes flickered with intense hatred towards Li Yang. She had gathered a clear understanding of the situation from various sources. In her view, if it weren't for Li Yang's interference, her brother Zhang Jian would never have judged her husband Su Yin so harshly. She thought about how Su Yin was about to be sent to the front lines in Shuzhou as a criminal warrior to confront the maritime ferocious beasts for 10 long years. Zhang Chan's eyes turned red. Tears swirled within, ready to burst forth at any moment. Although Su Yin had reached the late stage of the Emperor Sealing Realm, how dangerous was the first battlefield against the ferocious beasts. Encountering beast kings and beast emperors was quite common. Occasionally, high-level ferocious beasts would even lead a tide of beasts in an attack, all while Su Yin was designated as a criminal warrior. Once he encountered a ferocious beast, he would have to charge to the front lines, undoubtedly placing him in the most perilous situation. If something were to happen to him, what would she and the child do? Thinking of this, Zhang Chan could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Zhang Jian, who was already feeling down, looked at his sister, who was silently shedding tears while holding his hand, and his heart ached. He gently reached out his hand, tenderly wiping away the tears from Zhang Chan's eyes. His fists clenched tighter, his voice filled with helplessness and self-blame. It's all my fault for being useless. I was never a match for Li Yang, unable to change any of this. But don't worry, I have already spoken to Tang Xianyu, who is stationed in Shuzhou. He will take special care of Su Yin, ensuring he can live safely for these 10 years. Zhang Chan slightly raised her head, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and disappointment, her voice tinged with tears as she asked, "Brother, will Tang Xianyu really take good care of Yin?" Zhang Jian continued to comfort her. "I am now also at the level of a patrol envoy, so Tang Xian, you, given my recent promotion to a local martial god, naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request from me. He has promised to take good care of Su Yin. This is all I can do for now. I can only do my best to ensure that Yin has a better life over there. Will his life be better?" As tears continued to flow down Zhang Chan's face, hearing Zhang Jian say this eased her overwhelmingly painful feelings just a little. At least with the special care of their own people, Su Yin would survive and not end up like those other criminal warriors who perished in the mouths of ferocious beasts. As for seeking revenge on Li Yang, she had not reached that foolish level yet. Li Yang was currently a peak martial god. Even her brother was no match for him, let alone her, who was merely at the Emperor's ceiling level. She did not dare to employ any means of revenge. She could only bury her hatred for Li Yang deep within her heart, fearing it would bring her disaster. Regarding Zhang Jian's judgment of Su Yin, Li Yang, who was resting on a bed embedded with shining gemstones in his villa, was naturally aware. He slightly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips with a hint of mockery in his gaze. "If I had known it would come to this, why did it have to be like this in the first place? If they had simply followed my demands honestly from the start, there would have been no need for them to be beaten into submission." Li Yang was quite satisfied with this outcome. His villa was indeed filled with even more flowers, all sent over by Zhang Jian. He chose not to say more. Closing his eyes, he comfortably drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Yin had been imprisoned in the Martial Path Alliance's branch jail for quite some time. Before breaking through to the martial god level, Zhang Jian had been quite apprehensive and did not dare to hastily send someone to bring Su Yin out. He knew very well that without a clear order from Li Yang, Cui Heng would absolutely not release anyone. After all, if they carelessly took someone away, it would be them who would face misfortune. Zhang Jian was well aware. Thus, he planned to wait until he broke through to the martial god level and had enough confidence before rescuing Su Yin. However, the situation had taken a swift turn, clearly making it impossible for him to do as he wished. The next morning, a military aircraft bearing the government's insignia sped in from the direction of Shuzhou. Like a steel behemoth cutting through the sky, it carried an air of ruthlessness. Upon reaching the Martial Radiance Base's Martial Path Alliance branch, the aircraft slowly descended with a roar. As the aircraft's doors opened, 4 Emperor ceiling-level warriors clad in standard military S-class battle armor emerged. They approached Cui Heng and Lu Lin Hui, who were already waiting for the handover, and saluted them with a standard military gesture. One of the leading warriors spoke very courteously. "You two must be President Cui and Vice President Lu. I have long heard of your esteemed names. We have been ordered by the command headquarters to escort the criminal warrior Su Yin to Shuzhou. We hope for your cooperation." Cui Heng exchanged glances with Lu Lin Hui upon hearing this and nodded slightly. Cui Heng said, "No problem, then let's proceed with the handover according to regulations. Su Yin is currently being held in our jail. Will you please follow me?" With that, he led the 4 towards the branch jail. Shortly after, they arrived in front of the specially designed cell where Su Yin was held. This specially designed cell was specifically prepared for high-level warriors like Su Yin, with walls made of a special alloy. Not only was its defensive capability astonishing, but it also had special suppression effects. Even if an Emperor ceiling warrior were confined in this cell, they would be no different from an ordinary person, unable to exert any strength. At this moment, Su Yin looked disheveled, with his hair sticking to his face and an unkempt beard, his eyes filled with exhaustion and desolation. Due to the suppression of his power, he was like an ordinary person. He had spent a full half-month in this small, and he was fed cold and hard prison food, slept on a cold stone bed, and without any special care from others, he had long lost the former majesty he had as a patrol envoy. He looked particularly miserable. Su Yin gazed at the 4 Emperor ceiling warriors in military battle armor, as well as Cui Heng and Lu Lin Hui, who treated him like a criminal. Suddenly, a spark of light flickered in his formerly dull eyes. He eagerly called out to the 4 through the bars, "Did Zhang Jian send you here?" Having been imprisoned here, he was completely unaware of the outside situation. Seeing these 4, he was full of joy, thinking that they were sent by Zhang Jian to rescue him. Cui Heng looked at Su Yin, who was still oblivious to the reality. For a brief moment, he felt pity for him, and with a cold tone, he said, "You might not see Master Zhang for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Su Yin's face displayed a look of confusion as he hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Cui Heng, however, did not explain, and simply coldly replied, "Don't ask too much, you'll find out soon enough." As he spoke, Lu Lin Hui beside him opened the cell door, a mocking smile on his lips pointing outside. He said, "Please go ahead." Su Yin, still looking bewildered, could not comprehend the meaning behind Cui Heng's words. Cui Heng did not explain, either merely watching him coldly. Su Yin slowly walked out of the cell. Without that special suppression effect, his power began to rapidly recover. Feeling the recovery of his strength, Su Yin's face revealed a look of relief. He moved his limbs a bit and sighed contentedly, saying, "My strength is back." But before he could celebrate for a few seconds, the leading peak-level Emperor Sealing Warrior among the four suddenly narrowed his eyes and directly took out a pair of handcuffs and shackles from his storage ring designed to suppress the power of warriors. Swiftly, he placed them on the unsuspecting Su Yin. The suppression effect activated instantly. Su Yin's recently restored strength quickly waned, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. "What are you doing?" Su Yin shouted angrily, his voice filled with astonishment. He had just regained his strength after coming out of the cell, and now they were putting shackles on him again. The leading warrior replied coldly, "What are we doing? We are ordered to escort you to Shuzhou. You better cooperate, or you'll face the consequences." He went on to explain to Su Yin that he had been sentenced due to his status as a guilty warrior, and would be sent to the frontline supply base in Shuzhou to defend against the ferocious beasts for 10 years, clarifying all the details. After all, the other party had the right to know. Having been imprisoned for a full half-month, he had initially believed that his brother-in-law Zhang Jian would intervene to rescue him. Su Yin expected to be safe and sound in the end. Hearing the words of the leading warrior left him dumbfounded, unwilling to accept this outcome, terror radiating from his entire being. Impossible. This cannot be. Zhang Darren would never make such a decision. I know. It must be that scoundrel Li Yang who caused this trouble. I protest. I want to see Zhang Jian. Take me to see Zhang Jian. Su Yin shouted hoarsely. His eyes revealed madness. The leading warrior looked at the now seemingly insane Su Yin with an expressionless face. According to their usual practice, when encountering a prisoner in such a situation, they would typically administer a punch to calm him down. However, Su Yin was special. Tang Xuanxia had specifically instructed them to take good care of Su Yin before they departed. Therefore, to thoroughly crush Su Yin's hopes, he tapped on the communicator on his wrist, bringing up a virtual document displayed before Su Yin. Take a good look for yourself. Although you can't meet Zhang Xuanxia right now, this is a document personally signed by Zhang Xuanxia yesterday. The contents pertain to your case, and the information on it cannot possibly be false, right? The leading warrior said coldly. Su Yin trembled as he finished reading the document, his entire being instantly filled with despair. Muttering with a vacant gaze, "How could this be? How could this happen?" He never imagined that the punishment regarding him would actually be a decision made by his brother-in-law, someone he had always depended on. Su Yin, unwilling to accept this reality, felt a surge of strong, rebellious thoughts rising within him. Yet reason told him that resistance would be futile, doing so would grant them the right to execute him on the spot. That would be even more unjust. His body trembled uncontrollably. His teeth chattered. The leading warrior saw that Su Yin's emotions were finally less agitated. He waved his hand to the side. The three royal-level warriors understood immediately, swiftly lifting Su Yin and heading towards the aircraft, completing the handover with Cui Heng, who had been watching the scene unfold. The aircraft then roared to life and took off, beginning to escort Su Yin to Shuzhou. And thus the turmoil surrounding Su Yin came to a definite conclusion. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, near the Nanyang Islands, which had long since become a paradise for ferocious beasts and was labeled a forbidden area for humanity since the outbreak of the catastrophe. In the dark and deep sea, the water was thick as ink, exuding a chilling aura. A heavenly beast resembling a whale but adorned with dragon scales and serpentine whiskers swam through the depths. Every time it swung its massive tail, it would create whirlpools in the deep sea, churning the surrounding waters, pulling countless small fish and shrimp into its deadly embrace. Exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression unique to heavenly beasts, its level had reached its peak. It held absolute dominion in the waters around the Nanyang Islands, and even across the entire Blue Star. Its two beastly eyes, as deep as gemstones, flickered with a cold light. At this moment, just speaking its name would instill fear in humanity. It was the Tsangming Longkuan, known as the Mobile Calamity, that had once annihilated the entire Pacific Fleet. Before it appeared a blurry figure looking neither human nor beast. And this figure emanated an even more mysterious and powerful aura. It made even this peak-level heavenly beast tremble in reverence. The two seemed to be conversing. "As you command, Master, I will bring him back to you." The heavenly beast spoke respectfully, its voice echoing in the deep sea. Its body trembled slightly in the water, seemingly under some invisible pressure. The surrounding marine creatures felt this oppressive force and hurriedly swam far away, afraid of being dragged into the fray. The silhouette of the Tsangming Longkuan in the ocean was like a moving mountain of terror, instilling fear in all creatures. The entire exchange was extremely brief. The blurry figure merely arrogantly conveyed its command before vanishing like a ghost before the massive head of the Tsangming Longkoan. Until the figure completely departed, the reverence and respect in the eyes of the Tsangming Longkoan showed no signs of dissipating. Time passed second by second. A few minutes later, the Tsangming Longkoan slowly returned to normal from that invisible pressure. Its enormous body trembled slightly. Then it swung its massive tail, which carried a force like a landslide, quickly swimming in one direction. Wherever it passed, the seawater was forcefully parted, forming a gigantic waterway, as if cleaved by an invisible giant sword. The surrounding marine beasts were terrified, hastily avoiding the enormous figure of the Tsangming Longkoan. Woo! The Tsangming Longkoan let out a unique roar, rapidly spreading through the ocean with great speed. All the marine beasts that heard this sound felt the pressure from a top-tier powerhouse. Countless marine beasts began to gather from all directions. There were sea snakes the size of giant pythons radiating a chilling glow, flying fish soaring above the surface with wings, and giant crabs the size of small mountains, their sharp fangs glistening. These rulers of the ocean, upon hearing the voice of the Tsangming Longkoan, swam unhesitatingly towards the source of the sound, not daring to disobey the order. In an instant, the entire ocean erupted, resembling a grand roar. A gigantic shark of the earth beast god realm was the first to swim before the Tsangming Longkoan, waving its massive fins and letting out a low growl, expressing its loyalty to the Tsangming Longkoan. The deep-set eyes of the Tsangming Longkoan swept over it, as it said in a low voice, "Gather all the species. We must complete the task entrusted by the master in the shortest time possible." "As you command," the shark replied respectfully. It then turned to roar at the surrounding beasts, acting like a sycophant, conveying the orders of the Tsangming Longkoan. The Tsangming Longkoan then ceased its movement, beginning to devise a plan in its mind. The task entrusted by the master must not fail. It must be completed in the shortest time possible. Huaxia Yuzhou, Ingyang base city. Capture that human. It silently recalled the information the master had just conveyed to it, quickly planning the next steps. With a formidable presence guarding the peak realm of the Tianwu god in the Huaxia kingdom, whose strength is not beneath mine, it seems quite challenging to accomplish my master's task alone in the Yuzhou region, which lies in the heart of Huaxia. In the deep-set eyes of the Tsangming Dragon Kuan, a palpable dread toward the Thunder Prison could be sensed. The infamous might of the Thunder Prison cannot be underestimated. Having battled it once before, despite exerting all its strength in the fight, it had gained nothing from the encounter. Instead, it even suffered some injuries. Moreover, Yuzhou is not one of the coastal areas near the Huaxia kingdom. It cannot simply seize the target before the opponent reacts. These two factors undoubtedly intensify the difficulty of the task. With its own strength, it is likely to be hard to accomplish. It seems this operation requires finding a few helpers. Images of several other heavenly beasts and ferocious creatures near the Huaxia kingdom floated in Tsangming Dragon Kun's mind as it murmured in a low voice. Though it had long dominated the seas near the Nanyang Islands and rarely interacted with those creatures under the orders of their master, they would definitely lend a hand. After all, if it fails the task and angers the master, no one would come out unscathed. Though those creatures may not be opponents of the Thunder Prison, delaying it for a while would certainly be manageable. As long as the Thunder Prison is held up, the rest will be much easier. At this moment, Tsangming Dragon Kuan was secretly calculating in its heart. A perfect plan was rapidly taking shape in its mind. The surrounding sea area became increasingly agitated. A tide of beasts swiftly gathered, surging like black waves from all directions with an imposing momentum. In a short time, the number of beasts reached an astonishing level of hundreds of millions, and the count continued to rise at a terrifying pace. Since the great calamity, the ocean had completely turned into the territory of ferocious beasts. After hundreds of years of rampant reproduction and bloodshed, the quantity and quality of mid-tier ferocious beasts surpassed those on land. The major human factions found themselves in a difficult position regarding the ocean's ferocious beasts, with immense pressure on the coastal regions. Not only are the oceanic ferocious beasts numerous and powerful, but they also possess geographical advantages, enabling them to strike and retreat at will. When situations turn dire, they swiftly vanish into the sea. Anyone daring enough to chase after them would be courting death. Time gradually flowed by, and soon it was noon 3 days later. In the Ingyang Bay city, the commercial pedestrian street of Yunjin Port was the busiest place in the city. Metal structures stood tall and varied. Huge holographic advertisement screens flickered between the buildings, showcasing various gene drugs and weapon ads. Amidst the bustling crowd, a man and a woman stood out prominently. They were Li Yong and Zhao Qingning, wearing sunglasses to avoid being recognized. Li Yong was dressed in a stylish casual outfit today. Tall and handsome, his sharp features were partially obscured by sunglasses, yet he could not hide the air of confidence that radiated from him, with sunlight casting a lazy yet striking glow on his hair. Zhao Qingming wore light blue jeans paired with a loose-fitting white cropped t-shirt complemented by a white knit. Her striking green hair was tied into a high ponytail with the ends naturally curling, swaying gently with her steps as she walked alongside Li Yang. One exuded a charming presence while the other appeared lively and spirited, making them look like a perfectly matched couple. Bystanders couldn't help but stop and stare. Their gazes gravitated towards the two, inwardly marveling at the perfect combination of talent and beauty, captivated by their brilliance. The sunglasses Li Yang wore were no ordinary pair, but the SS-level treasure elusive spirit pendant that he had just signed out today. Its effect was similar to the SS-level concealment robe he previously stirred up from the Destiny sect, but of a higher quality with more functions. It could transform into any item worn on the body, concealing one's aura and allowing one to alter their appearance in the eyes of those around. Thus, he would not be recognized by others. The two strolled down the commercial street, surrounded by a lively crowd filled with laughter and joy. Zhao Qingming tilted her head slightly to look at Li Yang, filled with curiosity. Just moments ago, she was busy handling affairs in the general prefecture, yet Li Yang had suddenly rushed in and pulled her towards this commercial street. Moreover, what was most astonishing was that as soon as Li Yang arrived, the spiritual energy in the air seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, automatically flowing into her body. It felt just like when she soaked in the spiritual dew spring before. Furthermore, this time, she could distinctly feel that the spiritual energy surging into her body was greater and faster than before. She was quite curious about what was happening. She faintly sensed it had something to do with Li Yang. Zhao Qingming stopped pondering and curiously asked, "Sir, is there something you want me to do here? I still have many affairs to handle." Li Yang chuckled at her words, speaking in a relaxed tone, "No need to call me sir, just call me by my name. Of course I brought you here to shop. I have arranged all today's tasks for Du Qi to handle, so don't worry, consider it." This was his first time out shopping. Although the villa had everything, he felt a bit bored staying inside all the time. Occasionally stepping out for a walk and shopping to experience the vibrancy of life was quite nice. As for why he brought Zhao Qingming instead of He Meng and the others, he had his own plans. Zhao Qingming was slightly taken aback by Li Yang's words. She didn't expect him to take her out shopping, and a hint of surprise crossed her face along with a subtle joy within. Habitually responding, she said, "All right then. Sir." Li Yang gently frowned. "I already said not to." Zhao Qingming playfully stuck out her tongue, her tone softening. "Okay. Li Yang, this is more like it." Li Yang nodded, glancing at the time. "It's already noon. Let's find a place to eat. See if there's anything good nearby." "Okay." Zhao Qingming responded obediently, then gently tapped the communication bracelet on her wrist, beginning to search for nearby specialty high-end restaurants. Her fingers slid adeptly across the screen. Just then, Li Yang's communication bracelet suddenly made a sound, the crisp notification tone standing out amidst the noisy street. Li Yang turned to look, discovering it was a call from Du Qi. He involuntarily recalled the emotional expression on her face when he had handed those tasks to her earlier. He couldn't help but feel puzzled, thinking she might be dissatisfied with the number of tasks. After all, he had a good understanding of her working style before he arrived, which was remarkably similar to his own. Both were the type to slack off when possible. "Not good, Lord Governor of the province." Du Qi's anxious voice suddenly came through the communication device, sounding especially clear amidst the noisy street. Li Yang frowned slightly upon hearing this, gently pressed his temple with his hand, attempting to keep his tone calm, as he said, "I'm doing just fine. Please take your time and explain what has happened. Don't rush." From Du Qi's urgent tone, it was evident that something significant had occurred. It was completely different from what he had anticipated earlier, otherwise Du Qi wouldn't have disturbed his leisurely shopping with such a tone. In a fleeting thought, he formed an invisible barrier around himself, and Zhao Qingming, preventing the nearby pedestrians from overhearing anything that might trigger panic. After hearing this, Du Qi quickly took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and focused on the key points, as he said, "Suzhou. The latest urgent intelligence has come from the main branch and military in Suzhou. There is a horde of oceanic beasts numbering over 100 million that suddenly launched a surprise attack, breaking through the multiple river defenses they had set up, and is now surging towards our Yuzhou direction. Among them, there are suspected traces of beasts at the Earth Beast God and Heaven Beast God levels." "What?" Li Yang's frown deepened as he listened, feeling bewildered. The relaxed and pleasant mood he had while shopping was instantly replaced by tension and gravity. He quickly processed the information Du Qi had just relayed, filled with confusion. How could oceanic beasts suddenly and inexplicably penetrate deep into the heart of the Huaxian nation along the rivers heading towards the Suzhou region he was guarding? Moreover, the sheer scale of their numbers reached over 100 million, and there were even suspected sightings of heaven beast gods among them. It was worth noting that such a situation had never occurred before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to come to the relatively safer Yuzhou to assume the role of governor. Li Yang pressed further, "What's the current situation in Suzhou?" Duqi quickly replied, Suzhou can only intercept a portion of the beast tide for now. They are powerless against the leader of this beast tide. They are currently confirming the specific situation of the beast tide and cautioning us in Yuzhou to be extra vigilant. A trace of seriousness flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he pondered these oceanic beasts dare to take such risks by penetrating deep into Huaxia. Don't they fear being trapped? The reason no oceanic beasts had chosen to do so before was that once the Huaxia military and the Martial Alliance reacted, they would deploy heavy forces along the rivers leading to the ocean, cutting off their retreat. At that point, escaping back into the ocean would be much more difficult. Although the rivers are spacious, they are nowhere near as boundless as the sea. Moreover, once oceanic beasts leave the water for the shore, their strength would be partially diminished. In the event of the rivers being blocked, the difficulty of escaping back to the ocean from land would increase exponentially. This horde of oceanic beasts is charging towards Yuzhou at such great risk and with such a massive scale. Could it be that there is something here that attracts them? Li Yang secretly contemplated the enemy's motives. Otherwise, how could they possibly lure beasts of the heaven beast god level? Although this was only a suspicion for now, he felt it was highly likely, otherwise the gathering of such a massive beast tide wouldn't be achievable with just the earth beast gods. However, at present the Suzhou side had yet to discover the presence of this heaven beast god, making it impossible to confirm with complete certainty. Li Yang found it hard to comprehend. He had also not heard any news about precious resources maturing in Yuzhou that could attract such beings. Could it be that they simply want to launch a surprise attack on Yuzhou? Just as Li Yang was deep in thought, Duqi noticed that he had fallen silent after hearing the news. Feeling a bit anxious, he cautiously spoke with a hint of concern. Lord, what should we do next? This beast tide is approaching fiercely. If we don't handle it well, Yuzhou could be in danger. Li Yang snapped back to reality and said in a deep voice, don't panic. Relay my orders to activate the highest level defense plan. Order all branches to immediately recall all martial artists currently training in the wilderness to stand by, and inform the military to strengthen the defenses of major base cities, especially those near the rivers. At the same time, closely monitor the specific intelligence coming from Suzhou. Report to me immediately if there's any news. I will head to the main branch now. Duqi replied urgently, yes, my lord. I will take care of it right away. After saying that, he hung up the communication and quickly went to execute the orders. Li Yang turned to look at Zhao Qingning, who had been listening to the entire conversation, and showed a worried expression. A hint of apology flashed in his eyes as he spoke gently. I'm sorry, Qingning. Something unexpected has come up. It seems we won't be able to continue shopping today. We need to head back immediately and maybe go shopping another day. It's fine, Li Yang. I will follow your arrangements. Zhao Qingning replied understandingly. She was not the kind of person who did not know the urgency of the situation. Currently, the ferocious beasts were rapidly advancing from Suzhou towards Yuzhou, and as the highest commander of the Martial Alliance in the entire Yuzhou region, Li Yang naturally needed to return to oversee the situation and devise a response strategy. He secretly blamed the timing of the beast's arrival, as they had chosen the day Li Yang had invited her out for shopping. Li Yang nodded, gently, his expression growing more serious. The presence of suspected heaven beast gods among this oceanic beast tide is already beyond the capacity of the local armed forces in Yuzhou to handle. We need to seek assistance from the alliance leader. After saying this, he quickly clicked on the communication device to contact Lei Yu, who was currently in Suzhou. The holographic projections of both parties quickly appeared on their respective devices. Alliance leader, urgent intelligence has come from the Suzhou region. Li Yang began to clearly and rapidly inform the other party about the current situation in Yuzhou. Although his strength now exceeded that of a peak earth martial god, and he could compete with beasts of the heaven beast god level, it was still prudent to seek assistance from Lei Yu. Before Li Yang could finish, Lei Yu raised his hand to interrupt him, still carrying a calm demeanor without much change. He responded calmly, I am already aware of the situation. I am currently on a military aircraft en route to support you. You must hold your defense lines firmly and not allow the beast tide to break through easily. The oceanic beasts actually dared to infiltrate deep into Huaxia through those rivers to launch a surprise attack on Yuzhou. While he didn't know why they had made such a foolish decision, he certainly wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. Regardless of what their intentions are, he would deal with them first. Lei Yu silently calculated in his heart. This time he would ensure that these audacious oceanic beasts would pay a painful price. Huaxia is not a place where they can act recklessly. It's one thing to flaunt their power in the ocean, but now they even dared to reach into the heartland. He would make sure to break their hands. With the full power of his divine-level fighter jet, it only takes less than an hour to travel from Suzhou to Yuzhou. The fighter jet weaves through the clouds at lightning speed. Sitting in the cockpit, Lei Yu gazed intently ahead, thinking, I hope there are no unexpected incidents along the way. He silently pondered in his heart. The sudden influx of sea monsters from the river into Yuzhou was indeed curious to him. What could they possibly want? Was there a hidden agenda, or was it just a reckless adventure? Upon hearing that Lei Yu was aware of the situation and was on his way to provide support, Li Yang felt a bit relieved and said solemnly, "All right, leader, I will hold on until you arrive. I won't let the beast tide easily break through our defenses." He then quickly ended the communication without wasting any more time. With Leader Lei coming to assist the situation and Yuzhou should be brought under control soon. Li Yang pondered in his heart. Given Lei Yu's unfathomable strength, as rumored, this divine beast should not be his match. As long as Lei Yu arrives, he would have little else to do, just following behind to deal with those few earthly beasts and the countless tide of monsters. He would easily gain some contribution points. With that thought, Li Yang's mood improved, and he turned to Zhao Qingning, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "Qingning, let's go first to the headquarters." "Okay." Zhao Qingning nodded lightly, her eyes carrying a hint of worry, but more trust in Li Yang. Li Yang reached out to Zhao Qingning gently. "Come hold my hand." "Oh, okay." Hearing this, Zhao Qingning's cheeks flushed slightly, but her heart was filled with joy. It was as if a little rabbit was hopping joyfully. She quickly extended her delicate fair hand, her fingers slender and beautiful like the tender shoots of spring. Li Yang took hold of Zhao Qingning's hand, feeling its softness as if grasping a warm cloud. "Hold on tight," he said to Zhao Qingning. As his words fell, Zhao Qingning indeed tightened her grip on Li Yang's hand. Then with a flash, Li Yang vanished with Zhao Qingning, as if teleporting directly towards the headquarters. On the street, the crowd gazed in shock at the spot where the two had just disappeared. They could hardly comprehend how the handsome young man and beautiful woman had vanished, suddenly realizing they were two powerful beings. Not far away, a wealthy young man, exuding an arrogant and domineering aura, gazed at Zhao Qingning's. His heart raced with excitement, preparing to walk over and strike up a conversation, when he suddenly witnessed Li Yang and Zhao Qingning disappear in an instant. He stared dumbfounded at the spot where they had vanished, shocked enough that his mouth could fit an egg, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "What the hell?" "Teleportation, teleportation." He hurriedly asked the two muscular bodyguards next to him, "Did you see how those two disappeared?" The two bodyguards also looked astonished, eyes filled with disbelief. They shook their heads, their voices trembling with awe. "Sorry, young master, we saw the same as you, and if I'm not mistaken, those two must be at least Emperor-level warriors." "Emperor level? Doesn't that mean they're more powerful than my father?" The rich young man was even more astonished after hearing this, his jaw dropping wider. Seeing the two bodyguards nodding again, a wave of relief swept over him. "Fortunately, I didn't rashly approach that green-haired girl to chat. Toying with Emperor-level warriors, just thinking about it is terrifying. If he had angered them, his life could very well be forfeit. They wouldn't necessarily give face to his peak Emperor level." With that thought, the wealthy young man couldn't help but shiver, a layer of cold sweat instantly appearing on his back. Because Li Yang had set up a barrier with a wave of his hand. They did not hear any conversation, coupled with the SS-level illusion spirit pendant that altered their appearance in the eyes of others. Naturally, they had no idea about Li Yang's identity. A few seconds later, Li Yang and Zhao Qingning's figures appeared like ghosts in front of the dignified headquarters. Due to Li Yang's incredible speed, Zhao Qingning lost her balance and fell directly into Li Yang. Her cheeks instantly turned red as she stammered, Sorry sir, I lost my balance." Her flustered demeanor was endearing. Seeing this, Li Yang smiled, slightly unconcerned, and said, "It's fine." After saying this, he voluntarily released Zhao Qingning's hand, and with a thought removed his sunglasses, stepping towards the headquarters. The patrolling warriors around straightened up upon seeing Li Yang, their eyes filled with reverence. "Greetings, Lord Provincial Envoy." Among them, a quick-witted warrior swiftly informed Du Qi inside about Li Yang's arrival. Li Yang nodded slightly in response to their respect. He then entered the headquarters. Upon learning that Li Yang had arrived, Du Qi quickly walked out to greet him, initially appearing serious and tense like a tightly strung bow. But upon seeing Li Yang's arrival, he instantly found his anchor of reassurance, feeling excited in his heart. Fortunately, with Li Yang a peak earthly martial god stationed in Yuzhou, otherwise facing such a huge crisis, with only a mere peak Emperor-level warrior, he truly wouldn't know what to do. Facing a divine-level beast from the Tianwu realm, he didn't dare even to think about it. After all, he was very aware of his own capabilities. Du Qi quickly approached Li Yang, his voice filled with urgency. "Enjoy, sir, you finally made it. With you here, we feel secure." "Stop with the small talk, take me to the command center," Li Yang said. "This way, sir." Du Qi hurriedly gestured respectfully, leading Li Yang to the elevator towards the command center. Inside the elevator, Du Qi spoke to Li Yang again. "Sir, I've arranged everything you instructed earlier. The warriors currently training in the wilderness zone are returning quickly, and all elite warriors from the 16th Division are on standby ready for your command. The military patrol envoy has also been notified." As Du Qi finished explaining the situation, Li Yang stepped out of the elevator into the spacious and brightly lit command center. The enormous screen displayed various maps and data with a group of technical personnel and senior warriors busy at their posts, the atmosphere tense and serious. Li Yang casually praised Du Qi well executed. The senior officials in the command center stood up in unison upon seeing Li Yang. We salute you, Lord Provincial Envoy. Li Yang nodded slightly, signaling them to continue with their tasks, then turned to Du Qi and inquired, is there any latest news from Suzhou? Yes, sir, I was just about to report to you, Du Qi hurriedly replied. There's a bad news and a good news, right? Li Yang interjected, raising an eyebrow. At such a time, why are you still asking me to choose? Just tell me the good news first. Du Qi shook his head awkwardly. No, sir, it's not good news. There's an even worse piece of news. Hearing this, Li Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He inwardly grumbled. Who taught you to report information like this? This back-and-forth style is inappropriate given the current situation. He shot Du Qi a speechless glance, signaling him to continue. Du Qi felt the weight of Li Yang's seemingly scolding gaze. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly continued. The bad news is that the sudden onslaught of the ocean beast tide is extremely fierce. The exact number has been confirmed by the headquarters in Suzhou, reaching approximately 1 billion. They are concentrating their firepower on attacking the supply base along the river defense line, while in other directions ocean beasts are coordinating disturbances. The overall military force in Suzhou was caught off guard and could hardly intercept them, managing to stop only a portion, yet the number reaching our Yuzhou is still above 1 billion. Currently, they have broken through the last line of the river supply base. Given the speed of the beast tide, they will arrive at the easternmost Chungalong base city of our Yuzhou in less than an hour. Du Qi finished relaying the bad news in one breath. After pausing for a moment to give himself some time to recover, he continued speaking. Worse news is that the leader of this beast tide has been identified as the absolute overlord of the waters near the Nanyang Islands, that Songming Dragon Kuan, whose level of cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly beast realm. In addition, there are 3 other beast gods that are slightly weaker than the Songming Dragon Kuan, namely the latest-stage illusory moon jellyfish, the mid-stage thunder spirit giant crab, and the bladefin frenzy shark, all notorious figures in the ocean. Our current situation is dire. After speaking, Du Qi looked at Li Yang with anticipation, hoping he could make a decision on how to fend off this beast tide. Hiss. After hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but gasp, falling into silence. For a moment, he didn't. Was this massive display of ocean beasts a declaration of war against the Huaxia kingdom? Even though a portion of the beast tide had been intercepted by Suzhou's armed forces, there were still over hundreds of millions of beasts surging towards the Yuzhou he guarded. If it were just these beasts and those 3 beast gods, it would be manageable, but now he was troubled by the formidable Songming Dragon Kuan at the pinnacle of the heavenly beast realm. The combined military force of the Yuzhou Martial Alliance and the army couldn't stop this creature. While his current strength could contend with heavenly beast-level monsters, it would be quite a challenge. It's important to know that every breakthrough in the king level and above brings about a qualitative change in strength, and this applies to both beasts and warriors. The transformation between Earth Martial God and Heavenly Martial God is the most significant. The gap between them is not something trivial. Is it really necessary to fight to the death? Li Yang pondered inwardly. With the deep foundation, he has accumulated 20 latest-stage Earth Martial Gods, the Yin Prison Guards who can resurrect the next day after death, and the Frost Toad God at the pinnacle of the Earth Beast realm, along with the SS-level Martial Skill Titan's Wrath, which can temporarily elevate his level to that of a Heavenly Martial God and enhance overall strength. These are his 3 most formidable trump cards. But the issue is, if he can't deal with this heavenly beast within 10 minutes, that would be disastrous. Right now, his primary concern is his own safety. Only after ensuring his own well-being can he think about his responsibilities as the governor of the state. With that thought, Li Yang silently prayed. I hope Lord Lei can come to support us quickly. Otherwise, if the situation becomes dire enough, he would have to find a way to escape. As long as there are still mountains standing, one need not worry about firewood. He certainly didn't want to sacrifice himself because of a single beast tide. This would undoubtedly be a last resort. Such a choice should only be made when there are absolutely no feasible options left. As the governor of a state, abandoning the warriors and innocent civilians under his command to flee would be a grave crime. Such actions would be considered a major sin. To what extent, you ask? Not only would he undoubtedly face a global wanted notice issued by the Huaxia kingdom, but he would also invoke the wrath of Lei Yu, a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the heavenly beast realm, who would personally hunt him down. However, he is getting closer to the heavenly beast realm. If he finds a place to hide for 10 days or half a month, his strength will skyrocket. By then, he wouldn't have to fear Lei Yu. Du Qi looked at the silent Li Yang, feeling a sense of admiration, and thought, as expected of the governor facing such a tricky situation, he can still analyze the war situation so calmly. Then Li Yang stopped the myriad thoughts racing in his mind, thoroughly burying the idea of abandoning everyone and fleeing. The current situation hadn't reached that desperate point yet. He prepared to make a decision based on circumstances. He looked at Du Qi and reassured him, "Don't panic. Lord Lei is already rushing over in a divine-class warplane to deal with the Songming Dragon Kuan. With the speed of Lord Lei's divine-class warplane, he will arrive within an hour." His words acted like a sedative, injecting a strong sense of confidence into everyone present. The once tense atmosphere noticeably eased. The name Lei Yu was like a balm for the spirit. Just mentioning it brought a powerful sense of comfort. His past glorious achievements had long been etched into the hearts of the people. Li Yang then said to Du Qi, "You need to come with me to the conference room now and summon the presidents of the 16 departments, as well as the heads of various supply bases to attend this meeting. I have orders to give them. This beast tide is approaching rapidly. We must organize our defenses as soon as possible to minimize losses and casualties. We need to stabilize the situation before Lord Lei arrives for support." "Yes, sir," Du Qi replied respectfully. After that, Li Yang, accompanied by Zhao Qingning, who had remained silent, followed Du Qi to the conference room in the headquarters. Upon arriving at the conference room and taking their seats, Du Qi quickly issued virtual meeting invitations as per Li Yang's orders. One by one, the virtual projections rapidly appeared. These projections all exuded a sense of tension as they were witnessing such a large-scale beast tide for the first time. The pressure from the heavenly beast-level monsters was too strong. Just hearing their names made them feel uneasy. After all personnel had arrived, Li Yang stood up, scanning the room, and began to make strategic arrangements. "This beast tide is massive and aggressive. We absolutely cannot sit idly by." The meeting was brief due to time constraints. Each point was crucial, and Du Qi supplemented some inappropriate areas. Before long, the meeting concluded, and everyone hurried to execute Li Yang's orders. Just as the meeting had concluded, as Li Yang stood up from his chair to leave the conference room, a sound suddenly came from the communication wristband on his wrist. Li Yang stopped in his tracks upon hearing it. He looked at his wrist, and his eyes brightened, his heart secretly delighted. Is it Lord Lei? Could it be that support has already arrived? He quickly clicked to connect. At this moment, riding in a divine-level fighter jet, Lei Ye's expression was cold as he was about to leave the Suzhou area at lightning speed. Li Yang's virtual projection appeared before him. Before Li Yang could take the initiative to ask, Lei Yu spoke first. "I've encountered some trouble on my end, and I will be delayed for a while." As he spoke, Lei Ye's gaze shifted to the large screen of the fighter jet, which clearly displayed two red dots rapidly approaching him from over 100 kilometers away. The artificial intelligence quickly presented the information of the two fierce beasts, which were indeed the two subordinates he had previously defeated. They were the Burning World Flame Sparrow and the Starfall Dragon Griffin, both in the late stage of the heavenly beast deity realm. From the detected information, the injuries he had previously inflicted on them had already healed. Clearly, they were now trying to stop him from providing support to Yuzhou. Lei Yu frowned slightly and coldly remarked, "It's rare for oceanic and terrestrial fierce beasts to cooperate like this." Although both the oceanic and terrestrial fierce beasts belonged to the same fierce beast clan, their relationship was not close. In fact, they often looked down upon each other. However, these two defeated foes alone would not be able to stop him. They had previously escaped by luck, and now they dared to appear before him again, truly forgetting the pain after healing their wounds. On the other side, Li Yang felt frozen upon hearing Lei Ye's words, as the situation he least wished to encounter was happening. All this. If Lei Yu was intercepted by the two heavenly beast deities, what was he supposed to do? Did it mean he had to take the lead? But he could only hold them off for 10 minutes. Li Yang was filled with doubt in his heart. Lei Yu looked at the suddenly silent Li Yang, seemingly having already guessed his thoughts, and spoke in a steady voice. "Don't worry, this situation has long been within my expectations. Since the Songming Dragon Kuan deity dares to kill its way into Yuzhou along the river, it will surely have helpers to delay me, allowing it to accomplish its tasks there. Another mysterious powerhouse not much weaker than me has already gone to assist, and will contact you one." Upon hearing this, Li Yang felt a bit more at ease, but he couldn't help but ask, "Leader Lei, who is this mysterious powerhouse? Is he reliable?" However, Lei Yu did not wait for him to continue inquiring, and actively ended the communication. He then turned his gaze to the two red dots on the large screen that were getting closer, lost in thought. What exactly caused the oceanic and terrestrial fierce beasts to join forces? What is it about Yuzhou that attracted the Songming Dragon Kuan deity, prompting such a grand setup? Now, what frustrated him the most was that even though these two heavenly beast deities combined were no match for him, they could still block him here and prevent him from providing support. This was the disadvantage of their Huaxia nation. The number of heavenly warriors was truly too scarce, unable to match the fierce beasts. Soon as the distance continued to close, Lei Ye's figure flashed out from within the fighter jet like a bolt of lightning. His eyes sparkled with lightning, exuding a fierce, killing intent as he gazed at the two massive fierce beasts in the distance, which were as large as moving islands. The starfall dragon griffin with an eagle's head and a dragon's body, its feathers embedded with meteorite fragments, spoke in human language with a voice full of provocation. We meet again, human. Today you want to escape anywhere. Resembling a vermilion bird, the burning world flame sparrow trailed a tail of flame spanning 1,000 meters, its body radiating a brutal aura as it flew by igniting the air around it. Its voice thundered, echoing throughout the surrounding area. Leyu, we should settle old scores. This sky will be your burial ground. Left starfall dragon griffin, right burning world flame sparrow. Ha, just the two of you defeated foes. You dare appear after escaping last time, then today you shall remain here. Upon hearing this, Leiya's eyes sparkled like lightning as he coldly said. In an instant, the imposing aura of a peak heavenly warrior erupted from within him like a tidal wave, with lightning surging all around. The originally clear sky seemed to be obscured by an invisible hand suddenly darkening. The sound of raging thunder rolled through the clouds, creating a terrifying scene akin to the apocalypse that caused the surrounding air to freeze. Leiyu moved. A deep blue divine-level battle armor quickly enveloped his body, exuding a cold and powerful aura. In his hand appeared a divine-grade spear. The spear was entirely black, the tip gleaming with a chilling light, radiating a strong, killing intent, as if it could pierce through everything. Calamity, annihilation. Leiyu lightly tapped the communicator on his wrist. The divine-level fighter jet that had been quietly hovering beside him suddenly emitted a mechanical roar, beginning to transform like a transformer. Its exterior shell continuously restructured and extended, eventually transforming into a stylish combat robot. This was the unique feature of this divine-level fighter jet. It could change forms and be automatically controlled by artificial intelligence, possessing combat power equivalent to that of a mid-stage heavenly warrior. It was a treasure he had painstakingly obtained from a very dangerous ancient ruin. He had named it Calamity, Annihilation. The burning world flame sparrow and the starfall dragon griffin, as massive as mountains, felt a surge of fear upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Leiyu. Their previously arrogant demeanor was now entirely different. The body of the starfall dragon griffin trembled violently, and it said seriously, "Not good, Leiyu has become stronger again. This aura is far more terrifying than during our last encounter." The beast eyes of the burning world flame sparrow, resembling a golden sun, reflected deep apprehension, causing it to feel a bit intimidated. "Be careful, our task is not to fight him to the death. We just need to stall until the Tsangming Dragon Kuan deity completes its mission, and then we will retreat." Over the years they had been nursing their injuries. They had only just managed to recover to their peak condition, and their strength had not increased much compared to before. Last time Leiyu was not this powerful. They had struggled even 3 against 1, and now it was even more impossible. If it weren't for their master's orders, they would never have chosen to provoke this terrifying figure. They could only pray that the Tsangming Dragon Kuan deity could complete its task in Yuzhou quickly, as they could not hold off Leiyu for long. "Die!" Leiyu shouted loudly, instantly unleashing his domain. The space within a radius of several miles around him was enveloped in a layer of faint blue electric light. The electric light slithered like a snake, emitting a sizzling sound. It was as if a cage made of lightning had formed. In this domain, Leiyu was the absolute ruler, and his speed and strength were greatly enhanced. Holding the spear, his figure moved like lightning as he charged towards the 2 fierce beasts alongside the combat robot. The pressure was like an invisible mountain. It made the burning world flame sparrow and the starfall dragon griffin feel a bit breathless. "Exert all our strength to stop him." The burning world flame sparrow's domain was a world of burning flames, dark red in color, with extremely high temperatures, as if it could incinerate everything. The domain of the starfall dragon griffin was a space filled with meteorites constantly colliding and creating deafening sounds. The 3 powerful beings engaged in an intense battle in this wasteland. Above the wasteland, a fierce battle erupted. The conversation split into 2 parts. After the communication ended, Liang walked out of the conference room with a solemn expression, the words spoken by Leiyu echoing in his mind. Who could that mysterious powerhouse not much weaker than Leiyu be? Could it be another Tianwu warrior who has been hiding in the shadows all along? Liang speculated inwardly. Given Leiya's habit of keeping a trump card up his sleeve, he felt this possibility was very high. Moreover, he didn't believe Leiyu would deceive him at such a critical juncture. "I wonder if this mysterious powerhouse can deal with this peak-level beast of the Tian beast god," Liang murmured to himself, a hint of worry evident in his eyes. While pondering, he led Du Qi and Zhao Qingming to the combat command hall. In the past few days, the items he had signed in included an SS-level Mirage Spirit Amulet, and his training amplification effect had increased by 10 twice, now reaching a remarkable 70. In addition, he had completely mastered the SSS martial art Melting Abyss Cracking Sea Palm. There was nothing that could effectively threaten the peak-level beast of the Tian beast god. Sigh. Li Yang shook his head helplessly in his heart and turned to Du Qi, asking unwillingly once more, is there really no good news? Hearing this, Du Qi furrowed his brow, and after careful consideration, he actually thought of one, though he wasn't sure if it counted. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. My lord, the overall strength of the ocean beasts will be somewhat weaker once they come ashore, but the higher the level of the beast, the more limited the weakening. Does that count as good news? This is also one of the important reasons why humanity's coastal defenses have been able to withstand the attacks of ocean beasts for so long. Due to factors such as the environment, their strength will be somewhat affected, and they may even be weaker than land beasts. That counts. Li Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this, finally having a piece of news that could barely be considered good. Though its effect is limited, it's better than nothing, he thought to himself. As time continued to press forward, the ocean beasts had already reached the Yuzhou region along the river. Then an extremely bizarre scene occurred. They directly bypassed the Longling base city, which was on high alert, and did not even damage the surrounding supply bases. After coming ashore, they rushed straight towards the Yingyang base city. The land beasts in the various wilderness areas also stirred, as if responding to the call of the ocean beasts. Receiving this news, Li Yang gazed at the large screen in front of him, which displayed the current location of the beasts, and questioned with increasing confusion, what could this group of ocean beasts traveling from afar possibly want? Upon hearing this, Du Qi stared intently at the position of the beasts. Suddenly, he was startled as if he had realized something, and quickly said to Li Yang, my lord, something is off. It seems their trajectory is heading straight for our Yingyang base city, coming for us. After Du Qi pointed it out, Li Yang also quickly noticed this, and he immediately felt something was amiss. This group of ocean beasts had now completely made it ashore. Since he previously thought that the target of these beasts would be the major bases, he had concentrated all forces at the major base cities and supply bases in preparation to withstand the beast attacks. The military was similarly unprepared. In their haste, they had not set up any defenses along these routes, resulting in the beasts now advancing unobstructed. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll reach the Yingyang base city in about 10 minutes. Li Yang's expression grew grave. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he scanned the crowd around him and immediately issued a command. The likely target of the beasts is our Yingyang base city. It is now too late to set up defenses. All warriors at the headquarters prepare for battle. We are facing the Tian beast god this time. Also immediately notify the personnel at the surrounding supply bases and the local military to evacuate as quickly as possible and distance themselves from the vicinity of Yingyang base city. With the armed forces of the supply bases, they can at most deal with the Beast King level beasts. Now that we are clear about the intentions of these beasts, letting them hold their ground is simply waiting for death. Moreover, since the beasts are heading for Yingyang base city, keeping them away from here will keep them safe. Understood. The crowd around responded respectfully, exuding a sense of fearless courage amid the tense atmosphere. After Li Yang spoke, he raised his hand to check his wristband, which still showed no incoming information. Furrowing his brow, he pondered inwardly. He wondered when the mysterious warrior mentioned by Lei Yu would contact. Zhao Qingming looked at Li Yang, who wore a serious expression. Her eyes were filled with conflict and hesitation, her hands unconsciously gripping the corners of her clothing as she faced a difficult decision. If Li Yang, the strongest in the entire Yuzhou region, were to have any mishap, the entire Yuzhou would fall into an irretrievable abyss. Soon a flash of determination crossed Zhao Qingming's eyes, and she had made her choice. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she spoke to Li Yang. My lord, please come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. While pondering how to navigate the murky waters for her own safety and to hold on until the mysterious support Lei Yu mentioned arrived, Li Yang. Seeing Zhao Qingming's heavy-hearted demeanor, he nodded and said all right. He followed her as they walked toward the hall's exit, his mind filled with questions about what Zhao Qingming might have to say at this critical moment. Zhao Qingming brought Li Yang to a secluded corner, her eyes filled with a hint of resolve. My lord, I need to borrow 2 items from you. Without hesitation, she removed a seemingly ordinary ring, which was actually of divine level, and spoke. This is a divine-grade defensive treasure. Once worn and bound to your spiritual power, it can unleash its energy at a thought, forming a shield around your body that can withstand the full force of a peak-level Tian beast god for 10 minutes. It can also automatically activate to protect the wearer in life-threatening situations. Pausing for a moment without waiting for Li Yang to speak, she focused her mind and retrieved a round ball that also looked quite ordinary, but emitted a faint white glow from her storage ring, continuing to speak. This orb contains 3 full power strikes from a peak-level Tianwu warrior. The activation method is the same as the ring, and it should be very helpful for you, my lord. After saying this, she directly placed the 2 items into Li Yang's hands. Li Yang took the 2 items, still warm, with a look of astonishment directed at Zhao Qingming. He could clearly feel that Zhao Qingming had severed her mental connection with him. He never expected that she would be willing to give him this precious divine-grade defensive treasure. Besides that, she had also given him the same divine-grade orb, a divine-grade treasure for offense and defense. The importance of these two items was self-evident. In the impending battle, they would undoubtedly provide him with significant protection. Qingning, are these divine-grade treasures you are? Li Yang, who had long suspected Zhao Qingning's extraordinary identity, couldn't help but ask at this moment. Zhao Qingning, knowing what Li Yang wanted to ask, quickly replied, "My lord, I will explain everything to you once this is over. Just accept them for now, and you must ensure your safety. Currently, with the base city facing such a crisis, we can only hope to defeat the beasts if you remain safe." Her eyes were filled with concern and sincerity. These two items were the most meaningful things she could do for Li Yang at this moment. Li Yang gazed at the two precious divine treasures in his hand, their smooth touch carrying the fiery sentiment of Zhao Qingning. He glanced once more at Zhao Qingning, who was filled with concern for him. At this moment of crisis, she actually entrusted him with these two divine treasures capable of safeguarding life even after the base city was breached. With these two divine treasures, one for attack and one for defense, he had resolved the majority of the challenges he was facing. Thus, battling the Songming Dragon Kuan was certainly possible. There was no need to shy away from their brilliance. "Thank you, Qingning. After it's all over, I will return them to you in perfect condition," Li Yang said with a faint smile, gratitude evident in his eyes. Zhao Qingning smiled sweetly in response. "No need to be so polite, just consider it a return gift for those SS-level resources last time. You must stay safe, our entire base city is counting on you." Li Yang nodded, temporarily stowing away. He then strode into the command hall, scanning the crowd. "All martial artists above the king level, follow me to the city walls and prepare for battle." "Yes." Du Qi and the other high-ranking officials quickly stood up, their expressions serious as they except for the technical personnel who needed to stay behind and were not sufficiently skilled. Everyone else followed in Li Yang's footsteps towards the city walls to prepare for battle. The elite martial artists on high alert quickly followed suit. The base city had entered a state of martial law, with soldiers patrolling to prevent any chaos. The elite martial artists on high alert quickly followed suit. The base city had entered a state of martial law, with soldiers patrolling to prevent any chaos. Some took their families into relatively sturdy houses, their eyes betraying fear and unease. Young and strong martial artists, along with various families and martial arts schools, organized themselves spontaneously, eager to contribute to the defense of the base city. After all, they were all in the same boat. If the base city fell to the beasts, all humanity would suffer. Li Yang arrived atop the towering city walls. Around him gathered an orderly sea of elite soldiers, weapons in hand, their gazes resolute. At the same time, Zhang Jian and other high-ranking officials of the military were also present, witnessing the arrival of the elite from the Martial Alliance. Especially upon seeing Li Yang, Zhang Jian couldn't help but recall the incident a few days ago when Li Yang's mere glance could have killed him. Fear flickered in his eyes as he mustered the courage to greet Li Yang simply. "The governor of the state has arrived." Li Yang turned his gaze towards Zhang Jian, who was visibly tense and fearful, and responded with a slight nod. They fell silent due to their previous unpleasantness, both looking out towards the distance. At this moment, Zhang Jian felt a profound sense of insecurity. Just after breaking through to the Earth Martial God level, he was faced with such a formidable challenge. His opponent was either the monstrous Li Yang or a beast god at the pinnacle level. Could he not have been given a more reasonable opponent who could match him? Zhang Jian sighed deeply, speaking to himself. "I wonder when the reinforcements from the Martial Alliance will arrive. In this situation, our military, as the official organization of Huaxia, can only depend on the Martial Alliance. The world has truly changed." As a veteran who had joined the military for many years, he wished that their once great Earth martial warrior had not fallen. Otherwise, the military would not have been reduced to such an awkward position. If it weren't for the fact that Lei Yu had little ambition to govern all of Huaxia and solely focused on enhancing its strength to combat the beasts and end this chaotic era, then the military might have already been absorbed by the Martial Alliance in this world where strength reigns supreme. Without top-tier powerhouses of comparable strength, no matter how many mid to low-tier martial artists there were, it would be of no use. This was the harsh reality. The military had a massive organizational structure, but lacked the elite combat power to bear the banner. In the face of such a crisis, they could only place their hopes on external forces. This awkward situation left Zhang Jian, a high-ranking military official, feeling bitter. Suddenly the entire Yingyang base city felt a slight tremor. Initially, the tremor was faint, like a minor quiver of the earth. But as time passed, the tremor became increasingly pronounced. It was as if a multitude of troops were galloping underground. The moment the crowd witnessed this scene, they instantly understood, swallowing nervously and fixing their gazes ahead. The outlines of a massive beast tide began to slowly emerge around them. Countless beast figures like a black tide surrounded the entire Yingyang base city. The beast tide is here. It's coming from all directions. A soldier's terrified shout echoed from the walls, his voice tinged with unmistakable anxiety. "Don't be afraid," Zhang Jian shouted loudly. His voice, empowered by strength, resonated across the 4 city walls. "Behind us is our homeland where our parents and loved ones are. We cannot retreat. Dying on the battlefield is the glory of a soldier. Let these beasts see our might. We, the brave sons of humanity, will not cower before these monsters. Even if it takes the last drop of blood in our bodies, we must make them understand that our humanity is not to be trifled with." Zhang Jian's words resonated like a war drum, penetrating the hearts of all. The various emotions within the soldiers were effectively alleviated. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Li Yong watched the scene unfold. Since Zhang Jian had already spoken, he refrained from saying anything to the members of the martial alliance behind him. He pondered silently. Indeed, this oceanic beast tied from afar is headed straight for the Ingyang base city. Fortunately, he had already ordered the personnel in the supply base nearby to retreat far from Ingyang base city. Otherwise, they would all be doomed under the fierce onslaught of the beast tide. As the beast tide approached from all directions, the scene was grand and unstoppable. The Tsangming dragon Kuan, with its whale-like form, quickly emerged amidst the tide of beasts, its massive body exceeding 500 meters, clearly floating above the beast tide like a moving mountain peak. Flanking it were 3 beast gods of the earth beast god realm. Their bodies radiated a chilling glow resembling dreamlike, yet deadly phantom jellyfish. The giant pincers of the thunder spirit giant crab crackled with electric light, while the blade-finned frenzy shark emanated a cold, sharp light. The mere appearance of these 4 beast gods instilled a profound sense of oppression in the soldiers and elite martial artists of the martial alliance, as if it were a tangible force making it hard to breathe. They felt as though an invisible giant hand gripped their hearts tightly, making each heartbeat exceptionally difficult. The elite martial artists of the martial alliance also clenched their weapons, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. No wonder they were nervous. Given their levels, facing a beast at the peak of the heavenly beast god realm was completely normal. The dark beast eyes of the Tsangming dragon Kuan gazed upon the human base city before it instantly locking onto Li Yong atop the distant city wall. Its gaze revealed a chilling intent, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. "It's him. I found you." Based on the information provided by its master, this human was indeed the target of its mission. Li Yong stood atop the towering city wall of the supply base, keenly aware that he was being locked onto by the gaze of the formidable divine beast that Tsangming Longkuan in the distance. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he murmured to himself, "That is the Tsangming Longkuan." It must be said the presence of this pinnacle divine beast was truly terrifying. Its massive form resembled a floating mobile island. Merely standing there, it seemed like an imposing mountain. It emanated a chilling aura of power that was fearsome. Li Yong paid little heed to the peculiar excitement reflected in the eyes of the Tsangming Longkuan. As the highest-ranking individual in this entire supply base, it would be difficult for the beast not to notice him. Currently, his trump cards, the Yin Prison Guardian and the Frost Toad God, had already been safely stored in their respective spaces. He was just waiting to catch the Tsangming Longkuan off guard in a moment's notice. The combined combat power of so many earth martial gods would surely pose significant trouble for it. Since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to test just how strong this pinnacle divine beast of the Tianwu realm truly is, Li Yong thought to himself with a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. With a thought, he directly retrieved the divine ring that Zhao Qingming had lent him and slowly placed it on his hand. The 2 treasures had been severed from their previous connections by Zhao Qingming, and the process of recognizing the master was quite simple, establishing a spiritual link with them. Li Yong rapidly established a spiritual connection to bind it. In an instant, he could sense the immense energy contained within the ring more clearly. What Zhao Qingming had said about being able to withstand the full force of a pinnacle divine beast's attack for 10 minutes was indeed not false. It could even defend against mental assaults. Li Yong felt a surge of delight within. He then quickly retrieved the other sphere that contained the full power strike of a pinnacle Tianwu warrior, also establishing a spiritual connection with it. He could distinctly feel the overwhelming energy contained within the sphere, which could catch the pinnacle divine beast off guard. "Now I lack for nothing." A fierce battle intent flickered in Li Yang's eyes as golden flames ignited within, fixating on the Tsangming Longkuan that moved towards the supply base with the beast tide. At this moment, the Tsangming Longkuan reached a suitable position. Its dark, beastly eyes looked ahead at the energy shield enveloping the entire supply base, radiating disdain as it mocked the foolishness of humanity. "Humans love to confine themselves in cages, thinking this eggshell can stop me." With that, it let out a low groan. The sound echoed like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. To complete its master's task without unnecessary delays, it turned to the 4 earth beast gods beside it and commanded, "You all attack with me and shatter this eggshell, conquer this human supply base." "Yes, boss." The three differently shaped earth beast gods responded respectfully, their voices filled with the ferocity and brutality characteristic of ferocious beasts. In an instant, immense pressure erupted from the Transmigrated and the three earth beast gods, spreading outward as if they would tear apart the surrounding space. The Transmigrated opened its massive maw. Whoosh! A colossal beam of energy shot forth from its mouth, resembling a roaring blue dragon charging towards the energy shield with a destructive momentum. The other three earth beast gods also launched their respective attacks, fiercely striking the energy shield ahead. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. For powerful attacks struck the energy shield simultaneously, the sound akin to ancient beasts beating war drums, deafening to the ears. The entire supply base trembled in response. The rubble on the streets rolled, and the glass of the buildings cracked with a pitter-patter sound. However, the outer energy shield remained steadfast. Only a few minor cracks appeared on the surface, spreading like a spider web, but it did not shatter. The quality of this energy shield is impressive. It can withstand even the attacks of a pinnacle divine beast. Liang silently marveled inwardly, his gaze fixed tightly on the four ferocious beasts outside the shield. Meanwhile, within the maintenance department responsible for the energy shield's operation in the supply base, everyone felt immense pressure. The atmosphere was so tense it seemed it could ignite the air. A slender, youthful warrior with an anxious expression hurriedly reported to the minister seated in the main position. "It's bad, Minister He. A third of the energy shield has evaporated in an instant. If this continues without using backup energy, it will shatter within a minute." Minister He furrowed his brow tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly worried about the dire situation. Listening to the report and feeling the vibrations from the supply base, he immediately issued a decisive order. "Don't hesitate with the energy, immediately activate the backup energy. Once the stored energy is depleted, use all the energy crystals sent over by the Yi family, Lin family, Xiao family, Chu family, and the Extreme Electric Martial Hall. Hold out for as long as possible." He knew very well that now was not the time to be stingy with energy. If the beast tide broke through the energy shield and invaded the supply base, everything would be over. Although he did not yet know the situation on the walls, just based on the tremendous vibrations and the absurd rate of energy shield consumption, he could roughly infer the critical nature of the situation outside. The maintenance department could not afford to drop the ball at this crucial moment. Yes, the warrior turned to execute the order. However, under the ferocious assault of the four beasts, the energy shield was still on the verge of collapse. It was just a matter of time before it shattered. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunderous sounds continued to echo, Liang naturally sensed that the energy shield could not hold out much longer. In a flash of thought, the fire god's suit and flame battle armor instantly enveloped his body, radiant red light shining forth, exuding a scorching aura. The Jin Song blade also appeared in his hand, its blade glimmering with a sharp cold light, entering a fully armed state. The aura of the pinnacle earth martial god erupted around him. The powerful aura served as a warm current, boosting the morale of the surrounding martial alliance warriors and military soldiers, surpassing any verbal encouragement. Liang slightly turned his head to look at Zhang Jian beside him, his voice calm. "Once the energy shield shatters, it'll take on that divine beast. The remaining three earth beast gods are up to you, Ori." Zhang Jian nodded in response, a hint of determination in his eyes, but also deep concern. With a thought, he quickly donned a soil-colored battle armor shimmering with mysterious light, as if imbued with the power of the earth. A black staff also appeared in his hand. Although he was about to face a 1-against-3 situation, the pressure on Liang was far greater than his. Only Liang could deal with this pinnacle divine beast. With that thought in mind, a sense of worry rose within Zhang Jian, prompting him to remind Liang, "Please be careful, do not underestimate it. That Transmigrated is formidable. I wonder if Liang can handle it. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to witness just how strong he is when he unleashes his full power." Liang listened to Zhang Jian's reminder. A calm and confident smile appeared on his face as he said lightly, "Don't worry, I know what to do." The Transmigrated and the three earth beast gods beside him attacked like frenzied beasts, their violent strikes falling relentlessly upon the outer energy shield like a torrential storm. Within the maintenance department, the energy was rapidly depleting like floodwaters breaching a dam. The staff wore tense expressions, sweat beads forming on their foreheads as they desperately operated various instruments. They struggled to fill the dwindling energy crystals to maintain the shield's operation, but all efforts were in vain. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The energy shield, covered in cracks, finally could not hold and shattered with a distinctly audible sound. However, the shattered shield did not dissipate. Instead, it unleashed a final surge of energy that violently expanded outward from the base city like an invisible giant wave. In an instant, it consumed and annihilated all the unfortunate beasts that were close. Yet for the seemingly endless tide of beasts, this loss was merely a drop in the ocean, having no impact whatsoever. On the city wall, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Various high-destructive weapons locked onto the surrounding beast tide like hungry predators the moment the energy shield shattered. On the city wall, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Various high-destructive weapons locked onto the surrounding beast tide like hungry predators. They were just waiting for the beast tide to enter effective range before launching a devastating attack. The beast tide is about to attack. Prepare to fire. The officer's shout echoed like thunder across the entire city wall, causing everyone's nerves to tense up. Their spirits were instantly heightened, fingers tightly gripping the triggers, eyes reflecting a resolute killing intent. Roar. The Songming Dragon Kuan gazed at the unprotected human-based city and let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, the roar reached the ears of the surrounding beast tide like a battle horn. In that moment, the ocean of beasts surged forth like a torrent of black ants from all directions, tightly surrounding the Ingyang-based city. The beasts in the tide bared their fangs and claws, letting out earth-shattering roars like a pack of uncontrollable wild animals filled with a nauseating fishy smell as they charged toward the city wall. The scene was utterly shocking, as if the end of the world had arrived. Fire! Eliminate these beasts! Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Jian's eyes flashed with sharpness as he swiftly issued the command. As his words fell, various high-destructive technological weapons on the city wall immediately opened fire. Laser beams sliced through the sky like scorching lightning. They shot towards the beast tide, capable of annihilating large numbers of beasts with a single strike, instantly turning them to ashes under the brilliant light. However, more beasts quickly filled the gaps left by their fallen comrades, rushing forward tirelessly, as if they would. It was enough to make one tremble in fear. It's time for us to take action. Don't die on me. Li Yong fixed his gaze on the Songming Dragon Kuan, which was emanating a terrifying aura, and spoke to Zhang Jian beside him. Zhang Jian tightened his grip on the black staff, forcing himself to remain calm, his eyes revealing a steadfast determination, as he said, "As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is my supreme honor. From the moment I enlisted, I have long disregarded life and death, fully prepared to welcome death at any moment, all for the sake of protecting this land and the people behind me. Then it would be better if that day comes a little later." Li Yong frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Zhang Jian's response made him dislike him a bit less than before. Regardless, Zhang Jian could be considered a qualified soldier. He still did not back down in the face of an enemy that was nearly impossible to defeat. Instead, he commanded the battle from the front lines. Once he finished speaking, Li Yang's gaze turned to Zhao Qingming, who had followed him, equally armed and ready for battle. Her delicate face was filled with worry. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on him. Li Yang felt a warmth in his heart and softly said, "Be safe." Zhao Qingming smiled gently at his words, but a trace of barely noticeable concern flashed in her eyes. "You too?" Li Yang nodded, giving her a reassuring look. Du Qi and the others, who had been tense and ready to respond to the upcoming battle, suddenly caught sight of the interaction between Li Yang and Zhao Qingming. Their eyes widened in shock, resembling large copper bells. Their mouths exaggeratedly formed an O shape, as if a fist could fit inside. Why do these two seem more than just a superior and secretary? Clearly there is something going on. I didn't expect to witness such a big scoop at this moment. In the next moment, Li Yang moved, a flash of crimson streaking through the air like a meteor as he charged towards the Songming Dragon Kuan. His speed was astonishing, covering several hundred meters in an instant. Zhang Jian followed closely behind, rushing towards his three opponents. Gripping the black staff tightly, his eyes glimmered with a resolute light. He cast aside all fear, and as the distance between them closed, Li Yang gazed at the increasingly massive Songming Dragon Kuan, feeling an overwhelming pressure, and dared not be arrogant. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "With my body as a guide, summoned the earth's veins as armor." He directly unleashed his Titan Fury form, activating the lava state. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant light surged around him, a tremendous power rising from the ground. In an instant, Li Yang's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His height suddenly soared to 5 meters, transforming him into a lava giant covered in obsidian armor and magma veins. His cultivation level began to rise from the peak of Earth Martial God. He broke through to the early stage of the Sky Martial God realm, and he did not stop there, quickly advancing to the mid-stage of the Sky Martial God realm before finally halting. The entire transformation process was completed in an instant, so fast that one could hardly react. Li Yang felt the surging power within him, a wave of excitement swelling in his heart. "I feel filled with power." His voice became deep and resonant, like that of a fierce beast, as if it was coming from the depths of the earth. His eyes sparkled with fiery light. The surrounding air trembled slightly from the force. The SS-grade Jin Song blade in his hand seemed like a mere toy in front of his massive lava form. It was too cumbersome to wield. A thought crossed Li Yang's mind, and the Jin Song blade instantly vanished. At this moment his fists became his strongest weapons. Let's test my domain ability, Li Yong thought. Though the lava form was powerful, it could only last for 10. Thus he had to unleash all his strength during this period. In an instant a layer of blazing flames enveloped a radius of several dozen meters centered around Li Yong. Within this domain his overall strength received a tremendous boost. Within the domain, he was the absolute ruler. However, the energy consumption was also rapid, making it impossible to maintain for too long. The domain ability is so powerful, no wonder sky martial gods with domain abilities can create such a vast gap with earth martial gods. Li Yong secretly marveled, gripping his massive fist engulfed in blazing flames. The surging power flowed at his fingertips. Take this punch. Li Yong let out a thunderous roar, his figure flashing forward with an unstoppable momentum, like a cannonball smashing towards the Tsangming Dragon Kun. Now his defensive power had soared to an astonishing level. His body, woven from obsidian armor and magma veins, was indestructible, bringing a profound sense of security. Additionally, he had temporarily elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Tianwu God realm. As long as he didn't take the full force of the Tsangming Dragon Kun's ultimate move, he would generally remain unharmed. How can his cultivation and strength surge so dramatically? The Tsangming Dragon Kun gazed at Li Yong, whose appearance had changed drastically as he charged towards it with a massive fist. Deep in thought, the enormous body trembled slightly, and a terrifying aura instantly spread. The sharp sword-like bone blade at its tail whistled fiercely like a bolt of black lightning, striking viciously towards Li Yong. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp, explosive sound. This tailbone blade was the result of countless years of battling various powerful creatures in the deep sea, constantly evolving and refining. Besides being able to slice through water currents in the ocean, significantly enhancing its stealth speed, its surface was also covered in fine serrations, glistening with a cold light. Although its form was massive and appeared somewhat cumbersome, in reality, it was extraordinarily agile, to say the least. This bone blade strike could casually obliterate peak Earth martial god warriors. However, its intention was not to kill Li Yong, but to capture him alive. Bang! Li Yang's heavy punch collided violently with the Tsangming Dragon Kun's powerful strike. In that instant, a wave of energy powerful enough to suffocate erupted. Like a storm, it spread wildly outward from the point of impact. The air was violently compressed, emitting a sharp, whistling sound, and even the distant mountains trembled slightly under the impact of this force. The surrounding beast tide quickly retreated from this area, leaving ample space for the confrontation between the two, while also preventing themselves from being caught in the crossfire. Li Yong was directly sent flying far away. His body soared through the air like a meteor. However, he reacted extremely quickly. In the midst of his flight, he swiftly stabilized his position, and the battle intent in his eyes surged even higher. No wonder it's a peak fierce beast of the Tian beast god level. It truly has some skills. Come again. To avoid wasting the 10 minutes after activating the lava form, Li Yong clenched his fists and charged towards the massive figure before him once more. The Tsangming Dragon Kun, seeing Li Yong unharmed and continuing to charge at it, revealed a trace of surprise in its dark beastly eyes. To think he could withstand my strike unharmed. He truly is a troublesome fellow. No wonder he can attract the master's attention. However, he is still not enough before me. I refuse to believe this form comes without a cost. The Tsangming Dragon Kun slightly raised its massive head, appearing to have the situation completely under control. It speculated that Li Yang's dramatically enhanced lava form wouldn't last long, and that activating it would require a tremendous price. It seems ordinary means can no longer defeat this Earth martial god realm human, and it's even difficult to inflict injury. It's time to get serious. The Tsangming Dragon Kun thought to itself. It had no time to wait for Li Yang's form to be forced to end. Every second it lingered in Huaxia would increase its crisis. The Starfall Dragon Griffin and the world-burning Flame Sparrow would definitely not be able to hold back the Thunder Prison for long. In a moment of thought, the Tsangming Dragon Kun unleashed its domain of water. Suddenly, the surrounding space was enveloped in a layer of deep, mysterious blue light, as if dragging this area into an infinite deep-sea world. The slight weakening of its strength on land instantly vanished. The coverage was also larger than Li Yang's fire domain. In this domain, countless water columns surged into the sky, resembling transparent giant dragons dancing wildly in the air. The rushing water formed massive whirlpools with strong suction, attempting to pull everything around them into their depths. At the same time, the domain was also permeated with a bone-chilling aura as water vapor condensed into tiny ice crystals that sparkled with a cold light in the air. Originally, it did not want to activate the domain so complicatedly, intending to conserve power for a retreat just in case. But Li Yong was simply too difficult to handle. Not only did he possess various enhancements, but he also mastered domain abilities. Without activating the domain, it would be challenging to defeat him in a short period. When the two domains collided, a deafening sound erupted. Blue and red intertwined, clashing together, producing a sizzling sound. A large amount of water vapor surged up, forming a massive mist that enveloped both figures. The water columns and flames collided fiercely. Water tried to extinguish the flames, while the flames continuously evaporated the water. Neither side seemed willing to give an inch. However, in reality, Li Yang's domain was weaker. In my water domain, the power of your fire domain is significantly reduced. The terrifying voice of the Tsangming dragon Kuan resounded. Li Yang, undaunted, laughed loudly. Then let's see who is superior. With that, his figure flashed like lightning, supported by the fire domain. His fist, enveloped in blazing flames, surged towards the Tsangming dragon Kuan. The Tsangming dragon Kuan in turn commanded the water columns and whirlpools, meeting Li Yang's attack like a nimble giant python. Water and fire clashed violently, producing a deafening noise and energy spilling everywhere. Just as they engaged in a fierce battle, seemingly locked in a stalemate, Li Yang seized the opportunity, his eyes narrowed with determination. Now's the time. Lava abyss, split sea palm. A torrent of fiery power coalesced in his palm, instantly transforming into a massive hand made of flames. Go! Li Yang roared as he swung his palm fiercely. With a world-destroying momentum, it tore through space and struck the Tsangming dragon Kuan with an unstoppable force. The Tsangming dragon Kuan clearly did not expect Li Yang to launch such a fierce offensive so suddenly. Though its massive body was agile, it appeared somewhat rushed in responding to the might of this palm. Bang! The fiery giant hand struck the Tsangming dragon Kuan with a thunderous explosion. The protective water barrier around the Tsangming dragon Kuan was instantly torn apart. A burnt smell wafted through the air, leaving a deep scorch mark on its body. It worked. Seeing this scene, Li Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. As long as he could inflict injury, it meant there was a chance to prevail. The Tsangming dragon Kuan, now injured, was thoroughly enraged. Roar! It let out a deafening roar, as if it wanted to tear apart the heavens and the earth. You dare to injure me? I will make you pay a painful price. Its attacks suddenly became fierce and ruthless, rushing towards Li Yang like a violent storm. It aimed to completely drown Li Yang within its water domain. Oh, are you angry? Li Yang, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the beast god, quickly dodged, but the Tsangming dragon Kun's attacks were too dense and powerful, and he still took quite a few hits. His body, woven from obsidian armor and magma veins, also developed several cracks, with flames spilling out from the fissures. Moreover, under the Tsangming dragon Kun's attacks, he was gradually suppressed, and his fire domain was constantly squeezed by the water domain. Aside from the Tsangming dragon Kun's undeniable strength, there was also the reason that Li Yang was deliberately feigning weakness. While defending against the Tsangming dragon Kun's attacks, he quietly searched for an opportunity. Finally, he spotted a gap in the Tsangming dragon Kun's assault, and a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. Eye of divine punishment open. In an instant, a colossal eye suddenly opened in the sky. It emitted a dangerously potent glow as a torrent of spiritual power surged into the Tsangming dragon Kun's mind like a flood. Hiss! The Tsangming dragon Kuan felt an intense pain in its mind, as if countless needles were stabbing at it. Its movements momentarily stalled in place for a few seconds. Li Yang gazed at the anguished figure of the Tsangming dragon Kuan, who was forcefully restrained in place by his overwhelming mental power, its body rigid and unable to move. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A cunning expression of triumph appeared on his face, as he secretly thought the opportunity has come. Come forth. Li Yang's mind stirred. In an instant, 20 latest-stage Earth Martial God, Yinyu guardians who had long been itching for a fight in the lava space were ready to strike at the enemy. They materialized instantly around him. Their bodies, composed of deep black and dark red special rocks, were as solid as a rock, with eyes burning with golden flames and enormous cracks crisscrossing their shells. The joints and core areas of their bodies were not hollow either. Within them flowed scorching viscous lava ranging from orange-red to golden white, resembling their boiling blood and energy veins. They emitted a terrifying heat, warping the surrounding air, with light flickering ominously from the cracks. Their size was also extraordinarily massive. Like moving small hills, each stood over 3 meters tall, exceptionally sturdy and robust, exuding an explosive sense of power. Their appearance was strikingly similar to Li Yang's, though slightly smaller. Each radiated a powerful aura that erupted violently around them, accompanied by their astonishing looks, creating an immense shock. At the same time, the massive figure of the Frost Frog God also appeared on the battlefield. It was now a far cry from the small, adorable creature it once was. Its entire body resembled a pale mountain meticulously sculpted from eternal ice, covered with layers of thick glacial armor. It hovered in the air like a moving iceberg. It radiated a bone-chilling cold. Sharp, dagger-like ice spikes jutted out from its joints, and its icy blue eyes fixated intensely on the Tsangming dragon koan. It exuded a powerful aura of a peak earth beast god, even stronger than the majestic Yenyu guardians beside it. Master, the 20 Yenyu guardians and the frost frog god said in unison, voices respectful and synchronized towards Liang. Without hesitation, Liang issued his command. Take action together with me now and bring down this big fellow. Yes, the Yenyu guardians and the frost frog god replied in unison, instantly unleashing an even stronger aura. The 20 Yenyu guardians were the first to launch their attack. Their methods mirrored Liang's, all charging with fiery colossal fists aimed at the Tsangming dragon koan. Yan Yi was the first to dash before the Tsangming dragon koan. Leaping high with immense force, he slammed his fist down fiercely onto the Tsangming dragon koan's abdomen. Following closely were the second, third, and so on, with all 20 Yenyu guardians rushing in their attacks, raining down continuously upon the Tsangming dragon koan. Some targeted the Tsangming dragon koan's head, others aimed for its legs to unbalance it, while some attacked direct. They executed a full-scale assault. The frost frog god was not to be outdone. With a powerful leap, it shot towards the Tsangming dragon koan like an arrow released from a bow. In the instant it approached the Tsangming dragon koan, it swung its front claws violently, the claws covered in a layer of thick, chilling frost. It exhaled an extremely cold, frosty airflow, contrasting sharply with the blazing attacks of the Yenyu guardians. Where the frosty airflow passed, the air instantly froze into ice crystals, sweeping towards the Tsangming dragon koan. Although the Tsangming dragon koan was still in a state of mental chaos, its instinctual sharp perception of danger ignited a strong alarm of threat throughout its body. It desperately attempted to manipulate its domain to struggle and counterattack, its massive body twisting and stirring up fierce winds. Yet Liang was not to be trifled with. Stay still. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, focusing intently on pouring powerful mental energy into the mind of the Tsangming dragon koan. The mental power surged wave after wave, prolonging the time before it could fully awaken. Fortunately, my eye of broken illusions had only advanced once during the previous sign-in. Otherwise, controlling this peak heavenly beast would not be so simple. Liang thought to himself, feeling grateful as he clenched his fist with immense power and struck heavily at the head of the Tsangming dragon koan, delivering a dual blow of physical and mental assault. Moreover, his divine punishment was not merely a simple mental attack. Survivors who managed to withstand the attack would be marked with a fear mark, a mark that would reduce their combat effect. Although the Tsangming dragon koan was a peak-level heavenly beast, it could not escape this fate. However, the reduction in combat effectiveness was relatively low. Bang bang bang. The fists of the Yenyu guardians rained down on the Tsangming dragon koan like raindrops, each punch ignited with scorching flames, producing a dull thud. The sound resembled a heavy hammer striking a giant drum, causing a painful ringing in the ears. The frost frog god's icy attacks further slowed its movements, with the extreme cold freezing the air into ice crystals. The struggle for it to awaken was delayed. After about 10 seconds, the Tsangming dragon koan finally began to recover from its mental confusion. A sharp light flashed in its dark, beastly eyes. Enough! It roared, its voice thunderous like a clap of thunder reverberating through the heavens. A powerful force erupted from it, akin to a surging energy storm, directly blasting away the Yenyu guardians, the frost frog god, and Liang, who were relentlessly attacking it. A faint blue light emanated from its body. It utilized water purification to directly dispel its negative effects. Columns of water and ice spikes infused with immense energy fell like the scythes of death, carrying a lethal threat. Too unfortunate, Yenyu guardians were instantly slain, their massive forms shattering into piles of dark stones. The stones still retained scorching magma, emanating residual heat. The remaining 18 Yenyu guardians also suffered varying degrees of injuries, their rock-solid bodies marred with cracks. I truly cannot underestimate it. Liang observed this, seeing his brows furrowing, filled with caution. Fortunately, the slain Yenyu guardians would resurrect in the lava space the next day. Otherwise, losing so many right away would have pained him greatly. At this moment, the Tsangming dragon koan was also greatly shocked. Its gaze swiftly swept over Liang and the others, who had distanced themselves from it, displaying confusion and anger. What are these earth martial god-level monsters? Where did they come from? And why does this dead frog listen to this? The thoughts in its mind were filled with questions. As it contemplated this, the Tsangming dragon koan raised its head high, exuding an aura befitting a peak heavenly beast, glaring with fury at the frost frog god, as it demanded loudly, "As a powerful earth beast god of my beast race, why do you betray the clan and bow down to a human? What benefits have they given you?" While questioning, I quietly gather my attack. Liang's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. He naturally knew that during battle one should not speak too much, especially when facing an opponent of this caliber. Even a moment's distraction could yield dire consequences. Quickly transmitting thoughts in his mind, he urged ignore it, continue attacking. Xiaoguo, you provide long-range interference. Yin EU and your team engage with me, Heaton. With the formidable power of the Tsangming Dragon, Kuan God Xiaoguo could no longer engage in close combat. A careless mistake could lead to true death with no time to mourn, unlike the Yin prison guards who could resurrect the next day after their demise. Understood. Xiaoguo and the Yin prison guards led by Yin Yi respectfully responded and quickly proceeded according to the plan. Xiaoguo propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, distancing himself from the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God, surrounded by a chilling aura. Li Yang, joined by the remaining Yin prison guards, charged towards the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God like fearless warriors. Damn it won't take the bait. The Tsangming Dragon Kuan God stared at the Frost Frog God, who refused to engage and instead retreated, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. It had no choice but to settle for second best. Its gaze swiftly fixed on Li Yang, the tallest among the Yin prison guards. This human must be the one. Those stone monsters appearing out of nowhere and that dead frog are definitely connected to him. I must eliminate him first. The Tsangming Dragon Kuan God opened its massive jaws, a terrifying energy coalescing deep within its throat, shooting forth a fearsome column of water straight at Li Yang. The air was torn apart, leaving a long trail. The surrounding moisture was instantly evaporated. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Yang's heart sank, realizing he had no time to dodge. He'll block it. His gaze sharpened as his muscles tightened instantaneously, raising his fists to shield his chest while summoning all his strength to resist. At that moment, the power of the giant god's fury was unleashed to its fullest extent. In an instant, the water column collided fiercely with Li Yang's fists. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted, akin to dropping a giant bomb into a tranquil lake. Energy ripples spread wildly in all directions. However, this strike did not inflict significant harm on Li Yang. He merely felt a powerful shockwave while the ground around him was directly blasted into a massive pit. His body stood firmly at the center of the pit, resembling an unmovable red mountain. My defense is quite impressive. After blocking the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God's charged attack, Li Yang radiated excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervent light. This giant god's fury truly lived up to its reputation as his trump card. Is this nothing? The Tsangming Dragon Kuan God was stunned, gazing at the lively Li Yang, its previously fierce eyes now filled with astonishment. It could sense Li Yang's defense was strong, but it never anticipated it would be so outrageously powerful. Its inner fury surged even more. I want to see how long you can maintain this form. The Tsangming Dragon Kuan God roared in anger, its primal battle instincts and ferocity fully awakened. A powerful beastly aura erupted from its body, unleashing a series of terrifying attacks. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Li Yang and the Yin prison guards engaged in fierce close combat with the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God. Meanwhile, the Frost Frog God in the rear continued its relentless long-range interference and sneak attacks. It opened its mouth, spewing forth icy blasts like white dragons sweeping towards the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God. Li Yang's eyes shimmered with a strange light as he occasionally unleashed the Eye of Breaking illusions for sneak attacks. However, for the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God, which had already prepared for this, the effect was not as pronounced as the first time. Nevertheless, it still caused considerable disruption. The enraged Tsangming Dragon Kuan God became increasingly vexed. As time ticked by, the situation on the battlefield grew more intense. Of the 12 Yin prison guards, only 5 remained, struggling to hold on, each severely injured and continuously falling into the lava below. The Tsangming Dragon Kuan God also sensed subtle changes in Li Yang. It noticed that Li Yang's aura seemed less potent than before, and the strength of his attacks had weakened. Human, your enhancement form is about to end, isn't it? The Tsangming Dragon Kuan God glared with fierce intensity. As soon as this lava form dissipated, Li Yang's cultivation level would regress to the peak of the Earth Martial God realm, making it far simpler to capture him alive than it would be now. You need not worry about that. Li Yang struck the tailbone blade of the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God with a heavy punch, the immense impact causing an explosion around him. 8 minutes had already passed. The lava form could only persist for another 2 minutes, but with no good options available, he could only fight with all his might. Li Yang calculated quietly in his heart, preparing to unleash a light sphere containing the power of 3 full-strength strikes from a peak Earth Martial God. Once the lava form ended, he would use it to surprise his opponent. If he still couldn't repel or kill the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God by then, he would have to find a way to retreat with Zhao Qingning. After all, once the lava form ended, he would not only lose the enhancement, but also face a period of weakness. The lava guards were also about to perish. He would be unable to continue contending with the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God. The divine level ring on his finger could only serve as a backup, ensuring he would not be killed by the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God on the battlefield. He had already given his all in this battle, and he had done his best for Lei Yu. Time passed second by second, and a minute quickly elapsed. With a swift swipe of the Tsangming Dragon Kuin God's claw, the last lava guard was also slain, its entire body reduced to a pile of rubble. Now only you two are left. The Tsangming Dragon Kuin God, its peak state diminished, and looking somewhat disheveled from Li Yang's assaults, fixed its gaze firmly on the remaining Li Yang and the distant frog, its voice icy and filled with murderous intent. No, Xiaohua must not come to harm. Li Yang decisively closed the distance, with the Tsangming Dragon Kuin God retreating while mentally commanding Xiaohua to come closer to him. Xiaohua, hurry over to me. Upon hearing the command, Xiaohua propelled itself with powerful legs, swiftly leaping towards Li Yang. They came close together. With a thought, Li Yang immediately returned Xiaohua to the exotic beast space for recuperation. Gone. The Tsangming Dragon Kuin God pursuing Li Yang looked in astonishment at the Frost Frog God that vanished in the blink of an eye. Its formidable perception rapidly spread out, searching frantically in all directions, but it found nothing, no trace of its surroundings. The dead frog seemed to have vanished into thin air, appearing out of nowhere, and then disappearing again. What exactly is going on? Is it spatial power? The Tsangming Dragon Kuin God was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the mystery behind this. Forget it. Once I capture this human alive, I will naturally understand. With no clues and filled with doubts, the Tsangming Dragon Kuin God could only focus on Li Yang. The lava state is about to dissipate. Li Yang keenly sensed that the power within him was rapidly depleting. The lava state would automatically end in 10 seconds. His muscles tensed immediately. He prepared to use the energy sphere. Just at that critical moment, a figure unfamiliar to Li Yang suddenly appeared on the battlefield, enveloped in a divine armor that shone like holy light. And it stood in front of Li Yang. Boom. Beneath the holy light armor, an overwhelming pressure from a peak earth martial god erupted, suddenly freezing the space around them. Is he the mysterious powerhouse mentioned by the alliance leader? Li Yang gazed at the holy light armored warrior standing before him, exuding a pressure that belonged to a peak martial artist of the Tianwu. He was truly shocked this time. He never expected that Lei Yu could hide so deeply. In addition to the 3 earth martial god-level warriors hidden in the shadows, there was also a Tianwu peak warrior whose strength was only slightly inferior to his, making them almost evenly matched. He had never heard any information regarding this. Immediately he noticed that the holy light armored warrior wasted no time, with words of brilliant light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, a powerful realm of light unfolded, enveloping the area within 100 meters. The brilliance within the realm was dazzling and resplendent. Each beam of light contained terrifying power, and the space within this realm subtly twisted. The area was clearly much larger than Li Yang's fire realm. The pressure emanating was even more horrifying. The holy light armored warrior unleashed a tremendous force, like surging waves continuously rolling and surging around him. With a flicker of his form like a white aurora tearing through the sky, he charged directly at the Tsangming Dragon Kuin God. As he approached the Tsangming Dragon Kuin God, he swiftly gathered strength in both hands and shouted light's 1,000 strikes. In an instant, countless dazzling beams of light shot forth from his hands, converging to form a gigantic vortex of light. With a momentum capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, it struck fiercely at the Tsangming Dragon Kuin God. What? The Tsangming Dragon Kuin God completely did not anticipate such a situation. The sudden appearance of the holy light armored warrior left it no choice but to hurriedly gather strength for defense. Bang! The vortex of light struck it, erupting with a deafening roar. The powerful force sent the massive body of the Tsangming Dragon Kuin God flying thousands of meters away, stopping only when it crashed into a gigantic mountain. Its scales were shredded by the light, and blood gushed forth like a spring, suffering significant injuries. The Tsangming Dragon Kuin God, heavily wounded, swayed its enormous body and let out a painful roar. Damn it! It quickly steadied itself, its eyes wide open, staring at the vaguely familiar figure before it, the aura and the attack that could confirm its identity. In an instant, it recognized the identity of this mysterious warrior. Its eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. In a fierce roar, it exclaimed, "It's you. You actually didn't die." This familiar sensation was unmistakable. The person before it was undoubtedly Zhao Wuliang, the fallen Tianwu god of Huaxia from years ago. The Tsangming Dragon Kuin God was filled with shock. Wasn't this person supposed to have perished in that meticulously planned ambush? How could he still be alive? Moreover, his strength had improved significantly. Damn it, these Huaxia humans really hide deeply. It gritted its teeth. It inwardly cursed itself for being careless. In its peak state, it wasn't afraid of Zhao Wuliang, but now its own state had been largely depleted by Li Yang's efforts. And this was land, not the ocean. Retreating was not so simple. Zhao Wuliang, hearing that Tsangming Dragon Kuin God's incredulous inquiries, wore a meaningful, cold smile. Strange, isn't it? However, he had no intention of explaining to the other party. Instead, he turned to look at Li Yong, who appeared somewhat pale as the lava form faded and the ground littered with the corpses of lava giants, his voice tinged with apology. Sorry I'm late. You've exceeded my expectations, leave the rest to me. Before he arrived, he never thought that Li Yong could force the notorious Songming dragon Kuan god, known for its ferocity in the oceans, especially in the South Sea Islands, into such a predicament. If it weren't for Li Yong holding off this beast by himself, the situation might have escalated to the point where the base city would be breached, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Fighting a peak Tian beast with his Earth Martial God-level cultivation meant he had crossed an entire major tier. Although Li Yong had received external assistance, achieving this was still remarkable. All right. Upon hearing this, Li Yong nodded slightly. He was more than willing and did not want to show off at this moment. As 10 minutes passed completely, his lava form automatically ended, a wave of weakness coursing through his limbs, more exhausting than working tirelessly for several days in the soil. Fortunately, reinforcements had arrived. Even if the lava form had ended, he no longer had to worry. He could return the 2 trump cards intact to Zhao Qingning. At this moment, what he was most curious about was the identity of this mysterious Tianwu Peak warrior who had come to support him. From the incredulous roar of the Songming dragon Kuan god, he could tell that this guy recognized the mysterious powerhouse. Zhao Wuliang would not give the Songming dragon Kuan god any chance to catch its breath. This was an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the opponent. Given the current state of the Songming dragon Kuan god, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he was confident he could keep it here. Songming dragon Kuan god, your time of death has come. Once again, a vast and powerful aura erupted from Zhao Wuliang, as deep and boundless as an abyss, causing the entire world to tremble. A flash of light appeared in his hand, forming a long spear shimmering with a chilling light, the tip radiating the laws of light. Light spear break. With a sudden thrust of the spear in his hand, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the tip, transforming into a fierce offensive force aimed at the Songming dragon Kuan god. This strike embodied his profound understanding of the laws of light and immense power, tearing the space apart with tiny cracks. At the same time, his realm of light collided with the Songming dragon Kuan god's realm of water, unleashing a deafening roar. The realm of light, like the radiance of the rising sun, pushed back the water realm relentlessly, clearly roar. The Songming dragon Kuan god could only exert all its strength to respond, roaring as its scales flickered, gathering all its power for defense. But under Zhao Wuliang's fierce assault, it gradually began to feel overwhelmed. As the two clashed rapidly in a short span, each collision unleashed even more terrifying energy storms than before. The energy fluctuations surged like raging tides across the battlefield, causing mountains to crumble and trees to snap. Li Yong watched the fierce battle between the two, silently awed. To prevent being affected by the aftermath of this tumultuous battle, he conjured a faint flame shield around. The strength of this Tianwu Peak warrior is truly terrifying. Their comprehension of the laws of light is definitely beyond the second level. If nothing goes wrong, that Songming dragon Kuan god probably won't leave alive. I wonder who is stronger between him and Lei Yu. He had yet to see Lei Yu make a move and was unaware of the current strength of the other party. However, compared to this mysterious powerhouse, he suspected it was at least equal. Bang! Another violent energy wave surged towards Li Yong, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Li Yong couldn't help but retreat several dozen meters. The energy shield rippled. This is an intense fight. I should keep my distance from here. Li Yong muttered to him. Remaining here to observe the battle could lead to being accidentally harmed by the ongoing fight. Li Yong immediately moved his figure, retreating towards the city wall of the base. At this moment, the defending troops of the base city were engaged in fierce gunfire with the countless waves of beasts from all directions. The scene was intensely bloody to the extreme. On the city wall, heavy defensive firepower roared like an angry dragon, continuously spitting out flames, the tremendous roar causing pain to the eardrums. Shells whistled as they rushed into the beast waves, exploding into clouds of blood mist, with severed limbs flying in all directions. The beast waves were ferocious, opening their bloody mouths, revealing sharp fangs. As they emitted death, they charged recklessly towards the city wall. It was evident from this intense battlefield that the human defenders were at a disadvantage. Their resistance was exceptionally fierce. However, the distance between the beast waves and the base city was gradually closing. It seemed as if they were unaware of fatigue and pain continuously surging forth. Li Yong, having retreated back to the city wall, felt an overwhelming sense of weakness throughout his body, as if every inch of muscle was protesting and every bone had its strength drained away. This negative condition was already quite mild among the many martial arts that could temporarily enhance one's strength. After the effect ended, one would simply feel very fatigued. Some even required the sacrifice of lifespan regression and cultivation or permanent depletion of vitality as severe costs. Li Yong focused his thoughts and took out an SS grade Qing from his infinite storage space, which could alleviate his current symptoms. The pill emitted a faint glow, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura possessing the miraculous effect of rapidly alleviating post-battle weakness. Inhaling the faint fragrance of the pill, Li Yong removed the helmet of the fire god set, swallowed it in one gulp. The medicinal power contained within the pill quickly spread throughout his body, flowing like a warm stream through his limbs. In an instant, he felt that the weakness had been partially alleviated, but not completely eliminated. The effect isn't quite satisfactory. Do I need another one? Li Yong murmured softly, sensing his body state had improved. With another thought, he took out 2 more SS grade Qing. I refuse to believe I can't completely dispel this weakness. Li Yong extravagantly swallowed them both at once. As the medicinal power spread, the weakness within him was rapidly cleared and a hint of pleasure appeared on Li Yang's face. This Qing was from a previous sign-in reward package. After consuming these 3, 7 more remained in his infinite storage. He felt no regret, it was simply indulgent. After greatly alleviating his condition, Li Yang's sharp gaze turned towards another battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Jian appeared to be in a very sorry state. He was being violently beaten by 3 earth beast gods, his armored suit covered in the marks left by the ferocious beasts, looking quite tragic. He was gritting his teeth and struggling to hold on. In Li Yang's eyes, this situation was completely normal. Zhang Jian had just recently broken through to the early stage of the Earth Martial God realm. How could he possibly withstand 3 Earth Beast gods, each equally powerful and at a higher realm than him? It was fortunate that he had not perished yet. Li Yong shook his head slightly, letting out a light sigh. Sigh, forget it, who told me to be kind? Little frog, go help him out. As soon as the words fell, the massive figure of the Frost Frog God suddenly appeared over the base city. Its mountainous body radiated a chilling aura with huge eyes sparkling with wisdom. Respectfully addressing Li Yong, it said, "Yes, master." Then it forcefully pushed off with its legs, leaping directly to Zhang Jian's side. Is that Li Yang's frog battle pet? Zhang Jian, who was struggling to defend himself, suddenly brightened at the sight of the white frog that appeared in front of him. Help had arrived. Although he had been taking hits, he had been keeping an eye on the situation on Li Yang's side, knowing that this peak Earth Martial God ferocious beast was summoned by the opponent. While feeling excited, he also felt a bit uncomfortable. The opponent's pet had the cultivation level of an Earth Beast God, reaching the peak realm. Croak. Little Frog let out a battle cry, emanating a chilling aura from its entire body. Then a powerful, nearly solid cold air erupted from it, charging towards the 3 Earth Beast Gods like a colossal dragon of frost. The 3 Earth Beast Gods felt an irresistible chill rush towards them. Before they could react, their bodies were instantly enveloped by this powerful cold air. Their movements came to a halt, forcibly frozen in place, leaving only their bodies like ice sculptures glistening with a cold light under the sun. Huff. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Jian gasped for breath, his previously tense nerves finally getting a slight reprieve. He glanced at the temporarily frozen 3 Earth Beast Gods, then looked at the terrifying aura emanating from Little Frog, his eyes filled with gratitude and shock. Where on earth did Li Yong get such a powerful battle pet? Quickly adjusting his state, he coordinated with the Frost Frog God to attack the 3 Earth Beast Gods that had begun to struggle against their frozen state. Li Yong watched the situation on Zhang Jian's side, nodding in satisfaction. With Little Frog there, Zhang Jian's life was no longer in danger. But that was secondary. The main thing was that he had his eyes on the corpses of the 3 Earth Beast Gods. Currently, the Tsangming Dragon Kuan God was clearly no match for that mysterious powerhouse, likely struggling to survive, let alone its 3 subordinates. He absolutely had to stay here today. He had contributed the most in this battle, with all 20 Yin prison guards perishing. Even if he couldn't monopolize the spoils, he had to take a large share. As time passed, Li Yong, whose state had nearly recovered, felt an abundance of power surging within him. Like a wraith, he arrived high above the base city, his gaze sweeping over the dark mass of beast waves that had surged to the base city's city wall, a slight smile crossing his lips. So much seafood. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Li Yong suddenly thought of something, a wicked smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "With such good weather, if I don't create a stir, it would be a disgrace to this clear sky." After saying that, Li Yong stretched his body, causing his bones to crackle. An overwhelming aura that could shake heaven and earth erupted from him. Crimson Sky Calamity. The sky instantly transformed into a fiery red, as if ignited by raging flames. The air was filled with volatile, scorching fire elements. Within seconds, it enveloped the entire area around the base city. Li Yang's eyes gleamed with fire, locking onto the surrounding beast waves as he shouted, "Descend." His hands suddenly waved downwards. In an instant, dense, fiery meteors poured down like a rainstorm, crashing onto the ground and rapidly forming a sea of fire dozens of meters high. The resulting sea of fire roared like a giant beast wantonly devouring everything around it. In an instant, it obliterated a vast number of beast waves. The lower-level beasts were directly burned to black ash and blown away by the wind, while the higher-level ones turned into charred corpses emitting a burnt smell lying in rows on the ground. A large number of beast waves were instantly annihilated. Due to the clear weather today, the sunlight enhanced the power of this crimson sky calamity. Roar! Chaos erupted among the beast waves with ferocious beasts roaring in terror as they fled, yet they couldn't escape the encirclement of the sea of fire. Under this strike, at least 1,000,000 ferocious beasts perished. Li Yong felt immensely relieved and unburdened, as if pouring water on an anthill. Looking at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The city defenders were also greatly encouraged by this scene. Come again, Li Yong exclaimed with enthusiasm, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle, and in an instant he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. A brilliant red flame radiated around him. Immediately after, he unleashed several consecutive strikes of the Qishao tribulation. The fiery red in the sky intensified over the next few minutes as dense meteor-like fire rained down like a torrential storm. The entire base city transformed into an inferno engulfed in roaring flames. The fire voraciously consumed everything in its path. The acrid smell of burning filled the air, making it unbearable for anyone to breathe. Layers of black ash floated in the air, resembling black snowflakes that fell gently from above. This wave of continuous attacks dealt significant damage to the beast tide, turning the initially ferocious offensive back in an instant. This feels great. Li Yong looked on with pride. His gaze, akin to a deity surveying mere ants, swept over the beast tide engulfed in flames, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. With a flicker of his figure, he became a streak of red light swiftly returning to the wide base city wall. At this moment, he had done all he could, and the defeat of the ferocious beasts was all but assured. Let's take a break. He sat cross-legged, quickly regulating his breath to restore his spirit. Just then, Zhao Qingming, Du Qi, and others returned from various corners of the battlefield, each dragging their weary bodies back to the city wall to recuperate. They faced Beast Emperor-level opponents. The Beast Emperor they had just fought had been turned into charred remains by Li Yang's fire meteor. The group looked at the retreating beast tide, their bodies filled with excitement. We held them off. One of the high-ranking military warriors, a Feng Wanga-level fighter, excitedly waved his arms, his eyes shining with joy. Looking at the raging sea of fire in front of the base, Zhao Qingming felt a surge of emotion. A smile also crept onto her lips. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a mysterious powerhouse engaged in battle with the Songming Dragon Kuan, her eyes reflecting a complex array of feelings. They saw Li Yong regulating his breath. They did not rashly approach to disturb him. As time gradually passed, the battlefield between the Songming Dragon Kuan and the mysterious Tianwu powerhouse finally yielded a victor. The Songming Dragon Kuan was covered in wounds. Its massive body was riddled with gruesome wounds, blood gushing forth like a river nearing its dry end. Its breath was extremely weak, barely hanging on. The holy light-clad warrior stood proudly before it, wielding a spear emanating the overwhelming aura of a peak Tianwu deity. The domain of light had firmly suppressed the domain of water. Under this powerful light force, the domain of water appeared as fragile as soap bubbles ready to shatter at any moment. The holy light warrior spoke in a deep voice. This is the price for trespassing into my huaxia. As he spoke, the spear in his hand began to glow, preparing to unleash the final strike to end the Songming Dragon Kuan. There's always a flaw. Master, will not let you go? The Songming Dragon Kuan roared unwillingly, its voice thick with menace. It was also filled with deep respect and loyalty towards its mysterious master. The holy light warrior furrowed his brows, puzzled. Master, what kind of existence could be called a master by this creature that has reached the peak of the Tian beast god? He pondered silently, filled with curiosity about that mysterious being. The emotion in its words did not seem false. Is the Songming Dragon Kuan about to fall? Li Yong, having regulated his breath, had been paying close attention to this battlefield. Sensing that Songming Dragon Kuan's breath nearing death, he knew he could wait no longer. He also did not wish to learn who the master it spoke of was. With a sudden movement, seizing the brief moment when the white-armored warrior was lost in thought, Li Yong acted swiftly. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed towards the battlefield to claim his prize. No, it was originally his. Although he was only responsible for the first half, he should at least get half of it. The corpse of a peak Tian beast god was worth a fortune. He couldn't let others take advantage of it. My lord, wait. Let me have it. As Li Yong rushed forward, he shouted loudly. In his hand, he tightly gripped the Jinsong blade, which radiated azure flames. The flames danced along the blade, eager to unleash their formidable power. Moi. The white-armored warrior halted his thoughts upon hearing this. His movements paused. He glanced at Li Yong, who was rushing over, frowning slightly. Although puzzled, he also ceased the action of gathering his final strike. Dragon Flame Destruction Slash. Li Yang erupted with scorching fiery energy, raising the Jinsong blade high. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he slashed towards the Tsangming Dragon Kun's head. The blade gleamed with a sharp aura, instantly slicing through the air. Don't be so pleased. The master will definitely find you. What are you babbling about? Say that to my Jinsong blade. The Tsangming Dragon Kun sensed this deadly attack and tried to evade, but it was too late. Its massive head was precisely struck by the blow. A splatter of blood erupted with a splash. A deep wound was carved into the Tsangming Dragon Kun's skull as the laws of fire attached to it caused its life force to rapidly dissipate. As the absolute ruler of the Nanhai Islands, the Tsangming Dragon Kun perished under Li Yang's strike, unwilling to accept its fate. In that very instant of the Tsangming Dragon Kun's death, Li Yang acted quickly. Before the white-armored warrior could react, the massive corpse of the Tsangming Dragon Kun was instantly stored away in the infinite storage space. Li Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Now this is mine, stored in the infinite storage space. No one can take it. How to distribute it later will be up to me. I hold the initiative. He did this mainly because he feared that the peak Tianwu warrior would later pressure him and directly claim the corpse of this peak Tian beast god. In that case, he would have no ground to argue. Li Yang's apparent intention caused the white-armored warrior's lips to twitch slightly. He thought to himself, this kid, so he's after the corpse. He had initially believed Li Yang wanted to indulge in the thrill of killing a peak Tian beast god, or seek revenge for the fire giants that had fallen in battle. However, upon reflection, had it not been for Li Yang's previous depletion of the Tsangming Dragon Kun, he would not have been able to kill it so easily. Moreover, all the earth beast god-level magma giants he had summoned to withstand the Tsangming Dragon Kun had unfortunately perished. Taking away the entire corpse of the Tsangming Dragon Kun did not seem excessive to him. He hoped the value of this peak Tian beast god corpse could compensate for the losses caused by the deaths of those magma giants. He was quite reasonable. Li Yang stored the corpse away, carefully observing the reactions of the mysterious powerhouse. Seeing that the other party stood still, seemingly unwilling to pursue the matter any further, he breathed a sigh of relief. With a sincere smile, he slightly bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord." In that very moment, the white-armored warrior suddenly noticed the ring on Li Yang's finger. His gaze sharpened, and his eyes instantly carried a hint of intrigue. Li Yang also keenly sensed the other's gaze. He thought the other party regretted it and would sneak away after. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian's situation was similarly progressing. He still needed to collect the corpses of the other 3 earth beast gods. This brat, why is he in such a hurry? I'm not stealing from him. The white-armored warrior of holy light shook his head slightly as he watched Li Yang disappear in an instant. His eyes carried a hint of amusement at the behavior of the other. He continued pondering the meaning behind the words of the Tsangming Dragon Kun's master before its death. Could its master seek vengeance for it? This information is certainly not to be overlooked. The being that could become the master of the Tsangming Dragon Kun must be extraordinarily powerful. The sudden and inexplicable assault of the beast tied on Yuzhou could very well be an order from this master. Otherwise, why would the Tsangming Dragon Kun leave its dominion in the South Sea and engage in such perilous actions in the heart of Huaxia? Why would the Tsangming Dragon Kun, which should be reigning over the Nanyang Islands, venture deep into the heart of Huaxia to undertake such dangerous tasks? To be able to command the Tsangming Dragon Kun to willingly undertake such a risky task, its master must be anything but simple. Who could it possibly be? The white-armored warrior of holy light stood in the air, his brows furrowed as he contemplated the identity and purpose of this mysterious master. It is predictable. This is undoubtedly an enemy more terrifying than the ferocious beasts, and it lurks in. Time rewound to just moments ago on Zhang Jian's battlefield. The 3 earth beast deities were effectively suppressed after the powerful earth beast deity Xiao Guo joined the fray. This allowed Zhang Jian to catch his breath, alleviating some pressure. However, defeating these 3 earth beast deities in a short time would not be an easy feat. Not all peak earth deities are as terrifying as Li Yang, boasting against heads combat power and explosive strength that can rapidly turn the tide of battle. As the battle fell into a stalemate, the 3 vicious beast deities revealed fierce and menacing expressions, exuding a strong fishy smell. At almost the same moment, their enormous bodies trembled violently as their gazes abruptly turned toward the battlefield where the Tsangming Dragon Kun had been. They sensed the aura of death surrounding the Tsangming Dragon Kun, a cold despair that clearly indicated it was utterly dead. Oh no, the dragon god has perished. Among the 3 earth beast deities, the highest-ranked illusion spirit Jellyfish's voice was filled with disbelief and deep-seated fear. The previously arrogant aura rapidly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. It felt as if death had quietly descended upon them. The Songming Dragon Koan fell at the hands of the support from the Tianwu human, and their next target would undoubtedly be them, the Earth Beast deities. Thinking of this, the three Earth Beast deities instantly felt a great sense of crisis. Don't waste time with these two, retreat quickly. The illusion spirit jellyfish, with its semi-transparent body and tentacles extending hundreds of meters radiating a dreamlike glow, decisively instructed the bladefin mad shark and the thunder spirit giant crab. Its voice trembled with urgency. There was still a slim hope of survival if they retreated now. If they waited until that Tianwu warrior arrived, they would be utterly doomed. All right, the three of us will lead the beast tide to retreat from three directions. The bladefin mad shark and the thunder spirit giant crab, sharing the same sentiment, responded immediately. As soon as they prepared to retreat, a gigantic flaming hand imbued with the overwhelming power of fire laws fell from the sky, like a burning meteor carrying a destructive momentum. It suddenly descended and struck the defensively weaker bladefin mad shark. Boom! With a deafening sound, the terrifying fiery energy formed a scorching shockwave that spread outward. The enormous head of the bladefin mad shark exploded instantly under the fiery hand's strike, blood and shredded flesh splattering everywhere. Its fallen eyes stared wide open. It seemed not to have reacted to what had happened before it was utterly dead. The illusion spirit jellyfish and the thunder spirit giant crab were horrified. They were directly scared out of their wits. Where do you two think you are going? Li Yang's fully armed figure appeared like a specter before the corpse of the bladefin mad shark, a nearly cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Like a hunter gazing down at its dying prey, he casually waved a hand and stored the corpse of the bladefin mad shark into his infinite storage space. Human you. The voice of the illusion spirit jellyfish trembled, its semi-transparent tentacles thrashing wildly, revealing its inner turmoil. The thunder spirit giant crab also let out a low roar. Its massive pincers swung wildly, its beastly eyes filled with fear. Before they could finish their words, Li Yang's eyes suddenly shone with a vast light akin to the stars. Two streams of mental energy like fierce tigers pierced instantly into the minds of the two fierce beasts. The two fierce beasts felt as if their heads were being pierced by countless steel needles, and intense pain surging like a violent storm. They displayed an expression of extreme suffering. Their enormous bodies writhed and rolled on the ground, emitting piercing cries. Seconds passed, and the lower-ranked thunder spirit giant crab was the first to succumb. After a bout of spasms, its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Not long after, the illusion spirit jellyfish also could no longer hold on. Its semi-transparent body gradually dimmed, its tentacles drooping weakly, ultimately collapsing to the ground, lying right next to the corpse of the thunder spirit giant crab. Thus, the three earth beast deities were slain one by Li Yang, the entire process being as effortless as drinking water. Li Yang gazed at the two massive corpses on the ground. He flicked his wrist and scoffed, unable to kill the Songming Dragon Koan, yet I can't kill you. Saying this, he waved his hand again, storing all their corpses in his infinite storage space. With a smile of delight on his face, although this battle was somewhat dangerous, the rewards were immense, having collected the bodies of 4 different ranked beast deities. He secretly sighed in his heart. The greater the risk, the greater the profit. This transaction is worth it. However, one of these 3 corpses should be given to Zhang Jian. This guy took so many hits, being continuously cornered and kicked by these 3 earth beast deities, nearly beaten to death. At this moment, Zhang Jian, covered in wounds, stood not far away, his once gleaming metallic armor now marred with deep scratches and dents. His aura also felt weak. Zhang Jian looked at Li Yang, who had effortlessly dispatched the 3 earth beast deities that had pushed him into a desperate situation, his gaze filled with shock and awe. This strength is truly insane. No wonder I felt such a deep sense of impending death from just a glance last time. Today he has witnessed Li Yang's true power with his own eyes. With the peak strength of an earth martial god, he faced off against the peak of a heavenly beast god. The earth beast deities posed no threat before him, akin to mere chickens and dogs. Moreover, his methods are mysterious and unfathomable. He can summon numerous magma stone monsters of the late earth god stage, as well as the enormous white giant frog beside him that also exudes a tremendous sense of pressure. He has completely realized the vast disparity between himself and Li Yang. If Li Yang is likened to the sun, then he is but the ash in the fire. Suddenly, Zhang Jian's figure flashed as he dragged his injured body to Li Yang's side. Remembering their previous unpleasantness, he revealed a troubled expression and hesitated for a moment before saying thank you. He expressed gratitude to Li Yang for sending the frosty frog god to support him. Li Yang, feeling quite pleased, looked at Zhang Jian's sincere yet somewhat awkward demeanor and replied, "You're welcome." It seems that his previous lesson had been quite effective. After a brief remark, Li Yang waved his hand. The frost frog god leaped to his side like a flash of white lightning. In the blink of an eye, He returned the frost frog god to the beast's base. He did not explain to Zhang Jian where Xiaoguo came from, but the curious Zhang Jian was perceptive enough. Swallowing hard, he suppressed the questions in his heart and refrained from asking Li Yang about the mysterious summoning method. Everyone has their own trump cards and secrets. Let's go and see what's happening beyond the city wall. Li Yang's voice was calm and unperturbed, carrying a sense of tranquility after the dust had settled. With the lingering heat and a trace of fierce energy around him, he flashed toward the city wall of the base city. Zhang Jian took a deep breath. Suppressing the waves of pain and weakness from his injuries, the two of them returned to the city wall of the base city, one after the other. At this moment, the scene above and below the city wall had drastically changed. With the successive fall of the Tsangming dragon Kuan god and the three earth beast gods, the invisible, terrifying pressure that belonged to high-level ferocious beasts suddenly dissipated from the battlefield. The beast tide, having lost its commander and backbone, was immediately choked by an invisible giant hand, causing its offensive momentum to come to a sudden halt. Panic spread rapidly through the dense crowd of beasts like an epidemic. The low-level sea beasts in the front row were the first to feel the fear trembling from the depths of their souls. They emitted sharp, piercing shrieks. Their massive compound eyes were filled with terror of death. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. They no longer charged forward, but instead twisted their bodies wildly, trying to escape this hellish battlefield. Roar, screech. Chaos erupted instantly. The panicked retreat of the frontline ferocious beasts inevitably collided violently with the still charging beasts behind them. Their massive bodies pressed against each other, trampling. The sounds of bones cracking and scales scraping echoed. The originally surging offensive collapsed in an instant, turning into a catastrophic defeat of self-destruction. The beast tide frantically fled backward. In no time, they escaped the furthest reach of human weapons, leaving behind countless corpses emitting a pungent smell of blood and fish. Lying sprawled in every direction, the scene was truly shocking. The beast tide has been repelled. The beast tide has been repelled. We held our ground. We held our ground. The soldiers on the city wall, who had endured immense psychological pressure and were prepared for sacrifice, were instantly stirred by this scene. It was unclear who shouted first. Then, as if igniting a powder keg, the entire city wall of the base city erupted in a roar like that of a mountain and a tsunami. Soldiers waved their weapons, their taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and joy radiated from their faces. They cheered for this hard-won victory. Heaven bless Yuzhou. Heaven bless Huaxiao. The base city miraculously held its ground. However, despite the cheers, the soldiers and command staff remained alert. Although the beast tide was in disarray, its immense numbers still posed a terrifying threat. They had merely lost their command, not their battle capability. If they were to lose their heads and open the city gates to pursue and strike at these startled birds caught in chaos, it could very well drive these ferocious beasts into a corner, igniting their ferocity. Without the support of strong city walls and heavy firepower, fighting heat-in against such a large-scale frenzied beast tide in the wild would yield unpredictable consequences. At this moment, Zhang Jian, the highest military commander in Yuzhou, and Li Yang, who held the power of the marsh, their sharp gazes scanned the retreating beast horde resembling a black tide, and almost simultaneously raised their wrists to click their communication wristbands. Order. All mobile forces within Yuzhou's base cities set out immediately. All anti-air missile positions and long-range artillery positions focus on searching the river basin, and when the beast tide is spotted, quickly cover with fire. Delay their retreat speed. Deploy all available aerial forces for reconnaissance, harassment, and guidance strikes. Ensure we hold on to these fleeing soldiers. We must not let them easily retreat back to the sea. The two issued clear commands one after another. Yuzhou is not a place that these beasts can come and go as they please. They must pay a heavier price for this raid. Just as the two finished their communication, the thunderous cheers from the city wall had not yet subsided. Buzz. A soft yet immensely powerful aura descended. The holy white light flickered slightly in the near sky above the city wall, and the figure of the mysterious and powerful holy light armored warrior had already landed steadily before Li Yang and Zhang Jian. The excited cheers on the city wall seemed to have been paused, falling silent almost instantly. Countless gazes of awe, curiosity, and gratitude focused on this figure, the one who had turned the tide and slain the peak dragon Kuan god of the celestial beasts. Before Li Yang and Zhang Jian could ask questions or express gratitude, a faint mechanical unlocking sound echoed. The holy light armor covering the warrior's head flowed like water to the sides, retracting to the neck, revealing a weathered face beneath. That face, though perhaps unfamiliar to many young warriors, was deeply familiar to some veteran officers and was like a thunderclap that echoed in their minds. A gentle yet commanding smile graced his lips as his gaze slowly swept over the blood-soaked soldiers on the city wall. His steady voice resonated on the quiet city wall, carrying a reassuring and powerful presence. Long time no see sons of Yuzhou, you have worked hard. Is it you? Zhang Jian felt as if struck by thunder, standing frozen in place. He stared intently at the true face revealed in the holy light, breathless. This face, although unfamiliar, was steeped in a bone-deep familiarity. It was the very countenance he had seen countless times in classified military documents and the Hall of Honors. Impossible. How can this be? Zhang Jian instinctively rubbed his eyes with force, his voice trembling with disbelief, fearing that this was merely an illusion after the battle. No wonder he felt that the figure in the holy light carried an inescapable sense of familiarity, a stirring deep-rooted in bloodline memory during the battle. This mysterious powerhouse who turned the tide was in fact Zhao Wuliang, the former Grand Marshal of Tianwu, who had been confirmed dead by the Huaxiao military years ago and was regarded as a monument and regret by countless soldiers. Since Zhao Wuliang's fall, the Huaxiao military had lost its pillar. According to his last wishes and the ironclad rules of the military, the title of Grand Marshal, which symbolized the highest martial power and command of Huaxiao, remained vacant until a new Tianwu god appeared. Even those who later took over his position and commanded the military dared only to call themselves marshal, and no one dared to overstep the grand title. Only those who truly broke through to the Tianwu god realm had the qualifications to inherit this heavy title and responsibility. Who would have thought that this legendary Grand Marshal, mourned and remembered by countless people, had actually been alive all along, and at this moment, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, saved the endangered Yuzhou? It is I. Zhao Wuliang's deep and resonant voice rang out. Looking at the visibly trembling Zhang Jian and the countless gazes from the city wall mixed with awe and immense questions, a complex smile appeared on his face. Sorry to have worried you. The circumstances have been special these years, involving much that cannot be explained in a few words. You, sir. Zhang Jian's lips trembled. He straightened his spine, nearly crushed by his injuries, and executed a standard military salute, raising it with all his strength. Overwhelmed with excitement, his flushed face twitched slightly, his eyes instantly reddening, and the tears he had been holding back nearly overflowed. His voice choked and heartfelt as he said, "It's good that you are alive." Witnessing this Grand Marshal, who was like a spiritual totem, rise from the dead and stand before him, the ecstatic joy of regaining what was lost even surpassed the relief of surviving this battle. It's actually the legendary Tianwu god from the military who was thought to have fallen. The tactics of Thunder Prison are simply too brilliant. Li Yang, who was initially watching with crossed arms, now felt a storm of shock within. Regarding Zhao Wuliang's information, as a senior member of the Martial Alliance, he naturally had some understanding. This legendary Grand Marshal years ago fell into a deadly trap set by fierce beasts surrounded by several peak Tian beast gods, ultimately confirmed to have exhausted his strength and perished, leaving no trace of his bones. He was unclear on how the other party managed to survive. Could it be that Thunder Prison had predicted this elaborate scheme all along? It doesn't seem likely. Liang pondered. If this was a setup, the price paid by the military forces was rather steep. There must be some unknown secret involved. The gaze directed at Zhao Wuliang held not just the initial shock, but also a deeper inquiry and meaning. Zhao Wuliang raised his hand, gently pressing down on Zhang Jian's still upright arm in salute. His eyes fell on Zhang Jian, whose face, weathered by time, revealed a genuine smile of satisfaction. No need for excessive formalities, Zhang Jian. To break through to the Earth Martial God realm after many years of focusing on handling affairs proves your exceptional talent. The future of the Huaxiao military requires pillars like you. This affirmation poured into Zhang Jian's heart like the hottest lava, causing him to tremble all over. But then a strong sense of shame surged up. Lowering his head, his voice carried immense humility and a hint of barely perceptible bitterness. Grand Marshal, your praise is too much. I am unworthy. If it weren't for the efforts of Senior Envoy Li Yang to turn the tide and your timely intervention, the Anyang Bay City would have likely been breached. My meager cultivation is nothing compared to true geniuses. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously swept over to the composed Li Yang. In his mind flashed terrifying images of Li Yang battling the Tian beast gods and swiftly defeating the earth beast gods, as if slicing through vegetables. And that mysterious ability to summon giant beasts. His voice lowered even further, filled with genuine awe. It truly is not worth mentioning. The safety of Yuzhou relies entirely on the Grand Marshal and the divine prowess of Senior Envoy Li. Zhao Wuliang listened, his deep gaze lingering momentarily on Li Yang, saying little more than offering a gentle smile to Zhang Jian. The road ahead is long, you do not belittle yourself. He then retracted his smile, turning his gaze towards the military personnel and civilians still immersed in shock and joy. His voice suddenly rose in volume. All right, now is not the time for reminiscing. Don't rush to celebrate. Though the beast tide has retreated, the ground is still littered with corpses, and the danger has not been completely averted. Everyone heed my command, and start cleaning the battlefield immediately. Clear the bodies, repair the defenses, rescue the wounded, and tally the losses. We must restore normal operations at the base before nightfall. Act immediately. Yes, Grand Marshal. Zhang Jian was the first to stand tall and respond, his voice booming without a hint of hesitation or doubt. The officers behind him, awakening from their stupor, stood at attention and saluted, their eyes filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and determination. The Grand Marshal has returned. The military spirit is restored. At this moment, the orders issued held more power than any morale-boosting tonic. Liang also sprang into action, calling out to the not far away Du Qi, who had not suffered much damage. Deputy Envoy Du. At your service. Du Qi immediately rushed over. Lead all the elite members of the alliance and fully cooperate with the military's actions, Liang stated succinctly. Understood. Du Qi accepted the order, quickly turning to gather personnel for the cleanup effort. The cheers from the city walls were replaced by a chilling atmosphere. Liang let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to turn and find Zhao Qingning to return the divine ring on his finger and the energy sphere in his infinite storage to its rightful owner. Just as he took a step, Zhao Wuliang's voice suddenly came from behind, calm, yet carrying an irresistible tone. Liang, young friend, please wait a moment. Liang halted his steps, a sudden alarm ringing in his heart. Oh no, could it be that he is coming for the corpse of the Songming dragon Kuan god? This elder seems to have great integrity, surely he wouldn't be so petty. Maintaining a calm expression, he turned around, but his eyes held a hint of unnoticeable vigilance as he looked at Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang seemed oblivious to his thoughts, or simply did not care. His gaze passed over Liang and landed on the exceptionally eye-catching figure on the other side of the city wall, even amidst the chaos. Qingning. Zhao Wuliang's voice was not loud, but clearly pierced through the noise to reach Zhao Qingning's ears. You come here too. Zhao Qingning paused slightly, as if she had anticipated being called. She turned around slowly, her big watery eyes holding a hint of the unique charm of a girl, her lips pouting. Her voice carried a hint of a spoiled tone. Yet realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, she quickly restrained her tone and walked toward Zhao Wuliang. Why did you also call Zhao Qingning? Liang picked up on the unusual tone in Zhao Qingning's voice, but upon seeing that this elder seemed to show no reaction, his confusion deepened like a cat scratching at his heart. However, from the looks of it, this elder really didn't seem to be after the beast's corpse. The tense string in his heart relaxed slightly, yet his curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He wondered what the other party was plotting. Zhao Wuliang did not elaborate further, merely nodding slightly to the two. Follow me. After saying this, he moved, heading towards a relatively secluded corner of the watchtower on the city wall, where the view was open and undisturbed. Liang and Zhao Qingning exchanged glances. Liang's eyes held pure confusion, while Zhao Qingning's gaze was much more complex. The two fell silent. They silently followed in Zhao Wuliang's footsteps. Zhao Wuliang turned around, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two. His fingers suddenly pointed at the ring on Liang's hand, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone carrying a hint of paternal reproach and helplessness. All right, Qingning, can you explain now? How did the protective ring I gave you end up in the hands of young friend Liang? His gaze then shifted to Liang, his eyes filled with inquiry. And the energy core, it wouldn't also be in the hands of young friend Liang, would it? Zhao Qingning playfully stuck out her tongue, looking like a kitten caught in mischief, her hands behind her back, as she gently swayed. Dad, you're really amazing. You guessed it right away, blinking her big watery eyes, her tone suddenly turned serious. But please let me explain. At that time the situation was critical. Senior Envoy Li needed the cultivation of an Earth Martial God to counter the Songming Dragon Kuan God at the Tian Beast God level. How could he manage without a treasure for protection? I did this. For the greater good. She said stealthily, taking a half step back behind Liang, revealing just half her head, continuing in a spoiled tone. And look, we won, didn't we? The ring and the core are both safe. Zhao Wuliang looked at his daughter peeking out from behind Liang, and a hint of helplessness showed on his stern face. He reached out and lightly tapped Zhao Qingning's forehead, his tone carrying a mix of fondness and reproach. You little girl, you've given away the protective item I left for you. The battlefield is ever-changing. What would happen if you encountered danger? Am I supposed to collect your corpse then? As he spoke, his gaze lingered momentarily on Liang, confirming that this young man was indeed trustworthy, and his tone softened. You mustn't act recklessly like this next time. If I find out you were deceived by some flowery words. A mischievous smile flashed in his eyes. Yes, I remember. Zhao Qingning quickly jumped out from behind Liang, clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, and playfully blinked. Stealing a glance at Liang, her cheeks flushed lightly like a little fox that had just stolen honey. Zhao Wuliang keenly noticed this subtle change in his daughter's expression and understood immediately. He looked meaningfully at the two of them, a knowing smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that his precious daughter had already secretly developed feelings for this young man. Meanwhile, Li Yang, who was left out of this sudden family drama, was currently in a state of mental shutdown. His expression shifted from initial confusion to shock upon hearing the word father. Finally, his face froze in a state of near petrification. Father. This former military legend, the Supreme Grand Marshal Zhao Wuliang of the Tianwu continent, is Zhao Qingning's father. The inner turmoil he felt was more intense than when he had just learned that Zhao Wuliang was alive. He had previously sensed that Zhao Qingning's background was extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary elite training camp prodigy. Now all the mysteries were suddenly unraveled. No wonder she could casually produce divine-grade rings and energy cores. This was no ordinary genius girl. She was clearly a top-tier rich second generation with an impressive background. Zhao Wuliang shifted his gaze from his daughter's budding affection to the dazed Li Yang beside him. He regarded this young man's handsome sunny face. Feeling the overwhelming and still surging powerful aura emanating from him, and recalling the terrifying feat he accomplished today by single-handedly confronting the beast god, Zhao Wuliang's heart suddenly became clear. As someone who had been through similar experiences, he understood his daughter's feelings could not escape his notice. If it weren't for being captivated by Li Yang's charm, she wouldn't have developed feelings so quickly. With her personality, she would never easily give such an important protective item to a man. Moreover, Qingning's rapid breakthrough from the peak of the King realm to the mid-stage Emperor realm was also related to this young man. The more Zhao Wuliang looked at Li Yang, the more he found him pleasing. With both looks and demeanor, his talent was astonishing and truly monstrous. Such a young man was more than enough for his precious daughter. One could even say she was reaching beyond her grasp. Recalling his initial intention of sending his daughter away from Sizis to be Li Yang's secretary was meant to allow her to learn the path of cultivation from this prodigy up close. Unexpectedly, instead of mastering the path of cultivation, she first learned about heartfelt emotions, unexpectedly fostering this bond. However, this outcome seemed even better than he had anticipated. Zhao Wuliang's thoughts raced. Li Yang's breakthrough rate was terrifying. Reaching the peak of the martial god could be just around the corner. Once he attained the martial god level, his identity and status would undergo a tremendous transformation. At that point, his daughter might not be worthy of him anymore. Opportunities are fleeting. With this in mind, a glimmer of determination shone in Zhao Wuliang's eyes. He had to seize this opportunity, though otherwise, given Li Yang's growth rate, in a while Qingming might not be able to. Ahem. Zhao Wuliang cleared his throat and suddenly became serious. Li Yang, my young friend, will get straight to the point. Do you like our Qingming? Huh. This direct approach caught Li Yang off guard. He felt his brain buzz, his mouth slightly agape as he struggled to formulate a response. Goodness. Is this Grand Marshal too bold? Jumping straight to this question, Li Yang mentally complained. A father personally stepping in to play matchmaker for his daughter was simply unheard of. He instinctively glanced at Zhao Qingning. At this moment, Zhao Qingning, feeling so embarrassed she could almost smoke, exclaimed, "Father." Her entire face turned as red as a ripe apple. Even her small earlobes were tinged with a rosy hue. She shrank behind her father's tall figure, only daring to peek out with half her face, nervously yet expectantly locking her gaze on Li Yang, awaiting the answer she longed to hear. Zhao Wuliang observed the reactions of the two, standing calmly with his hands behind his back, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He did not rush them, but instead gazed gently at Li Yang. While he appreciated this young man and welcomed the development, matters of the heart cannot be forced. If Li Yang had no feelings for Qingming, he would never let his daughter lose her dignity by forcing her. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only faint sounds of battle and the wind from the distance. Li Yang took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Wuliang's calm, yet encouraging eyes, then landing on Zhao Qingning's sparkling, expectant gaze. Li Yang acted without hesitation. A virtuous lady deserves a gentleman after all. Having crossed over once with his physical body, he need not contemplate whether his future children would be from his original self or this body. With his current status and strength, how could he not seek a partner? He was no saint, and Zhao Qingning's beauty was indeed top-notch. I like her, he admitted candidly, a straightforward and generous confession. Huh. Good. 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 Zhao Wuliang erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing this. His gaze toward Li Yang transformed from scrutiny to the satisfaction and admiration of a father-in-law, regarding his son-in-law, nodding repeatedly. He had great confidence in his daughter's looks and temperament. She was tall and graceful, her aura ethereal and otherworldly, truly resembling a spirit misplaced in the mortal realm. She inherited her mother's beauty and his martial arts talent. Such a daughter deserves any outstanding individual. Li Yang's straightforward admission made him even more satisfied. Zhao Wuliang smiled as he gently pulled out Zhao Qingming, who was hiding behind him almost steaming with embarrassment, and looked at her with affection. Qingning, you heard Li Yang's feelings. What about you? Your father doesn't want to force you into anything. His voice held encouragement, but also a touch of seriousness. Zhao Qingning felt her cheeks burning as her father pulled her out, not daring to look up at Li Yang. Her long eyelashes hung low, casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. Her hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest, as she heard Li Yang's clear, "I like you." A wave of immense joy exploded in her heart, like fireworks, making her feel a bit dizzy. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, filled with the unique shyness of a young girl, yet unmistakably serious, clearly reaching Li Yang and Zhao Wuliang's ears. I also like you." Zhao Wuliang's expression of joy instantly lit up like a bright lamp, even more radiant. He took a long breath, the last trace of worry vanishing. He had previously been concerned that someone like Li Yang, a prodigy with limitless potential, might be too proud to look at his daughter. It now seemed that he had worried unnecessarily. Mutual affection. Was there any more perfect outcome? Looking at the pair before him, he felt they matched perfectly, and everything was developing in the best direction. Li Yang, hearing Zhao Qingning's soft yet resolute response, felt warmth in his heart, and a smile spread in his eyes. He no longer hesitated. Taking a step forward, he removed the protective ring he had been wearing on his finger and walked up to Zhao Qingning. Gently taking her delicate hand, which was currently curled slightly due to nervousness, he carefully placed the ring, which shimmered with divine light, back onto her left hand's ring finger. Li Yang's movements were slow and very deliberate. The cool touch of the ring against her skin made Zhao Qingning's heart skip a beat. "Although I couldn't use it, thank you, Qingning. It gave me a sense of assurance." His voice was deep and gentle, focused on Zhao Qingning. If it weren't for this treasure bolstering his confidence, he would have been ready to run after a token show of strength. Zhao Qingning gazed at the ring she had regained, feeling the warmth lingering on her fingertips. A sense of indescribable sweetness and security surged in her heart. Finally, gathering her courage to look up, she met Li Yang's gentle gaze. Her cheeks remained flushed, but her eyes sparkled with bright light. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward, revealing a shy yet incredibly sweet smile. Li Yang smiled faintly in return. Then, with a thought, he returned the energy core filled with immense power to Zhao Qingning's hands. Even though their relationship had changed, he would never cling to what should be returned. Li Yang gazed at Zhao Qingning's shy yet sweet smile, feeling the cool touch of her fingers in his palm, a surge of intense emotion welling up within him. As Zhao Qingning was still immersed in the sweetness and shyness of the ring's return, Li Yang suddenly leaned in and gently yet firmly kissed her lips. Zhao Qingning was caught off guard. Her clear azure eyes widened in an instant, her body instinctively freezing. The warm sensation spread like electricity throughout her body, leaving her mind blank. Yet the anticipated resistance did not emerge. The unique scent and the gentle yet possessive affection that belonged to Li Yang enveloped her. Strangely, it soothed all her panic. After the initial stiffness, a never-before experienced heart-stirring, tingling sensation spread from their lips, accompanied by a hint of innocent sweetness. Her long eyelashes trembled like the wings of a startled butterfly before slowly closing, her body unconsciously leaning slightly forward. Clumsy yet obedient, she accepted it, even beginning to cautiously respond to this sudden first kiss. The hand that was nervously twisting the hem of her clothes had unknowingly relaxed. This warm and enchanting scene, however, told a completely different story to her father watching near. Zhao Wuliang's brows furrowed instantly, letting out an involuntary discontented click of his tongue. He did not expect Li Yang to be so bold. Although he had facilitated this match himself, witnessing his beloved daughter, whom he had cherished for over 20 years, being taken lightly by another man stirred a complex mix of sourness and the feeling of his own cabbage being eaten by a pig in his heart. The indescribable bitter emotion and the complex feelings surged uncontrollably within him. Zhao Wuliang now only felt his eyelids twitching and his throat tightening. An unnamed flame mixed with a sense of loss lodged in his chest. Yet since the two had confirmed their relationship, he could hardly say anything about their normal kiss as a couple. In the end, he could only wear a face of not wanting to see, and decisively turned his head away, casting his gaze towards the distant battlefield still being cleared. He cleared his throat, his tone carrying a hint of forced calmness and awkwardness. Ahem. Young people, be mindful of the occasion. They were still on the city wall. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to break the lingering atmosphere. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet the awkwardness in his heart would not dissipate anytime soon. Time quietly flowed amidst the post-battle bustle, and this small interlude, the orange-eared sunset, painting the sky in warm hues. Dusk descended. Reports of battle from various places in Yuzhou continued to arrive. Under the decisive commands of Zhao Wuliang and Li Yang Zhangjian, the armed forces in the Yuzhou region launched a fierce pursuit and blockade against the defeated tide of ocean beasts. The battle was exceptionally brutal, but the achievements were equally magnificent. The main force of this massive tide of beasts was nearly annihilated under the relentless onslaught of the human army, which relied on terrain-heavy weaponry and aerial support. Corpses blocked the rivers and dyed the waters red. Only a very few lucky and relatively strong survivors, battered and bruised, managed to slip through the tight defenses, escaping back to the vast ocean. The sheer number of beasts was simply too great. Even with significant casualties, achieving a complete annihilation of them in the complex wilderness environment was nearly an impossible task. Almost simultaneously, news from the Thunder Prison in Suzhou also arrived. One of the two celestial beast gods intercepting the Thunder Prison was dead, and the other was seriously injured. The star-fallen dragon Griffin fell, and the Flame Phoenix fled in panic after suffering heavy losses. Upon learning that the Yuzhou side not only successfully defended the Ingyang base city, but that Li Yang and Zhao Wuliang had also teamed up to slay the Tsangming Dragon Kun and 3 peak Earth Beast gods. After achieving such brilliant results, the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally dropped heavily, replaced by a wave of genuine joy. The beast's sudden attack, while forcing Zhao Wuliang's hidden trump card to be revealed prematurely, also yielded great rewards. It severely weakened the top powers of the fierce beasts, directly leading to the demise of 2 celestial beast gods and 3 earth beast gods. In this ebb and flow, it is foreseeable that for a long time to come the nation of Huaxiao will enter a rare phase of relative peace. The strategic situation underwent a significant change. On the walls of Ingyang Base City, the last rays of the sunset stretched the silhouettes of Li Yang, Zhao Qingming, and Zhao Wuliang long. Li Yang naturally held Zhao Qingming's hand, her blush not yet fully faded, but her eyes radiated an unprecedented sweetness. Li Yang turned his head to look at his future father-in-law beside him, asking the question that had been lingering in his mind. "Uncle Zhao, your identity has now been exposed, stepping out from the shadows into the light. What are your plans next?" His address had subtly changed, imbued with familiarity and respect, and his inquiry struck at the heart. Today, Zhao Wuliang showcased his extraordinary prowess, and the shocking news of slaying the Tsangming Dragon Kun would undoubtedly sweep across all fronts like a hurricane. The fierce beasts that had managed to escape back to the ocean would surely relay the information that Zhao Wuliang is not dead and has returned to the world. It would be impossible for him to continue hiding behind the scenes as before. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuliang cast a deep gaze towards the battlefield ruins bathed in golden light by the sunset. His resolute face bore no signs of regret for his exposed identity, but rather a calmness and relief, as if the dust had settled. He fell silent for a moment, as if sorting through his thoughts, then refocused his gaze on Li Yang and Zhao Qingming, his eyes rekindling the sharpness and responsibility of a soldier, his voice steady. "Since I can no longer remain hidden, there is no need to hide any longer. Having been away for so long, it is time to once again raise that flag and return to my rightful place." Li Yang understood that the place Zhao Wuliang referred to was unmistakably to resume the position of the highest commander of the Huaxiao military, the Grand Marshal. The dormant blade that had been hidden for many years was about to be drawn once more. In these years, the situation in the military. Although I have been in the shadows, I have seen it clearly. Zhao Wuliang's voice was low and self-reflective, carrying an almost imperceptible weight and weariness. Ever since he fell, the successor to his position, although he had done his utmost without the peak of Tianwu to stand guard the military's backbone, had inevitably bent somewhat, and its influence had gradually diminished. If it weren't for the support from the Thunder Prison behind the scenes, the signs of decline would likely have been even more pronounced. As the former highest commander, he had witnessed the loss of power from the system he built with his own hands, yet felt powerless to intervene. He watched all the difficulties unfold, feeling anxious in his heart, yet unable to step forward to rectify the chaos. Now it had finally come to an end. A glint of sharp light flashed in Zhao Wuliang's eyes. "Today, being able to declare my return with the head of the Tsangming Dragon Kun, I can finally say that my years of waiting in the darkness have not been in vain." However, the excitement on Zhao Wuliang's face was quickly replaced by a layer of solemnity as he turned to Li Yang. "But the mention of that master by this beast before its death unsettles me. Its motive for daring to launch a surprise attack on Yuzhou must be hidden behind a vast scheme. Yang, you are the helmsman of the Yuzhou Martial Alliance. You should know the local situation best. Before the tide of beasts erupted in Yuzhou, or rather around Ingyang Base City, did anything unusual happen?" Li Yang, who was still immersed in the transition of Zhao Wuliang returning to the military and his future father-in-law's identity, was taken aback by this sudden serious inquiry, his expression stiffening. He immediately retracted the relaxed and sweet feeling of holding Zhao Qingming's hand, his brow furrowing as he fell into deep thought. Unusual circumstances. He slowly shook his head. "Uncle Zhao, the tide of beasts came very suddenly without any warning. Everything was normal in Yuzhou before that, and all the base cities were operating smoothly. As Li Yang answered, he quickly recalled the recent situation in his mind. There truly hadn't been any unusual occurrences. He was still puzzled. The echo of the Tsangming Dragon Kun's final roar filled with awe and unwillingness reverberated in his mind as the Eye of Breaking Illusions emitted a faint glow. A chill quietly crept up his spine. It was as if he saw in the endless, distant darkness a pair of eyes even more terrifying and profound than those of the celestial beast gods which had already locked onto him. A primal sense of crisis stemming from being targeted by a top predator caused all his muscles to involuntarily tense up. It seemed that something significant was about to happen. Time would not be too long. But what exactly it was he could not guess, and the Eye of Breaking Illusions did not provide it. The chilling and bone-piercing sensation emanating from the Eye of Breaking Illusions receded like a tide, leaving only the lingering echoes of a racing heart. Li Yang furrowed his brow deep in thought. The Eye of Breaking Illusions, having advanced only once, was still too weak. That image appeared for just a fleeting moment. To truly see the giant eye in the darkness and uncover the truth behind it, another advancement was necessary. He sensed that the next advancement of the Eye of Breaking Illusions would render its abilities even more terrifying, perhaps allowing him to truly discern the source of danger. With no clues to pursue, Zhao Wuliang remained oblivious to Li Yang's momentary oddity and the turmoil within him. Seeing that Li Yang could not explain the abnormality in Yuzhou, he reluctantly decided to temporarily leave it be. He spoke solemnly, "This matter is of great importance. Upon returning, I must discuss it in detail with Lei Yu." The unwavering loyalty and almost fanatical admiration expressed by the Tsangming Dragon Kun's god before his demise when he mentioned his master was not a facade. This so-called master certainly did not come from nowhere, it is likely. More troublesome than we anticipated and does not harbor goodwill towards humanity. Zhao Wuliang's tone carried an unprecedented gravity. The existence of that mysterious master pressed down on his heart like a massive stone. Li Yang was equally at a loss. The warning given by the Eye of Breaking Illusions was vague and horrifying, merely suggesting that he seemed to be targeted by a terrifying presence lurking in the endless darkness. And that existence was very likely the supreme master mentioned by the Tsangming Dragon Kun. Is it because I personally slayed the Tsangming Dragon Kun that I have angered this being? But if it comes to kill me, how can I not resist? It's unreasonable. With uncertainty clouding his thoughts, Li Yang shook his head slightly, momentarily suppressing this heavy burden. At present, he still had a lingering question that awaited an answer. Li Yang turned to look at the legendary figure beside him, who had just confirmed their relationship as father-in-law and son-in-law, his gaze filled with an affectionate and sincere curiosity. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Uncle Zhao, forgive my intrusion, but back then, when you were trapped in a dire situation, the outside world claimed you had exhausted your strength and fallen, leaving no trace. How did you escape?" Had it not been for his relationship with Zhao Qingming as a high-ranking member of the Martial Alliance, he would never have dared to rashly inquire about the highest commander's life and death mystery. This was far too sensitive. But now that concern had vanished, he believed Zhao Wuliang would provide him with an answer. A complex glimmer flickered in Zhao Wuliang's eyes upon hearing Li Yang's inquiry. After a moment of silence, he gazed toward the setting sun, gradually sinking into the horizon. The orange-eared light seemed to transport him back to those bloody and despairing days many years ago. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a profound pain that transcended time. Back then, it was a meticulously planned assassination plot. His fists instinctively clenched at his sides. A long-suppressed rage seemed poised to burst from his chest, causing the surrounding air to grow noticeably heavier. Their target was never just me. They exhausted every means, paying a tremendous price to seize Qingming's mother Lu Ju. Mentioning his beloved's name caused Zhao Wuliang's tall figure to tremble slightly. His eyes instantly filled with a crimson hue, and the profound hatred and pain remained as intense as ever after many years. At that time, she was about to give birth, and inside her was Qingming. The ferocious beast used her as bait to force me into the game. Zhao Wuliang inhaled, sharply suppressing the anger and regret that nearly tore him apart. Upon learning that Lu Ju and the unborn child had fallen into the claws of beasts, how could I care about rationality or the bigger picture? Knowing it was a trap, a dragon's den and tiger's lair, I had to charge in. They were my life. I complied with their demands, plunging alone into that desolate wasteland completely under their control. Zhao Wuliang's voice turned cold and oppressive. What awaited me there was an already laid-out net of heaven and earth. 3 peaked divine beasts. They never intended for either Lu Ju or me to leave alive. Zhao Wuliang's narrative paused. It seemed immense effort was required to utter the next words. Zhao Qingming, having already shed tears, tightly grasped her father's arm. Zhao Wuliang grasped his daughter's hand. In return, his gaze filled with sorrow. In the chaos, She sacrificed herself to protect the newly born Qingning and was caught by that beast's sharp claws. I watched her fall before me while I was entangled by the other two, unable to see her for the last time. The immense sorrow and towering rage choked this peak powerhouse of Tianwu, causing his voice to tremble. Zhao Wuliang slowly closed his eyes. Tears seemed to glimmer at the corners of his eyes, yet were forcibly held back. That scene of helpless despair was a scar in his heart that could never heal. After several seconds, Zhao Wuliang barely suppressed the scent of blood surging in his throat and the pain that nearly tore him apart. He opened his eyes. In those eyes which once struck terror into fierce beasts, there remained only bone-deep hatred and chilling killing intent. The three-peaked divine beasts thought they had me at their mercy. I burned my soul, detonating half of my essence, and tore one of their throats apart. The other two were also heavily injured, their scales shattered and their organs ruptured. But I too paid an unimaginable price. My meridians severed, my organs pulverized, my core riddled with cracks. Even my consciousness began to blur. I knew my body had completely collapsed, and even divine beings could not save me. At that moment, holding on to the newly born wailing Qingning, I thought we father and daughter would follow her mother into the jaws of beasts. Zhao Wuliang's voice bore a hint of excitement from a desperate survival Lei Yu. It was old Lei. He somehow used a secret method to forcefully tear open space, crossing countless dangers, descending upon that desolate land like a deity. He arrived just in time, seeing my pitiful state, and Lu Ju, old Lei. His eyes turned red. That was the first and only time I saw Lei Yu lose his composure and rage so violently. Zhao Wuliang's tone carried deep gratitude. He gave the two heavily injured beasts no chance. He struck with rage and thunder. He directly smashed them into two corpses, avenging Lu Ju. Zhao Wuliang's voice grew solemn, tinged with a sense of relief, but more so with irreparable regret. But my wounds were far too severe. Zhao Wuliang chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. I could still feel the excruciating pain of my body disintegrating at that time. Life force was rapidly draining, and even the divine healing medicine 9 turns resurrection jade could only barely sustain a breath, utterly incapable of reversing that devastating injury. I felt as if my body had become a mere shell, my soul dispersing. I even began to convey my last wishes to old Lei and trusting Qingning. But old Lei didn't listen at all. Without a word, he directly took out a jade box from his storage ring. Upon opening the jade box, there lay a pill radiating with 7-colored luminous light. Just the faint fragrance it emitted caused the desolate wilderness to spring to life. The resurrection pill. Old Lei said he retrieved it from a perilous ancient ruin. It is the most extraordinary treasure among divine healing items. As long as there is still a breath left, no matter how severe the injuries or terrifying the damage to the core, it can forcibly turn the tide of death and restore life. Such a precious item could drive the entire Tianwu on Blue Planet into madness, even stir up bloodshed, yet old Lei. He did not hesitate in the slightest. Without even blinking, he pried open my mouth and stuffed the pill. This bond of friendship outweighed mountains. After taking the pill, my shattered body and nearly extinguished life force were forcibly stabilized by this power. The broken meridians were reconnected, the ruptured organs healed, the depleted core rekindled with faint light. A leg that had already crossed into the gates of hell was forcefully pulled back by old Lei using this divine pill. This life was given to me by Lei Yu by that resurrection pill. Zhao Wuliang looked at Li Yang, his gaze extremely serious. This grace I, Zhao Wuliang, can never repay in this lifetime. But alas, that divine pill was singular, and Lu Ju at that time had already. No divine pill could save a soul that had scattered into the void. In that battle, the ferocious beasts lost 3 peaked divine beasts, suffering heavy losses, but Lu Ju perished, never to return. Thus, after discussing with Lei Yu, we made that difficult decision. Zhao Wuliang's gaze sharpened. To play along with, we publicly announced that I, Zhao Wuliang, along with my family of 3, had all perished in battle, leaving no remains. To evoke pity from the world, and to let the hidden enemies believe the conspiracy had succeeded, allowing them to lower their guard. While I took Qingning under Lei Yu's protection, we completely transitioned into the deepest darkness, healing and recuperating while gathering strength. Zhao Wuliang looked at Zhao Qingning beside him, gently stroking his daughter's head, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of love and guilt. Qingning. She grew up in such an environment. For absolute safety, her existence had to remain a secret. Li Yang listened to Zhao Wuliang's painful and thrilling past, feeling a surge of emotions within. He stepped forward and solemnly patted his future father-in-law's sturdy arm, his voice carrying a tone of comfort. Uncle Zhao, the deceased has passed, but the living remain. Aunt Lu in the spirit world must be comforted to see that you and Qingning have all survived. You are not merely surviving, you bear the weight of responsibility and hope, living as she most wished to see you. His words were sincere and infectious, filled with deep respect for Zhao Wuliang. He attempted to soothe the pain that spanned over 20 years. Watching the complex emotions swirling in Zhao Wuliang's eyes gradually calm, Li Yang couldn't help but sigh. The bond between Master Lei and Uncle Zhao is truly one of life and death. The revitalization pill, a treasure powerful enough to drive even the deities of the Tianwu to madness, was used without hesitation on Zhao Wuliang. Such loyalty weighs heavier than mountains. No wonder the Martial Alliance has maintained a high level of tacit cooperation with the military government since its rise during the Great Calamity. There have never been major conflicts, and even in resource allocation and defense coordination, they have grown increasingly intimate. Behind it all lies an unbreakable bond of life and death between the two highest leaders. Zhao Wuliang took a deep breath. Suppressing the surging thoughts, he patted Li Yang's hand, forcing a smile that was both relieved yet laden with heavy memories. All right, Ayan, you are right. These old matters only serve to increase our sorrow. The past is gone, and what matters is the present and the future. Zhao Qingming had already burst into tears, nestled beside her father, tightly clutching his arm. To celebrate this epic victory and the repulsion of the monstrous wave, and to uplift the morale of the military and civilians who had endured a bloody battle, Li Yang, as the governor, held an exceptionally grand celebratory to celebrate this epic victory and the repulsion of the monstrous wave, and to uplift the morale of the military and civilians who had endured a bloody battle. Li Yang, as the governor, held an exceptionally grand celebratory banquet within the governor's mansion. The mansion was festooned with colorful lights. Huge energy crystal lamps illuminated the courtyard as bright as day. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of delicious food, rich wine, and the fervent atmosphere of survival after disaster. Attendants in neat formal attire weaved through the crowd with silver trays. The guest list was unprecedented. Deputy Governor Du Qi from the Martial Alliance Department, heads from the main branch, and commanders of elite battle teams were all present. The military government, led by the newly appointed Inspector Zhang Jian, had all the high-ranking officers from the Yingyang base city garrison and core personnel from the staff in attendance. Having fought side by side, especially with Zhao Wuliang's return, the rift between Li Yang and Zhang Jian had diminished significantly, making the atmosphere quite cordial. Additionally, there were those who generously offered massive amounts of energy crystals to support the city's defense during the crisis, or those who unhesitatingly dispatched the most elite warriors from their families or martial arts schools, those clan leaders and martial arts masters who fought bloodily on the city walls. They all received a personally signed gilded invitation from Li Yang. This was a recognition of their contributions and a mark of honor. At this moment, gathered in the governor's mansion were the true power, core, and backbone of the Yingyang Bay City and even the entire Yuzhou region. Another significant reason drawing numerous local factions and powerful figures was the other protagonist of the day aside from Li Yang, Zhao Wuliang. This man, confirmed to have perished years ago, was returning today like a war god, the supreme marshal of the Tianwu, to personally attend the banquet. For many, to catch a glimpse of this legendary powerhouse, even to have the opportunity to toast him, was a glory to be remembered for a lifetime. As the melodious ceremonial music began, the banquet officially commenced. Dishes of exquisite delicacies were served in succession by attendants in elegant attire. The main dish was none other than the high-grade beast meat, freshly harvested from today's battlefield, taken from the most prime parts of the beast, exuding an alluring sheen and powerful energy fluctuations after being meticulously prepared by top chefs. The highest grade beasts even reached the peak of the Beast King level. Each serving could be considered priceless, a top-tier ingredient rarely seen on regular days. A variety of exquisite dishes made from rare spiritual fruits and exotic plants dazzled the eyes, all rich in color, aroma, and flavor. In the crystal-clear cups, filled with enticing nectar, the wine was rich and thick, its aroma refreshing. As the host, Li Yang naturally became one of the focal points of the evening. He changed into a well-tailored, dark, formal suit, appearing even more extraordinary, holding the hand of Zhao Qingming, who was also dressed beautifully, looking like a fairy under the moonlight. Zhao Qingming wore a light green long dress, complementing her snow-white skin, her emerald green hair elegantly tied up, revealing her graceful neck. Li Yang held a wine glass in one hand and Zhao Qingming's hand in the other. Slightly tilting his head, his gentle gaze fell tenderly upon the beauty beside him, the flickering lights reflecting in his deep eyes along with Zhao Qingming's figure. Leaning closer to Zhao Qingming's ear, his voice carried unmasked admiration and affection. "Qingming, you look so beautiful tonight that I can hardly take my eyes off you." This intimate gesture and the unabashed words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly throughout the now quiet banquet hall. After all, they were all martial artists of the king level or above. Their hearing was sharper than usual. Zhao Qingming's fair cheeks instantly flushed with two blooming red clouds like recently bloomed peach blossoms. She shyly lowered her eyelids. yet her lips couldn't help but curve into a sweet arc. She didn't speak, merely giving Li Yang's hand a gentle squeeze. This small gesture contained 1,000 words, surpassing any verbal declaration. Wow! The banquet hall, once filled with clinking glasses, suddenly fell into a dead silence. Then it erupted into uncontrollable gasps and sounds of surprise. All guests' eyes were focused on this pair at the main table, their faces filled with disbelief. The clan leaders and martial arts masters nearly had their eyes pop out. Never would they have expected that this young governor of the Martial Alliance would so boldly display his relationship with his secretary in such a grand setting. This completely exceeded their expectations. Zhang Jian and others also displayed expressions of surprise, exchanging complex glances. This young man is quite direct. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance, who had sensed something earlier, wore expressions of as expected. With knowing smiles, they clinked glasses in acknowledgement. They had noticed something was off while on the city wall today. Now this scene further confirmed their suspicions. Li Yang, feeling the focused gazes and shocked atmosphere of the crowd, showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. Calmly raising his wine glass with the other hand still tingly holding Zhao Qingning's, he surveyed the entire room and said in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, on this splendid day celebrating our victory, I have something to share with you all. Qingning and I are in love, and today I wish to formally announce it to all of you, my dear friends." Pausing for a moment, he watched as the crowd shifted from shock to understanding, then began preparing to offer their congratulations, and he raised his hand to calm them down with a smile. "All right, I've said my piece, and I won't say much else. This banquet is specially for celebrating our Ingyang Bay City's repulsion of the monstrous wave. You are all heroes. For this I ordered this grand feast to be prepared." Li Yang pointed to the array of delicacies, speaking, "All ingredients are sourced from the harvest of today's battlefield. Starting from the Beast King level, there are many prime parts of divine beasts, and the liquor is aged fine wine with fruits being top-quality spiritual treasures. Everyone enjoy to your heart's content, eat well, drink well. Tonight we will not return until we are drunk." With Li Yang's words, after a brief silence, the banquet hall erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. "Congratulations, Governor Li. Congratulations, Miss Zhao. A match made in heaven, truly a perfect couple. Wishing Governor Li and Miss Zhao a lifetime of happiness, forever united. Governor Li and Miss Zhao are indeed a hero and a beauty, a perfect match." Various praises and sincere blessings surged like a tide. Every face was beaming with smiles, yet inwardly they were secretly amazed and envious. The green-haired girl whom they had previously overlooked turned out to be so charming, managing to capture Li Yang. Many who had been planning to find opportunities to introduce capable and beautiful young women from their families or factions to Li Yang could only exchange bitter smiles and lament at this moment. "Sigh, it's true that the early bird catches the worm. Now there's truly no chance." Li Yang listened to the congratulations filling the room, his smile broadening, and he gripped Zhao Qingning's hand a little tighter. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, he raised his hand once more to signal for silence. "Everyone, thank you for your blessings." His voice held a hint of mystery and gravity. "Next, let us give the warmest applause to invite tonight's most distinguished special guest, the key figure who saved our Ingyang Bay City from peril, my future father-in-law, Marshal Zhao." As soon as he finished speaking, the side door of the banquet hall swung open with a loud bang. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Wuliang entered dressed in deep blue attire. Wearing a warm yet authoritative smile, he strode in with the grace of a dragon and tiger, his gaze first landing on his daughter and Li Yang. Seeing their tightly clasped hands and the happiness radiating from their faces, his eyes were filled with comfort and joy. Zhao Wuliang approached Li Yang and Zhao Qingning, facing the entire guest assembly with a steady and resonant voice. "Thank you all for coming today to share in this grand occasion and for the blessings you just bestowed upon my daughter Qingning and Li Yang." He paused, scanning the crowd. The invisible aura belonging to a supreme powerhouse of the Tianwu made everyone hold their breath. "For Qingning to encounter a good man is the greatest comfort for me as a father. Li Yang is young and ambitious, possessing great ideals. Having fought side by side today has further convinced me that he is a worthy person to entrust my daughter to." As Zhao Wuliang's words fell, the entire banquet hall fell into a silence even more profound than when Li Yang announced his relationship. Countless gazes instantly shifted from Zhao Wuliang to Zhao Qingning, the daughter of Marshal Zhao Wuliang. This information struck like thunder in the minds of all guests. Those who had just lamented their daughter's missing opportunities were now left with mouths agape, capable of fitting an egg inside. Their eyes nearly popped out. No wonder she could become the personal secretary of the governor, and no wonder the governor chose her as a partner. It turns out she is the beloved daughter of this legendary marshal. This identity and background is simply transcendent. It is truly a match made in heaven. Envy. Now they didn't even have the qualifications to envy. This was not even on the same level. The early bird catches the worm thoughts now seemed incredibly laughable. They were genuinely a case of true compatibility, a powerful alliance. After a brief silence, a more fervent and reverent applause and cheers erupted. Congratulations, Marshal Zhao. Congratulations, Governor. Congratulations, Miss Zhao. Heaven bless, Huaxia, double happiness comes together. The Marshal's daughter and the Governor are indeed a match made in heaven. Amidst the deafening cheers and blessings, Zhang Jian felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his entire being frozen in place. He stared intently at Zhao Qingming, who was surrounded by the crowd. His pupils constricted violently, and he unconsciously murmured, "No wonder, no wonder." He suddenly slapped his forehead, a look of realization mixed with profound shock appearing on his face. No wonder he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he first saw Zhao Qingming. It was as if he had seen her somewhere, but could not recall where. Zhao Qingming, Zhao Wuliang, they both share the surname Zhao. In hindsight, it seems that only Zhao Qingming's mother, Lady Lu, tragically perished back then. Liang listened to the continuous waves of congratulations throughout the venue wearing a smile. However, feeling the atmosphere was too fervent, he raised his voice again, speaking casually and lightly. "All right, everyone, I and Qingming have received your kind wishes, thank you. But let's not just focus on congratulating us. There are fine wines and delicacies here, so please feel free to eat and drink, enjoy yourselves. That's what matters." He chuckled and gently released Zhao Qingming's hand, leaning to whisper to her in a warm tone. "Qingming, please stay with Uncle Zhao for a moment, or I have a small matter to attend to, and he'll be back shortly." Zhao Qingming, upon hearing this, did not ask any questions. She simply nodded obediently, her clear eyes filled with trust and understanding, softly saying, "You go ahead." Then she put on an elegant smile once more and naturally walked towards Zhao Wuliang like a true hostess. She began to actively greet the guests who had gathered around, speaking softly and graciously. Li Yang's gaze scanned the crowd. His eyes landed precisely on Zhang Jian, who appeared to be deep in thought, standing alone in a corner. He waved at Zhang Jian and called out loudly, "Lord Zhang, please come with me for a moment." Without waiting for Zhang Jian to respond, he turned and walked toward a spacious and relatively quiet area in front of the main government office. "Looking for me?" Zhang Jian was taken aback, filled with confusion. He wondered what the governor, who had just been immersed in sweetness, wanted with him at this moment. But he did not dare to delay and immediately followed quickly. The two soon arrived at the open square, far from the noise of the banquet. As the night breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness, Zhang Jian stopped and looked at Li Yang's back, his tone questioning, yet subtly cautious. "Governor Li, you called for me. Is there something you need?" After witnessing Li Yang's strength, he no longer had the arrogance he had when he first broke through to the Earth Martial God level. Li Yang did not answer immediately, only letting his mind move slightly. Buzz. A heavy and ominous pressure instantly spread out like the colossal body of a blade fin man. It crashed onto the open ground. Although the fierce head had been smashed by Li Yang's fiery giant palm, the remaining massive body and the terrifying pressure unique to divine beasts still made one's heart race. The corpse emanated a strong scent of the sea and blood, reminding the world of how fearsome a creature it had been in life. "Lordly, what is this?" Zhang Jian's face was filled with astonishment. He did not understand why Li Yang would take out the corpse of this fierce beast at this moment. It couldn't be a show-off, could it? Li Yang turned around, his gaze calm as it settled on Zhang Jian, his tone as bland, as if discussing a trivial matter. "This is for you, take it." He pointed at the enormous corpse. "You single-handedly held off 3 divine beasts today until Xiaoguo could provide support. It was indeed not easy. This is the spoils you deserve. For me." Zhang Jian looked up abruptly, incredulous as he stared at Li Yang. A strong sense of shame surged instantly in his heart. He truly underestimated Li Yang's intentions and thought he would not share. Unexpectedly, not only did the other party remember, but he also generously gifted him the entire corpse of 1 divine beast. The overwhelming surprise and shame intertwined, leaving Zhang Jian momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath to suppress his churning emotions, he expressed genuine gratitude without any hypocritical refusal, saying, "Thank you, Governor Li. I will remember this gift, Zhang. We'll keep it in mind." After saying this, he no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, and with a flash of light from the storage ring on his wrist, he stored the massive blade fin mad shark's corpse inside. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Li Yang watched Zhang Jian, accepted, a faint smile gracing his features as he waved his hand. "All right, you've got the goods. There's nothing else. Go back and continue enjoying the celebration. I believe you and Uncle Zhao must have much to talk about." He glanced meaningfully in the direction of the brilliantly lit banquet hall. Zhang Jian nodded heavily, his gaze complex as he looked at Li Yang, filled with gratitude and a rekindled respect, saying, "All right." The conflict triggered by Su Yin had mostly eased now. Zhang Jian followed closely behind Li Yang, heading back toward the lively banquet hall. At this moment, the main table area where Zhao Wuliang was located had evidently become another center of the banquet. He was surrounded by many cautious military leaders, alliance executives, and local powers, all wearing expressions of excitement and reverence. Everyone eagerly stepped forward, expressing their respect and admiration for this legendary Grand Marshal. Marshal, to see your return in person is truly, truly wonderful. The compliments and words of worship were incessant. Meanwhile, some shrewd guests did not forget to steer the conversation towards Zhao Qingming, who stood quietly beside Zhao Wuliang. The Grand Marshal is indeed fortunate to have such an outstanding daughter and a capable son-in-law. Miss Zhao not only possesses stunning beauty, but is also extraordinarily gifted, having already reached the emperor-level strength at such a young age. Her future is boundless. Zhao Qingming maintained a proper smile in response to these praises, occasionally softly replying, "Too kind." Her demeanor was poised and graceful, showcasing the elegance of a distinguished lady, further endearing her to everyone regarding her status and cultivation. Zhao Wuliang listened to these praises, looking at his daughter with a satisfied smile, then glancing at the returning Li Yang, his eyes filled with contentment. The atmosphere of the entire banquet reached an unprecedented harmony and fervor after undergoing multiple shocks. Time quietly passed amidst laughter and the clinking of glasses. Soon it was deep into the night, and the lively celebration banquet gradually approached its end. Most guests had eaten and drunk to their satisfaction, wearing expressions of contentment. They began to rise and respectfully bid farewell to Li Yang, Zhao Wuliang, and others at the main table. As they dispersed, the noisy governor's office gradually returned to tranquility, with only the servants remaining to clean up the aftermath. Li Yang stood at the brightly lit entrance of the main hall, watching the last few important guests depart. When he saw Deputy Governor Du Qi also preparing to turn and leave, he suddenly called out to him. Du Qi paused, an ominous premonition washing over him, and quickly turned around, his face respectful, saying, "Sir, you called." Li Yang spoke to him. The statistics on the contributions of all personnel involved in this city defense battle, the accounting and distribution of contribution values, the implementation of war compensation, and the promotion of those who performed excellently. All these important matters will be fully entrusted to you for handling. He added, "Make sure to do it fairly, justly, and swiftly." Du Qi internally sighed in despair, but did not dare to reveal any of it on his face. He could only muster his spirits and bow, replying, "Yes, sir, I understand. I will ensure the task is completed." His response was straightforward, yet a trace of unnoticeable helplessness passed through his eyes. "Sigh, I knew it." Du Qi lamented inwardly, looking at Zhao Qingming, who was now radiant and had a completely different status, and then at the awe-inspiring Grand Marshal Zhao. He could almost foresee the heavy, tedious, and mentally exhausting daily affairs and management tasks that would inevitably fall on his shoulders as the deputy governor. Zhao Qingming, once the all-purpose secretary, has now transformed into the fiancée of the governor and the daughter of the Grand Marshal. How could she still handle these mundane affairs like before? This thought brought a hint of bitterness to Du Qi's mouth. And just like before, if he pushed all the tasks onto his subordinates, Li Yang would likely not agree. Ever since being struck by the news of Zhang Jian breaking through to the Earth Martial God level, his desire for strength had reached unprecedented heights. He wanted to set aside all mundane matters and focus on seclusion, striving to break through to the coveted Earth Martial God realm. However, the abundance of resources and privileges that came with the position of deputy governor was an indispensable step on his cultivation path. Truly, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Du Qi could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Well, for the sake of resources, I can only work harder and find time to cultivate. And Li Yang was exceptionally perceptive. Du Qi's fleeting bitterness and the struggle that flashed in his eyes, although concealed well, did not escape his notice. He understood in his heart. Li Yang responded lightly, seemingly satisfied with Du Qi's acceptance. He shifted the topic with a slight movement of his mind. Buzz. A spiral glass tube radiating a mysterious blue hue, shimmering as if stars were flowing within, appeared in the palm of his hand. As soon as the glass tube appeared, the surrounding air seemed to slightly stagnate, emitting a wave of pure and heart-pounding life energy. Du Qi's eyes widened in an instant. His gaze was drawn to the vial, as if it were magnetically attracted. With his knowledge and perception, he immediately judged that this was no ordinary item. The energy contained within the liquid was of an extraordinarily high level, filled with immense life, vitality, and an indescribable sense of evolution. This is definitely a rare treasure that can fundamentally enhance the essence of life and break through the limits. Du Qi's heart raced uncontrollably. His breathing became somewhat rapid. He had a strong intuition that this item would provide immeasurable assistance in breaking through to the Earth Martial God realm. Li Yang noted the sudden surge of desire and shock in Du Qi's eyes, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he flicked his fingers. The vial, radiating an enticing glow, floated steadily towards Du Qi. An SS-grade gene enhancement potion, the top existence among its kind. Liang spoke calmly. It can fundamentally optimize your gene sequence, significantly enhance your life potential and energy affinity, clear the obstacles to advancement. I take it it's a reward for you. I hope it helps you make great strides and open the door to the Earth Martial God realm soon. He was in a good mood today. Du Qi had the capability and had always maintained sufficient respect and obedience toward him as the governor. Although he had a somewhat laid-back personality and only wanted to cultivate, he completed every assigned task, big or small, diligently and without compromise, without any oversight occurring. This reliability was worthy of acknowledgement. Rewarding him with an SS-grade gene enhancement potion was not out of the question. Du Qi stared at the precious vial slowly floating before him, hardly believing his ears. The immense surprise coursed through his body like electricity, dispelling all previous fatigue and bitterness. He almost clumsily and solemnly caught the vial, which felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. It felt warm to the touch, containing an overwhelming sense of power. Thank you for your generous gift, sir. I will not let you down with this opportunity. Du Qi's voice trembled with excitement, and he deeply bowed, nearly at a 90-degree angle. At that moment, he harbored no resentment. Although he would be overwhelmed by the cumbersome affairs of the Alliance in the future, being able to obtain this long-desired SS-grade top gene enhancement potion made everything worthwhile. He felt as if he could already see the Earth Martial God realm beckoning him. Liang watched. Du Qi, whose excitement was hard to contain, casually waved his hand, saying, Go ahead and get the job done." "Yes, sir." Du Qi bowed again, carefully storing the potion in his storage ring before straightening up. He respectfully bowed to Liang and turned to leave. His retreating figure radiated a cheerful energy. As Du Qi's cheerful figure vanished into the night, the bustling Zhongzhou mansion fell into complete silence, leaving only the faint sounds of servants tidying up the cups. Liang glanced around the empty hall. Confirming that there were no more guests, he briefly instructed the head servant standing nearby about the subsequent cleaning arrangements. He then turned around. A hint of relaxation and satisfaction unique to warriors after battle graced his features as he looked at Zhao Wuliang and Zhao Qingning. "The event is over. We should head back to rest. It has been quite a day, and I believe everyone is tired." Zhao Wuliang nodded, while Zhao Qingning gently responded with a soft obediently walking to Li Yang's side. The three of them did not linger. They left the brightly lit main building of Zhongzhou Mansion, walking along the exquisitely paved stone path towards the serene villa that belonged exclusively to the Zhongzhou envoy. The interior of the villa was understated yet luxurious, with simple and smooth lines, while the large floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a meticulously maintained garden at night. The living room was carpeted with thick fur from exotic beasts, and the walls were embedded with energy crystals that emitted a gentle glow. A faint calming scent wafted through the air. Li Yang released Zhao Qingning's hand and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the deep night and the twinkling lights of the city below. He took a deep breath. Turning to look at the graceful Zhao Qingning beside him, the moonlight streaming through the window cast a silver sheen over her silky green hair, while her light green dress accentuated her elegant curves. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy quietly blooming under the moonlight. Li Yang's heart stirred, an indescribable tenderness and longing swelling within him. Gently holding Zhao Qingning's hand, he brushed his fingertips across her delicate hand, a teasing smile in his eyes as he leaned closer to her ear. In a whisper only the two could hear, he said, "Qingning, on this long night, with such beautiful scenery, why don't we have some fun?" His words carried humor and anticipation. Off. Zhao Qingning instantly understood this subtle, yet straightforward invitation. Although inexperienced, she was no longer naive about matters between men and women. Her cheeks flushed bright red, resembling a ripe peach, with even her delicate earlobes and graceful neck tinged with an alluring blush. She dared not meet Li Yang's burning gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. After several seconds, Zhao Qingning finally responded in a voice as faint as a whisper, almost merging with the night wind, shy, yet resolute. Let's do it." Li Yang looked at her shy yet brave response, and his heart swelled with love and joy nearly overflowing. He couldn't help but smile brilliantly, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, whispering, "Wait for me a moment." Just as he was about to lead Zhao Qingning towards his master bedroom, a powerful, scrutinizing gaze pierced his. Standing to the side, the weighty audience he had overlooked, his future father-in-law Zhao Wuliang, was now leaning with crossed arms, watching him with a bemused expression. His deep-set eyes and half-smiling expression silently scrutinized him. Li Yang froze, his brilliant smile instantly freezing and transforming into an awkward chuckle. Scratching his head, he hurriedly said to Zhao Wuliang, "Cough. Well, Uncle Zhao, There are many rooms in this villa. Feel free to pick one to rest in. They are all very clean and are cleaned daily, absolutely comfortable. It's getting late, so we'll take Qingming to rest now, okay? Li Yang spoke as if afraid Zhao Wuliang would change his. As he spoke, he quickly turned to the butler, He Meng, who had been respectfully standing in the corner, striving to minimize her presence. He butler quickly take Uncle Zhao to choose the best guest room. Yes, sir, He Meng quickly responded. She had already seen the situation, clearly feeling both envy and blessing for Zhao Qingming's good fortune. Miss Zhao not only had a noble status, but she also received such affectionate attention from the Zhongzhuan. With a polite smile on her face, she slightly bowed to Zhao Wuliang, saying, Sir, please follow me. There are several suites with excellent views over here. Go, go, go. Zhao Wuliang waved his hand impatiently, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Watching Li Yang's eager demeanor and glancing at his daughter who blushed, yet silently permitted, he as a man of experience knew all too well the thoughts of these young lovers. It was the first day of their romance. Having just experienced life and death battles, it was only natural for hormones to surge and emotions to run wild. He understood. But understanding aside, as a father, he couldn't help but feel a subtle sourness at witnessing his delicate little cabbage being courted by another. Good night, Uncle Zhao. Please rest early. Li Yang, as if granted amnesty, quickly threw out the words and hurriedly pulled Zhao Qingming, who wished she could bury her head in his arms. He quickly walked towards his spacious and luxurious master bedroom, his back appearing somewhat like that of a flea. Zhao Wuliang watched the two disappear around the corner of the stairs, shaking his head helplessly, yet a relieved smile involuntarily tugged at his lips. He said to He Meng, Let's go, he butler, just find me a quieter room. Out of sight, out of mind, oh let them. He Meng respectfully led the way. This way, sir. Li Yang's master bedroom was extremely spacious, decorated with understated luxury. A massive bed occupied the center, and the wall behind the headboard was embedded with several pieces of calming spirit crystals emitting a soft blue glow. These crystals could calm the mind and assist with deep sleep, greatly beneficial for warriors. Li Yang closed the heavy door behind him with a swift motion, and with a thought, an invisible barrier of energy instantly enveloped the room, isolating it from the outside world. This ensured absolute privacy and silence. With just the two of them left in the room, the atmosphere became exceedingly intimate. Zhao Qingming stood by the bed, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding like a drum, too shy to look up. The soft glow of the crystals illuminated her stunning profile, casting small shadows beneath her long lashes. Her slightly parted red lips resembled a delicate flower waiting to be picked. Li Yang approached her gently, lifting her chin to force her to meet his gaze. His eyes were so tender they seemed to glisten, his voice carrying an irresistible softness. Don't be afraid, Qingming. I will be very gentle. Zhao Qingming gazed into Li Yang's eyes, where love and adoration were openly displayed, and her nervousness gradually gave way to trust and sweetness. She nodded, gently wrapping her arms around Li Yang's neck, burying her flushed cheek against his solid chest, her voice faint yet clear. I trust you. Li Yang's heart swelled with affection, and he leaned down to kiss her soft, trembling lips, which felt like petals. This kiss was deeper and more lingering than the one on the city wall. He guided her carefully, treating her like a rare treasure, his large hand gently brushing through her hair and down her back. As their clothing slipped away like petals, Zhao Qingming's body trembled slightly, carrying the innocence and tension of a girl experiencing this for the first time. However, under Li Yang's patient and gentle reassurance, her tension gradually transformed into shy responses and unspoken excitement as the sword sheathed. Zhao Qingming's body suddenly stiffened, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a soft groan of pain escaping her lips. It hurts. Be good, it will be over soon. Li Yang immediately halted all movements. Suppressing his own excitement, he patiently comforted her, his deep and gentle voice acting as the most effective balm. Relax, Qingming, just let go to me. Under his extreme gentleness and patient guidance, the initial pain gradually ebbed away like the tide. A strange and wonderful tingling sensation began to spread from where they were intimately connected, coursing through their bodies like electricity. Zhao Qingming's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, replaced by a dreamy daze tinged with moisture and an escalating thrill. She unconsciously held Li Yang's broad back tighter. Feeling her acceptance and change, Li Yang finally let go of his worries, and the passion he had suppressed for so long erupted like a volcano. Time quietly slipped away, arriving at the morning of the next day. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, marking the end of a night of joy. It brought a conclusion to the warmth of the previous night in the room. At this moment, the villa was cloaked in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds in the garden and the sounds of servants bustling about early in the morning. In the spacious master bedroom of Li Yang, Zhao Qingming was still immersed in a deep sleep, lying on her side, her silky green hair spread out like seaweed upon the pristine pillow. A few strands of hair clung to her smooth, slightly sweaty forehead, adding a touch of lazy allure. Her slightly parted cherry lips glistened with an enticing sheen, the blush on her cheeks, not yet faded. The thin blanket only covered her waist, exposing her rounded shoulders and a small patch of skin on her back, as smooth as jade. At this moment she appeared. Having shed her usual vibrant and capable demeanor, she resembled a satisfied, yet weary young spirit, exuding an unguarded charm and cuteness. Liang had already awakened. He lay on his side, propping his head with one hand, his gaze gentle as water, staring intently at his sleeping beloved beside him. His eyes brimmed with uncontainable affection and love. Recalling the intoxicating madness and extreme intimacy of the previous night, a smile, filled with satisfaction and a hint of tenderness, unconsciously appeared on Liang's lips. Though Zhao Qingming was already a mid-level warrior of the Emperor realm, her physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary people. Yet against his formidable physique, which was at the peak of the earth martial god, honed by countless top-tier resources, she ultimately succumbed early. However, she was quite unwilling to admit defeat. Instead of surrendering, she actively launched an attack against him, only to be soon overwhelmed by the surging pleasure. Liang's assessment was that she was both inexperienced and eager to play. The first time had already been quite wonderful. Zhao Qingming ultimately exhausted herself and fell into a deep sleep. Liang looked at the lingering fatigue on her brow. Under normal circumstances, it would likely take her several days. There was nothing to be done. After all, his physique was simply too domineering. Zhao Qingming could hardly withstand all of his passion during their first encounter. Liang reached out his hand, gently entwining a strand of Zhao Qingming's fallen green hair with his fingertips, feeling its silky and cool texture. His eyes were filled with cherishment. After admiring his beloved's sleeping face for a while, Liang carefully sat up and stretched the bones in his body, emitting a slight cracking sound imbued with a sense of power. He quietly dressed and sat at the edge of the bed. Seizing this rare moment of morning tranquility, he habitually called out in his mind, "System sign in." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and triggering the hidden function sign-in critical hit, increasing the number of sign-in rewards. Finally triggered again. Upon hearing the notification, Liang's spirit surged. An uncontrollable excitement instantly swept through him, causing his heartbeat to quicken. It seemed that last night had brought him great fortune, and today his luck was also soaring. Following that, a dazzling array of notifications, enough to drive any warrior mad, cascaded like a waterfall in Liang's mind. Obtained SS Grade Gene Enhancement Potion Super Gift Pack 1, SS Grade Rule Comprehension Pill 1, A Gene Leap Chamber 1, Training Enhancement Halo Effect increased by 10, effective range increased by 100 meters, Yin Prison Guard's level uniformly upgraded to the peak of Earth Martial God, and immediately resurrected. Passive talent Break Limit Battle Soul. The detailed information of various items quickly appeared. SS Grade Gene Enhancement Potion Super Gift Pack. Upon opening, you will receive a total of 100 SS Grade Gene Enhancement Potions. SS Grade Rule Comprehension Pill. After consumption, it can instantly elevate the user's comprehension level of their strongest first-level rule or lower by 1 level. Note: only effective for first-level or lower rules. Gene Leap Chamber LV1, more effective than the Gene Enhancement Potion. Entering the chamber can guide biological energy levels for a deep leap, fundamentally optimizing gene sequence structure, significantly enhancing life potential, and concurrently elevating cultivation realm. Note: current maximum level only supports users at the peak of Earth Martial God. Single use only refreshes after upgrade, limited to 1 activation per day. Training Enhancement Halo Effect increased to 80, A range expanded to 800 meters, can accurately select target and freely choose to activate or deactivate. 20 Yin Prison Guards levels Earth Martial God, late stage peak of Earth Martial God status reserve. Passive talent Break Limit Battle Soul LV1 automatically activates upon entering combat status. As combat time progresses, the host's overall strength, including power, speed, defense, energy, recovery, rule control, etc., will continuously increase, becoming braver as they fight. When the host is injured or in a state of anger, this enhancement effect will accelerate significantly. Warm reminder items marked with LV indicate that their levels can be enhanced. As the system's series of voices finally settled in Liang's mind, various items also appeared in the infinite storage space. After browsing through the detailed information of each item obtained from this sign-in multiple times in his mind, Liang's breath quickened and his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. This was exhilarating. Not a single item was useless, all were valuable and strategic treasures. With this super gift pack containing a full 100 gene enhancement potions, he was free to utilize SS Grade Gene Enhancement Potions. As for the SS Grade Rule Comprehension Pill, although it was ineffective for his already elevated second-level fire rule, it was tailor-made for Zhao Qingming. Once her would rule was elevated by one level, her strength would soar, and with sufficient energy resources, she could break through to the Earth Martial God realm. The passive talent Break Limit Battle Soul was practically a divine skill made for combat, growing stronger with each fight, and injury or anger could accelerate its accumulation. The only caution was to avoid being taken out in one hit. If the enemy was too strong and eliminated him instantly, he would have no chance to display his abilities. However, against evenly matched opponents, the enhancements would be particularly evident. The revival and upgrade of 20 Yin prison guards at the peak of Earth Martial God instantly boosted his foundation. Among these, what excited Li Yang the most was undoubtedly the Gene Leap Chamber. Gene Sequence Optimization, Life Level Leap, Simultaneous Enhancement of Cultivation. These descriptions roared in Li Yang's mind. This meant that his already formidable physique, which was at the peak limit of Earth Martial God, still had the potential for further exploration. He could even lay a more incredible foundation before attempting to break through to the Tianwu God. His strength would reach new heights. In a flash of thought, Li Yang had no hesitation, immediately speaking to the system in his mind system. Fuse the Break Limit Battle Soul talent immediately. Starting fusion of passive talent Break Limit Battle Soul. The system's cold voice immediately resonated. Just as it fell, a peculiar warmth seemed to surge from the depths of his soul, instantly enveloping Li Yang's limbs, every meridian, and every core cell. This warmth was extremely restrained, with no energy leaking out, precisely acting on the depths of Li Yang's life origin. Li Yang felt as if the blood within him slightly accelerated at that moment, his heart beating powerfully. A battle instinct etched in his bloodline and soul was quietly awakened and deeply reinforced. In Li Yang's keen inner perception, it seemed that countless, almost imperceptible blood-colored light spots bearing ancient battle intent runes merged into every corner of his body, perfectly combining with his already formidable physique. The entire process was as swift as lightning, lasting only a few seconds without even causing a rip. Beside him, the sleeping Zhao Qingming merely let out an unconscious murmur, slightly adjusting her sleeping position, burying half of her cheek deeper into the pillow. Her breathing remained even and long, showing no signs of disturbance. Fusion complete. Li Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his profound gaze, an uncontrollable joy and sharp battle intent, like a blade, flashed by in an instant. Instinctively, his fingers curled. Feeling that newfound power lying dormant within him, his body seemed not to have undergone any earth-shattering or visible changes. But he could clearly feel that a deeper transformation had already been completed. The activity of muscle fibers, the resilience of bones, the capacity of meridians, and even the concentration of mental will had all been enhanced. It could be said to be an elevation of his battle instinct. Good, what a break limit battle soul. Li Yang couldn't help but cheer in his heart, a smile curving his lips. Immediately looking at Zhao Qingming, who was still sound asleep on the bed with fatigue lingering on her brow, Li Yang felt a surge of pity in his heart. He quietly approached the bedside and extended his finger. A strand of soft and pure golden energy began to swirl at his fingertip. He carefully infused this energy into Zhao Qingming's body like the gentlest warm current. It precisely nourished her weary meridians and sore muscles. The effect was almost instantaneous. Zhao Qingming let out an extremely comfortable cat-like murmur. The frown on her forehead instantly relaxed. Her body also sank comfortably into the soft mattress. She instinctively rubbed her pillow and slowly opened her misty green eyes. Her vision gradually focused. What came into view was Li Yang's handsome face, close at hand, adorned with a gentle smile. "You're awake." Li Yang's voice was deep and pleasant. Just as Zhao Qingming tried to respond, still not fully awake, she saw the excitement sparkling in Li Yang's eyes, and a radiant smile blossomed on his lips. In the next moment, Li Yang leaned down, accurately capturing her slightly parted, still sleepy, soft red lips. He pressed a kiss filled with the morning's freshness and joy. This sudden passion made Zhao Qingming's eyes widen instantly, her mind going blank and her body tensed for a moment. But soon the familiar warmth and overflowing love enveloped her. She sweetly murmured in her heart, "This big fool really," after a whole night of tossing and turning, still not satisfied early in the morning. But feeling Li Yang's pure love and joy, she was filled only with happiness and affection. Zhao Qingming not only did not resist, but shyly closed her eyes awkwardly and sweetly responding to this lively morning kiss. Her arms quietly wrapped around Li Yang's neck. Couples who have just entered a passionate relationship are always like this, wishing to stick together every moment. Li Yang and Zhao Qingming were no exception. The two lingered comfortably on the spacious and cozy bed for a while, sharing whispers of the morning and sweet kisses. They reluctantly rose only when the birds outside sang more vigorously. With a thought, Li Yang silently lifted the invisible barrier that enveloped the room. Holding Zhao Qingming's hand, he stepped out of the master bedroom. Zhao Qingming had already changed into her casual attire, but the blush on her fair cheeks still lingered. She slightly lowered her head, yet a smile of concealed sweetness lingered at the corners of her mouth. Occasionally, when she looked up at Li Yang, her eyes sparkled with affection. As they entered the bright dining room where they usually ate, they saw Zhao Wuliang already seated in the main position of the long dining table, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. Hearing the movement, Zhao Wuliang raised his head. His gaze swept over the two people who were stuck together, resembling conjoined twins. His attention lingered for a moment on his daughter's obviously radiant, yet somewhat lazy appearance, and the faint red mark on her neck. Zhao Wuliang's hand holding the spoon paused slightly. His expression became deep and complex, carrying an understanding gaze of someone who had experienced it. As a peak powerhouse of the Tianwu, he naturally could not overlook the energy barrier that isolated the master bedroom last night. Seeing his daughter's current state and the lingering blush, he could almost imagine what happened last night and this morning. His gaze finally landed on Li Yang with a hint of barely perceptible helplessness and a warning of take it easy. But looking at the genuine happiness in his daughter's eyes, he ultimately just sighed, softly swallowing back the words he had almost spoken. "Good morning, Uncle Zhao." Li Yang greeted first. Feeling Zhao Wuliang's penetrating gaze, which seemed to see through to the heart, especially with that father-in-law warning feel. His radiant smile momentarily stiffened, then transformed into a somewhat awkward dry laugh as he rubbed his nose. Next to him, Zhao Qingning was so embarrassed she wished she could bury her face in Li Yang's shoulder, softly echoing his greeting. "Dad, good morning." "Morning," Zhao Wuliang replied lightly, his tone devoid of much emotion as he continued to stir the spirit rice porridge in his bowl. Yet his slightly tense jawline revealed that subtle fatherly emotion within him. Li Yang pulled the almustache like Zhao Qingning to sit opposite Zhao Wuliang, signaling to the maid standing beside them, indicating for 2 generous breakfasts to be served. "Sir, miss, be careful of the heat." Just as the steaming, fragrant breakfast was placed on the table, Zhao Wuliang finally raised his head once more. His gaze fell on Zhao Qingning, who was sipping spirit fruit juice, his tone filled with concern and reminder. "Yang, you need to be mindful. Qingning's body is still a bit weak in front of you. It's good for young people to have abundant energy, but one must also know moderation and take it step by step." Zhao Wuliang paused, noticing Li Yang's suddenly awkward expression, and added, his tone softening a bit. "Don't take advantage of your strong physique and lose restraint, tiring her out." As Zhao Wuliang, the air in the dining room seemed to freeze for a moment. Let alone Zhao Qingning, who was usually shy and had a thin skin. At this moment, she felt like a steamed shrimp. Her ears flushed all the way to her neck, wishing she could bury her face in the steaming bowl of spirit rice porridge before her, her hand holding the spoon trembling slightly. She even held her breath. Even Li Yang, who usually had a thick skin, felt a rare warmth on his cheeks at this moment. Instinctively clearing his throat, his gaze flickered for a moment before refocusing, carrying a hint of embarrassment at being caught and sincerity as he hurriedly expressed, "All right, Uncle Zhao, you are right. I will remember, and I will definitely pay attention to moderation and will restrain myself." His voice was a bit lower than usual, carrying a barely perceptible dryness. That confidence, which usually feared no one, was now replaced by a kind of obedience faced with the future father-in-law's scrutiny. The maids, who were originally trained to keep their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, now all lowered their heads even more. Their gazes fixated on their toes. Their body posture appeared more respectful and rigid, trying to diminish their presence. They wore expressions of "we didn't hear anything at all." The entire dining room was quiet, leaving only the faint sound of utensils clinking. Zhao Wuliang looked at Li Yang's somewhat constrained but still proper response, then glanced at his daughter, who seemed to want to dive into the floor. He lightly hummed through his nose, ultimately choosing not to say more. The three remained in this slightly awkward, yet filled with familial warmth, quiet atmosphere. They continued to enjoy this somewhat complex breakfast. After breakfast, Zhao Wuliang set down the silver spoon in his hand, producing a crisp sound. He raised his eyes to Li Yang. His tone returned to the usual steadiness. "It's getting late. I should be on my way. The command headquarters has been waiting for me since they heard my news." He paused here, his gaze becoming serious. "Yang, you must be extra vigilant while in Yuzhou. The dark hand hiding behind the fierce beasts, having failed in this plot, will definitely not stop there. It must be brewing a more insane revenge, so be careful." After hearing this, Li Yang's remaining awkwardness disappeared in an instant, replaced by solemnity. He straightened his back. "I will remember, Uncle Zhao. I will be on guard from now on." The alarm bells in his heart rang continuously. Indeed, Yuzhou is located in the heart of Huaxiao and is heavily defended, making it hard for fierce beasts to invade. Yet the eye of desolation caught a chilling glimpse from the endless abyss, like a maggot clinging to his bones, bringing him tremendous pressure. The danger lurking in the shadows was already targeting him. Even if Zhao Wuliang didn't remind him, he would still be very cautious. Zhao Wuliang nodded slightly at Li Yang's seriousness. Then his serious expression melted away quietly. A rare smile filled with elder's kindness and expectation crept onto his lips. His gaze briefly lingered on both Li Yong and Zhao Qingning, who was still blushing beside him before he spoke with a much softer tone. Since you and Qingning are already in love and deeply bonded as her father and your future father-in-law, I have something to give you. Before he finished speaking, a fist-sized crimson gold crystal that looked like solidified lava appeared out of thin air in the palm of Zhao Wuliang's hand. At the moment the crystal appeared, it was as if a miniature star had descended upon the dining room. A vast and pure flame energy instantly spread out. The surrounding air twisted and rose violently. The light exhibited beautiful and scorching ripples. A heart-pounding heat rushed towards him, yet Zhao Wuliang precisely controlled it to remain in front of Li Yong. It did not affect Zhao Qingning beside him or anything around. Under Zhao Wuliang's unseen force, the crystal emanating terrifying power slowly floated in front of Li Yong. Zhao Wuliang looked at this divine object, his tone carrying a hint of reminiscence. This object is called the Fire Pattern Divine Crystal. It took me immense effort, even at some cost, to finally obtain it near a volcano in my early years. Its contained flame energy is so vast and pure that consuming it will not only infuse you with a massive amount of pure flame energy in a very short time, but also greatly enhance your comprehension and control over the laws of fire during the refining process. This will be significantly beneficial for consolidating your peak Earth Martial God realm, and even for breaking through to the Heavenly Martial God bottleneck. Zhao Wuliang's thoughts were clear. That guy from Leiyu gifted Li Yong an SS-level Liuhua crystal upon their first meeting, so how could this proper father-in-law fall behind? Li Yong was now already at the peak of the Earth Martial God. While SS-level resources are precious, they are somewhat lacking. This divine-grade Fire Pattern Divine Crystal is the most suitable and meaningful gift he could offer. Hoping this divine crystal would help Li Yong grow faster and soon step into the supreme realm of the Heavenly Martial God. Li Yang's gaze was entirely captivated by the floating Fire Pattern Divine Crystal before him, filled with delight. The liquid flames and dark golden patterns flowed within. It emanated a magnificent allure that made the very source of his fire laws within his body cheer with joy. The flame energy was pure to the extreme. For him, a peak Earth Martial God specializing in fire, it was an irresistible, unparalleled treasure. A surge of ecstasy and deep gratitude instantly filled his chest. With this divine crystal combined with the gene transition chamber he just signed in to receive, an incomparable confidence erupted in Li Yang's eyes. The realm of the Earth Martial God was now within reach, and he was determined to attain it. Thank. Li Yong had just uttered a word. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his surging emotions and looked at Zhao Wuliang with blazing eyes ready to express his gratitude. Seated in the main position, Zhao Wuliang observed Li Yang's barely contained excitement, gratitude, and rising fighting spirit, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a sense of satisfaction akin to that of an elder witnessing a junior obtain a cherished item, he slightly nodded, his eyes filled with expectation. However, he did not show favoritism. Just as Li Yong was about to speak, Zhao Wuliang's thoughts shifted again. He waved his other hand, causing the space above it to ripple slightly. A diamond-shaped crystal about the size of an infant's fist, emanating a gentle emerald hue, appeared out of thin air, seemingly alive, with a flowing green aura inside. Buzz. A life force vastly different, yet equally overwhelming as the Fire Pattern Divine Crystal instantly spread out. It was as if the essence of an entire primordial forest was concentrated, and the dragon domain would attribute energy surged like a gentle tide, filling the entire restaurant space in an instant. The air became refreshingly crisp, carrying the fragrance of freshly sprouted grass, even causing the nearby decorative spiritual plants to visibly stretch their leaves. This vibrant energy was also precisely controlled by Zhao Wuliang, gently enveloping Zhao Qingning, lifted by an invisible force. The Kanglinwood essence, radiating rich life divinity, slowly floated before Zhao Qingning. Zhao Wuliang's gaze fell upon his daughter. With a gentle voice, he said, "Qingning, this is yours. This is the Kanglinwood essence condensed from the essence of the divine, wood, perfectly compatible with your physique and the laws of wood. Once you reach the peak of the imperial level, find a stable and energy-rich opportunity to absorb and refine it. I believe that with this divine object as a foundation, combined with your own accumulation and comprehension, breaking through the bottleneck of the Earth Martial God will not be difficult. I await your good news." Zhao Wuliang was confident, filled with affirmation of his daughter's martial talent. Although she was far from being as monstrous as Li Yong, she surpassed many normal prodigies. This was due to the powerful bloodline he shared with Zhao Qingning's mother. Looking at the Kanglinwood essence that perfectly resonated with her aura, Zhao Qingning's emerald eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She would not be polite with her father. Stretching out her small hand, she resembled a protective kitten filled with unreserved joy and a hint of pride. Swiftly, she stowed the green crystal into her storage ring, as if fearing it would fly away if she hesitated for even a second. Thank you, Dad. You are the best dad. The best dad in the world. Zhao Qingning lifted her head, her face beaming with a happy smile, her voice clear yet endearing. Not holding back, she showered her father with sweet praise, her eyes filled with dependence and joy. Zhao Wuliang, under his daughter's adorable flattery, let out a barely audible snort, carrying a hint of at least this girl has a bit of conscience. Yet deep within his eyes a fleeting warmth passed, for perhaps only this precious daughter could elicit such emotions from a peak earth martial god. Liang watched this scene, a warm current flowing in his heart. Zhao Wuliang treated him with immense. Not only did he not demand the incredibly precious Songming Dragon Kun's divine corpse, he didn't even mention it, but instead bestowed upon him this invaluable fire-patterned divine crystal that could help him break through to the earth martial god realm. With the added fact that he and Zhao Qingning had already become intimate. This kindness and recognition stirred Li Yang's heart. Looking at Zhao Wuliang's steady yet expectant gaze, and then at Zhao Qingning, who was smiling sweetly beside him, an impulse surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated, addressing Zhao Wuliang with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of shyness in changing his address. Thank you, Dad. He originally wanted to call him Uncle Zhao out of habit, but as the words reached his lips, they met Zhao Wuliang's deep and encouraging gaze. Zhao Wuliang's smile instantly broadened, satisfaction evident in his stern expression. Zhao Qingning turned to look at Li Yang in surprise. Zhao Wuliang's smile instantly broadened, satisfaction evident in his stern expression. Zhao Qingning turned to look at Li Yang in surprise. Her eyes sparkled, nearly overflowing with sweetness. Zhao Wuliang replied steadily. The short response weighed heavily with meaning. It contained complete acceptance and recognition of Li Yang's address, along with a profound implication of entrusting his daughter to him. The last trace of scrutiny in his eyes transformed into the kindness of an elder. The necessary instructions had been given and the generous gifts had been presented. Zhao Wuliang no longer delayed, briefly reminding them to stay safe and practice diligently before rising. All right, it's getting late. I must depart now. He straightened his clothes and stepped towards the front yard of the villa. Li Yang and Zhao Qingning naturally followed closely behind. The three of them had just exited the villa's main door when they arrived at the spacious area in front. Suddenly the light above began to distort. Next, a sleek matte dark gray behemoth far larger than an ordinary aircraft hovered silently dozens of meters above, its lines sharp like a blade. It made no sound of conventional engines, only a deep, unsettling energy hum resonating in the air. The surface of the aircraft shimmered with faint energy patterns, exuding a cold, formidable, and domineering aura. It was Zhao Wuliang's exclusive vehicle, a divine-level aircraft, far surpassing SSS rank, named Dawn. Zhao Wuliang turned around, his steady gaze landing on Li Yang. Take good care of Qingning, I will head back to the military command headquarters now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning immediately pouted in displeasure, her emerald eyes filled with playful reproach. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. Stop treating me like a kid who hasn't grown up. She stomped her foot, expressing her small protest. Zhao Wuliang, upon hearing this, merely revealed a faint yet infinitely tolerant smile, without rebuttal. In his heart, no matter how much his daughter's power and age grew, the image of that little girl who needed his protection would never change. At this moment, the Dawn aircraft had silently and smoothly landed on the front yard lawn, accompanied by a very faint sound, like air pressure releasing. The heavy cabin door slid open smoothly. Him leaving, Zhao Wuliang said succinctly, his gaze briefly resting on Li Yang and Zhao Qingning, containing an unspoken farewell. After many years apart, he missed those comrades who fought alongside him dearly, but due to special reasons he had been unable to show his face. Now it was time to return to the responsibilities he bore, to embrace those long-lost faces once more. As his voice fell, Zhao Wuliang's figure moved slightly, transforming into a concentrated beam of light, moving so fast that it left only a fleeting afterimage on the retina. He precisely entered the open cabin door of the aircraft. Almost simultaneously, the door closed silently and seamlessly. A low yet powerful rumble emanated from the core of the Dawn aircraft. The massive aircraft gracefully ascended, smoothly turning. It then transformed into a gray lightning bolt that tore through the sky, speeding towards the direction of Suzhou. In the blink of an eye, it vanished beyond the distant horizon. In the main control room of the aircraft, Zhao Wuliang sat in the spacious command chair, his deep gaze piercing through the large viewport. He stared at the villa's outline below, which was rapidly shrinking and carrying his daughter's happiness until it finally disappeared from view. A rare softness tinged with satisfaction and relief quietly swept across his resolute face. Although this journey had cost two incredibly precious divine-level resources, he felt no regret in his heart. One was given to his cherished daughter, while the other was bestowed upon his future son-in-law, who who held limitless potential and was worthy of trust. Not to mention that this trip to Yuzhou not only successfully eliminated the great threat of the Tsangming Dragon Kun, but also unexpectedly picked up Li Yang, who he was immensely satisfied with as a son-in-law. This heavy harvest far exceeded expectations. In the villa, it was not until the Dawn aircraft completely vanished beyond the azure sky, without leaving a trace, that Li Yang slowly withdrew his gaze. Naturally, he reached out gently, holding Zhao Qingning's soft, cool little hand. Qingning, I plan to absorb and refine the fire pattern divine crystal you gave me right now to break through to the earth martial god realm. Huh? Zhao Qingning turned her head sharply at these words. Her emerald eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with shock. Break through to the earth martial god. This information thundered in her mind like a bolt from the blue. She clearly remembered. About a month ago, when Li Yang first revealed his strength in the public eye of Huaxiao, he seemed to only be at the early stage of the earth martial god rite. How long has it been? In just a month, he would leap across a major boundary, directly challenging the legendary realm of the earth martial god. How could this be described as fast? This was simply an extraordinary speed that ripped apart common sense. What bewildered her even more was that she had hardly ever seen Li Yang cultivate like other martial artists. The immense impact left her brain feeling somewhat numb. Wait. Zhao Qingning seemed to have suddenly thought of something and immediately released Li Yang's hand. Taking a step forward, she lightly stood on her tiptoes. Her small hands held Li Yang's face without reserve, gently kneading it like dough. Her big eyes were filled with curiosity and inquiry. Darling, let me see how you grew to be like this. How could those so-called top prodigies be so far behind you? As she playfully poked Li Yang's forehead with her finger, prodded his sturdy arm, and even pinched his cheek, she muttered to herself. I don't see any extra head, the muscles are quite solid. Could it be some sort of special physique? Or, Zhao Qingning tilted her head, seriously studying Li Yang, eager to examine every inch of him, trying to figure out how his breakthrough speed could be so abnormal. Zhao Qingning's small hand grew increasingly unrestrained. Curiously poking and pinching on Li Yang, she showed no signs of stopping. Li Yang's eyes were filled with a mix of indulgent helplessness. A gentle smile curved at the corners of his lips as he finally caught hold of Zhao Qingning's restless little hands in his palms. His voice was low and filled with laughter as he gently rubbed her hand with his fingertips. All right, my little curious cat, tonight, I will let you study everything in detail, okay? Can you let me off the hook for— After saying that, Li Yang released his grip. All right. Zhao Qingning immediately beamed with delight like a cat that successfully stole a fish. Unconsciously, memories of last night's experiences flashed in her mind. Her face instantly turned slightly red, her eyes sparkling with mischief and anticipation. However, she soon thought that if Li Yang started absorbing the fire pattern divine crystal to break through to the Tianwu god, now then tonight would definitely. With this thought in mind, Zhao Qingning immediately set aside her playful mood, her small face displaying a serious expression. Her tone became solemn, even tinged with a hint of worry. Li Yang, do you have any confidence in this breakthrough? One must know that for warriors, breaking through realms is no small matter. Especially when it comes to breaking through the significant barrier of Tianwu god, of failure would not only severely injure one's vitality, but also make the next attempt significantly more difficult. The higher the level of the warrior, the more pronounced this becomes. The scarcity of top-tier warriors is largely due to the risk of such a daunting breakthrough. Many, like the previous Zhang Jian, would rather spend long years accumulating their foundation than pursue a single successful breakthrough. Achieving a breakthrough in one go is the best. Feeling the concern in Zhao Qingning's words, warmth surged in Li Yang's heart. Habitually, he reached out his hand, gently rubbing Zhao Qingning's soft emerald green hair. Facing her inquiry, a calm and powerful smile appeared on his lips, and although his voice was soft, it carried an unmistakable conviction. As for confidence, previously I had a 90% chance, but now with this fire pattern divine crystal given by my father, I have a 100% guarantee. 100%. Zhao Qingning gasped in shock, her green eyes widening, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with astonishment. So you mean you are 100% sure that you can break through to Tianwu god in one go? If such words came from anyone else, she would definitely scoff, believing them to be either arrogant or delusional. But the person before her was Li Yang. He was the monster who had soared from the early stage of earth martial god to the peak at an astonishing speed. His very existence constantly reshaped the limits of martial understanding. In just a moment of astonishment, a wave of unreserved trust surged within Zhao Qingning's heart. If Li Yang said he had a 100% guarantee, then it must be true. She believed he would not make a meaningless joke. Li Yang looked at Zhao Qingning's adorably shocked expression. He leaned slightly closer to her, his long fingers naturally threading through the few strands of her emerald hair that fell beside her ear. The action was gentle and ambiguous, carrying a teasing allure. With a flick of his finger, he closed her slightly open mouth. Yes, your man is impressive, isn't he? Before Zhao Qingning could fully process this affectionate gesture, in words a mysterious smile reappeared on Li Yang's face, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous light. However, this time for the breakthrough to Tianwu God, just relying on the fire-patterned divine crystal is not enough. He deliberately paused, creating suspense. I also need to use another very special treasure. With that, Li Yang said no more and directly took Zhao Qingning's still somewhat bewildered hand, saying, "Come follow." Without further ado, he pulled the puzzled Zhao Qingning along and turned towards the training room located in the basement of the villa, quickly descending the spiral staircase leading to the basement. The heavy alloy door slid open, silently revealing a spacious training room inside, with walls flowing with gentle energy light patterns. The interior was simply furnished. The floor was engraved with a formation that gathered energy, and the air was filled with pure spiritual energy. Zhao Qingning curiously glanced around the empty training room and asked, "But there's nothing here. What about the treasure you mentioned?" Her green eyes scanned every inch of space around, and she indeed did not find anything particularly special. Upon hearing this, the mysterious smile on Li Yang's face deepened. Without answering directly, he focused his thoughts, and a large futuristic-looking pod unexpectedly appeared in the center of the training room. Its appearance did not cause any energy ripples or air disturbances, as if it had always existed in that position, merely just having its optical camouflage removed. The pod was about 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, presenting a deep, flowing dark silver metallic luster. The pod's cover was a single piece of crystal, transparent, yet incredibly tough, allowing a clear view of the grooves that fit the human body inside. The base of the pod seamlessly connected to the ground. What is this thing? Zhao Qingning's pupils contracted slightly, instinctively taking half a step back. Even though she was a peak emperor-level warrior, she was still startled by this living creature that appeared without warning and showed no signs of energy. This method was too bizarre. But soon her keen senses caught the deep, chilling fluctuations emanating from this strange pod, as if it could touch the essence of life. Instantly realizing the extraordinary nature of this object, Li Yang walked to the side of the pod, gently caressing the cold, glowing blue surface of the metal. He turned around and explained to Zhao Qingning without reservation. "This is a gene transition pod. Simply put, it is far more powerful and profound than the gene enhancement potions we use. After lying inside, it will guide the user's life energy to undergo a deep-level evolutionary transition." He recited the introduction according to the system, because he hadn't experienced the specific effects himself yet. After listening to Li Yang's description, Zhao Qingning was completely stunned. Her gaze was fixed on the pod, radiating a ghostly blue glow, her face displaying a shocked expression. So, from the genetic level, it optimizes and reorganizes, enhancing the potential of life, and it can simultaneously improve martial cultivation. Her voice trembled slightly as she instinctively repeated the most crucial points in Li Yang's words. "Li Yang, is this thing really as powerful as you say?" The massive impact left her thoughts somewhat chaotic. Such a heaven-defying object, where on earth did Li Yang obtain it? Was it from an ancient relic, or granted by some unknown existence? Countless questions surged in her mind. Zhao Qingning looked at Li Yang with a complex expression, her red lips moving several times as if to inquire about its origin. But the words were on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them back. Deep down, her trust and consideration for Li Yang ultimately took precedence. She understood that everyone had their own secrets and opportunities. If Li Yang felt he could tell her, he would naturally do so. If he didn't mention it, there must be a reason. Pressing for answers would only add to her worries and could even create a rift between them. She loved him and was more willing to choose respect and patience. Li Yang on the side keenly caught the fleeting expressions of shock, confusion, and struggle on Zhao Qingning's face, ultimately settling into understanding and consideration. He made a decision in his heart. Given their current relationship, if he continued to hide behind various reasons, concealing the incredible things brought by the system. In the short term, Zhao Qingning might not pursue questions. But over time, as he presented more divine objects, more and more inexplicable things like this suddenly appearing transition pod, cracks would inevitably form. Zhao Qingning trusted him. He could not let her down, nor did he wish to. Fortunately, he had already thought of a suitable, outrageous reason in his heart when he prepared to show Zhao Qingning the gene transition pod. Li Yang took a deep breath as he pondered this, his gaze becoming extremely serious and sincere as he walked in front of Zhao Qingning, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. He wanted her to meet his eyes. "Qingning, actually, I have a secret one that concerns how I acquired these items and why I can grow so quickly." Zhao Qingning's body trembled slightly. Surprise instantly filled her green eyes, but more so was a sense of being trusted and the focused attention she gave. Li Yang looked into her clear eyes and continued, "Given our current relationship, I feel I should no longer keep anything from you, though it may sound a bit unbelievable." He paused slightly as if weighing his words. Zhao Qingming's small hand suddenly froze in midair, her green eyes widening slightly. She stared at Li Yang's serious expression, her heart involuntarily racing a few beats faster. Li Yang's fingertips gently brushed past her hair tips, his voice carrying an air of mystery. In simple terms, I've been lucky and stumbled upon a very special inheritance. Inheritance? Zhao Qingming tilted her head. Her hair slipped down her shoulders with the movement. Yes, a mysterious inheritance hidden in a special space, not belonging to Blue Star, but from the vast universe, as if left by some powerful existence beyond our imagination. Now it has fully integrated into my sea of consciousness. This special space is like a treasure trove filled with many unimaginable resources. Each time I grow stronger, I can unlock more treasures. This transition pod, along with many previous resources, have all been obtained from there. Li Yang gazed into Zhao Qingming's sparkling eyes, drew her closer with his arms, and asked softly, "Qingming, do you trust me?" Zhao Qingming listened. A radiant, sweet smile instantly bloomed on her face as she rose on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Li Yang's neck, and replied with a clear, sweet voice. "I trust you, Yang, of course I trust you. Thank you for being willing to tell me such an important, earth-shattering secret." Her words flowed like a warm stream through Li Yang's heart. Before he could react, Zhao Qingming's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. As if summoning immense courage, she swiftly leaned in. She pressed a gentle, fleeting kiss upon his lips, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. It was her first time initiating such intimacy with Li Yang, carrying a maiden's shyness and heartfelt affection. Deeply moved by Li Yang's candid confession of such an astonishing secret, she refrained from probing further into the details. At that moment, all her doubts dissolved. No wonder Li Yang's strength defied all logic and norms. His breathtaking advancement speed was beyond the reach of any ordinary prodigy or even normal human. It all stemmed from that cosmic inheritance from the boundless universe, something ordinary people dared not even imagine. Upon reflection, only such a transcendent dimensional-level encounter could explain everything about Li Yang. And the thought that this man, bearing a universe-level opportunity and destined to stand at the pinnacle, was wholeheartedly loving her and would become her future husband. An overwhelming sense of happiness and pride, nearly drowning her, surged and filled her heart. Zhao Qingming's eyes curved into crescent moons. They brimmed with starlight, and the corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably, her entire being radiating a sweet aura. Li Yang, too, was infected by her unconditional trust and pure joy, and the last trace of worry in his heart dissipated, replaced by an incomparable lightness. Watching her radiant smile, a profound sense of mutual understanding and unbroken connection surged within him. Though he couldn't reveal the secret of the system directly, his explanation was far more reasonable and easier for Zhao Qingming to comprehend and accept. Besides, the system might indeed be a toy casually crafted by some unimaginable cosmic deity. Many novels had read before the Transmigration wrote it that way. Sensing the tender, warm atmosphere flowing between them, Li Yang gently squeezed Zhao Qingming's. His eyes filled with affection as he whispered, "All right, my dear, now I need to go in and test the effect of this treasure. I aim to break through to Heavenly Martial God in one go. Wait for my triumphant news." His tone rose slightly at the end, carrying a teasing allure. With that, Li Yang slowly released Zhao Qingming. Just as he turned to walk toward the Jin Leap pod, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. "Oh, Qingming." He paused, his mind stirring. Whoosh. 10 slender vials, crystalline and transparent, containing a deep, flowing azure liquid, instantly materialized in the air. They emitted powerful, stable waves of life energy. They were SS-grade gene enhancement potions. Simultaneously, a round pill the size of a dragon's eye and shrouded in a misty purple halo floated beside them. It was the SS-grade Law Enlightenment pill. Both items hovered silently before Zhao Qingming, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of energy. "These are for you." Li Yang pointed at the 10 potions, and the Gene Leap pod, his tone casual, yet coaxing. "Though their effect can't match this big guy, you can absorb them for now. They'll certainly help you break through to the peak of the Imperial Sovereign Realm." Then his gaze shifted to the purple pill, and his expression grew serious. "This is an SS-grade Law Enlightenment pill." He elaborated on its significance. Li Yang calculated in his mind. Zhao Qingming had already absorbed one SS-grade gene potion, so her body had developed some adaptability. With these 10 additional ones, the total energy contained would surely push her physical constitution to the limit of the Imperial Sovereign Realm and even exceed it. After all, even with his own formidable physique at the peak of earthly martial god, he had only absorbed 11 vials to reach saturation. These resources were more than enough to lay an unshakable foundation for Zhao Qingming's future breakthroughs. After hearing Li Yang's explanation of the SS-grade Law Enlightenment pill's effects, Zhao Qingming stood frozen, as if spellbound, a look of astonishment spreading across her face. This many SS-grade gene potions. and a pill that can directly elevate the comprehension of law. Her voice trembled slightly as she instinctively covered her mouth, her gaze darting between the 10 floating azure vials and the purple pill. She had already experienced the effect of an SS-grade gene potion firsthand. A single vial would drive countless imperial sovereigns or even earthly martial gods to fight over it. Yet Liang was handing out 10 vials to her like candy. And this law enlightenment pill, which she had never even heard of, could directly elevate her comprehension of her strongest law by an entire grade. This was a divine artifact that all law-comprehending martial artists dreamed of, something they would sacrifice anything to obtain. Its rarity and value defied all conventional measure. Just as Zhao Qingning's heart churned with shock, and she was about to ask if these incredible items also came from that mysterious inheritance space. Liang seemed to read her mind, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he took the initiative to explain. That's right, Qingning, these little things were also unlocked from the inheritance space. Liang silently added to himself. There were still 98 vials of gene potions in his storage space, enough to drink like soda. Having such a vast stockpile made him this generous. But these are too precious. I can't. Zhao Qingning gazed at the treasures before her, any one of which could incite a bloody storm. Her refined upbringing made her instinctively want to refuse. Silly girl, Liang interrupted her directly. Stepping forward, he cupped her face in his hands, gently stroking her flushed cheek, with his thumb, his eyes tender. Between us, what's yours or mine? Do you understand my treasure? Zhao Qingning was struck by his assertive yet affectionate words. The resistance in her heart instantly melted, transforming into a blazing warmth. She was completely captivated by this. Her nose tingled and her eyes reddened as she nodded vigorously, her slightly choked voice filled with joy. I understand. Thank you, Yang. Without further hesitation, she waved her hand, sweeping the 10 vials and the purple pill into her storage ring. Seeing Zhao Qingning accept them, Liang turned his gaze to the silently standing Gene Leap pod, his eyes blazing with intense anticipation. With a thought, the flame-marked divine crystal radiating terrifying heat and boundless energy appeared in his palm. Its crimson gold light instantly illuminated the underground training chamber. As if holding a miniature sun, Liang strode to the Gene Leap pod. His finger lightly touched a faintly glowing sensor area on the edge of the pod's hatch. Beep. Identity verification passed. Scanning vital signs. Scan complete. Startup criteria met. Please enter the pod for deep Gene Leap optimization procedure. A cold, emotionless, synthetic voice echoed inside the pod. Liang understood its meaning. The Gene Leap pod could only be used by flesh and blood life forms such as human martial artists or beasts. The rock-based flame prison guard, for instance, was incompatible. The hatch slid open silently, revealing a contour that fit the human body. Liang shot Zhao Qingning a confident glance before lying down, without hesitation, placing his right hand, still clutching the flame-marked divine crystal, on his chest. The hatch closed seamlessly, enveloping him entirely. With a low hum, the Gene Leap pod acted. The azure energy circuits flowing within the pod's walls suddenly surged in brightness, like countless awakening rivers of stars. An indescribable warm and vast energy stream akin to the purest font of life rushed into Liang's body from all directions within the pod. It precisely penetrated every cell and the deepest reaches of every gene strand. Liang couldn't help but let out an extremely comfortable sigh. Every pore and every cell of his body rejoiced. This energy gently washed, refined, and optimized the gene sequence structure that had already reached the peak limit of the earthly martial god realm. He could clearly sense some subtle gene nodes once thought perfect were being lit and restructured, becoming more vibrant and potent. It was a deep nourishment and elevation of life's essence. It brought not pain, but an indescribable sensation of comfort and clarity. Just as this life-level transformation quietly progressed, and his potential was continuously elevated, Liang began to absorb the flame-marked divine crystal. Boom. Billions of gentle yet pure crimson streams merged perfectly with the life energy, optimizing his genes. Together they converged into his limbs, meridians, and dantian. The leap in life level proceeded simultaneously. Under the dual energy assault, the barriers of his cultivation realm began to shake violently. Liang immersed himself completely in this transformation from the inside out. His genes were optimized, his potential expanded, and his cultivation base soared. The gateway to the heavenly martial god realm was swinging open under the impetus of these dual divine treasures, and the breakthrough would not be long in coming. Outside, Zhao Qingning gazed at the stable, shimmering azure light of the gene transition chamber, silently praying for Liang, eagerly anticipating the moment he would successfully break through to the Tianwu god realm. She then took a deep breath to calm her emotions and carefully retrieved the SS-grade law comprehension pill that Liang had just given her. The pill was warm in her hand, surrounded by a purple halo. Is the effect truly that miraculous? Zhao Qingming murmured softly, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation and a hint of unease. No longer hesitating, she sat cross-legged on the smooth floor of the training room, adjusted her breathing, and cleared her mind. Without any hesitation, she swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth. Boom! An invisible, thunderous roar exploded in her consciousness. It was not a feeling of pain, but an extreme